Фух, так. Так, тест аудио, раз, два, три. Почему они так тихо играют, я не понимаю. Почему так тихо? Неужели это
That's
так?
kind of like ironic, isn't it, Ferda? Or what's the word I'm looking for? Dude, it's right there on the precipice of my brain, but I just I'm so tired.
Так,
Oh, good morning, Sin.
ну что, ну что, ну что, ну что.
Hope you had a good sleep. Got the power cut buff. Yeah, to be honest, like, it's Kraken. No, okay, no. I was thinking of the other series. But there was like a series that Dark Inside was playing in, and the other team was actually kind of gaining momentum, and then that's like when the power cut was Envoy's team. Dude here. What are you talking about, Cheese? You just get your kills, bro, and get in the hill, bro. Like, cap the hill. It's not hard. It's not difficult, man. Have I been awake since the SGV? Oh, well, doopity dooper. I'm from Oz, so it's only night. Well, it's 1 o'clock in the morning now for me. So I've been covering for.
Так.
I've been covering for LVT while they have all been sleeping, getting some rest. The big championship Sunday.
Yes, good.
I tried, Ferda. I tried. What's my kills? What are you talking about? To my? You just get your kills, dude. Get your kills that you need to get, bro, and just hop in the hill, bro. Like, I don't know what else to say, man. Do what the game's telling you to do, like playing strongholds. Just capture the strongholds to win. Like, I don't know what else you want from me. You guys think I'm joking? You need to do to capture that stronghold, Cheese.
Ой. See,
LVT, anyone, any staff members from LVT, I've been very good, actually. Clutch Academy rescinds their offer. What?
Окей, хотя бы drops будем добивать. Drops будем добивать. Да, вот это.
Need it? Nah, I can't.
Надо 2 часа смотреть на это.
I've been strictly told that is the word I cannot freaking say. It's insane.
А, и мы... Так это же почти добьем. Добьем обязательно. Добьем. Понимаю, почему не запускают трансляцию. И что это были за заглушки на 6 часов. В любом случае, я там что смог поставил. Всякую фигню.
Just go get it, dude. Camo's up? Like, okay, is the camo gonna help you capture a hill? In this situation?
А, я понял.
Is the camo gonna help you
Это
maintain the hill?
где он смотрит
like,
вот это?
that you have?
А, это повтор, скорее всего, да? Скорее всего, повтор.
Do what the game's telling you to do, chat.
Все оффлайн. Ой. Hell yeah, 2 hours left. А, я так понял, там GGB перепутали, да? Я понял, то есть я рано начал. Но в любом случае мне этот LVT
It's not that
добивать.
simple, Cheese.
Партнером.
Sometimes you're gonna have to get a kill to get the hill. Sometimes you're not. Sometimes it's a free hill. Sometimes you gotta get in the hill to get some kills. Tournament tarts.
Australia, Mexico, South America, they're all here to play. Now, the last spot being fought between two of NA's best, Dark Inside and Kraken Seas.
KD is everything in Halo. Yeah, I agree with that statement, honestly.
I want to say 150 points or something, and now have control and have not looked back.
good take. Playing capture the flag, just get kills, man. Playing strongholds, just get kills. Just go positive every game.
I think this is it. There's no one in position to stop it. Oh, they have got put in B, but that's...
That was a pretty good. That was
unbelievable.
Oh man.
From Dark Inside. These guys played their hearts out yesterday into today, dealing with the power outage.
I love Cheese's name. Me too.
Waiting for the call to
But Chad and I have come to the conclusion we are calling him the Ryan Noob of Australia. He's the Australian Ryan Noob equivalent.
Eli, if you would have said on Wednesday, Eli, the only team from NA that's going to make it out of open is
Max always got the energy. He's always got the energy.
Dark Inside. 3 out of 4 international competitors make it to pools. You've got Dark Inside, SWAT LATAM, Mind Freak, and Ether. Congratulations to those 4. You guys are going up against the world's best.
unbelievable stuff. I cannot wait to see how these international teams fare
Oh.
against
Brackets?
They should be empowered because let's talk more about the international games.
Excellent. Clicked on the bracket.
We just saw Nemesis upset Optic. We just saw Z10 upset TSM. I mean, we're being invaded.
I'm trying to see if we haven't watched the series actually. This one actually would have been the Zero Tenacity, and the Infamous one would have been Heartbreak. Oh wait, you guys can't even actually see it here.
From international, and they had a
I don't know if
year last year, and it might be even better.
where that series was at.
This is crazy, man.
Complexity Gen G, we caught a few games of that. Heartbreaking loss for Complexity. Reverse sweep.
Uzi and Zuzi, I gotta just
Good showing out of Gen G.
I love those guys. Former Fortnite.
Going needs
О.
some timeout cheese right now.
О, обновили, на 7 часов пишет. Но... О, есть, обновили.
Yeah, it's like a drug you can't kick. Halo, it's hard to retire from. Even us, we did retire. Look at us, we're still back. You know, we're find a way to put on the headset.
McCaskey's beast spinning right now.
If you told me 5 years ago I'd be casting every Halo tournament, I'd say you're crazy. But here
You
I
are crazy. Crazy, baby. You're right. You're right. Well,
There's definitely a possibility, gamer. If I've been saying, if FaZe are playing how they were playing yesterday, dude,
we had our energy drink.
they're so far the only team that has kind of just hasn't really shown that many weaknesses.
No scope to secure the spot in pools. Callus is hanging out. Louis producing. And I just got the cue to go to break. We got no action going on behind us. So we're going to take a quick reset. And when we
Фу, и
return,
коэффициенты
gameplay.
упали, да?
Going before I
То есть это
leave.
хорошо, что я поставил пораньше, да? Не
Any
сильно
moment
оно
they'll be
упали.
in here, and it'll be back to LVT. BVT will be no more.
Еще некоторые остались такими же, некоторые чуть-чуть упали.
Yeah, I mean, it's Champ Sunday. Every series usually today is just insanely close. Teammate of the century, dude, that's
Так, где наш главный Хейло бой?
that's genuinely so brutal.
Ищи-ка.
I only lived half my life.
VTV is Ben's TV.
Yes, you're right. There's a trade. Yeah, I apologize.
So, like, what I think happened is Tapman went down, he threw that
It was a good run.
then got into another engagement for that trade, which is, I mean, that's pretty heads up.
Yeah, it's a good play. Get that sniper off the map. Now it's Piggy on the top of tower, and I said Luminosity had a chance here.
I'd rather lose the major than go negative at any game.
Like Ether, who is, I would say,
Oh man, that's so real, man.
as
So
the
real.
best LATAM team we have here in the HCS.
Artools, I am ready whenever you guys are. If it's like I said, it's no rush. I won't. Dude, I'm literally. Oh my god, I can't even talk. We weren't actually even in a series right now. We're kind of rewatching everything that we've already watched. So,
Confidence that they're going to make it out of bracket. They could
um,
make it out of winner's bracket.
you know, if you guys are ready to take over,
Right, so they get yourself ready to see a little bit more today, because I'm very, very much impressed with what I'm seeing.
3 down for Luminosity, and the impression that you're seeing is
listening.
Yes, you're right.
Watch the elusive pop off against Cloud9.
If this series ends
We saw that earlier, but
so
then
get
we'll swap
yourself
it.
ready
Okay.
to see a little bit more ether today, because I'm very, very much impressed with him.
Phenomenal right now. He's got 10 assists.
Collectively,
Oh. Wait, that's the okay.
Imagine if it's at all possible.
Tommy was getting active, bro. I like it. He's teabagging,
Here as Space
showing some disrespect.
earn the slays, and they're going to earn a bigger check here shortly.
Space Station giving their fans plenty to cheer for.
Is this what you meant, Tools, or is
Прям,
there
ну,
like a
вот
clip
высветить
of
себя
the
сильно
whole
в
entire
представлении,
time,
да.
like from the crowd?
Да ничего бы не сказал, он культурный, порядочный и
Is this what you wanted to see?
молодой
Just like-
человек.
Because I'm pretty sure LVT covered it.
A long shift, as have the players, family, friends, and supporters. So important.
Вот кто-кто, а он не из тех, кто бросался бы какими-то...
Someone in your corner, you
This is
Ну,
like
понял,
midnight, by the
глазами.
way, chat. For context.
for just so
You guys have been battling for like 10 hours.
you're in this. Don't get tired right now. And that's what I feel like Space Station got. Not to say that Cloud9 doesn't have that level of support, but SSG, they're an org that's known to have tremendous support.
And that feeling of like when you're about to win a series is like one of a kind.
They're playing Halo, man. Relax. It's 12:09 in the morning. We've been casting for 15 hours. Sorry, chat. As we watch the end of this game,
Hey, Space Station and Cloud9 playing underneath the moonlight of the streets, but there will be no swooning tonight. Only slays. 40-49. It's all up to Snakebite. He's the last player alive, and he might just achieve it with the commando. He'll go down, but it's only pausing the inevitable.
I mean, bro, at this point, I just run out and die, man. I want to go to bed. Like, I'm not trying to work this hard to get
That's
9
what you
kills.
want. You said
I'm not
it
trying to
earlier.
work this
That's
hard to
just
get
what you
9
want,
kills
bro.
for 10. You gotta play perfect. You're
imagine,
trapped
though?
in the subway. Like, I can't.
Believe in miracles?
The realist, brother. That's why I'm on the cast.
42.
Опа! Так,
Uses shields.
так,
Pulls
так,
up his
так,
bootstraps
так,
for
так.
one final slay, but he's kind of caught out a
Всем
little bit.
привет,
And
кто
Lucid
зашел,
will
кто
secure it.
зашел.
That will do it.
Позвольте
Kyle,
повтора,
Elamite, one of the
SSG.
most legendary Halo players of all time. Hey, and Lucid
Oh.
still got a little. He's still got a little energy left.
Баркаут.
Love to see that. Okay. We were kind of talking about that, right?
Yo!
Are these guys
See
still
none
like,
about to
Your
come back,
team
I can
knows?
feel it.
yeah, he's got
Come
the
back,
little
так
thing,
они
bro.
никогда не
That was-
занимались.
That was like a-
Content idea for you.
That was like a fucking suck. Like, you know what I mean? That was like a very exaggerated.
Routine video is stellar. He's already got the prop spot.
Pretty sure he put that on for
I'm the
Giga.
cameraman, by the way. Yep, everyone give Tools his flowers, man. Everyone give Tools his flowers.
Dude, tell me you can't see Stellar doing that
I mean, he'd
with
be
a
the
straight
guy.
face too.
Yeah, he'd be the guy.
So Mac is currently rubbing his face in different ways to showcase.
That is heartbreaking
how
though for
Stellar
Cloud9 on the real though.
applies what?
Those guys were playing good
His
all
skin
weekend.
care,
His
his
skin
hair
care,
care, his Halo care. It's
Look
all on
at
point.
He goes
Hey, look at the
smiling.
smiles. We love to
It's,
see that.
we were just talking earlier how rare sometimes it is to see some of
Oh, he
these.
just got told.
Подожди, микро работает?
Snakebite just put him on some
Yeah,
game.
there's a tornado warning right now. It was
Okay, stream. Tools. Do I do an outro?
Да, только
You guys ready?
надо громче сделать.
Good morning, Natasha. But also good night, because I believe we are handing it back over right now.
Все, так, короче,
Back to
сделал.
LVT. I don't know, we're gonna await confirmation.
Кого он там уже
Okay, I
будет?
need you to pull your Ethernet cord.
Американцев там утро,
Real
у
quick,
нас уже
good night,
вечер.
everybody. Much love. I
6
appreciate all
часов,
of the
завтра
support.
еще рабочий день.
This past,
Потому что
you
мы
know, the
начинаем
past 2
пораньше и
days.
будем заканчивать,
Apologies,
наверное, ближе
I'm
к
very tired
12.
right now. But
Ну, тоже
you know,
как бы,
everyone's been super chill.
Завтра
Everyone's
на
been super
работу.
kind, and I appreciate
Ну,
all the
может, не
support.
знаю, до
And thank you for
пол-первого
LVT for
попробую
having me on here, doing this for you
посидеть,
guys.
хз, честно говоря.
And yeah, hopefully,
Что
you
будет в
know,
моих
after
силах.
today, something can change. We might be,
Что у нас тут
we could be back.
по
I don't know.
прогрессу? Я очень хочу себе
I'll definitely be
вот этот
trying.
брелочек
So,
на пушечку.
once again,
52%.
I appreciate you, chat. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. We got some good Halo left to be played.
Черт, у
and,
меня такой
yeah. BBT is now
брекет
LET
вчера был,
again,
подожди, история.
but I appreciate you, chat. Good night.
Ой,
And I'm
это
gonna be
что,
unplugging
экран.
my Ethernet now, tools. Okay, so
Вчера
Good night,
в субботу,
everybody.
19 апреля. Нет. О, вот это Кирсану. Ну, это немножко не то. Подожди, вот это. А вот это. Уп. Чем брекет. Вот. Фейз еще. Что? Офигеть! SSG проиграли в высших полуфиналах? Серьезно? Офигеть, 3-0 проиграли.
What's up? Welcome to BVT.
Трындец.
Barcode, very talented
Тут я, кстати,
television. I like that.
первую на
Hey, folks,
Shopify
we're at the venue
Shopify,
early.
тут, в принципе, скорее всего,
We're
Shopify
talking
пройдут.
in a second.
Трындец, я был уверен, тут
And,
SSG. Я сейчас говорил так,
yeah,
уверен, SSG там пройдут
Got
налегке
Louis,
вообще.
he's gonna
Офигеть.
join me.
Подожди.
We're the only, it's us.
Подожди.
A guy named James who's doing a documentary.
Окей, а lower... А, вот losers bracket.
Grab that one. Is that one hot?
Оу, оу,
Here, just stand. You can just. Are you on?
охренеть. То есть у нас
I
в
figured we should talk
финале...
about the documentary.
А у нас что, сегодня такой финал короткий будет или что, я не понял?
All right.
И это будет best of 5 или
So
как?
James
Или best
here,
of 7?
he went and filmed
Best of 5 это
basically a bunch
короткий.
of the open bracket stories
Трындец.
that happened
Две
over the
самые
weekend.
сильные команды, ты
And
гонишь?
I hear that some of those stories are players that made it to qualifying rounds.
Я
I don't know
надеюсь,
if they
если
made it
SSG
through.
пройдут, тогда они будут против, ну, Shopify.
I don't
Это
know
будет классный
who
финал.
is like
Классный
the
финал.
primary, people you follow, but
Ну, реально, да. Ну, бляха-муха. Это капздец. Вот тут опасно для SSG. Это они будут бороться за третье место тогда, да? Потому что Lower Finals, Grand... А, вот это битва за третье место. То есть кто-то из слабаков проходит сюда, вот это третье место, и отсюда прыгает сюда. Ну, скорее всего, тут фейс будет, а тут... Ну, типа, даже если SSG, то ладно, хотя бы третье место, учитывая то, что новый состав такое, знаешь. Допустим, фейс, представим, что SSG, тогда оптики и Shopify будут. Мне честно, хотелось бы увидеть здесь Shopify и SSG, потому что я не видел еще, как Shopify сражались против SSG.
yeah, I'm excited for it.
Было бы интересно посмотреть на
Yeah, so I think that what you're talking about goes hand in hand with what we're doing here, right? We had a
Face,
heavy
в
focus
принципе, тоже.
this time on like the open bracket and the side stations
Затемнено
heavier than
просто
normal,
было,
right? So a
конечно.
little less
Да.
pro player
Я начал
participation on our
хорошо
stream this
играть. А
time
те
around,
сами,
but more with the open bracket and the passion stage, all that good stuff. And
TSM
DreamHack
все
theoretically is going to be
потеряется.
very similar. We're going to be ingrained in that, but I
TSM,
think that your documentary and everything that you're saying is on point. What about like the background?
Смотри,
that you've
оптики,
done,
тут
like,
разнесли
so far,
этих.
right? Like, you're
Тут
not
почти
just
что слили
picked up a
темные.
camera.
If y'all, like, I guess, like, my, like,
Тут
start,
SSG
like, being
почти
involved,
слили.
like,
Что
Halo community,
происходит?
other than just watching it and loving it, a couple years
Жесть.
ago, Upper Deck made the CDL cards. I looked at them and I'm like, man, I think I
А,
got something.
слышишь, я говорю, вот тут они
So,
Shopify
spent, like,
проиграли.
that whole season,
Вот я бы
working on
хотел
cards,
увидеть, как
got buddies,
SSG отомстят.
they pitched a
Ну,
bunch of
типа,
money to help me out.
матч-реванш был у них,
And then
да?
we gave out the
Вот,
cards.
вот
and
это как раз
players'
та
stats and
катка,
all
когда
that.
я пошел спать.
And then,
Is that like the first one?
Вот я вот это посмотрел, я точно
when
помню.
LVT had their team.
Вот это я посмотрел и пошел спать.
kinda
Вчера я
got me
уже
a couple
был
of the
там
right
что-то
friends,
час
and
ночи
then,
или что такое.
Had an opportunity come up.
Да, и вот это, мы параллельно
Go to
смотрели вот
Austin,
это и вот это.
in
И
Boston for a project he had,
ошибаюсь или
involving
нет?
some challengers players for COD, and that
Или мы
kinda
фейс
was the
смотрели.
spark.
Короче, что-то из этого. Я
Then
точно
we
помню,
were
что в
with
конце
him,
я уже на последнем дыхании
able to-
смотрел
or last season, I was
SSG, да,
the
против
pool
вот
play team
этих
for
рубиков.
Little
Вот тут я
Events,
пошел спать. Ну и хорошо, что
kinda
пошел спать, да, потому что
started
я
to
был бы
vibe a little bit
разочарован,
more
еще
with
бы
it
вряд ли
and
бы
kinda
заснул.
see what those stories would
Да,
look
ну,
like,
к сожалению,
not just
печально,
from
да, печальная участь. Теперь они в
what you would see
losers
on
bracket,
Twitch
еще и с
stream
одной
or
из
what
самых
you would
сильных
see
команд.
on Reddit or something, but
Я не знаю,
start to
как
kind of
реагировать,
feel a
но
little bit more of the
это
culture and
страшно.
kind of the idea for this one. I mean,
Ну вот это
I had a little
Shopify и Face тут понятно, я
Spent-
думаю.
spent
Хотя
quite a while trying to
коэффициенты
figure
говорят о
out
том, что
who
1.74 за то, что ШПФ выиграет, 1.94 за фейс. 1.74. Я бы поставил 1.1, вообще 1.2. На месте этих всех контор. Странно, конечно. Я уверен, первую карту точно не выиграет, может быть даже вторую или третью. В любом случае не пройдут. Нужно надо будет смотреть по ситуации, по режиму. Поэтому я буду больше ставить всегда на карту. Когда мы видим, что у нас сейчас будет, да, и там уже ориентироваться. Например, SSG всегда выигрывают в резне. Флэр. Можно ставить спокойно на флэр. Вот. На Optic и SSG я ставил только тотал больше 3.5. Я уверен, что там будет 4... Там тоже будет Best of 5, и скорее всего там будет 4 карты, 4, может быть даже 5. То есть может быть будет такое, что 2 и там какой-то решающий. Но учитывая то, что типа такие мощные. Хотя вот это, конечно, это для меня шок. То есть SSG даже одну не выиграет, это шок. Я сомневаюсь, что тут такое повторится. Много голосов, мне это не нравится.
Passion Pit style video
То есть до
before.
сих пор у них ничего нет. Шаровые даже в
what I kind of really learned from that was
Где?
not how to tell their story, not trying to like make something fake out of it,
Да,
but
конечно.
how to go around and try and be able to capture like, what they're going through, what playing through the open looks like, what that super long grindy session looks
Так,
like,
еще подумаю.
and then what
Кого
they're
были
fighting,
шансы?
right? What
Подожди.
are they really?
Это
Why are they going through all this?
Вот это Winners Team.
Like we've got some players here who have
Я думаю, они сражались против Оптика. У них
dozens
был
of
шанс.
hours on
Лучше,
flight to
честно,
get here.
прошли бы Team Nemo.
We've got players who are local. We've got players who have been doing this for forever. We've got players who have been doing this for a couple of years.
На карты там на все. Ну да, даже если бы не вчера же не ставили, просто
That's what I've been
смотрели,
really
да.
trying to capture from the
Вот
people
тут,
we talk to.
например, подожди.
Really try and like do them justice. Do the open bracket.
Вот
justice.
здесь.
Open bracket is one of
Можно было на
the
карту
Halo,
спокойно ставить, да.
one of the few esports where there is an opportunity
Вот это
for
тоже. Ну тут
you
я
and your
знал, что
boys
ШПФ выиграют.
without an org,
Я
without
уверен, коэффициенты там
any of this
были
big stuff,
похожи,
to be
но
able to
вот
come
это
out
видно,
and
да,
show
что
yourself,
вчера ставок.
put up
Просил
numbers
этих гадов,
against those
просил
teams that
5
do.
раз писал в поддержку, меня послали. Сюда наконец-то. Достучался до них, что ребята, сегодня финал.
Right, in professional play. Like, that's such a cool achievement. There are players that were first-time pros that had a chance to play against the best team. That's a cool achievement that isn't really possible in any other esports.
Yeah, and also like everybody loves a little drama. Obviously, the drama of the Passion Pit is kind of just naturally written. But I have a question. You know, where were you when the power went out?
Man, I was right here with getting the light out. No, that was an exciting one, but I think it kind of goes to show. Like, I mean, it's wild down here. I mean, everything's happening. You got some words being said. I mean, then you've got players who are going to go from open bracket and they're going to immediately go and just absolutely murder somebody in the 2v2s. They're going to go to the FFAs.
Yeah.
I mean, Aiden won, or Suspector won the free-for-all this year, right? Yeah. I mean, he was down here playing open bracket too. I mean, like, shout out the grinders, you know? Like, the people who were there, they didn't get, like, knocked out of open and go home, right? Even then, like with all of these stations here behind us, as soon as stations opened up, there was somebody trying to come sit. There was somebody trying to come play something.
Yeah.
Like, I know that guys were putting together 8s last night. There were all the side events. There was just like such a love for the competition in it that you have to try and open up and tell a few more stories about that. Like, I mean, you got to do them justice. They've been putting in the work for all the fans, for all the viewers, even for like me. Like, I love watching Halo. That's why I'm here. That's what got me here. And then, like, how can we kind of show off all of that?
Yeah, that's what we're here for. That's what LBT's here for. We wanted to provide coverage for the things that like kind of don't get the coverage.
I'm gonna get up and lower the noise gate.
Yeah, no problem.
James,
no problem.
you can take my spot for a second here.
Perfect.
Have James come on and we'll talk to you guys in chat for a little bit longer. Woo! Hey folks. folks? How are we feeling? How are we feeling? Who do we think's winning? Okay, here's how we're gonna do it. We have 4 teams, right? We'll go from type 1 for Shopify, type 2 for Optic, type 3 for FaZe, type 4 for SSG. I want to see what chat's feeling.
Let's see. Joe got
What are we feeling, chat? Who we got?
Yoda King, Illy in the chat.
4.
Damn, that's a lot of Shopify's. Some one FaZe person. Surprisingly low amount of Optic people thinking that they're gonna take their home event here today. Someone said 5. That's me. I'm gonna come in and get it there.
We love SSG.
Dude, the SSG series last night was awesome. Yeah,
Game 5 with the C9.
Ты же
Yeah,
говоришь,
the
что
C9
вчера
did
хорошая
the
игра.
pop off by
Вот I want SSG, but
They were
SR will
actually
win.
the
Да я
entire
тоже
time.
думаю,
I
что
have
да,
been
скорее всего,
loving
что
this
P5
year,
выиграет.
seeing
Да дай бог,
a
чтобы
lot of the
SSG хотя бы
pros
в
that
финал
maybe been a
прошли.
little bit more reserved
Второе место это
kinda
тоже круто. Ну,
really show off some of
третье
that
будет
big
не так
energy.
круто.
I
Spotify
mean, we've been
премиум
seeing,
выиграл.
we've been seeing
Spotify
shout
премиум.
like Frosty. Frosty's
Да,
been
Spotify премиум.
loud.
You want but Optic, please. Согласен, да.
I mean, even
Optic
Formal. I mean, Formal's been.
Formal got
been.
up. He was chirping a little bit.
Some of
at the,
those
uh,
shits. Like I mean,
Yeah. You
the
can tell that
energy's been back.
1:30
I will
p.m.
say that
1:30
the
p.m.
best
Что такое?
takeover series I
Eastern
think I've
time?
ever seen.
Или
That
как там?
that Optic series from yesterday, right down 0-2. They need life.
Серьезно? 8:30? А кто писал, что через 1,5 часа? Ну, больше назад писали, что через 2 часа. Когда ты сидишь живым, будем... But of course it will very likely be SR. Nevertheless, doing some good as game.
That might be one of the best
8:30, ты что, прикалываешься?
performances.
Нафиг GGBet поставили на 7 часов.
Dropping a 1.9
Они что, сами не
to
знают?
win a game 5 series
Что, не разумеют, что бывает, что
work
будет.
from Renegade.
Then we had some big other we had other like individual moments to take over too. I mean, Trippy's huge overkill extermination. That was one of the filthiest clips of this event. It was flawless.
Yeah, I think that
You
was a lot
should
of
didn't
pop
win
up that I've
his
heard
life,
from
to be honest.
Nickson so
That's
far.
everybody
Yeah,
sourcing.
yeah,
SR
I was
versus
saying,
Optic is the
I
best
just see right away, I had to go back.
game.
Oh, you know, I saw the first half of it. I was like, oh,
Сегодня
yeah,
будет
yeah,
best
like,
game
pop
we've
off
ever
everything.
seen.
Then I see him get to the next rotation. And he hits
Recently.
pop, 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 pop. I was like, oh my god, dude, it was like it was an overkill. That was like one of the
Yeah.
fastest overkills you'll see. It was like took like 2 seconds.
It looked like, if I was in the lobby with him just getting turned on.
I'll say you couldn't even get a kill track
Ah,
on
no,
that
уже
because
пишут,
everyone was on
что
respawn for too long. Like, that's how fast he
Всё
was
хорошо.
on that overkill. That's one of the best I would see that. I mean, that's probably
Ой, это ж нам придется выбирать, что. Ты что мы будем вот это смотреть? Это тут я же вижу, что это скорее всего, что Spotify выиграет.
the tournament.
Must be so high playing with some of the best players in the world and your team.
Yeah, I mean, I think that
За Shopify для меня это вообще только молодые атлеты, которые пробились. Еще выиграли предыдущий турнир.
get the bad stuff
Кейсом
out
шоу-даун
and then
4.
getting on. That reverse sweep over Nemesis.
Чем Sunday, boys?
I mean, the drama of the story, like, you know, they had already lost the Nemesis, and then they go down 0-2 in the series. Like, that's, I don't, like, mentally for me, like, as a player, like, I don't know that I could even, like, muster the strength to, like, just put up that much of a fight. These guys, like you said, Renegade just need to come to the beat. And, out each other. No, yeah, and so I think that, like, now, right, I feel like we're going to see the best version.
Журналистам есть возможность собраться пораньше, да, пообщаться на этой локации, пропитаться этим
And
духом.
who else do we have left? We got SSG, FaZe, and FaZe. Yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of shocker to me.
Перед
I
тем,
guess
как
it's
тут
just the way the
соберутся
bracket
десятки
worked out.
тысяч
And
поклонников.
Optic dropping a
Ну, сколько
game
там, я не знаю,
consistent
сколько там
play.
обучается.
And
Что там
FaZe
здание
working
большое.
their way up to the final. So we're going to see that Shopify.
SG's ceiling is actually insane if they just get it going. However, clear wins, I'm really happy with so many good teams. Согласен, вообще это мощная команда в этом году сейчас. Ну, кроме Фейс, разве что.
I'm glad that we only have 4 matches.
Ну, Фейс так, нормально. Типа, это, конечно, не тот Фейс, что был 2 года назад, который брал чемпионат мира 2023.
We're going to see something like
Типа,
It's gonna be a monster.
Если они
It's gonna be a highlight.
зашли,
You gotta remember
да,
all of these
зашли так
storylines.
далеко уже,
I
да.
mean,
Грубо
Shopify
говоря,
went out and they put
будут
together
бороться за третье место, если что.
monster. Optic went out and put together
Ну да,
monster.
ну если что, да, если что, если нет, то
Monster.
четвертое.
FaZe, monster. And now we're on land. Now there's no online. There's none of those talking points. It's who's gonna come out and who's gonna put down what they can. Who's gonna show what they're truly capable of. And you know, if I had to, like in the preseason, like after all these rosters were announced, if I had to pick 4 teams that I wanted to see on Sunday Major One, it's these 4, 100%.
I think even yesterday what we learned is there are some teams that can break into that top 4 as well. Cloud9, very dangerous. I think Septify, in my opinion, outside the top 5 teams with them put Nemesis, right? I think like top 4 is like 4A, 4B. Nemesis, like they're there in my opinion. We're talking about 5th, 12th. Septify is the best player in the top 12 right now, in my opinion. If someone were to drop out of the top 4, I would be targeting Nemesis as the pick and Septify as the pickup right now. I was really
Сделай
impressed.
перерыв просто.
He came up big for Cloud9, and unfortunately, you know, their streak in being so good in the Slayers kind of fell apart. They hit Space Station. It's a bit unfortunate. I thought they were going to be able to do it. It's Game 5 Slayers, Cloud9, that's dangerous.
Yeah, and we saw the reaction from the boys too on the Cloud9 side after that Game 5 loss. You know, Manny definitely took that one, seemed pretty tough, right? You know, Boo Boo, he's pretty composed. You know, he's a runner, all that good stuff. And he didn't look too shaken up at the end. But,
So
you
this
know,
is
I really feel for Manny. I'm not sure, like,
Как отличать?
the emotions had to be like at an all-time high. We're talking about a day that started at 8 a.m. for a lot of these players, right? Including us, right? We were here at 7 a.m. yesterday. And like that was the next day. It was past midnight. These guys were, you know, fighting for their life in the tournament. And on top of all that, right, there was some chirping going on between Cloud9 and Space Station before going into Game 5. Cloud9 took the break. I think both teams got up, but SSG came back pretty quickly, right? Pretty normal, break. Cloud9 took their damn time. Let's just say that, right? And I think that, you know, on the LBT stream, right, we caught the reactions of the players and the crowd. I don't think you guys got that on the Alpha stream. So shout out to Tool for taking the camera over there. But man, these guys were it was passionate, and it was so good to see Space Station also buy into it and get up and, you know, give it back to them. You know what I'm saying? And, there were some words, right? I think I forget what player. You know, it's like
Nickson TPS.
why delay the inevitable sort of situation, right? Like they you know, I think as a
Сколько сидеть
they
в
felt like
контейнере,
they're
если...
going into like why are they like, you know what I'm saying? Come get your ass.
It was crazy kills. Cloud9 not only man, I wish I had the camera there a bit earlier. Like when I left to go get the camera, I was like, "Ooh, I wish camera." No one was sitting down. I think I saw SSG like come start walking in when I got the camera. To get over, and Cloud9 just got there. I almost got like blocked.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. But I'm hoping like at future events. We were planning on having that remote cam up for this event. Unfortunately, we had. I mean, if you watched the open bracket at the beginning of the day, you saw what was that flashing. We were able to figure it out. And it fixed itself at the end of the day, so we were able to get at least some stuff from it. But that's next level, man. I love having that remote cam, being able to capture those pop-offs.
Yeah, and also like in regards to like the open bracket and elevated station.
Ого, про AM шоу, знаешь, какой-то будет.
We should have had 3 cameras covering it.
Прикольно.
Last minute technical issues that were out of our control. Just kind of shot it.
Прикольно, слушай,
It is what it is, you know.
12 PM.
You know, we're gonna try to have some events or something before we get to DreamHack, right? We do plan on being on the board game with DreamHack.
Это 8 вечера. То есть через полтора часа.
Also, this is a learning process. Anybody that's ever watched LBT from like day 1 to now, right? I think everybody knows, right? We try to just take
Ох,
one
ребяточки,
step
это
at a
будет
time,
долго,
better and better.
конечно.
We learn from our mistakes. We're not perfect, so it's like it's just it's a process for us to get through and learn how to you know what cog in the wheel in this massive event top of that, how we can best serve those that rely on us to tell their stories, right? So I think that's why HCS has its ears for these stories and for that kind of thing. And so we had intentions of doing a damn good job with the open bracket. I think that we got a little bit of a setback, but nevertheless, right? We had some great KPIs that we did hit, right? We have 2 different screens out here at the elevated stations. We had 2 observers at all times, so when there were matches up there, people were able to kind of crowd around behind our set and watch on the TVs these elevated observed streams. And unfortunately, we weren't able to stream them all out, right? In an ideal world, we would have limited equipment, limited budget. But the truth is, right, the entire budget to do this thing kind of falls on LBT. And truthfully, like, it's like, I don't know how much we do. Like, we're gonna have to take baby steps in that sense also, right? Like, I think we got here, we got the premise down. You know, it started at SLC last year. This is kind of the culmination of that. I think HCS looked at that and they're like,
They really liked how that worked out, and so they said, let's try 2 elevated stations this time. And if you can
То
bring
есть
2
если
observers, then we'll give you 2 TVs sort of
8:30,
situation, right? So it's like, okay.
короче, в 10 часов,
we had great intentions of like, doing a little bit more,
8:30
but we
будет
had to
вот
reel
это
back at the last second.
для нас, кстати,
And then, of course,
плюс,
like,
да,
there
самое
was
интересное.
multiple issues that we had to work through, but
Определим,
nevertheless, it's like,
пройдет ли судьи дальше,
I
либо
love
раз
what we're
в
doing
третье
here, and
место.
I think that people,
В
especially here
22
in the open bracket, are really starting to notice. It
будет
felt like,
вот это.
you can see the main stage in the back,
В
and then further out, you can
23:30
see the TVs right behind me.
будет
Like, that's
битва
the
за
feature
третье
stage.
место, и
Pro
в
players, right? And then we're
час
in the opposite
ночи,
corner. So it's like we
получается,
have like
начнется
a community corner in the back. And
Grand
honestly,
Finals,
I
на
like
котором я
that.
уже пойду спать,
I
ребята.
understand that, like, maybe there was
Реально,
some less pro
ну
player
это капец.
participation on our end, but we
Я
were
точно
here
пойду
more
спать.
ingrained with the community
Да.
side of things, and I think that speaks to what LBT is, right? Like,
Так
that's
что
what this
битву
merch
за
is.
третье
It's
место мы
like, it's the
посмотрим. В
grassroots,
принципе,
it's the community, it's the people with the passion just showing up. And
там
we're
неважно,
trying to
будут SSG, не будут или пройдут
I
в
mean,
финал.
that was why.
Финал уже, в
Like,
принципе, я думаю, вообще.
y'all weren't just the first
Ну,
people
можем
only,
завтра еще,
like,
если абсолютно повести.
group, organization, individual I thought of. I mean,
50 там, сколько там будет длиться финал минут?
Okay.
50 там, час с чем-то. Можно какую-нибудь
with
большую трансляцию после работы.
everything.
Если
like,
будут
LBT's been doing, like,
желающие.
a new, like, this
Я
was
надеюсь,
the
что
spot.
будут.
Like, this is gonna be
Ой.
the place. You know?
Yeah. No, that's why. I mean, that's what we strive for.
Фух.
One of the big things Louis was talking about, right, is like we come out here. Everything we do is funded from like our own pocket, so it's not like we have. It's not like we have these unlimited resources. Like there's so much that we want to do, and we're like gradually trying to work towards it. So one of our big things this year is like we're trying to go out and try to find more sponsorship opportunities to allow us to have things, and we'd love to have you out, continue it up again. Hoping we can get that documentary, get it
Time
to the
the
right
game
people, and
start.
see if we can find a sponsor for that. We have a lot of stuff that
Чувак,
we're
буквально в
trying to
закрепе же
accomplish.
написано
Right now, I mean, there's
Tournaments,
some good signs. There's things that we can't really
Tournament
talk about
Hearts
at the
at
moment where
1:30.
there's going to be a lot going on for LBT over these next few months. So
Причем это
right now,
скинули 40
just
минут
support
назад.
the way you guys can, watching the stream, subscribing if you can, right? All that stuff helps. We're going to work our best behind the scenes to try to get more funding from sponsor activations to try to help lessen that burden of coming out here. Because the reality is we had, our team's like 12 people this event or something like that?
Yeah. Well, I think a better thing to do is like to talk about what we want to do.
Yeah.
So, like I said, we have 2 elevated stages here, and we had 2 different TVs showing 2 different matches with 2 different observers, nameplates, and everything. And then, of course, we had the LVT stream. I think in an ideal world, we would have 3 streams, right? We would have a LVT Alpha, LVT Bravo, LVT Charlie. LVT Alpha would be your familiar faces, right? Tools, Active, Eli,
Обсуждают
Bukowski,
изменения, да.
that's the
Создание
LVT stream, right? And we do kind of what we normally do
дополнительных
is like
еще
red zone
трансляций.
coverage, kind of cover the best that we can. And then LVT Bravo, LVT Charlie, community streams, community casters, kind of like a walk up if anybody is here, right? Like, let's say, I was about to say Billy Bob Joe. That's an actual player.
That is an actual player. Dude, I met him this morning.
Shout
It was
out to
cool.
Billy Bob Joe. But yeah, I was trying to just use a generic gamer tag here. Say that somebody wanted to walk up and wanted to try casting for something. Like, we have 8 headsets here. We have the observers, right? But what we don't have is like the ability to make 3 different streams at the moment. We need a little bit this close to being like full throttle. Like on 3 different streams.
Someone just super chatted $20 on the YouTube.
Oh man, I didn't know that was possible.
Yeah, I didn't know that was possible either. Yo, shout out.
Oh, super chat.
Hey, look, hey, we gotta
Thank
make
you
some
for
music
taking-
a little bit.
Yeah, dude. Hey.
More next time.
Thank you for taking feedback and for listening to us. One more thing. Let's have more player listen-ins, please. Yeah, so that's also something that I think that is possible. I think we would obviously have to like work that out with the teams and make sure that it's cleared by HCS. But like, it's possible. Like, it's right here. We have the equipment. The thing is, it's like it's just gonna take maybe a little more manpower on the back end. Like, there's a lot on my shoulders when we're like doing this sort of thing, and we have a couple people that are like here and there. But we like the truth is we're all wearing multiple hats, and we're also like stretched a little thin, right? Like I said earlier, we were here at 7 a.m. yesterday, right? And you know, first thing I did in the morning, like I woke up at 6 in the morning. The storm had just blown through, and I'm like, okay, first thing I need to do is check to see if they finished with like replacing this transformer, because there was a storm, and I assume they can't work when there's a storm. And so like that's the first thing. So like I reach out to Corey Dunn, like, hey, are we like good to go? And he's like, yeah, come on through. 7 a.m. man, our asses were here in the door, setting everything up, getting the power back on, throwing away all the trash. The lights just went out randomly, right? So there was just trash everywhere. It's like, man, you know, we're stretched a little thin, right? So it's like if we could bring out one more person, right? We could have like you know, someone running graphics, someone can be running audio, and we could be doing multiple listen-ins, and we could have multiple cameras, and we can do all that good stuff. But the truth is, right, we're only so big at the moment, right? But we are taking steps forward, and you know, I think if things continue to work out in the right way, I think that we can really do so really well. We did take a moment to shout out the YouTube super chat, and I do want to take a moment to shout out the support that we are getting on Twitch. So Aguari, shout out to you for the resub. We got Poopy Shorts also with the resub. Dallas Snipes with 5 community gifted subs 45 minutes ago, and then Meet CE about an hour ago. So some of these probably came through this morning when y'all woke up and Barcode was still streaming. So shout out to you guys. Big Birds Toy, King0422, Xavier, Arctic FBS. Shout out to the support that we've been getting. Of course, all the follows, all that stuff helps as well. But yeah, we're here for the community, you know, and so it's been a process, right? Right now we're early. We're just kind of like talking bird's eye view sort of thing. So you know, shout out to James for also, you know, bringing himself out, right? So it's like that's the thing too, right? Like I know that you're talking about getting the video on the LBT channel. I think that you're absolutely right that like if there's an audience for it, it is built into the LBT Halo channel at the moment. So shout out to you. We're gonna do everything we can to like get that in front of as many eyes as we can, and hopefully you know, someone can you know, pump some funding into it, because I do think this is something that's desperately needed. Something that, you know, Garrett's been like bugging me about, and I'm like, man, I can only do so much. We're already like working everything we can, and it's like
hey, everybody
Spanish stream win, dude.
Spanish stream win.
Everybody in the chat talking about looking for live player audio. It won't be live, but all of my players for the documentary were mic'd up for their matches.
They're mic'd up for the matches?
Mic'd up for the matches.
Wow,
Y'all look, no leaks, but you might hear some things.
Hey, let's go.
That's
hey,
great.
That's
This
what we're
would
here
be
for.
beautiful.
Yeah, I didn't know you were
Oscar
mic'd up
Force,
for
5 community gifted subs. Thank you. Brand new 5 community gifted subs. Thank you so much. King J's in the chat. What's up, King J? LBT alumni. Is that right to say? I don't know.
He's one of the few people that have been officially a part of the LBT brand outside of production.
Yeah.
But we had Piggy,
It was Diagram,
King J, Sab,
Piggy,
Diagram.
Sab, King J, and then Thug Nasty.
Technically cherished for about like 5
Cherished.
minutes.
Yeah, Cherish.
That worked out much better for Cherish, by the way, King J. So thank God you guys dropped Cherish so that TSM could pick him up way back in the day. That was crazy. Yo, hey, shout out to the gifted sub.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time controlling my phone right now.
Yeah, I got it on the iPad. Take a look. Armed drunk donkey.
The donkey.
All right.
10 gifted community subs. That's huge. Thank you so much. And then Catalyst, right? Is that how you would say that?
Yeah, Catalyst.
Gifted community subs. We must be in an ad
Love
right
Catalyst.
now. I noticed that we get community gifted subs when we're in it. It's like you know, there's some people that can't sub, right? And so like they're kind of forced to watch ads. And by the way, like that's how all this happens, right? We're not. I think we already mentioned this, but we're not like getting funding from some big organization. Like the funding comes from largely the Twitch chat. The YouTube is growing substantially this year. It's already like tenfold, like done number, like I think 4 times the numbers yet as last year. So shout out to our YouTube viewership. Will behind the last person talking into the YouTube chat. But yeah, you know, thank you for the support.
Yeah, and the reality is like if we can find sponsorship money that can cover the show, like we can then reduce the frequency of ads and make the show a better product. Because it's like we don't like to run ads the way that we have to.
Right.
It's like we want to lower that number. It's just the reality is like we can't operate in the red. Like
No, it's impossible.
yeah, it's like we
would have
can't
to
do
stop.
what we do. Like yeah.
We're at a level 5 hype train. I just realized.
Hey, and I haven't heard anybody mention checking their Twitch Prime.
Oh, Twitch Prime. Look,
Twitch
these
Prime.
guys are, this guy,
Hey,
dude,
hey,
he's behind the camera. He might need to be in front of the camera.
Hey,
he knows
hey,
about
hey.
the college.
Beige
I'll
dropped
stay in
a 10
my
on
lane.
this.
Bro, we had just a ton of subs coming. So Basie
See,
dropped
look at that.
25.
Look at that.
Teflon dropped another 5. Executioner gifted 5. The Teflon Dom gifted 5. Dude, insane. Yo,
See,
thank you guys
y'all
so
are
much.
y'all
for
are
this.
rolling, but see that they know what it is. They know that this channel is gonna be the sickest coverage of the sickest day of Halo that we've had yet, and they don't need to see ads for that. They're just trying to be here. But see, look, all of you guys who are grabbing your own subs, help each other out. Right? Help gift a couple, provide that gift to somebody else. You know, save somebody else from some ads so that they don't miss anything. Because we want you here with us.
The only
Oh,
one
we're
thing
at
that
level 9.
Yeah.
Oh,
we're
I guess it was
level
the mass gifted that just happened that pushed us to level 9. So we're at
Patty Slay gave another 5.
69% through the level 9 hype train. Giggity.
Holy shit, dude.
Exotonic.
Y'all are crazy.
You called out Patty Slade. Typhoon. Let's go. And then Beige once again. Oh, it was 25. Dude, my bad, brother.
Jeez.
I said 10. My bad. I didn't.
Have we talked about any of the other stuff that we're trying to? So what have we talked about? The stuff that we want to do.
Oh, with the open bracket streams and all
But
that
I
good
mean,
stuff.
just like at LVT period, you know, so just to give an idea, like stuff that we're working on, things that we want to accomplish, and
Yeah.
the support that's needed to like kind of get there.
Well, yeah, so we've sprinkled in some fantasy, right?
Oh man, I want to do fantasy at a much larger scale soon.
Yeah, you know, fantasy is actually something that's been going through our conversations in our little think tanks for years, and I mean like 5 years. So it's something that we've been keen on doing. It's just like it takes, I think, much more than people understand to run a fantasy. Like stats have to be
The
tracked.
stats guy probably hates me. I'm like, please
Stats
update
guy
this,
hates
please,
us.
please
Graphics
update
guy
this.
hates us.
yeah.
But they also love us. Shout out to you guys.
Almirage and Foxbot doing God's work.
Yeah,
for
so
us.
you're right, paired with the fantasy are stats, and with stats have to come presentation, and with presentation comes graphics, and with all of that comes a cost. So if you want to sponsor the fantasy stuff, the stats pages, all that stuff, right now, the LBT stream largely goes unsponsored. I know that we put the grassroots logo down there, and you know, there's a lot of support that HCS gives us, like on the I guess like the bottom end, like you know, we get drops every single time that we're live, pretty much, unless we're not doing a tournament.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I live for drops.
Hey.
Right? First thing I do when I open Twitch, go check out the drops. Go down a little bit, find Halo. Go where I gotta go.
He's the guy. Me, I
Yeah.
just like.
About the grassroots program though, like online, right? Drops, all that good stuff. Like when we're like in between events, we obviously get we're the North American region partner for the Open Series for all the online stuff, right? But more importantly, through the grassroots program and through HCS, right? Like these elevated stages are possible.
Yeah.
This stuff costs money, right? And if I just were to call them like, hey, I want to do an elevated stage, we want 2 of them, right? We need a TV, we need speakers. Like, okay, cool. $20,000. Right? Those are just totally bogus numbers right now. But I'm just saying that like there is cost associated with stuff like that. On top of that, right? Like, shout out to the admins. They're literally walking by. Like, there's people that they got to put up there too, right? So it's like it's a team effort, right? And that's in large part like through us our partnership with the grassroots and HCS, right? So shout out to HCS for obviously making this possible, right? It's like we didn't make the stage happen, right? We made this little corner happen, right? But you know, working together, right, we're building a better product, a better experience for everybody, the fans and the players.
Beiji said to hit him up if we need a fantasy app built. I guess Beiji works in software, I guess. Hey, Beiji.
Listen, the best partners that we have found are the people that have realized that I have something to give that is not money.
that is insane. So
and
you see
they're
our
very
graphics,
skilled
right?
people.
Like
Yeah.
our whole graphics package is amazing. That's because Foxbot, the guy that does our graphics, like watched our show and he's like, dude, I hate your guys' graphics. he said, let me make you one. We're like, make a graphics package for us. Go for it. He delivered something that was, I think, way above our expectations. And we haven't not talked to the man for like a week at a time for the last 3 years, it feels like. He has actually become like such an integrated part into LVT. Like having the show feel and look the way that it is thanks to like true diehard fans of Halo.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that was one of the kind of bigger ones that really like latched me on to, especially like how great the open bracket is. Like when you go out there, it's like the people you're gonna run into, the who you're gonna talk to, the person you're gonna be even just like standing next to watching somebody play. Like the community, especially around like open and competitive Halo, is so clutch, so tight knit, right? Like I've had like so many like good friendships and like so many people I've met and like so many awesome genuine people.
Yeah.
And I think that just it really comes back to the community side of Halo.
Yeah.
I mean, none of that would be around if it wasn't for like y'all, like right now in the chat, or those of you guys who are maybe tuning in before you head to the venue today, or wherever you are, but you're here, you're in Halo, you are that community, and like that is like such a powerful thing for us.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, I don't want to dunk on any other esports, but I mean, Halo's
But
kinda,
we will.
Halo's kind of special, though. I'm not gonna lie. Halo's hella special. I mean, we're.
I like the idea of like going out, calling out every esport. It's like, yeah, COD's
Shit.
not doing
What
this.
games you used to play? What games you used to play? Oh yeah, they suck too. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, we're about to be a DreamHack. We're about to have some
Yeah,
other
DreamHack
game
will be
neighbors. We
fun.
might have to be nice for a little bit.
Yeah, DreamHack will be fun with all the other stuff. I want to give shout outs to some subs that came in while we were talking. Pure Delight gave 5. Shout out to the Canadian legend. Giggle18 gave a sub. He gave 1 sub. We had Texas Guy cheer 510 bits.
Let's go.
We had a Texas Guy give out his own sub. Beiji gave another sub. Soul Raver subscribed. Master Chiefer gave out a sub. Extonic resubscribed. Patty Sly resubscribed. Tylome sub. Beiji. Okay, that was like where we were before. Teflon Dome just gave another 200 bits.
Let's go.
Halt Zimmer.
Oh, are we still in the hype train?
Yeah, we are
It's still
level
going?
10. We're a
Yo,
minute 22
let's go.
left
10?
of minute 10. Star Slayer just gave out 5 gifted subs. Yo, thank you, Star Slayer, for those subs. That really helps us out here. And right, there's a lot of things that we want to do. One of the big projects I've always wanted to do at LVT Halo, and I would love for I always am a big fan of the Latin American region.
Yeah.
I think it's
And then today or this weekend.
severely underrepresented. And I think one of the biggest shames in Halo is that if you are a Spanish-speaking viewer, that you don't have a live stream to watch the top-level competition. Like I appreciate the fact that like we try to provide coverage for Mexico, and like the Spanish guys do a great job at that when they're given the opportunity. But they're like, just because you're from Mexico doesn't mean you're not an Optic gaming fan. Doesn't mean you're not a Shopify Rebellion fan.
Right.
Like, and you want to hear those like broadcasts in your language, and that's something that I want to bring. Right, I want to bring Spanish broadcasting to these top level teams. We experimented it with a couple weeks ago. We want to keep doing that, and I would love it if y'all can get behind that. I want to say we're like 10 seconds away from the hype train. Anyone? But I actually
Any saviors?
crazy. Any saviors?
Come on.
Yeah, there was a
There it
savior
is.
actually, dude. Teflon Dom. 5 gifted subs getting us
Let's
to
go.
hype train number 11. Freacher also gave a prime sub. Poseidon 99 gave a sub. Ferzilla is right, dude. We've been working hand in hand with Ferzilla. He's he's a
Shout
great
out.
guy.
Berzy.
But the reality is Ferzilla
Sorry we
needs some
couldn't get
help
you here
as
this
well.
time, right?
Yeah.
He has been with us before. We're just a little pressed right now. We're we're trying to work through this, right? Halo's going through a lot of changes, and esports is going through a lot of changes. The economy's going through a lot of changes, right? So it's just like we're working through it. But I also saw somebody ask, what's the first thing we're going to see on broadcast today? First thing today, the Pro-Am show match. So the top 4 from the 1v1 showdown. We did observe the 1v1 finals. It was Furiously versus Deputy Goober. It was a hard-fought match, but I think Deputy Goober won. It was just the best of one, right? In 1v1 showdown.
Bound is gonna be.
Yeah. So it's Deputy Goober at 1, I believe, 15-12.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was pretty damn close. That was here. It was observed. There was a crowd watching that. Same time, the 2v2 winter quarterfinals was here being observed on the elevated stage too. So cool little moment right there. Yeah, but the top 4 from the 1v1 showdown get to play in a Pro-Am show match featuring Optic Gaming. So to my knowledge, they're splitting up Optic Gaming 2 and 2, and they're taking 2 of the top 4 and making 2 teams of 4, and they're gonna play something.
I thought it was just. What I thought it was 1v1s. Like they're gonna play the 1v1 playlist against those players.
Oh, maybe so.
And they're just gonna get all 4 of them.
They're gonna play 1v1 show match. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
So
I don't know.
Deputy Goober versus Bound is gonna be hype. That's all I gotta say. Bound.
It does. Okay. Yeah. It
be
says
ready.
1v1 finalist.
Deputy Goober is gonna be coming for that throw. I'm very excited for that one.
Immediately after that, right, we got Optic versus Space Station, the elimination semifinal. Then they're going to do the winner final, which will be Shopify versus FaZe Clan. And then after that, winner of the Elim semifinal will play. Then the lower final will play, right?
There's an ad starting soon, by the way. If you don't want ads,
Yep.
Prime sub. I was planning on snoozing the ad. I just forgot.
Yeah, go check that Twitch Prime.
Sorry, if you're gonna
Amazon.
be in an ad. My bad.
Amazon. Look, Jeff Bezos is doing all right, man.
Yeah, we
And
have
if
a
you
little.
don't use that Twitch Prime sub, man, that's free money for somebody else. That's money that
Yeah, I think
you're
it's like
just
17.
waving.
It's 17 cents a day. That's all.
and really quickly, like, about the ads, right? So like the ad manager it's like a very aggressive thing. It gives us 3 snoozes, and those snoozes they eventually come back after
It's an hour.
Is it an hour?
Yeah, it's an hour after.
So yeah, you get 3 an hour, right? But once you use it, like if you use them all, there's no mercy.
Yeah.
and
It's
and
kinda
also
crazy.
right what we've been doing the last 2 days, and shout out to our cashers because like we've been putting you guys through growlers, but like we're literally just jumping from match to match to match to match to match. So like we took maybe 4 breaks all weekend, right? Like, I'm talking about breaks walking away from the couch, right? And
You guys have been here
it's
like the
been
entire
nonstop.
time.
So with
been-
that comes ads during gameplay because we're just covering everything possible. It's impossible to avoid. So
Yeah, especially on
I'm sorry to those that miss like important moments in games. It's like at that point, right? I kind of just like we have no choice but to just let it do its thing, right? Because it's essential to us being here. Like we wouldn't be here without the ad schedule. So thank you.
Hey Louis, I just want to say we're at 1584 subscribers on the Twitch channel right now.
Wow.
So I guess we're 16 away from the big old 1600. What's our record? I think we were like
It's gotta be.
2200 before.
I thought it was like 17 something. But
Oh, was it? I
could
thought we
be-
got like 2K.
Maybe we
during,
did. It used to be 17, perhaps.
Oh, okay.
Let me pull up some stats.
If it is 17, we're pretty close to that.
I saw a comment asking about what happened with Complexity. I think Gen G sent them home last night.
Yeah.
Oh, we
they-
have
they-
that
they-
Yeah,
that
that was
recorded.
a game
we
5,
have the pop off for that.
right?
Should
Yeah,
I
that
play
was
it?
that was some
Yeah. Let's
there's some energy on that
Dude,
one.
we should build a playlist of all the pop offs and just react to them.
You want me to do that right now?
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can do that right.
Yeah. I'll talk to chat. I'll talk to the subs for a second while we get that. So we're gonna line up all the pop offs that we've had recorded, and we're just gonna watch them, react to them. But real fast, we got Bren Skis. Hopefully I said that right. Hey, tell me if I didn't say something right. Bren Skiz, 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. We had I'm Cardiac subscribing with a Prime sub. Sens TTK sub. Edgepool subscribed. Shivrin subscribed. And I believe that does it for our hype train. We were... Oh, no, wait. Yeah. I think that does it for our hype train. You guys so much for support. We got to level 11. We're 3 subs. Hey, 3 subs away? Can we get 3 for 1,600? We're 3 subs away from 1,600. Look at this little chest.
Okay.
I'm like trying to hit this thing. It's like it's blocking my chat. I'm like trying to the hype hype chat. There we go. There we go. Please,
No,
please.
so yeah, why don't we like? I mean, we're kind of community focused. What about you guys? I tried to answer that one earlier about what I was looking for that. What kind of like I saw there were some comments about like looking for listen-ins. I think we already answered that one. Talked about that one.
Listen-ins.
What other kind of like what's gonna get y'all to be hyped?
Yeah, I mean,
with us.
You guys should always tell us like if there's something that you want, like let us know, like what coverage you want. Because a lot of times, like I feel like we have a pretty good grasp of like content to play and present, but sometimes it's we like miss the mark on not understanding that something was important to someone, or that there's content out there that's not being served. And I just want to say 1,600 subs. Thank you, Die for Space, for that last one. Brensky's also helping us get the $15.99 with his 2 gifted subs. Thank you guys so much. It's been a while since we've had that many subs on the Twitch. That's huge. Thank you guys so much for all that help. I'm Tools. This is James. James is helping us do a documentary this weekend with the open bracket. You guys should be able to check that out soonish. It's going to come out before DreamHack Dallas. So if you're interested in what the open bracket is like, you can experience that.
Yeah. Question in the chat. Show match should start in about an hour, right? Show matches.
Yeah, I guess. Ooh, it is 11. Wow.
Yeah.
Time flies.
Having fun on the couch.
I think that means the
with
doors
our people, man.
are opening, right? Yeah, Louis, what time does the door open? 11?
I think that's now.
Dude, 11?
Look, if you're in the area and you aren't trying to get down to this venue for this electricity,
hey, I will say, I think we still have some shirts. Our goal today, we want to sell 15 shirts, right? 15 shirts. You want to come to the venue? Come grab an LVT shirt if you're at the venue. The other thing is like we have, so I guess we gotta figure out a way to do. I guess like we could get the shirts signed by Infamous and then maybe do like giveaways and then just give them. I don't know. We gotta figure something out with that. The Infamous team wore our shirts this weekend, and we were like, we're gonna like sell them to you guys online and then like give them the profits.
I think Active had a great idea to do the bid on eBay.
On eBay,
and that way anybody online can like place a bid for the shirts, and I think ideally that probably would generate the most revenue for the guys, right? So the idea, right, is we gave them the shirt to wear during the event. I'm sure people noticed that they were wearing the LVT shirts, but they weren't called LVT, right? So what we told them is that like, hey, we want to sort of auction these off. They're like, you guys signed them. It's the actual shirt that they wore, right? So you can like pick a shirt and you can put a bid in, and the idea is that you'll get the shirt. We'll get the cost of the shirt, which is $30, and then the entire rest of that will go to the individual player that wore the shirt, right? Or is it like a cut? We'll figure that out specifically. Yeah. But shout out to the boys for getting that done. So also, right, with the shirt, right, we brought 150 of them. We're close to halfway. Our goal was like the halfway point. So I think we sold 55 shirts so far, which is amazing. And I think that if we don't sell out, I think that we'll take them and we'll sell them online, right? So like, if we don't, I will say this too. There are a few sizes that are just completely sold out, right? So I think that we have a handful of like mediums, and then I think we have a couple dozen larges, and we have like maybe a dozen extra large left, something like that, and maybe a select 1 or 2 of a certain size. So not unlimited quantities available right now. We get them all, and these are like handmade shirts, right? Like we bought them all in advance, right? We're not doing pre-orders anymore. These are just like once they sell, they're done, right? So this is a limited edition shirt, and if they don't sell out today, which it doesn't look like they will, there should be a chance for you guys to buy them online also. So
cool.
In the coming weeks.
Yeah, and if we still have some, maybe they'll be at DreamHack Dallas. We're not really sure what the situation at DreamHack Dallas is yet.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll have the ability to do so.
We're gonna get that. Do we have any 500 XLs? I do. We have some 5 XLs.
500
XL. 500 XL.
500 XL might cover the whole main stage. Hey, if you're a unit like that, bro, hey, some people are just built different. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you guys so much.
I got the pop
you
off
got the
thing.
thing?
Yeah,
Let's,
it's ready. So and also like I just set it to like run through each of them one time, and then theoretically it would just transition back to this. We'll see if
Perfect.
we'll see
Okay.
if it worked out like that or not. But I wanted to
Always
make it
ready
to
for some of
where
that.
we can at least hear it too. So I'll just double check that, and then I'll pop that and I'll walk back over.
Perfect. All right, so folks, for those that are tuning in, this is going to be all the pop-offs that we've seen throughout the open bracket, the pool plays, all that great stuff, all that footage that we have. It's living here and now. And here, James, thank you so much for coming on. We got Tim. I think Tim's going to sit down here for a second. Dude, Tim's all dressed up in the SSG. Hey, wait, James, where can people find you on Twitter?
So on Twitter, you can find me. LVT's been doing the due diligence, tagging me, but it's at DelSys32. That's DELSYS32. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really post too much, but you know, I think that's gonna be changing here with getting this open bracket out.
Either way,
doing justice to it all.
Oh, see, we almost did the classic esports thing. I guess we
Sorry,
are
we got
now currently doing the classic esports thing.
It's all right. Hey, we're about to get our mans back on this couch. Get y'all some familiar faces.
Yeah. Hey, Tim. Welcome in. We've been talking for the last hour or so. We went on a level 11 hype train.
11?
Level 11. It was like 100 subs. So shout out to everyone that subscribed.
That is awesome.
What we're gonna do here, Louis is gonna come join us.
Yep.
We are gonna watch all the pop-offs that have happened that we recorded.
There's been a
Show
lot.
everyone. So Louis,
Yeah.
I think we play it and then we snooze a sub so that we snooze an ad so that they can actually watch it.
There's been a lot of pop-offs. Crazy ones.
All right, let's do it.
Damn, the point he said, dude, that felt personal, bro. He pointed at somebody and said, "You're fucking ass, bro."
Collect what's he's got an aura, man, huh?
Yeah, he stays aura.
Oh, yo, shout out. These are the shirts.
There they are.
That you'll be able to place a bid on eventually. Okay, so that was them. And who did they take down right there?
That's Jimbo in them.
Oh, man. Shut up, you live in a what?
Nah, I think they said a slur.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying that. That's crazy. Honestly, don't do that in the crowd. That's wild.
Brian New just smiling, man.
He's
Shout out
just
to Break a Shot, dude.
Break a shot at shit. Like
that
they
was
dropped
personal,
it.
man.
They dropped
that's
it.
personal.
It's definitely personal.
That's a big accomplishment for him. I mean, a lot of people at Gen G not doing well.
Brian New versus Spartan. Yeah.
He's very happy.
Okay, so this is the winter semifinal. Command Station was in this event, and she won. She had such a lead. She put the controller down. She hung up the headset while the game was still rolling. So shout out to Command Station. I believe she got 6th place in the final.
That's reporter Viek doing her job.
That's awesome.
That's Ali actually. She was actually getting out with the phone, getting some footage here and there. And this is Isaac.
Ether versus Complexity. Soy tu
What did he say?
padre.
Is that what he said?
That's what he said. I'm your fucking dude. In case you didn't even catch it the first
He
time.
gave us the English translation. He gave us the
What a
English
nice guy.
translation.
What a nice guy. Okay, Spartan, translate. That's good.
Okay, so this is Luminosity versus Ether. This was game 4. Luminosity just forced game 5.
Time your camos.
All right, I believe we're going to see game 5 after this. Yeah.
Adios.
Adios, assholes.
Ether knocks out Luminosity.
Stupido means stupid. Right? I don't know.
Wow. Go back to the open bracket. They fought their ass off through the open bracket.
Oh, this is from game 2.
Yeah. A little out of the way.
A
the crowd.
You got his teammate. You got his teammate there. I like that.
Cloud9.
I like Maddie's little
This is Cloud9 eliminating Ether. So it was kind of hype. I think that we were really not expecting. We knew that if Ether won, we would have had a whole nother set.
Instead, we got bye-bye.
Yo, shout out to those jerseys too, man. Those are nice jerseys.
Oh, those are nice. Throwbacks.
Remember that round 1 of lower bracket? They had 3 game 5s in
It
round
worked.
1 of the lower bracket. Oh, we didn't have the loose one. I guess we didn't have that one before. It's like it was live.
Yeah, it was live. Yeah,
He was overly tired, and he was just like done. He's like, "You guys suck," you know.
Oh, the loose one.
That's
Yeah.
not what he said.
I felt like
Said
he
something
was
different.
full of energy.
Yeah.
He said you fucking suck.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna say that though, but yeah, that's what he said.
That's what he said, bro. It was on broadcast
You're just
yesterday.
Quotes. You gotta quote his
This is what
the
we call
correct way.
disinformation.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Listen, you just
He's
gotta
passionate.
Say it how it is.
Yeah, he was passionate. Though,
I'll do
right?
that. You can continue to.
I love it though. Like, you know what I love is like that. You know, obviously, all of us went through, you know, whatever, 16 hours, whatever. All the players had to play that long, and still SSG kind of comes up clutch and performs when it matters the most. But it was close. Like that was very close. You know.
It's we talked about it earlier, man. It looked like it hit Cloud9 pretty hard, right?
Oh yeah.
To get that close, right, and to have them on the ropes, and like let's be honest, right now SSG seems to be like a team in the works sort of situation, right? So
Well said.
It was a chance to take down a great, and you know they were right there, right? It's hard.
I think
I can't imagine the feeling, honestly. Like
Yeah, Manny tweeted about it. He said he's heartbroken.
Yeah, it
It's
was a tough one. I
understandable.
mean, you could see it really meant a lot to him in that game. I was listening to them. I don't know if it came on camera. They're talking about like what potentially went wrong. I think they had something specifically about the King of the Hill that they're like kind of upset about that they're gonna go back and look at.
ooh, they felt like they should have won something.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
like that's always the worst, right? Is it's a game that felt like you punted
I think
away.
they had like a 3-hill lead or something.
Did they?
No,
Yeah,
I'm
see,
not sure.
I wasn't on the cast for it, so I was like not able to like get.
Yeah,
the
I might be
intricacies
confusing
of it.
another game.
It's all blended together.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a big
All
blend.
just soup.
But yeah, those are. I'm just glad that you know, I feel for Cloud9, but I'm glad SSG kind of get another day because I want to see what they're capable of on Championship Sunday. This is a different kind of day now. Like you know, you have all these implications, LAN and lights, and now it's Championship Sunday.
And they already iced up on Championship Sunday last night.
Right.
Game 5 was
Game
on
five.
Championship Sunday.
God, I can say they lost on Championship Sunday. You know?
Hey, yeah, Cloud9,
true.
you guys. That's what. I had replied to an HCS tweet because they like did like a meme thing of like the guy looking around like what's going on because it was like Championship Sunday.
Yeah.
I put W, but I meant to put W for both teams for making it to Championship Sunday. I was so tired, bro. I couldn't even type anymore. I was just like, I'm gonna leave it, man.
I saw that tweet too. I was like, W, yes.
Yeah, I meant to say like a W for both teams get the championship. It was just like a meme too, but like whatever. It's
Yeah.
It's fun.
It's a good time. We've had an eventful weekend. Lights turning off, things shaking up a bit. Is it bad that I like the chaos? Like the lights turning off, like it was like a change from the monotonous same thing. Everyone's chaotic. I don't know. That sounds weird, but it was kind of like a nice. I don't know.
The projected top 4 are the current top 4.
Yeah, it's funny how that works.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
I'll say that like there are been some big differences between like how online's played out this season versus like what happened on LAN. Like obviously Luminosi's looked really really good.
Yeah.
They didn't have the performances that they wanted. Flexi looked really really bad online. They looked much better on LAN. Gen G looked bad online. They looked much better on LAN. So it's interesting to see how like things have kind of shifted. And usually it's just like I think it's really an experience thing. The more experience you get on LAN, easier it is to continue your performances online to win.
And I want to say something about that because I wasn't really worried about Cyclone Last Shot at all, but I just, you know, they're young. And that experience is there, but not fully there. Like, they don't have the same experience that a team like SSG has, for instance. But they came to play. Like, Last Shot was in that moment. And I believe one of the series, he pops off. He's like, this is me on LAN or something like that. And I was like, okay, all right, you know what? Like, I got you. I hear you. And, yeah, I
Damn.
mean, yeah, some young kids have it, you know?
Yeah. Got you. All right, boys. What else do we do? I mean, I think we've gone through a lot of.
We won
11-15.
We 1v1 and I destroy you.
Go to 1v1.
No, I'm
the
kidding.
stage is up.
No, I'm
We can
kidding.
1v1.
I'm kidding.
It's up.
I don't have a keyboard mouse.
Louis has an observer. Right
Oh
there.
my god, they plugged everything back in. They had unplugged everything yesterday. I guess they decided.
You wanna go play?
I don't have a keyboard mouse. Sorry.
That's what I mean, chat. Like he says he wants to play, but he never actually wants to play. I'm ready. See, there was no hesitation for me, but as soon as
You want me to play on a controller?
Sure, I don't care.
What's
Go
that gonna
1v1.
do though? You're just gonna have another thing to say. Remember it here. Remember at Arlington.
It's fine, bro. Don't worry. I'll let you. Like you can just do it at home. You
I
know,
played
I'll-
Tools on Land.
That'd be a good 1v1.
Halo
No,
2.
I did.
Oh, you already did.
Yeah, you played me 1v1 in Halo 2.
Did you
The
win?
Halo 2.
Did he win?
I don't remember.
Of course you don't. Of course he doesn't remember.
Yeah, Garrett choked his.
Game was so old.
Garrett choked. It's
He
all good.
choked.
Okay, so I will say this. I definitely gave him a couple kills because I wanted to make it 14-14. And then, because I was at 14, I think he was at like 10.
I hear John's.
I think I had 9. Yeah, I think honestly.
He
I
had
think
like 9. I was
yeah.
at 14. He was at 9. I was like, okay, I'm gonna like try. I was like throwing for content. I was like, let's get.
Oh,
the
okay.
Then I was gonna. Then I was like, oh no. I started sweating a little bit. He started getting a little gas, and I was like, oh no. And then
Yeah.
he just pinned me.
There you go.
So it is what it is. Louis got
I'm a
the
mouse
win.
and keyboard player, bro. That was my
Yeah.
first time using a controller.
I don't think
in
I've
like
had
2 years.
That's
But
kinda
it's
crazy.
crazy. I'll say this right.
That's
I
kinda
did come from that generation that was playing on CRT, so it's like it was like second nature. Like I picked it up. It took me a couple of kills, but like
He figured
you know,
it
the carbine was
out.
ripping.
The carbine.
I love the
insane.
carbine, dude.
I didn't
It's such
remember
a
it
fun
being that
weapon.
good, but I was like, dude, I'm just
Oh.
gonna keep picking this damn thing up.
I
like,
love the
Dude, the
carbine.
carbine was awesome.
Carbine's
Hey,
awesome. What's up?
going on?
Say hi to wave to the stream.
Yeah, the carbine is like my favorite Halo 2 weapon. Besides the battle rifle, of course, but I love the carbine so much. I pick it up every time. That Halo 2 event was something else. Like I'll never forget that. Level 50 land was something else. That was cool.
Yeah, it was a fun event.
Same thing with the Orlando LVT event. I'll never forget that one either. Like those are like
Man.
stamped in my brain, you know? Like it's like really cool moments where I got Orlando, we get to play and we get to cast. Like that was so cool, dude. It was good to be in that element again, you know?
Yeah, shout out to the Titans of Orlando event. It was a fun event. I'd love to have another LAN one day, but we'll see. It's kind of tough right now. It's like it's always a tough dynamic to like judge because you can't have a LAN and not have competitors.
Right.
So it's like
Yeah.
when is a good time for people to try to come out, like that sort of thing. Like, and
HCS
we
schedule's
understand like
already
not
busy.
everybody's gonna come, and
Yeah.
I think we had 13 teams at Titans of Orlando, something like that, and there were 2 pro teams. And so shout out to Shopify Rebellion for flying out their team for that event, and then Bound, Renegade, Legend, and Tusk
Basically
came out on
Optic.
their own dime. At the time, they weren't Optic, but yeah, you know, maybe they knew they were gonna be. I don't know.
And they beat Shopify Rebellion in 2 best of 7s.
They did.
That was an insane
The live
series.
fire. We played live fire.
Fire.
right?
We played live fire 4 times in one series.
in one best of
It's
7.
crazy.
Because we did picking bands.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so
insane.
they like band catalog. There was a couple maps that back then. that were
They
just
love
like that.
live fire, man. Everyone you talk to, all
Live
the
Fire
pros.
is a good map.
Yeah, all the pros say live fire is their favorite map on the game. So
All right, Tim. I'm gonna get up for a second. You're gonna take over my position. You don't have to sit here. I gotta go get some.
sounds good. Sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, a level 11 hype train is insane. By the way, I wonder if we can beat that today on Championship Sunday. Like obviously this is like pre-show.
Yeah.
Like that'd be sick if we could beat it today. That'd be
Yeah,
nuts.
So Garrett earlier had mentioned that we were like past 1,500 subs, and like in my head, I'm like, that doesn't quite sound right, but it does because last time we hit our hype train record and our sub record was, I believe, Charlotte, where there was no broadcast for pool play. I think this was 2023, right? So what we did is we went out onto the floor and we streamed from the camera or from the phone.
Yep.
And that was the first time that we had set our hype train and our sub record because we were just doing it from our phone. And for some reason, when we stream from the phone, man, people support. Every single time
It's
we've had to
crazy.
do that,
Yeah.
it happens. And so Friday, of course, right, we're here deep into the open bracket. I believe it was the elimination. It was the elimination semifinal. I'm just gonna call it the semifinal because it was the elimination side, but it was the round before the qualifier for pool play. And these guys were in heated series, man. 50-49 Slayers, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Game 5s, and everybody knows Nemesis at the time was winning 2-0 against
2-0.
Optic, or 2-1, excuse me.
Yeah, you're right. Yep.
And then boom. Pew.
Yep.
And power goes out, right? and when power went out, it went out for everything. All right, the entire arena went black, and so like immediately, like I guess it was like kind of a you had to be here moment, right? 'Cause it was like it happened, and like it was like for like 2 seconds, it was like dead quiet. And
Yeah, it was.
And then all of a
It's
sudden,
so weird.
you like hear a roar of fans. It's just like.
Yeah, it's so cool.
And
dude.
like suddenly the arena just had like this different vibe, right? And immediately, like shout out to the esports arena staff because I think they handled it really well, actually, right? Like situations like that, like there's people that like step up. It's kind of like a fight or flight sort of situation. And shout out to the esports arena staff because they immediately they busted out the flashlights. They're like, hey, if you're not staff, get the out.
Yeah, get out of
They
here.
weren't cussing at people, but they obviously, right? Like, dude, that becomes like a big hazard, especially like you're in a building with I don't know, probably 1,000 people, right? And it was just like they handled it really well. The only reason I noticed that, right, or not the only reason, but like my father is in emergency management, so it's like it's just it's a beautiful thing to see people that can really step up and like handle things really well. So
yeah, it can get really chaotic, and it's crazy too. The that phone game when you tell someone something and then they have to tell someone something, and we had that 100%. There was so many rumors of what happened. Some people said like 5 people got arrested, and there was this and that. And I was like, whoa, dude! Like there's. Yeah, and then we found out it was just.
Shout out to the tools because I didn't know this happened because I had to walk away at certain points, right, to handle some things. But I saw a clip on Twitter where Tools walked up to the police officer and was like, "I'm with LVT News. What happened?" And the guy just started telling him everything that happened. It's like
so good,
yeah, bro.
so good, dude.
I come from a news background, right? And so like, dude, the big thing is like you just can't be scared to like go and like. If you need to do something, like let's say you need to get a camera angle, like you have to just be unapologetic. You gotta go and you gotta do your thing, man. And
That's
so, like,
right. Yeah.
Tools did that then, and then also Tools stepped up, picked up the camera during the SSG Cloud9 series last night, and literally pushed people out the way to get our camera shots.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you gotta do it. Yeah.
That's the mentality you have to have whenever you're media, man.
Yeah.
It's like. You get the scoop or you don't.
Exactly. That's how it is. And it's the same with like paparazzi and all of them. Like you get the picture or you don't. That's how they get paid. So that's crazy. That's a crazy world. I'm gonna be honest, I'm one of those guys that's like, okay, excuse me, can I get by? Like, I wouldn't be good with a camera. Definitely not. But
LVT, there's the Lucinity's in the chat. Shout out Lucinity, our moderator, our prediction manager.
There we go.
Talent for LVT as well. So she's the one that clipped it and put it on Twitter. So if you want to see it, it's right there.
Tools is my spirit animal. I love that.
Hell yes.
Tools is a very upfront and outspoken man, and like unapologetic is probably the perfect word for Tools. He's definitely a great dude, great personality. And we love you guys here as well at LVT. You guys are the reason I get to be here. So again, a shout out to all the love. Shout out to all the support that has been given the stream all throughout this weekend. We've got Championship Sunday today. If you know that today is the big day. Today is the day where, all of that, and I hate to say this, but like everything else is done. It's in the past. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Right now, it's 4 teams that now have to fight for that #1 spot. And a lot of implications, obviously, the big prize pool. I mean, I don't want to make you biased because I'm obviously very biased here, but who do you have maybe taking the whole thing? Are you sticking with the safe pick of Shopify or Optic, or are you going somewhere else with it?
I'll be honest, like in my heart, I want Optic to win.
Okay.
I'll just come out and say it. I mean, I don't I haven't shied from it at all this year. The moment the Optic team was announced, I was like,
they are.
Yeah, listen, it's Bound and Renegade. Everybody that's been a viewer of LVT since Halo 5 knows that Bound and Renegade ran shit on our stream.
Oh my gosh.
In the 2v2s in Halo 5, people at the time, like, nobody knew what Bound looked like. But, like, there was at point we used an Apex character for Bound because we didn't have any pictures of him. We were trying to put on the best show possible. So I think it was like Tracer or something like that. I don't know. We gave him Pathfinder. It's Pathfinder. We gave him a sprite. And someone just randomly told me, like, oh, I think that fits him well, right? Because I think he has, like, a grapple, and like he's a very fast player.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, I think that describes Bound really well, so we did that. And then it was like, I got a DM from Halo. I was like, hey, you can't be using other people's IP. And I was like, okay.
That's
We need to figure something out.
That's awesome.
So we ended
man.
up using like a ghost, like kind of silhouette picture
Yeah.
of Bound. But that was like back in the day. Anyway, so like Bound Renegade, right? They ran Money Tuesday. They never lost in Halo 5. They like we threw everything we could at them. We even like
Everything.
pulled from like the deepest depths of the Money Twos pool to find like the grimiest players we could to
Yeah.
try to beat them. And,
Yep.
and so like we couldn't like we put pros, of course, right? I believe we had Frosty and Trippy. That was like kind of like the most hype Money Tuesday we ever had in
Yes.
Halo 5.
Yes.
We had Druck and Soul Snipe go against Bound and Renegade multiple times. Druck and Soul Snipe was the only duo that took them to a game 7.
Okay.
And
You have a good memory.
Bound and Renegade. What these were very special times. To me.
Yeah, of course.
It was a time where like I'll be honest with you, like I was just like we were putting up $1,000 prize pools, and it was like between like my wife and I and my family, like we were just like, what can we do? You know?
Yeah.
And like we were just doing what we could. And
Kept
so,
Halo alive the entire time.
yeah,
throughout
and,
Halo
and
5,
like
yeah.
we knew that like we wanted to be involved with the pros. We knew that we wanted to put on like hype stuff right at the time. So yes,
And that's why that happened.
this was the beginning, right? So
Yeah,
it's like
crazy. It's crazy.
yeah, they never lost, right? And then like we went from pros, and then we were like, okay, well, like, let's do some talking to the guys, like who really are the best that could like beat them, and it's like, okay, well, so there were names thrown out like Vimsy at the time,
Yeah,
and, like,
I remember Vemsy.
Pyretic,
Yeah, Pyretic and
dude,
Evolving. Yep.
honestly, he wasn't. He didn't play with Evolving back then.
Okay.
He played, I think he played with somebody else. I can't remember exactly who, but like that was probably the funniest Money Tuesday.
It was that was like the slow paced games, if I remember correctly, right? They were very like
yeah, nothing about Halo 5 2v2 was slow
that's
paced.
true. Yeah, that's true too.
Nah, and that's why I will say that we kind of just haven't gone back to 2v2s.
Okay.
Is because like in Halo 5 it was its own beast. It had they had the Money 2 rotation figured out, right? Truth, Plaza, Regret, and it was like some sort of iteration of the 3. And the way you can move the map, the way you can manipulate the spawns, the way you can make like these spring thrust jet jumps. I don't even remember what you could do in Halo 5, but like these players were hitting all kinds of like kneecap shit and like flying up to the top of the bed and hitting people right when they spawn. Like it was crazy. And so that was like the start. So like that's why Bound and Renegade, like dude, like the moment I heard that they were actually gonna compete in HCS together, that was the moment I was just like, yeah, this is my team. Like, I don't care about anything else. I'll be real though, like if anybody's been tracking like my picks throughout the years, I've always followed Renegade. I do favor Renegade over Bound. Sorry, bro.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, yesterday when he was taking over games in that reverse sweep, like, dude, I'm like,
man,
I'm just there clipping replays, and I'm like hitting perfects and double kills and all kinds of reversals, and I'm like, dude, Renegade is popping the fuck off, and I'm loving this shit, man.
That's
so
what
yeah.
he does.
Optic is my pick. I'm trying to take this all the way back, right? And so that's why Optic is like my pick. It's not that like I'm just biased because we're like at the Optic Stadium or because they like, are working with us in some sort of way. No, it's like they are like Bound Renegade, close to my heart.
Yeah.
So Legend, big fan, right? MVP from last year. Love like his emotional reception of like the MVP award, all that good stuff.
That was awesome.
And then right, Formal, the fucking goat of esports, or FPS, I should say. So like, in my opinion, right, like
esports in general.
Yeah, like the goat. But
I agree.
I just don't watch other like genres.
Yeah.
So like I just don't. I'm uncultured, but still, like I am the biggest. Like I love that Formal is in Halo, and I love that he like went out and he like, you know what, it's like it's all or nothing right now. Like he went out and he found his team, and it just happened to be like my 2 fucking favorite players in the world. And so like Optic is my team, man. I'm just being honest. So
it's a good team to pick.
That's my heart.
They're pretty
right?
dominant.
That's my heart.
Yeah.
Optic was struggling against Nemesis, and Nemesis put a hell of a fucking fight. Optic took Rebellion to Game 5 just like usual, but I mean, now let's be real. Like that can't. Like the odds of us going the distance in every single series, it can't be possible. Like it to just continue going on like that. Like but it happened again.
It
and
happened
we're here
again.
on land.
That's what I'm trying to say.
In the setting.
Oh,
but now it's Championship Sunday, and it's just like, man, like who put in the work, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Like I will say, like, Rebellion, like, they played through, like, the off-season tournaments together. They seem like they're clicking, they're vibing, all that good stuff. Like, I think they're going to be extremely tough to beat, and it's just, like, the cold, hard truth. We got SSG and FaZe, and, like, I'm just totally discounting FaZe, who doesn't have a loss in the tournament yet.
Right.
I know, like, Suppress can, like, show up any day. Trippy was going off yesterday, hit the overkill, the probably hypest at the moment, hypest clip at the moment in the tournament so far. And so I think it'll be close, but I think in my heart, I think Optic pull this one off.
And here's a lot of factors too. When you talk about Renegade, I love that like you bring him up as like your player because we've seen what he can do. We saw it in that reverse sweep. We saw it at Worlds on FaZe.
Yeah.
The man can take over, and when he does, I said this yesterday. So you put every single player on this table. We have all the players. Every single player in their flow state, right? Every single one. Renegade's the best. Period. End of story.
Let's go.
Like that's just the way. That's the way it is. It's the truth. Like there is no one that plays at like that peak, that level, except for Renegade. In my opinion, I think Legend is scrappy, do it all, dirty kind of player. Do what needs to be done. I think Bound can hit that stride, but no one does it like Renegade. Fully taking over.
You know what's funny is like you're saying this, and I remember you specifically like after that Forbidden CTF game where I think they went to overtime, or they were in sudden death before overtime, and like there was Renegade had a flag out, and he was like hiding like near Mohawk, and like the play just didn't work, right? And like it felt like when they went to the overtime, right? So the game resets. So what the mainstream does is like they take cameras because they got cameras out there.
Yeah.
So like luckily we got to see the camera, right? And we got to see the reaction, and it's like you saw Renegade maybe trying to explain himself or something.
Yes.
And
yeah, I remember that. Yep.
That's a pivotal moment because like to me, it's a moment like that where you either step up or you like
Or shut up.
Yeah,
That's
or you like you go into like the fetal position,
That's
right?
it. Yeah.
And dude, after that game, dude, Renegade,
He got mad.
dude, he couldn't be touched. The very next game, he literally couldn't die.
Yeah, it's like
And he
8-0
went 8-0
or something.
Yeah, and it was bomb, and like he planted the bomb, and he was just living in like Car 2, and
It's
like
crazy, man.
he even had Wutum like pinpoint accurate, like trying to hit him in the face, and like he still like backed him off, and somehow the crew came through. What's up, boys? Yeah, and so like, dude, it's crazy like that. You can just have that bounce back just immediately, and like
I didn't expect it.
that's experience, I think, up
Yep.
there. Like that's and it's also cool too because this is something that I noticed that like I guess maybe you guys maybe don't notice, but like when someone like Psycho or Last Shot's popping off, it's like immediately we just start comparing them to people. But like when Renegade's doing something, it's like nah, that's Renegade, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
his legacy is like set, right? So
Yes.
like now he just needs to go cement wherever he's gonna land in the top 25. And like that, like it's days like this where he makes that climb up the ladder.
Yeah, and you said it yourself. I think like you talked about the close games between Optic and SR, and how can they be that close? Like
Yeah.
because online we were saying okay, it's online, whatever, fine.
Yeah.
But we come to LAN and we're talking about 1 point between every single game in the series, and I'm like, dude, wait, how? Like how is that possible? And Renegade in those series, I don't think he was playing like top echelon Renegade, like what we know he's capable of. If he does, I think Optic win the whole thing. That's the scary part.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
dude.
Like,
I mean, and then of course, like there's Bound too. Like Bound, liable to pop off at any fucking time. Legend, the literal MVP. Like, and not only like is he like the Swiss Army knife or
yeah, that's a
French
good way
Army
to say it.
knife?
I like that.
Like, dude, he's like literally like he can go off, and
Yeah.
then there's Formal. Like, how can you ever discount Formal? It's
Everyone,
like
yeah, it's
they have the recipe to make something amazing.
Yeah.
Right, and it's just like can they get the pieces working together? Can we get the seasoning just right? It's gonna take just right to beat Rebellion.
Yeah, Renegade makes me look bad on cast all the time because I'll say, okay, this is a bad play. It's not going to work. and what does he do? No, he goes in and it's those low percentage kills. Once again, like the kills that you get 5% of the time, 6%, 10% of the time. He gets them every time. And it's like, how? And I think that's what really throws off teams because they don't expect him to take the routes he's taking because they're not optimal routes. They're not.
Yeah.
And he takes them anyway.
Okay,
It's crazy.
I know they were blazing Optic for this.
Yes. Hey,
So, but we'll get there. I want to talk about Rebellion for a quick second. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's as if when we brought Origin to the HCS, it's like this is just my opinion, right? I know Frosty is who Frosty is, but it's like when Origin came to Halo Infinite, it's like Frosty was cryogenically unfrozen.
Yeah.
And he just stepped out. He had a fucking sniper, and just like, dude, he hit a couple shots on Origin yesterday against Optic Gaming that I'm like, I don't know how that's possible.
Yeah.
But this is on land, so it's like you can't deny it. It's like he's hitting shots that are crazy. And not only that, right, but like something about this team is just opening the door for him, and maybe like, Frosty and Renegade being on the same team for FaZe, and also having Royal 2 Snakebite, like there's somehow like there just wasn't room in the building for all four of them. But now it's like they've kind of separated it, so it's like, not that they were a duo or anything like that, but what I'm saying is like it seems like in the years of Halo Infinite prior to now, Frosty was like a small step back.
Yeah.
Just how it is. But like now on this team, dude,
He's opened up.
he's looking like MVP Frosty again, and that's like we all know like he's a multi-title like phenom.
Yep.
Just like Formo, right? And so it's like it's such a good thing to see that back, and I'm sure for Frosty it feels fucking good, and I bet you he's not gonna let it go.
I don't think he's gonna let it go either. I think you said it perfectly, because with this team, what is he? He's the leader, right? He's the guy that's got the experience. Obviously, Royal 2's there, but we know Royal 2's like he's quiet, right? He just slays and shoots. That's what Royal 2 does. He's not like a really outspoken. Frosty is the leader of this roster, and I think that truly allows him to be in his element, like you said, and it makes him more comfortable. It allows him to play call without any contradiction, and I think that's why he shines. And on Origin, we gotta look at these series layouts, because if there's an Origin in that winner's final, I don't know.
Hey, my phone's right there. I could definitely go get it. But dude, Rebellion, they're undeniable right now. Royal 2, also one of the GOATs, and then we got Cycle Last Shot, this duo that's just like suddenly like become very like they're dominating. They're dominating people.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Div? You want to come on? No, I got you. You gotta see on the couch anytime, man. So yeah, Last Shot Cycle, dude. Wow, it's just like they've busted onto the scene, and like they're just wreaking havoc among the pro players. Like, let's be honest, like they're winning very low percentage pips, and on top of that, it's like someone like Cycle is just. Somebody said it on broadcast yesterday. It might have been you, but like he just stepped onto the scene, or maybe it was Eli, and immediately was playing like a veteran, and that just doesn't happen.
It doesn't. He's being compared to Pistola.
Yeah.
Like, for people that watched Halo back in the day,
Crazy
that
to say.
comparison is insane, but it's valid. It's 100% valid.
That's kind of like the glasses and the hair. Like it kind of gives Pistola vibes.
Yeah,
too,
it does. It does. We miss Pistola, but yeah, I agree 100%. I think Last Shot as well. He said to me on his stream, he said, watch me on Lin, like watch me this season, because a lot of people are like kind of, I don't know, guess doubting him, as an online player, when you shouldn't, because the guy played on Wi-Fi, right? You shouldn't doubt him at all. But a lot of players were, he was playing on Wi-Fi for a while. Satellite, yeah. And so I don't know how people are doubting him, but I think there was like an online qualifier where he ended up beating Optic, and I went on his stream and he just said like, I'm done, cowering down or whatever. He said I'm gonna create something, this season. And I was like, wow. I mean, that's awesome to hear. Confidence is so key against these players that have been here for a long time.
Yeah. Wow.
And then we have SSG.
Yeah.
Which in my opinion, I mean, I talk about.
Wait, we'll say
FaZe
FaZe for last.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, FaZe, you're last. No, I'm just kidding. But for me, SSG is a big deal because these are players that all have accolades.
Yeah.
The question in their game right now is their pacing. They're not fast enough to the punch. They're not fast enough to find those openings on the map. And that's just kind of when you look at the squad, they're slower players. They're the veteran slow type players. So can they increase their speed, and will that be the solution?
Yeah, and I think something to add to that is that it seems like here in year 4, the meta seems to be push.
Yes.
Take your advantages, hedge your bets, right?
Yep.
And it's like SSG is like the type, like, let's think about what we're doing. It almost feels like that. But you got like I might have to change the noise gate now. We had to lower the noise gate earlier because there was nothing going on in here, and it was like our voices weren't coming through. Now the audio is clearly back on, so I might have to step away real quick
it's all
and
good.
fix the audio.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
no, I think that you know, you got Stellar and you got Lucid, man.
Yeah, I mean,
To even act like they are not a contender is blasphemy.
yes.
And I think that after what we saw last night, like it just re-solidifies in my mind that they do have that experience. They know how to not lose games that they should not lose, and that is dangerous because like that's a type of team that like if you make a mistake, they capitalize, right? And if you make another mistake, they capitalize, right? And then you know maybe they might be down on the scoreboard or something like that. But every little mistake that you make, let's say that you step 1 foot too far, or you step out of a spot like a spawn block zone or something like that. Somebody gets a random spawn, or even like the fucking lottery spawn that we have in the game right now, right?
Yeah,
Like if they get one of those, dude, like they know how to press their advantage too, right? So like this is the type of team that I just think that has no ceiling. You know, maybe they're not just clicking quite like Optic and Rebellion are right now,
Just
but
yet,
like.
yep.
Or FaZe, I guess. Wait, FaZe in winter finals at the moment, right? So it's just like, man, I don't know how you can discount that roster. On top of all that, right? Lucid obviously left the Optic team, right? Got to have a chip on his shoulder in some sort of way. Or he's the type of I just can't tell. Like he's like so reserved, right? Like I can't tell exactly how he feels about the situation. And like admittedly, I haven't been tuning into his streams, and I haven't been buying into all the drama content like on YouTube, right? So I don't know what his opinions have been on like the whole situation about leaving Optic Gaming or being dropped. I don't know what happened necessarily, but there has to be something in his mind about like being where he was, like the face of HCS, like quote unquote, and then now being on a team that is like reworking things from the bottom up. It feels like I just wonder how that feels internally, right? But he's the type of player that's like solid as a fucking rock, and like he has his motions in check. He's got his posture in check. Dude, he's probably got his like morning checklist in check. I know Stellar's the one that had like the nose thing, but like, dude, I know someone like Lucid's probably gotta have like this method, you know, to get through his day and to get into the right place and get into the right mindset. And I keep looking at his picture while I'm talking about this, but like he looks like a stone face killer.
He does.
Like like that. He looks serious as hell, bro. Like he looks like he's here on a mission and he's ready to fry.
And you know what's crazy? And when you look at his roster, you don't think that anyone has those because there's some players that have like mental blocks, I guess you could say, or get mentally checked sometimes, or let their mental get the best of them. There is no one on this SSG team that allows that to happen, in my opinion. Not one of them. Eco, Stellar, Snakebite, Lucid, no one.
So I got to 1v1 Eco and Octagon.
Yeah.
And the game started off fairly close. He was like definitely fucking around. but I'm a mouse and keyboard, so like Octagon low key is like it's like one of our strong suits.
Yes,
right?
agreed. Yeah.
So it's like there couldn't have been a better situation for me to like play against Eco. And on top of that, like we were in the same voice chat, right? And he's like I started hitting some no scopes on mouse, right? And it's like it's at the beginning of the game. I think it caught him off guard just a little bit, and he's like, "Yo, that's not fair." And I'm like, "What's wrong, bro? You didn't put your glasses on today?" And he's like,
no.
We're mid fighting, right? Like, and he goes, "Ha ha ha, bro." And then just literally started perfect me.
That's so
I was like, "All right, bro,
funny.
my
That
bad,
is
dude."
so funny. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I think I ended up losing like 42 to like 21.
That's so funny.
Like, he whooped my ass after that. But like, dude, it's cool. But like, the reason I bring that up is because like you're absolutely right. Like he has that composure about him, and he's been there. He's done that. He's won championships, and clearly they had the season they had last year.
Yeah.
And so I think you're absolutely right. Eco also somebody that like is just stone cold and like knows what he's here for.
Their comms too. We got to listen in for a little while on the main stage. It was a little bit of a listen in, but one of the things that was said was like they are so different than every other team. Other teams are like, yeah, even Shopify Rebellion, loud, yelling, like they're all in it. SSG are just calculated in the comms that they make, and I don't know if that hurts them because there's not that energy. I think the energy is good, so that's interesting, but it's more of a conversation on SSG. I think if I'm actually thinking about it, they have the best comms in the league right now, just based off of what I heard and what I've heard from everyone else.
Like, they are very structured, and again, it's their maturity, like, in the game. How many years and how many rings are on that team? So, what do you think about FaZe, though? I mean, this FaZe roster, I truly think that not losing a map all tournament long, like, that is kind of crazy.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like,
I haven't had the chance to watch. So.
Yeah, like, it's insane. Like, to be able to get to that point and not lose, I mean, that you're talking about dominance on a FaZe, right? So, like,
I'm not surprised.
Against SR, though, it's gonna be it's one of those things, it's gonna be tough.
It'll be tough. It's also the first match of the day, right? Or no, excuse me. It'll be the second match on main stage.
Okay.
But for these teams, it'll be the first match of the day, right? I think that if there's ever a chance to, like, maybe gain a little more ground than normally, it's like that first match of the day, right? Like, these players are still warming up. It's Championship Sunday, right? Like, granted, every single one of these guys are, like, have, I think, been here before.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I think they know how to get into gear. But I just think that FaZe is like a team that you just can't count out. And my mind, like I know you mentioned Trippy, but like I like to look at people that have something to prove, and I feel like that's Suppressed.
Okay, yeah.
And
I like that a lot.
Suppressed, right? He's a former Latino.
I love it.
He's got 3 brothers, right? And I'm sure, like, growing up that close to that many brothers, like, you grow up, you have this scrappy mentality, and I think that's what we're going to see out of Suppressed today. I wouldn't be surprised if Suppressed just starts to take shit over.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, take over. When you said I wouldn't be surprised, I was going to say, in my head, I was like, if Suppressed takes over, because that's what he does. And on top of that, like, on every team he's been on, he says his team says that he brings the good vibes.
Yeah.
And for me, dude, that's important, right? I feel like, having good vibes on tournament day is so important, and he brings that as well as doing massive amounts of damage. Trippy, a chip on his shoulder, 100%. You can hear him talk about his previous roster. The way he talks about it, he says, my other roster that you guys might know. Like, you could, I don't know, even with, same thing with Lucid, there's something there. We're all human beings. Getting dropped is not fun, right? You don't want to get dropped, especially from an Optic Gaming roster. Optic Gaming is, we know they're the top echelon org.
Yeah.
Getting dropped is not fun, and I think that's in everyone's mind that is not on that team anymore.
Yeah. An important note about FaZe. Shout out to Aliak. I believe she was the one that noticed, but they're not being coached by Tusk. Or at least they weren't yesterday.
Interesting. Okay. Wow.
And we snapped a picture of the coach. For a second, like, my first thought was like, oh, it's probably Towie, right?
Yeah.
And I look at the picture, I'm like, that's not Towie.
Right.
So
interesting. That's
we couldn't get confirmation of who it was.
Yeah.
We had asked somebody from, like, GSQ, owner of FaZe, if they just knew by looking at the picture, and maybe I should tip. Anyways, I didn't know who it was.
Yeah.
And like, if I had any idea, or like if I had to guess without seeing the picture, I would have guessed it was Towie that was sitting behind them.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's like, no, it wasn't. Like, it wasn't Tusk. I'm curious if they made a coaching change.
Tusk was at Case Online, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So that's interesting. That's really interesting.
But yeah, you mentioned they haven't dropped the map, and I imagine, like, power up control, power ups, like, that's important. Timing things, even equipment, right? Like, all that's very important. I'm curious if whoever this mystery person is like managing all that, or if, like, these guys are just clicking.
Yeah.
Because, like, I mean, it's hard to tell.
It is.
And I don't get to hear the comms, and I know on the office stream they get to do listen-ins.
Yeah, I wish we should get them here too, so we can hear what they have to say.
Yeah, we did it one time at DreamHack. Shout out DreamHack 2023.
Let's go.
They hooked us up with the comms. And
That's awesome.
Yeah, unfortunately that won't happen again. But
it's good to hear, though. I like the comms because it really, like, sets the tone of, like, what's the mood on the team. Because there are teams that, like, in game 5s, they get very frantic. They're like, like, I can't do that. On a team, if my team's, like, freaking out in a game 5, I'm like, guys, relax. Let's step by. I'm more of an SSG, like, step by step conversation. Let's
What's
make a
the
play.
plan?
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
Let's have some organization.
Exactly.
Let's be strategic here.
But apparently that doesn't work right now in the meta because everyone's just running and gunning.
It's only a matter of time until someone like Eco, Snakebite, Stellar, figure out how to combat that.
Counter,
Yeah,
yes. very-
it'll
very-
happen.
yep,
I think,
absolutely.
and I love what I think it was Eli said too. If we gave a million, if we put these teams into a simulator, who would end up on top? And he said, I'm willing to bet it would be SSG. But there's only enough. There's only we only have X amount of time. Right? We can't
Exactly.
put them through a million games.
Yes. That's a good.
So they
I
can
like
figure it
that.
out, right? Because they will
Yeah.
figure it out.
Yeah, I
but
like
it's like,
How much time do they need is the question. Yeah, like will they be ready today? Will they be ready by the next event?
they
Or
stepped up, they beat Cloud9. That's step one.
that's a big deal. I mean, that's definitely a hump, and I didn't expect that when I saw them that they went to the game 5 because they were up 2-1. When they went to game 5, and I was like, oh no, we're talking about Cloud9, one of the best Slayer teams in the league.
Yeah, they got Sab. So Sab's a beast in Slayer.
Yep, Septify, it's like, but they close it out, and I think that's big. You know, you end the day.
Pretty handily too, right? It wasn't,
Yeah,
it wasn't,
I think it was like 9 kills or something like that.
Not necessarily close.
Yeah, so you end the day on a good note. Now you can continue tomorrow, and you made it to Championship Sunday. So I'm sure they're happy about that. And
Yeah.
I think their conversations are always, I'm sure, very productive too on how to fix things that are going on. So
Yeah, and I want to talk briefly about the winter final because this is something that I've noticed in LANs is that even though you can make it to the winter final, you can guarantee like top 3. We've seen multiple times teams get to that point to the winter final on Championship Sunday, and boom, double loss.
Shopify, it's always Shopify. They always choked on Sundays.
I believe I believe it happened to Pure in Atlanta. They got to winter final, immediately 2 losses. I mean, that's just the nature of championship. There's only 4 teams left. And so it's like, I would love to see that not happen, but that would mean that FaZe would be taking out either SSG or Optic. Which,
Right.
Tough task.
Right. and I was talking about Optic as well,
And I'm sorry, I just glazed over the fact that I guess that just implies that Shopify will beat FaZe.
Right. I think that previous Shopify always struggled on Sundays. Literally always. They're always third place because they struggled on Sundays. I think it's a big fact to bring up. But I want to bring up on the other side, Optic going in that lower side. It's kind of a buff for them, is it not? More reps under their belt, and now one of these teams is going to be waiting in that grand finals, like maybe Shopify, and now Optic have more reps to go all the way through. I think for me, that's gonna make Optic more scary. So
yeah,
we'll see the implications.
There's 2 factors I think with them being in elimination. One, you're the first game on main stage of the day. It seems to be that you're sort of the guinea pig. Playing on these setups, right? So and you have to play, right? You can't just sit there for 3 hours and
yeah.
something's not right. It doesn't feel right. They're
Right.
like, well, what's wrong? And it's like I can't tell. You
Yeah.
can't have that, right? So
Yeah.
it's like you become the guinea pig on the main or in any setup, right? If you're the first on the set, it's gonna take a couple reps for people to get everything calibrated.
Yep.
And so there's that for Optic. The other thing I want to mention is that Optic played at 8 a.m. yesterday, or 9 a.m. So they are the first match of the day, but they also woke up early yesterday, and that's a good thing in my opinion because their sleep pattern probably kind of acclimated for that. They didn't have the late game, right? They weren't SSG playing at midnight, so
Right.
they got to go back and probably get a little more sleep than some of the other people playing today. So it's I guess SSG specifically, right? They got more rest than SSG theoretically. And so that's something to keep in mind, right? So it's you have the first match of the day. Any one of these players, it's like a lottery. Oh, my PC is the one that's not right. Today,
Yeah.
Right? It could be someone on SSG, it could be someone on Optic, or they could all be perfect. You never know, right? And so that's one thing to keep in mind. SSG had a late light last night. Optic had an early morning yesterday. They both play early today.
Interesting, yeah. Interesting.
I think
things.
that favors Optic a little bit.
Yeah, and you talk about the setups a little bit. I walked by because on the entrance there is the section where the SSDs are, which is where the pros get their SSD so that they can put it into their computer. And there was a lot of conversation. It was actually Lucid that's like, you know what? I really like this one. If I can keep this one, the rest, you know what I mean? He there's a specific SSD that he used that he likes. And you make you make a good point there.
Serious.
It's consistency. You have to.
This one feels good.
Yeah. So
And,
keep it the rest of the
I mean,
time.
that implies that they think that some of them don't feel right.
Right, exactly. They don't all feel the same. So it's interesting how that works.
It could be a head thing. It could be. It could be true. I mean, it's Lucid, so I feel like you have to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's probably onto something.
And you know why? I saw a clip on Twitter. This is about basketball, but just give me a sec to build this, all right? I saw a clip on Twitter of, I don't remember. I'm sorry, the player. He's a really good three-point shooter. I don't know why I can't remember his name. But anyway.
Steph Curry?
Yes, thank you. Curry. He's walking around.
I don't watch basketball.
I haven't watched it in a long time. I just couldn't think of his name. He's walking around the basketball, bouncing it, right? And then all of a sudden he stops. And everyone's looking at him like, why is he stopping? He stopped because when he bounced the basketball in this one spot, the floor was dead.
Yeah.
And then he went over there and he bounced it on the spot, and it was, and then he bounced it to the side and it went higher. And like that's just an example of how these pro players are. When you put that much time into your craft, you know when something's off.
Yeah.
You know it.
That's a great point.
Yeah. So I mean, it's important to have these SSDs and to keep them. And again, I'm sure they have like one that they like, and they'll try to get that one. And but the sleep is such an important thing. I think that again, they need their sleep. 100%.
Important asterisk about the SSDs: you can't bring your own.
You cannot. Don't bring your own.
Yeah, yours may feel great. You can't bring it.
That's so funny, dude. Chat, we appreciate you guys. Hope you guys are all doing well
they
today.
got the perfect person to just talk for 2 straight hours. Hey, this is my show, bro.
Yeah, heck yeah, man. Like listen, man. This is what we do.
I know, like I'm never on broadcast. Right?
He doesn't get a chance to be here and talk.
The thing is, like, I did go to school for communication, and I was in the news business for 8.5 years. So I may not be practiced, right? But I've been around very, very polished, speakers, talented speakers, and people that are, ingrained in media. I've been ingrained in media for 20 years now, so it's like,
cool.
I love to talk too. Sometimes, but it's all good. I'm sorry if I'm just boring you guys.
No, you are. I think everything, and I'm not biased. That you're my boss. I think everything you're saying is awesome. And I truly do. So yeah, you just go get some breakfast or coffee.
Yeah, I mean, and it's also important too because like people in chat would just randomly ask me, "Hey, LVT Halo, who do you got this time?" I'm like, "I'm always Optic Gaming." And immediately in the chat are like, "Oh, you're biased."
You're biased.
Blah 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 blah.
We got
and
to
it's
see
like,
your side of it.
Yeah, the truth is, it's like there's a reason.
Yep.
Right. I said it already. I'm not gonna go through that again.
Yeah. I mean, my reasons for these guys. I think in terms of like how humble they are. I love how humble they are. Like that's my thing. It's like, and they're the underdog right now. So everyone's got their team. We're allowed to be biased here. I mean, it's fine. We still cast with unbiased. We have to. But guys, again, can't spell bias without LVT. Steezy. Listen, man, it's okay to be it's okay to be biased, man, every once in a while.
They got the schedule on screen right now. 12 o'clock, they're gonna do the showdown.
Awesome. Showdown.
12:30, Optic versus Space Station.
Oh, there you go.
Officially.
12:30, Optic versus Spell. That's going to be a crazy
So that's
match.
in 30 minutes. Theoretically, Optic versus Space Station up on the main stage.
They better be warming up. There's some stats from Space Station Gaming right now. Lucid a 1.21. It's this current series, but I'm assuming this is just the previous series. Okay. Previous series. Yeah, Tools just yelled at me. I didn't hear what he said. But, Snake Light.
Yeah.
I mean, that damage per life is insane. That's 4 kills per life, the average damage dealt. That's nuts. 404 is nuts.
Yeah.
Very high across the board.
Immediately, right? I used to be like a math guy.
Okay, yeah.
And then I went into media, and I haven't done math at all. So like, I just look at their pictures.
I love that.
Look at Snakebite, bro. Look at this motherfucker, man. He is locked the fuck in, bro.
I used to
and then I look at Optic, man. Listen, I love this because on the opposite side, Form was locked the fuck in. Look at him, dude.
It's crazy.
And then, dude, it's funny. It's like you kind of do this in basketball, right? You have like matchups. Yeah. And you can kind of do that in Halo.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. In terms of stats, Renegade yesterday was it a 1.92? I think for one of the series, I believe it was. I'm not sure. I don't think it's for the day. It was for one of the series. 1.92. That's insane to me. Like having that sort of KD in a tournament setting is just nuts. But those guys are warming up and preparing. Chat, you should be warming up and preparing as well. Go get your snacks. Go get some coffee or whatever. The show match is coming. And again, thank you for all the support and all the love as we get ready for Championship Sunday. Who is everyone rooting for today?
I'm gonna step off the broadcast.
Everyone say bye. Everyone say bye to LVT.
Appreciate you all hearing me out. Sorry for the 2-hour monologue. We have to do it because we have to build our viewership. Because if we don't, people choose to watch elsewhere, right?
Yes.
So thank you for choosing to stay with us. If you're going to stay with us, thank you so much. I'm going to let people that are more talented than me get on the broadcast, start talking, but LBT will be back on the producer end.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to have LVT on here. And again, hearing thoughts of like why does he pick Optic Gaming? Everyone, I want to hear yours. What is your favorite team, and who are you guys rooting for to win today? I think that's really important. Of course, it's Easter Sunday, the Resurrection Day, of course, and it's good to be here and be able to cast for you. I'm very excited for that, but let's see what the chat says. We see some faces here. All right, we're going to actually see the show match. Never mind, ladies and gentlemen, the show match and some highlights are what we're looking at. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Royal 2! Royal 2 with the highest damage differential per minute at HCS Arlington with a plus 68.9 and comes away with the best support medal. Man, coming out next right away, the best coach is the best man. The coach of Shopify Rebellion. Best man yet again, 5-0 in this tournament, and also with wins over Optic and SSG. One more time, everybody, give a round of applause, make some noise in the chat as well for your event combination winners.
HCS Arlington Open Series. We're currently watching the HCS Arlington Showdown match between Bound and Legend versus Formal and Renegade. And if you see some other names on the board, these are the 1v1 Showdown finalists who got a chance to join up and team up with them. This is pretty cool. Joining me on the couch is Tools, Active, and also Mr. LVT himself.
Hey, and I just gotta point out, I was right, Tools. Sorry, bro.
We're right. I was like, I was talking to Div, and like Div came over. He's like, "Oh yeah, this is the format," and I was like, "Oh, I would have done this." He's like, "Oh, that's a good idea." So I was
Nah, bro, this
we'll
is way
say
more
it was-
hype. Nobody wants to watch that 1v1 showdown. BS. Nah, just kidding. So, I would love to say that Deputy Goober had a chance to hit a great team in year one. And Laz was just telling me this. He said that they were ready to give that man a contract, but he told himself he didn't have the time to dedicate to 4v4 because it was going to take like 8 hours a day, scrims, all that. He couldn't do it at the time. So he, for the better of the team, did not take the contract. So I want to see how Deputy Goober does in this type of lobby. And so far, he's keeping up, 4-7.
I'll say Renegade's
5 assists.
letting his team down right now. Come on, bro.
He's saving his energy, Tools. All right, there's a big match coming up next. He's trying to just, this is a warm-up.
That makes sense. I'd probably do the same.
Yeah, you can't
Wait,
let it
also,
all out.
he probably, like, who's got, he does have shock. I was going to say, he probably gave the shock to, like, players to, like, go off. But never mind, bro. He said, nah, I'm him, bro.
He is, like, hungry for that shock. Every time that thing is on the floor, you'll see him just running at it. But this is a crazy lead for Bound and Legends team here.
Reverse it.
Riven Knows is a player that's in matchmaking all the time. Obviously, we know Deputy Goober, so this is pretty much a stacked team on this side. Obviously, you've got Fluriously on the other end, but...
And I should have played, if I would have played in the 1v1s, I could have been on main stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have on main stage playing with your favorite
Who signed
player
up?
of all time, Bound.
Stout.
Tools is a Bound fanboy.
Sir. By the way, we had to kick up the noise gate because the speakers are back on. So we might have to speak with your
My
chest.
diaphragm,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, ladies and
Can you
gentlemen.
all hear us?
Guys, gift us up if you can hear us right now. I'm just kidding.
Look at that. Look at that.
Kidding, but not
I'm
kidding.
I'm deeply not. In fact, it is pay to chat from now on.
Pay to check. That's subscriber
yeah.
mode, Tools.
There's a name for that.
So we've heard of the name Goober multiple times, especially during FFA. What has he done in the FFA? What has he not done?
He's the infinite GOAT. He's won the world championship. He's won multiple lands. I think he should bat in like 90% on making finals in the FFA. It was honestly a shocker.
Yeah,
It
it was.
wasn't this time.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The 90% is only because of the event. This event, somehow he did not make it in that finals. But, yeah, he studies. He studies that Aquarius map really well. He's put a lot of time into it. And he says he doesn't have time to do fours. I would love to see him enter the fours arena, though, to be honest. Like, get back into fours again,
Yeah, one note about Goober. He went out in the winter quarterfinal for FFA, and we did get a chance to peek at this lobby live on stream. That specific lobby that I'm talking about that he got eliminated from. And the comment from, I believe it was Eli, he said that this is a final caliber lobby. And I guess it's because of that, right? I mean, he didn't quite make it.
And honestly, after he won the world championship, he said he was going to take a break from like grinding it as much. I don't think the FFA regulators were out in force. That was Fluriously that just hit that cross shot out. It's kind of
Not surprised.
He's kind of good. Student gamer athlete going at it.
Is he still a student?
I hope not. Dude.
He's the alumni gamer athlete.
Seriously, one of the few players out of Nebraska. There's actually quite a few like high-level players in Nebraska.
Fluriously was in the last 1v1 at Worlds, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Was he in that
not
1v1?
his first time on main stage in the recent time.
Guy is really prolific in those 1v1s.
He won an FFA and Halo 5 on the main stage as well. He's kind of there.
If Fluriously is the one that played Bound in the 1v1 showdown, right? And I think they went down to the final life and Bound beat him. Bound was like, he put the controller down at the end, I remember, and he was just like, whoo! He was like, I almost lost that shit.
It's close. That's funny.
And now they got a chance to go against each other again.
Yeah, there you go. This is dominant, though. I mean, this is insane. 214 to 65. Formal's having a really solid game. But I truly do think that that's like a fact. I don't know. It was for me. You only have so much in the tank. You know what I mean? And you don't want to, put it all on the line here for one of these. This is fun. This is like a fun little warm-up thing. So, but Formal's taking it very seriously, and I think Formal's one of those guys that takes every game seriously. He's that friend that like you're trying to have fun, and he's like, no, we need to win.
Yeah.
19-13.
And let's be honest, one of these four probably have the chance to play on the same setup that they're about to play on. So this is your chance to work it all out.
That's cool. Yeah, that's a good point.
And it's probably a little bit of a gamble, right? Obviously, two of them not on their setups, and two of them could be. If I was Optic, I would be like, that's my setup. I want to sit right there.
Yeah.
That's where I sit.
Yeah. And I was like, if I was Optic, I'd have all four of the Optic players on one side. It's like, we don't need to sit next to each other.
I'm about to stand up.
Are you playing in just a few minutes?
Nah, I doubt they're sitting like that.
That's going to be a crazy match coming up next. But this one looks like it's be over very soon. Double cap in.
Renegade's double negative.
Hey.
He had a 2.0 KD. He's like, plays in the show match. He's like,
I wouldn't even, yeah.
Hey, he's the guinea pig. I told you, it happens to somebody every time. Yeah, like it feels like there's something wrong with the setup. I'm not making excuses for Renegade. He might be my favorite player, but hey, listen, I guess he didn't quite. He didn't play up to snuff that time.
Well, this showdown is definitely something. What a cool experience for the AM players to have a chance to go on main stage and maybe sit next to people they look up to, or people, places where they absolutely want to be. And actually, we got a camera on the actual setup. Let's see, is that Renegade setup?
Renegade and Formal sitting next to each other. They appear to be on the left side of the stage. I assume Optic's going to sit on the right.
I love the hand warmers. It's like even Renegade.
It looks a little funny.
In a show match, it looks a little funny. In a show match, he's got those heat warmers in his jacket, and see Flurry sleeve, and he's just playing around with his
He's got one too, bro. He's locked in, bro.
He's
He's experienced. Like I said, he was here last year.
I mean, it's got to be freezing up there. I see some coffee.
Yeah, he's got a coffee. He's ready to go.
That's Formal's coffee. I like that.
Renegade looked at Formal and was like, yo, can I get a swig of that, bro?
I will say Legend with a KDA of 11.7. Maybe he's just not giving his all and still just popping off in this game.
Yeah, maybe.
This is just the way he is.
He's peaking early, though. He's got to relax a little bit. Like, you can't peak too early.
Hey, you think he's still jet lagged from like France? How long does it take?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
It's been 4 months.
You think he's
I think it's been longer than that.
You think he's accustomed to it yet?
If anything, if Nemesis, they're the ones that should have a complaint to file.
Right. They were here for what? Nemesis for like over 2 weeks, actually.
Were they here for 2 weeks?
I think they were all, what is it?
Camping?
What do you call it? Yeah, they were boot camping.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
I didn't know Nemesis were. That's awesome.
What is Renegade's tag? TBSA.
The best round.
I didn't know that until just now.
The best?
I just made it up. So.
Oh, the best.
I think it's the best sniper alive is what I think it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Hey, that's kind of hype. I don't know.
That goes hard.
What's,
10 assists for Formal too.
Teamwork. What does V27 mean? Version 27.
That's his version. Yeah, this is maybe the 27 tournament. He's been in many more than that, right?
I was about to say, I think he might be on 100, bro.
I was gonna say that'd be really cool. That's a cool like little tag. Like, you know how many tournaments you've been in? V1, V2.
Ooh.
Okay.
Goobs with a turn and burn, man.
What do you guys use for your tags?
Tim.
Louis. Louis.
I think I don't actually know.
Allie?
I changed it 4 years ago and I never looked at it again. Probably Ali K or Aliak or something. I'm not sure how many letters can you fit? 4?
Quattro.
Yeah,
That's
probably
it.
some sort of Aliak without an E, maybe.
Yo, we got a series layout. Okay.
Wow.
Let's go.
Hey, look. We got some
Are
orange
they
tools.
are they gonna play all 3, or are they only gonna do?
It's a best of 3.
Best of 3.
But I mean,
So they might play all 3
no,
tools.
Formal
No.
Renegade. I gotta request.
You want to see Origin?
Please win this next game. Let's
Okay.
get ourselves the.
You really want to see Origin? Yeah, you love Origin. I love.
Bro,
when I cast with you tools and I see Origin in the series layout, I'm excited.
Flurry Sleeve's gonna know what
Same.
to do.
Yeah.
That's why I brought it up.
Yeah.
All I know is that Optic is going to win, and then Optic's going to win again. So we're gonna have
It's a good
maybe
prediction.
they'll flip the logo or something, or have an all color for the
Yeah,
other
let's
team.
Turn it upside down.
Just flip it.
Yeah, I guess Optic's going to win, huh?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Let's go.
Some great predictions going on.
I think it's a great, how cool is it that you can just walk up to a side tournament and have the chance to play on main stage? And it's not like a tournament, right? It's like, if you, I'm not sure the exact format. I believe if you play really well, like, you have great stats, and like the stats put you on a leaderboard.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, what a great opportunity. Shout out to HCS for giving people the chance to play up there.
I got experience with this. Fortunately for me, it was during the MCC days. They did a Pro AM tournament on Reach MCC, and I got to play with some pros, and they carried me, and there was a prize pool. It was a big prize pool, and I made some money getting carried by pros on MNK Reach and MCC.
Who was your pro?
Oh gosh, I think there was a couple tournaments that I was a part of. I think at one point it was
won you
Snakebite.
money, and
Yeah.
you don't remember.
Lethal was really. By the way, Lethal's really nice when he's on your team. Like, he's really cool, really nice. Lethal was one of them. I don't remember the other. I have it on my channel, on my YouTube, but I don't know.
I want to point out that, they just had that close-up, extreme close-up of Renegade.
Yeah.
He wasn't looking. He was looking at his monitor, but he was looking through his monitor. He's thinking about what's next. Yeah, he doesn't give a flying fuck about what's happening right now. Like, he was looking through the monitor, dude.
I'm telling you, you can't. When a player like that, like when you enter one of these, I just feel like I'm the same kind of player. Like I have a certain amount of energy. I don't want to just put like. People, like for instance, the teams I've been a part of, they want to scrim before a tournament, or they want to play matchmaking in between tournaments. I'm like, no, I am not doing that. I need to turn my brain off, and I'll turn it back on when the game comes up.
No, absolutely. And there's so much on the line for them this event. So.
Yeah.
But hey, it's the Optic Major, so they gotta do a show match and get on stage early.
Yeah, we got to get a little extra content, right? Hex always says, if you're not winning, you better be making content, because you can't do neither. You got to do one or the other. You got to win or you got to make content.
Win and make content. I love that.
Yeah, they're dropping snipe for somebody.
I love that was Goober dropping it for bound or something.
Oh, come on, Goobs.
Yeah,
Go off,
you gotta
bro.
just take it, man. Look at Renegade.
There must be something wrong.
Just play it out.
Or maybe he was just going to do an epic G-slide.
Or maybe he's looking through his monitor, like you said. He's just trolling.
There's something wrong.
Definitely doing a little
I'm not going to lie, boys. This is an official match. You should probably just play through whatever problem you got. Okay.
Yeah.
3 down. Former Renegade. Just play. Just play it out.
We don't have time for this shit.
Unless it's your setup and you're trying to, make it better for the next match.
I'm saying, yeah, there's something wrong, right?
That's going to be, of course,
Maybe they're just, goofing around, having fun.
You got to have fun sometimes.
It would be fitting with Deputy Goober in the lobby, right?
Yeah, just turn your brain off. I don't know if I've ever told this story, but speaking of Deputy Goober having fun, there was this one player in Halo 2, Halo 3. I think it was Halo 3 or Halo 2. Anyway, he was the best FFA player at the local LAN, just always winning FFA, and all he would do is smile and say, just have a good time, man. And he'd just be like the happiest person alive, and he would just win by 20 kills every time. It was so aggravating. Get serious.
For those joining in on the stream, this is the show match for the HCS Arlington Major. And if you're looking at the screen and you see, who are those players? Who are they? Well, they are the 1v1 Showdown finalists, and they have teamed up with they split up Optic into 2, and they made 2 separate teams. So this is what you're watching, the Bound Legend team alongside two of the top 4 1v1 finalists, Showdown, and former Renegade on the other side.
Yeah, and a little bit of insight from the 1v1 Showdown. Goober versus Flaherty was the final. Definitely Goober came out on top 15-12, I believe.
Oh.
So, number 1 seed, Bound and Legends team. Number 2 seed, probably former Renegade.
And Goober got to pick his team, and he decided Bound and Legend were the players he was going to pick. That's kind of interesting.
Oh, they got to pick their players?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's right. I was
okay.
overhearing the guys talking about it. So
that's kind of cool, man.
That is cool. Who would you pick? Would you pick Formal and Renegade, your favorite player, or would you pick Bound and Legend?
I'd pick Bound and Renegade.
I think it's like...
Oh, yeah, it was one or the other?
You have to pick one of the
Damn,
two.
bro. They gonna do me like that?
That'd be unfair. Bound and Renegade on the same team? I don't know.
I have to play with Renegade.
Yeah.
I've never had... Actually, I played against him one time in Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lie to you. I literally did everything in my power to just run across the map and challenge him every chance I got. And after the match, he was streaming. After the match, he was like, yo, you're just like me, bro. I was like,
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Let's go. It was one of the best moments of my life.
I bet that happens to them all the time in matchmaking.
Oh, yes. Absolutely it does. And they make it clear, when they notice it, too. They're like, can you... they say there's a term they say. I'm not going to say it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it here on stream, but basically stop having a for me, and
There you go.
Yeah.
Driven Nose, shout out to Driven Nose because we've been observing open bracket matches. He was actually on the elevated stage for a couple rounds here at in the early part of the open bracket. So Driven Nose competitor through and through.
Goober, I mean, this kid is so good, and we've seen it in free for all many times. I did not know that. Thank you so much for shedding the light on the fact that he had a contract offer. Cluster lock out of Goober, all 4 down for Formal Renegade.
But he's on a roll. He's about to hit another double kill. He's on a killing spree. Finally
awesome.
goes down to Renegade.
If you're one of these like lower tier, no, I can't say. I hate saying lower tier players, but if you're not down in Legend or
It's a
Formal
prime.
Renegade, I feel like this is your moment, right? Kind of. Maybe you can kind of like have a performance and maybe you get noticed a little bit. I think it's a little tough, but
Some of us get to main stage and we step up to the occasion. Some of us get to main stage and just jump off the map by accident with camo in your hands while you're popping it.
This
Sorry,
is a
guys.
crazy story.
Sorry.
Almost
Yeah,
like
I got a little PTSD from my main stage appearance in front of 500,000 people at the time. It was like year 2 of Halo Infinite. There were a lot of people watching.
That's so funny.
I mean, sitting up there, like, it's a whole experience. It's a whole experience. I mean,
Yeah, and there's a funny story too because I was on Uber Nick's team, and Uber Nick was the quote-unquote captain of our team, and whoever made the seating layout got it backwards. So they were supposed to have Uber Nick facing the crowd, like closest to the crowd, and whenever they walked us out, they put me in the seat that was close. I was supposed to sit furthest, and so like it looked like I was the main focus, and like you know what, it was a whole ordeal.
That's hilarious.
Shout out to HCS and Grassroots for making that happen. It was really cool.
what about you, Actor? When did you get to sit up there?
Well, back in 2007, I got to sit on main stage with 3 of the GOATs of Halo, and that was a cool opportunity. But yeah, it was a long time ago. But yeah, my main stage appearance was beautiful, and no one expects me to be there, and I'll never forget it. I really will never forget it. But I've never been on an HCS main stage, so I'd love to be on that one time as a creator or whatever. I think it'd be really fun. It's a good experience that everyone should experience, in my opinion. That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of,
That's a lot of people to get up on the main stage.
Yeah, you just like you'll never lose it though. It's like this competitive itch that comes when you experience that and a crowd's cheering for you getting a kill or something. There's nothing like that. You will have that itch for the rest of your life.
There is an absolute energy or aura that comes, like you can just feel it when you're standing up there. I thought Tools was gonna say something.
Oh, no, I was like, are they gonna play game 3? No, they're getting up.
They're getting up. It's time for business.
Yeah.
Yo, shout out to Bittersweet Celeste, the GOAT admin.
Oh, there she is.
Hard worker.
Co-founder or owner of, excuse me if I'm quoting it wrong, of DSA. They are the unsung heroes of Halo, especially the online tournaments. They admin damn near everything that you see on LVT.
Yeah, and they were also working really long hours yesterday.
Monkey, right
like
there.
us.
The other admin, former CLG. Also somebody that's helped LVT in the past as well. Listen, there's LVT everywhere. Like, just, a couple steps removed maybe, but, a lot of people have helped LVT get to where we are.
I didn't know
so,
Monkey was working here today.
Yeah, he's at every single event, man. He's one of their main admins. Obviously, they probably put the best of the best up on the main stage. So
I'm just gonna point out what you said about saying. I think Legend has his seat, but Bound had to come over to his side. So that's interesting. I think Legend and I don't know if they all had theirs. They didn't all have their seat. 2 of them had their seat, and 2 of them had to come over.
Yeah.
So kind of cool.
yeah, just the reference to that conversation, we were saying that usually for the first match of the day, there's a couple technical aspects that you got to calibrate for your setup, and having the chance to play on your setup in a series before your series is probably really good.
Yeah, it's a buff. Driven knows. I've seen a lot of matchmaking, I believe, or at least I see his name a lot somewhere. Like I know the name, which is
It's like whenever you send hate messages to people you lose,
I don't ever send
usually
hate
it's
messages.
like Driven knows 9.
I only send hate messages to you.
Oh.
Just you. Yeah. Sorry.
Interesting.
That makes me feel worse somehow.
we love
Can
tools.
we come on cam, Isaac? I just want to point out how good everybody looks, dude. Look at that jacket on Tools, bro. Like, hell yes, brother.
It's warm in there. That's nice.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's
We're gonna see how
appropriate.
I brought another change of clothes because I'm like, man, usually this venue's really cold, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna like dress warm, and then so I was like, I have another thing where if it gets too hot, I'm gonna be in Cloud9 gear.
Oh, okay. There you go. There you go. Perfect.
I will say it was extra cold in the venue today. I think they left the AC running last night. And
Nice.
just left feeling like a fridge in here. So he is doing the right thing with the coat.
That new transformer just kicking in. They said it was gonna buff the AC, and
She said it.
they weren't lying.
It was Boss Lady who said it.
I was surprised when we got here day one because I was like, man, it is like warm compared to like what it usually is in this venue. Because I swear, I feel like it's gotten 50 degrees in this venue before. It's like it gets cold.
I don't know about you guys, but I love cold. I'm a very warm person. Very, very warm. All the time.
I'm from Texas. We love our AC. That's all I'll say.
I thought he was gonna start
By the
rapping
way,
right there when he said, "I'm from Texas."
I'm sorry that I have shorts on. I didn't plan on being on broadcast, and also like I have to break down later, and I need it to be 50 degrees in here because I'll be loading equipment nonstop.
No one's gonna complain about you like they did me, saying that I was blinding them with you're not pale, so
What?
you're good to go. I was wearing shorts one event. It was Orlando, I think. And people are saying, "Oh, I'm blind," because like I've got pale legs. You know,
it was like
it's not the same problem here.
Put him and Eli with shorts on at
Both
the
of
same
them at the same time?
It's like,
Okay, come on,
it's like
bro.
blinders.
We'll have to
Come on.
recalibrate the cameras. I'm just kidding. You're gonna burn a hole in the sensor, brother.
Luckily for me, I got that farmer's stand, so I know the pants stay on. I don't. It's like I'm real white under.
Yeah,
good.
definitely need to get in the sun. It's just touching grass is so annoying.
We were forced to.
Yeah.
What is it, Brendan?
Have you guys had the chance to like hold this thing?
No, we
I'll
haven't
never get
yet.
one of these, so I might as well hold it right now. This is awesome. Look at this.
Yeah. So apparently YouTube, when you get an award like this, right, they ask how many people are on your team, and they'll send out multiple. Unfortunately, Twitch was not willing to do that, but so we got one. It's been in my house, so this is y'all's chance to get your hands on
That's
it.
so cool. Very, very cool.
Very heavy.
Yeah,
It is. It's surprisingly heavy.
This is the Twitch Bleed Purple
5
Award for
million
5 million hours watched.
That's so much.
5 million
Wow.
hours.
That's so much.
That's a lot of people watching for a very, very long time.
That's
Thank you,
insane.
It's
everybody.
actually just one really dedicated viewer.
Yeah.
Hey, I heard they
You
have
know
the
who you
same
are.
account.
Sound off in the chat if you're that one viewer.
Yeah, I heard it's just one guy that has the same account, and
Oh,
he
yeah.
just logs into multiples.
Yeah.
So he's able to.
Yeah, let's see
to
if we
get
can
it
spot
going.
him. See if we can spot him.
So cool.
I will say I had no idea that Twitch even gave trophies or plaques or anything. So I was surprised that this even exists.
Get
Yeah,
to watching.
so-
There's another one, right?
There are
There's
more.
another?
This is the first tier. There's 3 tiers. They announced it, and we hadn't hit it yet. We literally hit it a couple months after they announced it. So probably one of the few that didn't already qualify for one that qualified after the program was announced. So shout out to the viewers.
Wow. Thank you
keep
so much,
watching, guys.
everybody. Or that one viewer that has so many accounts. Thank you so much, everybody.
Oh, look,
Here's
there
the-
they are.
There they are.
Oh, hey,
See?
viewer.
It's proof. We just have one viewer.
There it is.
One viewer.
That's funny.
Thank you, one viewer. I'm going to place it right here so y'all can see it.
Beautiful.
What is it? Bleed purple?
Bleed purple.
Bleed
Twitch is purple.
Yeah, the next one I believe is I don't know. One of them's
Silver?
marble. I think the last one I believe is marble.
Is if
There's-
it's not
there's-
50 million, right? That's too
Oh
high.
yeah, there's
Yeah,
50 million and it's 500 million.
Okay.
Next one is
okay.
50.
Wow.
Yeah, it's gonna take us 10 years to hit it. But,
Yeah,
you
we're
know,
gonna get it.
we'll get there.
Hey,
Right?
we're gonna
Sure,
get that. That
eventually.
happened. I'm not trying to plug myself or anything. This happened in a very short time. I've been a streamer for 11 years and I still don't have one. So this is an accomplishment. This
Next
is
goal
awesome.
is-
5
Accomplishment.
million
Get the
watch hours.
Accomplishment for all of us.
Yes, it's awesome.
yeah.
That's really cool. Seriously.
The YouTube plaque to go with it next, right? That's the next big goal. Shout out to
YouTube?
you.
Yeah.
Is it 100K, right?
We reached 16,000 subs.
Hey
on
guys,
on
up to the YouTube if you haven't already. Everyone, just press the button. It's free. Just like
It
that.
is free.
Yeah, on
Free
YouTube it is.
subscribe
On
button.
YouTube you can subscribe for free. Yep. Or you can, pay if you want, be a member.
I mean, it would be a shame if someone on Twitch subscribed thinking they were subscribing to the YouTube. I don't know what I'd do. I'd be beside myself if someone subscribed on Twitch thinking it was the YouTube.
That would be crazy. And did you know that some people also have primes? Prime
Oh,
subs.
is that like
there's
another,
a
is that
button.
another way to
Wait, what's
sub
that?
to the
Yeah,
YouTube?
so there's a button on the top right of the screen that, when you click on it, it's
Yeah.
just a free subscription that you can give. You just won. You choose a channel and you
Did
just drop
Did
it.
you check if you had a Twitch Prime sub right now?
I'm already subbed, bro.
Oh, let me check real quick if I.
I'm sub 2.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
am I the
Yeah.
only one not subbed right now?
I'm 50 months in, baby.
I'm definitely like 45 months in, but
I'm not subbed. Apparently, I just get gifted 2,
Yeah.
3 nonstop.
They didn't
so.
let you.
Sorry, bro.
It's infinite.
yeah, I gotta see if I'm subbed. Sorry guys, I'm on my phone. This is really
Is there
rude. but-
anybody not subscribed here on the LVT?
Park-
Parky
was.
Parky B says, "So I'm a pure fanboy." You know,
Fair.
Actually, I assume he was talking about the pure Halo team, but actually, after reading that, maybe not. Maybe he's talking about Space Station.
All right,
I think he's a fan of Space Station.
My Twitch Prime's available on May 7th, so I will.
May
Twitch
7th.
Prime's
Drop it.
Wow, last one did not come to us. Okay, okay.
So
I'm just kidding.
calendar May 7th. I just want to make sure.
Wait, why are you putting in the calendar?
Yeah.
Right here?
What?
Yeah, we'll add it to
Okay.
the LVT Halo calendar.
It's active. Make sure you put 2 E's in there.
Oh, sorry.
Why does that have to
won't
be
able
2
to look
E's?
up-
Let me
I
edit
won't be able
that.
to look up the username.
Oh,
if I don't.
goodness.
Yeah, and then we're gonna build an AI that's gonna start calling people, and you'll be the first one that we'll test it on.
Yeah.
We'll set it to call every 15
Dude,
minutes
imagine
until
you get a
sub.
phone call. It's like, hey, your Prime sub has
It's available.
expired.
I was thinking about how
Dude.
lucrative it would be to have a bulletin board on the highway, like a big a billboard. I mean,
billboard?
a billboard.
Yeah.
A billboard on the highway that says "Use your Twitch Prime sub here, connected." And
You know why they
how many
call it-
people are not Twitch using are Amazon members but are not using that Twitch Prime sub? Think about how much that is.
It's a lot. Do you know
It's a
why
lot.
they call it a billboard? Really?
Because it's a board.
No, that's what's really funny about it is it's
What?
because you think it's because it's a board, but it's actually an advertising text. So it's a famous marketer named Bill Board, BILL.
No, it's not.
Board.
I don't believe you. So,
And
can someone confirm?
He revolutionized the way that we commute.
I can tell when you're lying now. I'm
He said
better
you
at
can
this.
tell.
Yeah, I'm better at this. He's been lying to me since I started 5 years ago on LVT.
Damn.
And
Yeah, I said day one. I told him, hey, that was a good cast, and ever since then,
my cast was terrible day one. Okay. I'm surprised you didn't fire me. Goodness me, it was really bad in Halo 5. I remember it was Coliseum. I'll never forget it. I was like that. I got off that cast and I was like, okay, I'm probably done here. That's what I said out loud. Yeah, I'm probably done here. They're probably not going to bring me back, but you did, and I love you for
You're
it.
kind of not lying a little bit, actually.
she just looked it up. It's right.
Yeah.
What?
Well, it's
Bill
tech.
Ward.
It's
Oh.
not 100% correct.
Oh, okay. Look,
Thank you, Elliot.
But
you didn't have to.
but-
You don't have to expand or you know.
I'd have to. We're educating the stream right now about billboards for some reason.
Someone sub with Twitch Prime. Look at that. See there. Thank you.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, you're not giving it to Jeff Bezos. Is he still the owner of Amazon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
pretty
you're not
sure.
giving it
I'm pretty sure they
famously
went
the
to
owner
space,
of-
and they're still yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, don't give it to Jeff. He's got enough money.
100 gifted subs. I'll get married to Jeff Bezos and go up into space.
You won't get married to Jeff Bezos.
Is that like
You don't think
is that
I
his
can do it?
condition? Like if you marry him, you got to do it in
I don't know,
space.
That's at least one of them.
The first marriage in space. Maybe there has been.
That's the next step. Is like he's gonna start getting married in space.
In space.
Okay.
Dude, I love space, man. Oh, space is so cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
We should all go to space.
Oh my gosh,
actually-
that's a dream. I'm not joking. I would love to travel to space.
We can all go to a space
Yeah, I
station.
mean, it's just
Oh, we could do that. Yeah.
Yeah, Salt Lake City. It's already been announced. I don't know if you knew that.
that's space. Technically, we're in space right now.
That killed me. I don't know why. That's funny.
Yeah,
That was
it was-
good. I just think it'd be so cool. Tell me how many people.
5.
Stop it.
Three?
How many people's lives would
Three.
change if you were on the moon looking at Earth?
At least.
Tell me your life wouldn't change.
Yeah,
What?
I would
What do you
probably
mean?
One
die
singular
up
person.
there.
One person.
I'm just saying-
The
no, I'm just
person
saying.
that's on the moon's life would
If-
change. That's it.
Listen to me. If you could see the Earth from
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
moon,
I am
I think your life
visualizing
would
it.
change. I think.
Hold up, I can't.
You know what I mean?
I see.
Yeah, I just feel like
It's
you're
like it's like viewing the Halo ring for the first time.
yes.
Did you get blinded?
No, I'm just no.
By its
Like, I
majesty.
forgot he doesn't play the campaign.
I hate you.
My bad.
You've never played the campaign.
No, can you listen to me? He tried to roast me on Twitter for not playing the campaign because I didn't know about rampant AIs. I'm sorry I didn't play a terrible.
Wait.
Okay, I'm sorry. I take
You
that
mean you
back.
haven't played the Halo 5 campaign?
sorry.
That's fair.
I'm sorry.
But
This is not the,
I
this is
didn't
the
play
Halo-
the Halo-
This is the Halo 4 campaign.
I
which
did
is-
not play the
Halo
Halo
4.
4 campaign.
Also Halo 4 fair.
I didn't play the Halo 4 or the Halo 5, and I'm sorry.
Fair,
I have
fair.
not played the Halo Infinite campaign.
Hey,
I'm
chat,
sorry.
Chat.
It's
One
true.
if he didn't get my reference. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, were you blinded by? That went over his head. Completely.
Went over right.
Yeah.
To
You know what? The only reason I played campaign is to get the little skull with the shield that says you beat it on legendary. I just wanted to show off. I didn't give a crap about the story. Now I care about story. I care about lore. I'm older now. It's appreciated more. Before I just wanted to get headshots.
What's Master Chief's name?
John 117.
You think his last name's 117?
Yes. They were categorized by numbers. What's his last name, Tools?
He doesn't have one, bro.
That's why he's John 117.
Just John, dude.
Any lore masters in the chat know Master Chief's last name?
There's
Do you
no way
know
he
what
has one. he has one?
John Halo, of course. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
John
John Halo.
Chad knows.
I have a short story about campaign.
Okay.
So
Tell us.
when I first got into Halo, like I was just all multiplayer, like bam, 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 bam. Right? I just skipped right past campaign. I went and I played my cousin. He was older than me. He whooped my ass. And I said, "How the hell did you get so good?" He said, "I beat the game. I beat Halo 2 on Legendary 100 times." And he was dead ass serious.
Oh my goodness.
And apparently that was like a feat back then.
I mean, jackal snipers are crazy in Halo.
And so
The Halo
since
2
then, I was
campaign
like, you know what? I need like the first thing I do when a new game comes out, build your craft through Legendary, through
Smart.
campaign, and
Smart.
then go into matchmaking. You'll kick ass.
I will say the Halo 2 campaign is on a whole nother level compared to the other campaigns. Like that is like, it's kind of torture. You load in into the map, and as soon as you walk out, you get sniped by a jackal. Like
Yeah,
that.
jackal snipers are terrible.
The aim, it's just no. So I replayed it a few years ago, and I don't remember being this angry when I played it when I was little. I was definitely more angry now against the jack. Like it was, yeah. I almost quit the game. I almost
That's
didn't
funny.
finish
I've
it.
only ever had a good time playing the Halo campaigns, but I started with Halo 3, so I think I missed out on the.
So you
Jackals.
roasted me
So
on
you
Twitter
haven't
for
played
not
the-
I
playing
have
the
played
Okay.
campaigns.
I said I started.
Okay.
Okay, started. Emphasis on the word
Okay.
started. Some of us were born
And
a little bit later
This
in life.
is why he loves the Halo 5 campaign.
I'm a little bit of a zoomer. It's okay. Fantasy?
Fantasy?
Yeah,
Fantasy?
Are we going to do fantasy now?
We're doing
I
fantasy.
can.
There's 4 teams.
By the way, so if you look behind us, right, you could see like gameplay for a moment. They're showing highlights and stuff. They're doing their death segment. Also, the moment that there's live gameplay, I promise you, we will be watching it here. You don't have to leave to go watch the
Yeah,
gameplay.
yeah.
We're gonna be watching it here.
For sure.
Not
100%.
missing anything. You're just hanging out here with us.
Yeah.
We have prepared. Are we actually doing the fantasy?
We can.
What
I mean,
do
there's
we
four of
need
us.
to do, Tools, to make this happen?
Yeah.
All we need is 4 players. We have all the cards printed. I have all the stats ready.
Okay.
So we just need 4 people to draft.
Okay. So, 1, 2, 3,
Oh, yeah, I'm for it. Okay.
4.
I guess like
Oh,
if
yeah,
we
yeah,
could. Do
honestly,
you guys want to
yeah.
play fantasy? Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
Okay,
time
okay,
out.
okay.
No,
Eli
because
has-
I probably should help like run the fantasy thing.
Okay.
Is what
You're
I'm
not
saying.
playing?
Well, I think at this
Ideally-
point in time, I probably need to help like
Garrett
actually
is
run the stats.
Garrett is the fantasy master right now.
Yeah.
So here, come take my spot, Eli.
It's a skill gap, and I haven't acquired it yet. Sorry.
I'm also dominating my leagues right now.
Yeah, you know
I-
what? Get this guy out of here, bro.
I was hoping for an Eli versus Tools rematch here on the Fantasy Halo draft, but Tools is retiring to help run the fantasy draft. All right, everybody. So if you are hanging out, we have decided to run a fantasy draft, a Halo fantasy draft, and here's how it works. There's going to be how many players? 4? We're still 4.
So
Okay.
that's 4?
There's 4
I
teams
think
left.
it is 4.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I can't find this.
Yeah, we do have to. Are we using all of the players on the table,
No, we're
or
just
only
using
the ones that are
these,
still
But I
active
don't.
on
I
the
cannot
tournament?
find 2
Can I draft the
players.
trophy?
Ooh.
Yeah.
You can hold the trophy.
Hold it like this.
Unless they're like below, so I don't know. I'll look. I'm bad at looking for stuff, so.
So we are going to be in a snake draft format. We will be choosing and creating our team, our fantasy Halo team, and the
they're not here.
person with the team that collects the best stats at the end of the tournament today will win. There's 4 of us. We have moved over players that are still active, right, in the tournament.
Yeah, we're missing 2 players
we
right now.
are indeed missing 2 players.
Someone
Oh,
stole.
we are. Oh, really?
I think
Someone
someone.
stole it?
I don't know what else happened to them. Where did they go?
We've been trying to get them signed.
Oh,
So,
that might be
yeah,
why.
they could be like
I
Like in the
automatically go to
back.
stealing.
in
Always.
a team room. No, I'll say this:
Are you drafting?
the lights went
yes.
out. I don't know. I didn't hear about anything getting stolen, bro. And the lights were completely out, and there were 1,000 people in this building. So
That's true. I thought
shout
that
out to
it
the
was,
Halo community.
You guys
thought
are
it was
awesome.
shocking there was no Xboxes missing the next day.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You guys are awesome.
Love that about Halo, honestly. Like at this point, right? The people that really care are still here.
I 100% agree with that. I do. And then you have those people that will come back when it's back to the limelight one day.
We got
They'll be
some,
like, "Oh, I never left. I was a Halo
So
fan
it's
for
just
20
our
years."
top 4 teams, huh?
Yes, we're just missing 2, but obviously we know who the 2 are, so
Do you have
they'll be easy.
do you have any more cards that we could like?
Yeah, actually. I just need a Sharpie and some scissors. We can
Wherever
create
those
the
ended
last two. The last 2 players. All right, so we're only drafting from the top 4
We grab a
teams
Sharpie
right now
from
and
the desk.
creating our team. So it's going to be a top 4 fantasy
Thank you, sir.
draft.
We
She
could
asks for a
also-
Sharpie, she gets a Sharpie.
Should we just write this down or something?
Right, what?
Are we gonna use the board or like write down who our
It's going to
teams
be done with graphics, to my knowledge. But
Frosty. We're missing Frosty.
by the way, shout out to Walshy and Red Bull. I don't know how many of you guys know, but I get Red Bull delivered to my house every month.
Shout out to Walsh, dude.
Let's go.
Can I get on that list?
I can ask. No promises, though. It's not my decision.
All right, we got Frosty and last shot. So now we got a. Anybody got scissors?
I got you.
Oh, he said
Uh-oh.
I'm the
Oh.
human scissors. Watch this. The origami
Okay.
Bro,
master.
my brain immediately went to human centipede.
That's crazy.
Like-
That's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
All
Good
right.
morning, chat.
We're getting started off on the right foot.
Absolutely. Let's see. I'm looking at chat right now. See what you guys are saying. Let me see.
What up, Pure Delight? You know how I am.
Here.
I gotta keep it moving. Oh, here we go.
Eli going for the back-to-back win. That's your
Yeah.
last time for Worlds, which was the first time we ran the fantasy draft. Eli was the champion, the winner.
I did win, so let's see if we can go back to back.
Uh,
This is hard with less players.
Yeah, there's safe picks
Yeah.
and there's gamble picks.
Yeah, yeah.
That's essentially what you have in this pool. Safe picks and gamble picks.
I'd like to say also that normally Twitch chat and Aliak get paired together. I would love to be paired with Twitch chat this time. You
Okay.
can make your own decisions.
Damn, that's
you
crazy.
can make your own choices.
She said you figured out.
That sounds good.
Okay.
That's good.
Cool.
Okay, so how are we gonna order? How are we gonna order who
Well-
gets first picks?
Yeah, okay, so let's
Should we do
take
like a snake
the...
format?
So,
Ooh, we got stats on the screen. Aliak is number 1. We're going to go down.
Let's
the
go.
Okay.
Go right along.
Okay,
Go.
sounds
the
good.
order has been chosen. I'm number 1, so in order of... here.
Okay.
I don't know
Just
where
hold
we're...
ourselves.
I guess so.
Yay.
I
We're
love to
putting
hold
this
my...
on.
Hey yo.
No board? No
Sorry.
board.
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no, this-
All right,
I made a gesture that justified what I said, but it,
I actually need to...
We are on camera.
Let me go ahead and open my iPad so I can see these stats on my screen
Yeah,
closer
I
for
don't know
us.
if I'm getting old or what.
So
but
you guys are able to see the fantasy database. So this is the data we have on all the players currently, and I'm
I think-
opening it.
yeah, I think I
here.
can decipher day 2 points. It's
Okay.
Trippy with 135 points, Legend with 113, Lucid and Falcated tied with 111, Renegade and Suppressed have about 90, but we're going to put this on the back rails because it looks like we're loading into
Oh, boy.
suites at the
are.
moment, and I believe we would like Mikowski on this broadcast.
Yeah,
at the
let me
moment.
yell at him because he's
Oh,
distracted
he just
as
walked
always.
away, so I can hang out for now. But Optic versus Space Station, correct, Aliak?
Yep.
The
Optic
man's always
versus
wandering
Space Station. This is the elimination semifinal. Space Station Gaming and Optic have 1 life left, and this is it. One of these 2 teams will go home and get to, get their top 4. Joining us is Eli and Mikowski. We're getting ready to start the Championship Sunday.
Starting off this elimination semifinals with a marathon oddball game number 1. The series within the series has begun as formal, landing 5 perfect shots. Takes down 1, but Snakebite cleans him up on B shortly after. Even 2-2 split for now, but Optic seem to make it away with the camo. But Space Station make it away with the time.
Okay, both these teams looked incredible yesterday. Probably the best we've ever seen them. Optic, I think, maybe stumbling early, but
down, so look for Optic to regain the lead here shortly.
Все, чуваки, смотрим.
You were down, knew where the ball carrier's at, but did not know Renegade lurking over near the Bulldog. Gonna bark and bite right there, taking him out.
Ух, это я, конечно, залетел. Так, SSG... Это не убрать. SSG уже тащит. SSG уже тащит. К сожалению, все возможные ставки на текущую игру пропали на GGBet.
We need on Championship Sunday if this series is going to be the great one we think it is.
Yeah, so many times, even though Stellar's won MVP, we're like, sometimes he gets slept on for no reason. Maybe he doesn't have as flashy of play with his personal POV going as quick around the map, but you see him consistently hit those no-scopes, consistently doing the right
Ну,
thing.
конечно, ожидаемо, ожидаемо. Я, конечно, бы поставил. Я как увидел, что будет Свитс и отбол, я такой, все, надо ставить сейчас на SSG, но нету возможности. Почему-то дебилы, модераторы на GGBet убрали вообще с сетки текущую игру. Я там успел поставить то, что будет больше, чем 3,5. То есть я думаю, что будет типа там... Короче, будет типа 3-1 или там 3-2, типа такого, скорее всего. Потому что две сильные команды. Вот. Ой-ой-ой, что это контролирует Optic? Ё-моё. It is true that they smuggled over legend on a huge container ship from Spain. Серьезно? А почему тут Испания? I need SSG to win this. Мне тоже, не для психологического здоровья. И, блин, я очень хотел бы в финале увидеть Shopify и SSG. Я, кстати, на следующую карту, там Shopify против Face, я на Shopify поставил. Там сейчас можно пока что поставить до 10. Я поставил на первую карту и на итог. По 200. Нет. 200 я поставил на то, что будет сейчас больше, чем 3,5. Ну, там, конечно, коэффициент маленький, конечно. А на этот Shopify там нормально. Ну, там, кажется, я по сотке поставил. Ну, кроме итога, из столько больше. Вот смотри, тащит. Stellar getting to the no shit to Кико! Красавчик, Кико выжил! Ну сейчас вот... неудачно он упал, надо было оставаться там на балконе. Кико not even try. Вот это, конечно, поддержка, вот это группа поддержки у него.
SSG have been so quick to grab that ball. Anytime spent even in a
All
neutral
8 players here have one world title.
great job for SSG to
Я
take
не
advantage
знаю
of
насчет...
anytime they can get it. But at the same time,
Renegade
scrapping
вроде
a couple
выиграл,
seconds
да.
here and there isn't going to be
И
the
Снейкбайт я
meaningful
тоже
amount.
хз, не помню, он в Facebook. Он же в Facebook, значит, да, выиграл, да, значит, все тут самые мощные игроки сейчас. Реально. Хотя при этом сейчас самая сильная команда, как по мне, это Shopify. Spotify клинил. Люси всегда показывает. Люси вообще на расслабоне, вот сейчас как я просто сидит вот так вот. Кинулся, все, что-то комментирует. Нормально. Ну, зайдем на GGBet, посмотрим, что поменял. Нет, почему? Я не понимаю. Почему так? Почему нельзя в реальном времени ставить? Им же выгоднее. Да, забрали. Не, тут, скорее всего, сейчас смотри. Первая победа будет за SSG.
They sniff Legend out. Those grenades made Legend no shield. They're able to trade it out. And now Renegade by himself with the ball. Snakebite versus Renegade. All teammates find new clashes here in the back of Tram. Renegade coming out on top, and that's going to reward him with more ball time. Still down 20 seconds, though, so Optic have work to do in round one still.
Look at that. Renegade scrapping up all this time. Decides to revert back towards Tram, see if he can get some slays. When in doubt, slay it out is definitely the game plan for some of these players, because if you get those kills, the rest of your teammates will grab that objective and take care of everything else.
A 4-on-2 right now on the map for Space Station Gaming. They're going to be able to get the ball, get it back in Tram, and with 77 points and climbing, Optic have one push. Any kill that could stagger Optic respawners would be big, but Snakebite's the first to drop. Optic look like they have an opportunity to break this setup before this game ends.
Now we have to see how Space Station decide to play this. Do they try to rotate and get this away, or do they go for kills and try to disallow Optic to get a full setup? That's one pick, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Good Stellar gets another stick, though. That will be enough.
Капец, конечно, жаль,
Optic will
капец.
not be able to get set up
Я с
in
улицы
Tram
пришел,
at this time, even though they have
это
camera.
песню
Highway
свою.
robbery as Stellar
Это
picks up two. That
похолодало.
makes the defense from Optics so much less of a fortress of what it would have been. Formal, though, with this camo, trying to make the decision, does he need to pick up the
Да
ball?
не, я
Does he
не
need to
думаю,
slay?
что
Well, Space
Книг
Station's here,
был
and now Formal
Уикл
gets some solid damage, and I love this rotation by Formal. A perfect
Я
throw
думаю,
to
что
his
будет
teammate.
3-1.
Camo does
Тут,
run out,
возможно,
but a
даже
good
3-2
rotation
будет.
of the oddball will
И, может
reward
быть,
Optic
SSG выиграют,
with
кто
some
знает.
much-needed time to
Если
get
нет,
back into
тогда будем смотреть
Just with that spawner positioning by Snake
в
Bite over
11:30
at A tower.
примерно.
It stops
Будем
Optic from making
смотреть
rotation. They wisely play the ball forward,
на
but they're stuck in a
где-то за
difficult
30
position.
минут.
They're all stuck on B.
Ну, или
They're
где-то
getting
в
pinched from
12
both sides.
Yeah, Optic had two down, but a big
если я не
win, I
засну.
believe, from Bound right
Let's
there.
go,
As Eco
SSG.
gonna slow this one down, play on the stairs, knows that multiple members of Optic are gonna be passing through the driveway. Multiple members of Optic all pass through by Eco. The routes don't match up, but 96 and climbing.
Смотри, Ико, красава. Сохраняй. Snakebite, давай, есть. Есть. Первый раунд отбол взяли. Хорошо. Ико, что это такое? Ико, что это? Что это такое, Ико? Что это было?
That was going to work out well for Space Station in the long run. They knew that they just wanted to scrap them those last few seconds and close out round number 1.
Space Station starts off
This is
hot
SSG,
here
I
in game one.
know.
Exactly what you
Right.
wanted to see if you want this series to go the distance,
Почему?
because you know Optic are capable of coming back from any deficit. They've proven that throughout this
Привет,
weekend.
здорово.
A beautiful start.
Ты как раз вовремя SSG взяли первый раунд отбол. И там вот так вот Ико делал. Это его типа, это он понял и распальцовку начал делать, как Русланчик. Вот так вот он в камеру делал, не знаю, что это значит. Слил Рейси 1 на 1 3 раза подряд. Ну что ж, надо разогреваться было. А если разогрелся, тогда, ну, не твой день. Вообще, зачем играть? Сегодня надо смотреть, как играют про. Запоминать, записывать, делать выводы, и потом это все реализовывать на практике. Только мы пока нубы, мы смотрим, как играют про. Я за разогрев был, понял. Ну, я, конечно, не прям нуб уже, все-таки HCS уже 4-й год смотрю, получается. Ну да, я начал смотреть где-то с 22-го года. Где-то с 22-го года, поэтому я уже плюс-минус понимаю, как надо играть. Плюс сколько, 6 часов надо один. Right, so weird becoming a lucid fan after not logging in for 3 seasons and has called. Мне вообще-то всегда нравился Lucid, когда он был при Optic. Мне просто сами Optic не нравились. Мне нравился... Да, в общем-то, только он и нравился. Фейз мне нравился... Вот то, что сейчас в SSG Snakebite, еще какой-то чел был. Может, вроде Фейз был, если не ошибаюсь. Если ничего не перепутал. Legend holding SSG at Bay all by himself. А чё? Смотри, не туда. Не, все, Legend убрали. Брали помеху. Так, надо глянуть на DGBet. Вернули? Текущую. Да, вернули! Ёб твою мать, наконец-то! Вернули, ребят! Вернули! Все, можно ставить обратно. Кайф. Ну, карты первые уже, к сожалению, все. Хотя у DGBet была такой баг, что когда начинается тут катка, типа там проходит, я не знаю, секунд 20, можно еще сделать. Я же так сделал в прошлый раз, но это первый день был мейджора. Я так не помню, на кого я поставил, но лучше бы я не стал, я тогда сутку слил. Я типа сильно... это SSG слили, да, точно, SSG типа слили. Я причем, мне чуйка была, что не проиграют. Но... Я думаю, ой, ну раз они опережают их на 5 убийств, то, наверное, типа, ну там Slayer был. И нифига не слили в итоге. Вот, ну такая невелика потеря. Ладно. Хотя бы можно баловаться сейчас. Поделать. Так. Карта 2. 1.82 на SSG, 1.85 на Optic. Капец, такие коэффициенты вкусные. Ох. И карта 3. Бляха, я не знаю. Что? Что это было? Lucid выкинул? А что это было? Типикал SSG. Да пошел ты нахер. Вон, смотри, модераторы пришли разбираться. Что-то у Lucid произошло. Все, перезапускаем, все, давай. Переигрываем этот раунд. Сейчас будет SSG 2-0, а не 1-1. Это amazing. They seem really pumped. Optic was cooking. Да, я не спорю, Optic was cooking. Только что. Давай сегодня 1 на 1 попробуем. Мы, наверное, сегодня, ну, можем, в принципе, в перерыве, когда будем ждать следующую катку. Shopify против Face. Там, в принципе, не сильно будет интересно, потому что Shopify сильнее Face. Я же говорю, я поставил на Shopify на первую карту, поставил на итог. Там понятно, что Shopify выиграет. Они сейчас самая сильная команда. Ну или на уровне с SSG и Optic. Такое. Вот, в принципе, можно будет перерыв, там будет перерыв минут 20. Там можно будет покатать. I can't believe this is still normal. Я помню, когда Баун такое вытворял, в итоге SSG выиграли. Да. Баун needs to move his monitor. А посмотри, как он близко играет. Он вот так вот играет. Вот перед ним монитор, трындец. Жесть. Bounce monitors basically we are so close. Да, Legend knows best what it's like to unplug, да, кстати, тоже. Ну не Legend, вообще Bound. Crashes more on land than internet. Ну да, я не спорю. Странно очень. И что сейчас будет? Они сейчас переиграют этот раунд или продолжат 1 на 1? Потому что у Люсида там под конец что-то произошло. Интересно.
You can't worry about scrapping up some of those 5 seconds and then lose 2 or 3 players throughout that time.
Дуже цікаво.
You need to get back in the mentality, yes, and that's okay during the end of game or as time is, ticking against the opposing team. You can't do that earlier on, and so I want to see Space Station get back in their comfort flow of getting some slays, getting a little bit more control, and rotating the ball and getting a near full setup. Bring it back towards PD, bring it back towards Tramp. They seem viable in either of the locations.
Какой ресет? Продолжаем. Я думаю, справедливо будет 1-1 продолжить с этого момента.
As we wait for the game to get underway or back underway, we'll get an official result as to what the score is going to be between the two teams. I'm sure it looks like it's going to be 70-20 here in round 2. Keep in mind that SSG is up a round, so this round 2 is only to push this to a round 3 if Optic are to win, but they will
не знаю, мне кажется, вторую карту все-таки... Я, правда, не... сейчас я гляну, я скриншот делал. Сейчас глянем, что там будет дальше. У нас дальше будет Slayer, Lifefire. О, вот это, конечно, да. Я даже не знаю, кто выиграет, если честно. Slayer вообще это тематика SSG, но сегодня оптики разогреты. Они сегодня покатали нормально. Плюс там было 2 на 2 у Баунда, Легенда и каких-то еще кого-то там. Так подожди, Формула и Ренегейда получается. То есть это они типа Friendly Fire проводили с какими-то белыми челами. Они, короче, очень хорошо разогрелись сегодня. Есть шанс, что, конечно, капец. Вот Recharge накинул за хил, вот там бы я, наверное, поставил на SSG. Там будет любимая Shock Rifle, Stellar. Вот. В принципе, да. Я думаю, что следующее они проиграют. Может быть, даже это проиграют, кто знает. Видишь, он Люсит расслабился.
Correct decisions as far as the routes being taken towards that oddball, which we can't say for everybody. There's some players like Renegade, I don't want them with the oddball. I actually don't want them anywhere near the oddball.
Может тоже SSG. Короче, на третью я бы поставил. На третью я бы поставил. Что там случилось? У Люсида что-то произошло. Как раз когда заканчивался второй раунд отбола, но там написалось, что как бы оптики взяли второй раунд, ну свой первый. То есть там 1-1 получалось. Но у Люсида что-то произошло, и у него типа что-то там дисконнектит, что-то типа такого. Что-то типа такого. Ну они пишут, конечно, в чатах разное пишут, но пишут, что типа SSG опять там балуется, что-то там это. Ну слили они 1 раунд, и что тут такого? Они сейчас могут же взять и выиграть, это шотбол все. Не понимаю, короче, мне становится жарко, пока вот эта пауза. Я воспользуюсь моментом, воспользуюсь возможностью, одену рубашечку, в которой я был. А то я был на улице сейчас, мне пришлось одеть спортивный костюм.
If your renegades of the world are the ones holding the oddball, that your setup is less strong because they're not playing to their strengths.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a similar feelings to that before when you had like Renegade, team was
a snake bite and like being like, oh, I knew ball was being taken care of by snake bite, but there's times where some of that slack I felt like was not being picked up on that old roster.
Working through the kinks still. It's only the first major of the year, so by the time we get to Worlds, we will be talking about these teams, these players in a completely different light. As they grow, they learn, and the meta will shift. Even in year 4, we will see new horizons of the meta, and I expect to see that led by 2 of the teams on stage, specifically knowing Optic Gaming and the talent that's on SSG as well.
Ой, а что в смысле 1 на 1? А ты когда вообще спать собрался? Сейчас завтра школы нету? Что ты сегодня такой какой-то гиперактивный?
The decision making and the strategies behind the intention behind the strategies at a high level, that's when true chess will just become like the next level of Halo. And we're getting close to it here today. Bear with us as we get this lobby situated. I understand that we want to kick this Sunday off, and these players, they're ready to play, and I know they got to be upset going into a reset. Optic Gaming feeling like they had a lot of presence in that second round, feeling like they were going to make this to a round 3. And in all honesty, this reminds me of a similar story of what we saw SSG go through against Shopify yesterday. Really, the only close game was that game 3 Streets Oddball.
Есть, что есть?
SSG came out
Есть учеба?
one round one,
Вас
but
не
in rounds 2
отпускают
and 3
посидеть дома?
didn't put up nearly as much of a fight, I feel. And is there something about what
Хотя у
SSG is
меня
doing
пары
that you
тоже
can catch
будут.
on to very quickly and counter for rounds 2
Хотя
and
там
3 that
лекции.
Optic is
Я думал, через час пойдем. Ну так через час и пойдем. Как раз к тому времени же должна будет закончиться. Я надеюсь, если не будет еще вот этих вот перерывов непонятных, ненужных, то да, где-то к 10, я надеюсь, не закончат. Или там 10-20. I wish because we drop a 60 bomb on this map. Господи, тут столько мемов про Ико, в хорошем смысле. Сколько у него поклонников. Ого, нифига себе, у него волосики начали расти, щетина какая-то есть. Охренеть. Вот это же опять он это что-то делает, это распотовка.
Going to be pressured very quickly off the first respawner that comes from SSG.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it's also just kind of figure out who's on fire, who's hot today. We saw yesterday, undoubtedly, Renegade and Bound were destroying, especially as you got in the second half of that Nemesis series. They're playing good, but it's not the same level as last night. Wonder how much gas we got in the tank. Those guys had a long day. They had to play early in the morning against Nemesis to lose their full play match. And then they had to close the day.
А, меня не слышно
Close
почти.
to, what, 12,
Понял.
13 hours
А,
later
точно, я
against
забыл,
Nemesis
я же
again.
делал громче, да.
Спасибо,
Спасибо, что ты сказал. Давай вот так. Я же уходил, да, и делал погромче. Ну, Halo Studios, надпись такая, ну вот видишь, поменяли шрифт. Я думаю, что это, боже, Стеллар передергивает на... Что, на турнире? Я указываю такой момент, господи. Он такой, вот так вот делал, так вот. Господи. Стеллар заряжается, пробуждает свои норвежские корни, о господи. Господи, ладно, какой-то... Так, что там слышно меня? Да я не думаю, что будет такое же лово. Ты что? Это... Хотя кто его знает? Ну, типа, с другой стороны, почему бы нет? Потому что это получается 25 лет ну, 24 года у Halo было один и тот же шрифт, даже при 343 Industries. Спасибо хоть за это, да, что они прям не все кардинально поменяли, но хз. Я типа не против. Тем более, если они как бы начинают с чистого листа, с ремейка, с самой первой части, с самого начала, то типа окей. Вот. В чем бы и нет. SSG is losing maps, we must lag out. Да пошел ты нафиг, придурок какой-то, мистер Шрек всем, блин. SSG круче Optic. Признайте это. Start the game, вот именно. Давайте, что вы тянете? Много болтовни. Куда Стеллар ушел? Куда Стеллар ушел? Что происходит? Куда он ушел? Come on, guys. Мне скоро спать ложиться, но я хотел там 12 где-то. Капец, вы гоните, это, блядь, только первая катка. Но с другой стороны, смотри, практикуется гад, практикуется формула. И баун тоже, капец. Ну молодцы, ребята, ну бляха. Вот лучше бы SSD сейчас. Формула на контроллере, охренеть. Ё-моё. Охренеть. Я хочу, чтобы SSD сейчас тренились, разогревались. Бубляха сейчас остынут и все. И быстренько посливают все, что можно. 3-0. Вот то как вчера, сейчас я покажу. Сейчас я покажу, это вообще позор какой-то был. Даже не надо так сделать. Ой, вот. Я как раз вчера на этом моменте спать пришел. Конечно, они слили лучшей команде на сегодняшний день. Тупо в 3-0 слили. Как такое может быть, ребята? Ребята, как такое может быть? Это просто, это трындец какой-то. Как? Это, ну, в голове не укладывается. Как? Это жесть какая-то вообще. Это очень грустно. Тут, кстати, тоже они не очень хорошо играли. Ну, это трындец, вот это то, что вчера было, конечно, капец. Да, капец позорище, блять, как? Это вообще ноунеймы, я не знаю, они просто берут, всех выигрывают. Кейсон Шоудаун взяли, выиграли Оптиков в конце. Сейчас они вот прошли в полуфинал. Ну, тут понятно, что они раскидают Фейс, ну, это же новый состав. Не, у них, конечно, резы у них не по комплексити, слабая команда. Вот Team Nemesis обидно, я очень хотел, чтобы они прошли бы хотя бы в четверть, но, к сожалению, нет. Они не прошли. Они слили конкретно Фейзом. Вот. Сейчас у нас Фейс, вот это будет в 10:30, должно было быть 10:30, сейчас, наверное, это будет в 11. Вот эта фигня будет. Ну тут понятно, что Шопифай пройдут финал. Тут у нас сейчас типа будет определяться, проигравший будет переходить в битву за третье место. Ну тут получается Фейс перейдет типа сюда, а тут мы сейчас узнаем, кто из них будет Optic или SSG. В принципе, если SSG пройдут на третье место, ну будут бороться за третье место, то неплохо. Ну и они выиграют, скорее всего, Фейс. Если действительно попадут на, ну, типа, вот эту битву. Давайте, что вы там Снейкбайта показываете? Ну, пожила Вингумку, слышу. Давай. О господи, а что это у меня на вебке такое? Что это за фигня? Сейчас протру. Капец, ну что, поцарапалось? Ну, это капец. Короче, я сегодня не. Мы уже завтра будем смотреть битву за третье место и финал. Завтра после работы приду и буду смотреть. Потому что мне завтра реально на работу надо вставать. Поэтому сегодня мы закончим трансляцию. И так очень длинную. Закончим на... Типа на следующий, как еще, Shopify против Face. Ну, я ж типа поставил все-таки на Shopify, надо же как-то посмотреть, что я там нагадал себе. нормально? Подожди, меня слышно вообще? Серьезно? Офигеть, они сделали так, что в пользу SSG, смотри, они не слили. Сделали так, что они не слили второй раунд. Прикольно. Слушай, тема, то есть SSG сейчас могут даже по-быстренькому Ой-ой-ой, Ико слили. Снейкбайт, давай. Снейкбайт, текай лучше. Пипец, вот это, конечно, момент. А почему время не идет 4:36? А, это потому что держит мяч. Да. Бляха, нет, тут походу все равно. Оптики. Хорош, Теллер залетел. Все, восстанавливались 4, жди своих и забирайте мяч. И держите эту точку. Люсит, аккуратно, ты что сам ходишь? Что, болван, ты что, бляха, там, блин, их куча. Не-не-не, граната выкурит. Ико поздно залетел. Ико сейчас тоже вынесут. Я ж сказал. Ой-ой-ой. Не. Це погано. Це дуже погано, дуже погано. Дуже погано. Нет, ничего так. Капс, да, ну все. Понятно, 1-1. Пойдем долгим путем. О, в размен так эпично ушли. Да, форшединг, да, буквально, да, отсылается. Как и закончилось. Окей. У меня хоть это прямая, да? Я думаю, что такое? Давай чат читать будешь. Draw, yes, draw. Давайте отрицай SSG, нафиг нам вот эти оптики. Ё-моё, снейкбайт, нет, осторожно! Нет, в голову сейчас... Туда его! Люсид, жди своих, не заходи сам. Сейчас сзади будут сейчас. Хорош. А смотри, как он, слышишь, он мне... Красавчик, двоих забрал. Красавчик, смотри, он не давил того, он переключился на того, кто шел на него, и потом уже, в размен ушел с кем изначально и боролся. Ой, красавчик. Кто-то у нас снейкбайт убежал. Фигонько, сейчас тоже убью. Да, убил. KD у SSG отвратительный. Я боюсь, что Slayer следующий они сольют. Пипец. Как такое получается? Ой, слушай, давай я так сделаю. Я не могу так сделать. Или могу? Байчек. Ты правильно написал. Очень плохо, согласен, вообще какая-то херня какая-то. Не, ну сейчас вроде контролируют, но они очень быстро умирают. Посмотри на количество убийств и ассистов у оптиков и у SSG вообще плохо. У SSG прям капец, что-то фиговенько. Но опять-таки, тут еще сыграла оптикам на руку то, что они типа сделали дружеский 2 на 2 прямо перед этой игрой. SSG в это время там попивали энергетиков, еще какую-то херню, пиво, я не знаю, что они там пьют, колу, соду содовую. И еще и сливают. Eternal Spider-Man's true identity and sword to never tell. Ой, что? Ego hasn't figured out to pull the trigger faster than he thinks now. He's still a Godzilla. О, господи. Как они защищают Ико, я угораю. Конечно, да. Пипец, 66 против... Не, ребяточки, тут SSG сейчас сливают. 2 минуты 50... Ой, сейчас... Не, у Снейкбайта не заходят. Убийство вообще не заходит. Смотрим на статистику. 9... А, у него 9-9, то есть у него KD 0 получается еще. 1. 1. Объектив. Ико, красавчик, дольше всех держал мяч. Lucid вообще херовенько играет. 11 смертей. Господи, я даже лучше играю. Такое время-то. Нелетное. Нелетную погоду. Короче, я уверен, что тут сейчас сливают SSG. Я пошел с гостями попрощаюсь, вы досматривайте этот позор.
7 being the tone setter, I feel like, for the pace of this game. And if I'm on SSG, Dave, I want this game to be a methodical game. I don't want this to be off respawn. I'm sprint G-sliding into combat to try and third-party the action that's already going on. How do you slow down Optic Gaming is the big question.
That's a great question because I do feel like we didn't really get to see that answer as much on Streets. Yes, Streets can play a little bit quicker and the map's a little bit shorter so you can fly across, but here on Livefire,
Optic Gaming 1-0. Я как чувствовал. А сейчас что? Сейчас они идут в уровень. Слушай. Слушай, я даже не жалею. Хорошо, что я не поставил. На первый. Капец, конечно. Слушай. Бляха, сейчас я вот так сделаю, короче. Не, SSD тащат. Да нихера они не тащат, они в уровень идут. Тащат это когда опережают, не знаю, там, ну на 5 хотя бы. Это такое, это не тащит. Это якась херня, если честно. Я, короче, вот так сделаю. Я знаю, так вообще-то не делают, не застегивают верхнюю, но оно на вебке как-то странно смотрится. Who runs Halo currently? Halo Studios. Didn't you guess? Или Microsoft тогда еще. Помню, раньше было Microsoft Gaming. Нет, какой Microsoft Gaming? Я не помню, короче. Раньше не Microsoft Game Studios, что такое было. Да, we've been watching Renegades POV all series. Мне это заебало, если честно. Какой-то Renegade. Дурачок, болван какой-то. О, ответили. Halo Studios and Microsoft Steel. Halo Studios is a rebranded 3 for 3. Ну хз. I can't tell. Слушай, ты говорил тащат, они сливают сейчас. О, всем привет, кто зашел. Что-то нас много сегодня. Как раз вовремя. О, красавчик. А, это ж Баун, господи. Я все никак не привыкну, что Баун теперь против SSD. Он же поднимался с SSD, а тут он тупо против SSD. Ну, в голове не укладывается такое. Трендец. Они опять слили. Слушай, может быть рискнуть третью поставить на SSD, что думаешь? Ого, коэффициенты выросли на PlayStation Gaming 1.91, карта 3, на Optic 1.77. Да, конечно. Let's go Optic. Ой, ё-моё. Опять. Не, жалко, конечно. Карта 3, 2 и 2 уже. Пипец, SSD совсем расслабились. 148. Карта 3, 2 и 12, охренеть. Кинул захил, сейчас будет плотно. Ладно, я поставил сотку на карту 3. Нет, так нет, да, хорошо. Я надеюсь, потому что если они сейчас выиграют, то будет 3 и 5, а у меня залетит еще одна ставка. Но мне в любом случае, типа, надо, чтобы сейчас SSD затащили. Если нет, будет обидно. Но потом все равно я выиграю сильно на Shopify. Просто тогда я буду сильно на Shopify сплять. Капец, я в шоке. 2-0. Как? Slayer проиграть? Как? С таким большим отрывом? Давай глянем. А почему я... У них нельзя перематывать. Круто. Можно перематывать уже потом, когда запись. Не могу я глянуть. Ну, 3402, 38, 32, 40. 41. 42! Даблкил просто делает. 30... Господи, они более чем на 10 отставали. Expect SSG to throw the match already 50k each. I'm here for the lucid and stellar hair. Пипец. King of the Hill, recharge. Ну это же карта Стеллара, ребята. Ну карта Стеллара. Давайте, SSD, drop eco for Nick Mercs. Кто такой Nick Mercs? This cannot go, map 5, Optic will lose. Bound is top 5. We want to see a full 5 games. Я тоже. Не, вот сейчас... Я не знаю, короче, главное, чтобы сейчас SSG выиграли. Там уже все равно. Я, в принципе, готов был к тому, что SSG пойдут в битву за 3-е место. Не знаю, у меня такая чуйка была. Что, ну, сегодня, типа, не их день, этот мейджор им не дастся. Ну, кто знает, конечно, но... Моя просто чуйка такая. Все-таки, мне кажется, будет 2-2, и последний, 5-й выиграет Оптики. Пипец, они такие радостные, я давно их такими не видел. Они же обычно что-то сливали, плакали, что были там расстроены. Тут такие радостные, конечно, блин, два раза подряд выиграли. SSG, самих SSG. Have fun, be nice, keep it clean. Ага. Formal said he wanted a god roster, and Lucid wasn't invited. Конечно, его вообще выгнали из Optic. Конечно, he wasn't invited. He was kicked out from the team. Did Lucid follow chat? Did Lucid follow, да. Ну, я Slayer пропустил большую часть, а отбол, да, он плохо играл, очень плохо. Хуже меня. Что за фигня? Eco has the worst aim, I swear. That's what I said 2 years ago, man. Router 2 in... Это типа сейчас опять SSG будут хитрости свои использовать, да, чтобы вот это, чтобы типа там опять подольше длилась катка, да, чтобы там что-то там у кого-то вылетал кто-то. Ой. Так, пока они балакаются, давай я гляну... подожди, надо вот это... Гляну-ка я тут что у нас... О, вот это оно. Прогресс. У меня же, по идее, вот эти должны быть... Да, есть. У меня осталась какая-то херня, я не знаю, добьем, может сегодня добью. Самое главное, что у меня вот эта фигня будет, что у меня будет... флаг. Что-то написано Флойд. За прикол. Попкорн у меня будет. Брелочек на пушечку. Все, сейчас мы должны уже начинать. Come on, SSG. Can you guys just start the game instead of spending 10 minutes between each game? Так реально, слушай, они 10 уже, по идее, должна начинаться следующая игра. А у нас тут, скорее всего, сейчас пойдет, типа, на все 5 игр. Ну, либо сейчас SSG выигрывают одно, и потом сливают четвертую. Может быть и такое, в принципе, будет типа 3-1. SSG вождь. Feels very bad. Lucy dropped Trippy only for Trippy to have a better team than him. Ну, Люси не бросал Trippy, насколько мне известно. See, this is silly. And the pitch timer would be great. Or player game penalty would be nice. Да, согласен, они типа слишком долго тянут. Пинок под зал. Вот смотри, где SSG ходили, ребята. Они, наверное, с тренером что-то обсуждали. Может быть, сейчас камбэк будет? Люси, да, Люси на Бабасе идет с бутылочкой. В шортах, он в шортах еще, ё-моё, в шортах и олимпийки. Это худи. В шортах и худи. Чувак, красавчик, вообще не заморачивается ни о чем. На расслабончике пришел, слышишь, брать. Там сколько за первое место? 100 тысяч дают. Да. Опа, смотри, контроллер. Это элитка? Не, ну это какой-то Xbox контроллер. И у кого еще? Ико? Не, у Снейкбайта, смотри, Снейк. Это Снейкбайт или там замена и тренер будет играть? Live support for SSG can be Battleback. Да бог знает, наверное, да. Подожди, это же вопросник, я хочу проголосовать. Нету, понятно. Это просто так, типа, поразмышлять. Who's the berry with a tablet asking for a friend? Не знаю, я не видел, что там за девчонка была с планшетом.
Yeah, I want to start off with Snakebite. He's been such a veteran. He started off so strong. He's been a critical role. He's one of the greatest Halo players of all
Тильт
time.
начинается,
And I
ё-моё.
have not been seeing him
Давайте SSG.
when his team needs him the most.
Надо.
So let's kick it off with Snakebite here.
We need that
As we
win.
go into
We
this
need
game,
that
Reaping
win.
the Hill on recharge.
Am I speaking clearly? Can you hear me? Can you understand me? We need that win. We need a third win from you guys. Вот, давай сразу от их лица. Ну, не лучший, конечно, вариант. Ой, ой, ой. Снайпбайт, конечно. Боже, опять этот Ренегейт, ну задрал меня. Ой, Шакрай, ой. Ой-ой-ой. Хорошо, он промазал. Снайпбайт, текай! Бля, сейчас Люсиду! А чё он так промазывает жестко? Use PlayStation your doubles for reverse sweep. Блядь, Стеллара вынесли, некрасиво очень. Давайте, ребята, ну вы же там возле горы, давай. Ико, заходи уже. Блядь, Снейкбайт вообще тут... Смотри, втроем крутится. Что вы делаете? Бляха, как Стеллара убили! Это капздец! Бляха, они зашли! SSG locking, guys. Давайте опять у кого-то что-то за... О, наконец-то Шакрайфл закончил. Давайте... О, давайте пробивайтесь, ребята! Блядь, какой ренегейт! Ё-моё, сейчас Стеллара вынесут. Блядь, Стеллар, живи! Вы, да, выкуривайте их. Нейдс, throw нейдс. Стеллар, давай, закидывай. Красава! О, давай, почти сбил щиты, все, атакуйте. Давай, давай. Блин, Стеллар, болван, что ж ты не зашел? SSG, да. Блядь, Снейкбайт. Они уже слили первую гору. Пипец. Поздно, Ико, поздно ты пришел, все уже. Берите хотя бы он баун сейчас. Боже, это так трудно, сердце разбивается, когда свой же своего убивает. Ну, в данном случае баун против Ико. Два сородича, да. Два брата, друг против друга в разных командах. Тяжело смотреть на подобное зрелище. Оптик берут вторую гору. Это как пиздец какой-то. Lucid looks like Steve Smith from American Dad. Я не помню Стива Смита from American Dad. Неужели SSG контролирует? Lucid, что это было? Ты никогда такого не вытворял. Зачем ты в размен ушел? Оу, Снейкбайт как раз. Ну там Стеллар плюс Снейкбайт был, кажется. Так, SSG, локин, давайте, ребяточки, давайте, ё-моё. You can Snakebite need to be dropped. Нет, в смысле, Снейкбайта только взяли, нет. Снейкбайт нормально играет, он хорош в захвате, в отбол. Ты видел, что сделал сейчас? Ну там засчитала Люсиду, но нормально, нормально, сейчас будет 1-1. Флаг G. Флаг G. Это типа прикол над SSG, да? Flap Space G. О, взяли 1-1, хорошо, ребяточки, давайте. Вам надо 3-1, и время закончится, и все будет хорошо. Хотя, вот знаешь, как назло, вот именно в Team of the Hill почему-то время всегда кажется, что очень медленно идет. Мне так всегда казалось. На самом деле, просто время не идет, пока кто-то держит, кто-то контролирует гору. Бляха, форма убил Ико. Снейкбайт сейчас соло пойдет, и его убьют, да? Легенд его сейчас. Смотри, Снейкбайт против Легенда. Давай, Люсид. Красава, Люсид добил Легенда. Все, ребята, заходите. Да, Люсид. Бери плазма пистол. Красава, Снейкбайт зашел. Ренегейта выносите, Ренегейта. Блять, там Легенд. Ё-моё, вот это, конечно, схватка. Люсид, соберись, давай. Да как? Он же попал. Триндец. Он Блин, как? Он же ж попал. Что за фигня? Он двоих мог убить, но не засчитала. Люсид, заходи. И кто там? Стеллар, Люси. Бляха, Стеллар сейчас грохнул. Люси, красавчик, попал. Трындец, формул зашел. Нет, Стеллар, текай! Бляха, убили Снейкбайта, сейчас выкурят. Или Ику. Бляха-муха, почти. Ё-моё, они почти взяли вторую гору. Ику... А, это Снейкбайта убили. Пипец, они берут. When was the last time we signed a SSG player with scam? Я не знаю, когда. Люсин, что ты делаешь? Люсин сидит, дома стоит просто. Они уже взяли вторую гору, ну что тут пытаться? А, они, наверное, ждут просто следующую, да? Скорее всего. Что происходит? Почему оптики не берут? Что это за психологическая игра? Funny watching them wait for people because they don't know how the sponsor working this stuff. Come on, SSG, we want G's. Wow, this is such a good strategy. А, да, ну может быть, да, типа сразу ждать следующую. Только что-то они ее не берут сейчас. Ну, Снейкбайт побежал. Не хз, у них осталось 2 минуты. Ой, бляха. Люси, давай. Как в размен ушли? Трындец. Бляха! Оптики берут третью гору, уже при... Ё-моё, бан взял Active Cam. Это как здесь. Lucy displaying low. Да, реально да. Люси, не умирай! Нет! Люси, ты умер! Снейкбайт сам! Все, ему пришлось выйти. Снейкбайт, давай, красава. Смотри какой заряженный. Нет, не успел. Пиздец. Это как пиздец просто. О, красава, давайте, ребята, берите вторую. Чего вы не берете ее? А, что тут Ренегейт. Все, заходите! Ику против Баунда. Кто? Ику, красава! Забегай, все, забегайте, держите, контролируйте. Блять, кто? Да зайди уже, что ты делаешь, Ику, ты болван или что? Красава, слушай, красава. Ну, бляха, там никого нет, все сдохли. Заходите, все, ваши, заходите. Берите вторую, уже времени не остается. Трындец какой-то. This is the point where the reverse sweep kicks in. Я согласен. В размен ушли. Сейчас должны реально камбэкнуть. Ну, reverse sweep это когда вот берут и вот тупо ну, начинают выигрывать. Давайте, ребята, ну вы должны хотя бы эту катку выиграть. Блять, да что ж такое? Чуть-чуть, ну. Писец. Как ты умер там? Нет, Ику убили. Пацаны, давайте, залетайте, ё-моё. Легенда уберите, бляха, не актив кэмом взяли. Чуть-чуть осталось взять второе, господи. Ику, давай, красава. Есть. Нет. F. SSG F. SSG отправляются на битву за третье место. Жалко, конечно, ладно. Минус 300 гривен. Окей. блядь, даже не смогли сыграть еще на одну игру больше, это пипец. Я в шоке. Такую уверенность ставил больше, чем 3,5, конечно. Это пиздец. А, они уже не пытаются, все.
And the decision by the Optic Gaming members to put the God Squad together pays off here, first time this year, and they will advance in the elimination bracket.
3-0.
The winners finals match of FaZe and Shopify Rebellion.
And not a massive pop-up there from Optic. Partial respect to their former teammates. Partial saying, work's not done yet. Many matches to go for them to get the place that they want in this event.
Taking a look at the stats, Renegade, of course, who else would it be? It seems like he was on a mission this series, 21-14 here in game 3, and I feel like Renegade, he's done it all weekend long, but he continues to set the tone and to be the example of a champion here for this Optic Gaming roster as they move forward.
Yeah, I always wonder about different superstars and how they're playing each day. Renegade, like you said yesterday, stepped it up harder than anyone else on Optic, and then today, knocked out the best player.
3-0.
If he continues this, this is
3-0 и минус
road
300
for
гривен,
any teams
прикольно.
that they're playing against.
The road only gets harder as you continue to advance to the elimination bracket. Keep in mind, Shopify versus FaZe in our winners finals. The loser of that series is going to run into a very hot Optic, someone that came from all the way from losing
Всем человек, ребят, привет, спасибо, кто заходит. Тут, конечно, да. Такие моменты. Да, пошли. Сейчас самое время идти. Только надо увидеть, когда будут играть. Ой, man, that was so winnable, frustrating. Я не понимаю, как они слили вообще. Ужас, просто ужас. Бляха,
The battle for power, I mean, Optic had such starting.
Что такое? Что ты отключился? Опа, прикол. Вот это да. Google перестал работать, устал. Taskbar seems to be unresponsive, прикол. Вот это да, конечно. Так, сейчас, где эта фигня? О, да, восстановить страницу. Все, тогда это не надо. Возвращаю.
Yeah, securing that Z plat, the draining time over at the Needler Hill, everything just played so well from there. I mean, you and I have broken it down, though. I actually want to hear from the horse's mouth himself. Blaze, he's down there with Formal. Take it away.
Да, конечно.
Washi and West Texas, make some noise for Optic Gaming as they win their first series of the day. Let's get some H4Fs in the chat right now. I got Formal with me on the main stage. Formal, you come into this series going up against a formal rival in Space Station Gaming. You guys played them a lot last season, but how does it feel to be able to take them down right now in the 3-0 fashion in which you did?
I mean, it feels good. I know that Bound and Legend definitely wanted to beat them, so that was a great first match. I don't know.
And not just you, you know, I want to talk to you about Renegade as well. Renegade has been playing out of his mind throughout this entire event. How does that alleviate pressure for you guys?
О. Так, я в игре. Да, я хоть тут поменяю себе эти режимы. Да. тебя не слышу. Говори. Тебя вообще не слышу. Понял? Тебя не слышу. О, теперь слышу. Это вообще нормальный чел. В плане. Ну это и хрена, потому что оптики разогнились очень хорошо. Да они дебилы, да, реально выходили от это что-то. Ну, они очень сильно отвлекались, и им вроде должно было помочь то, что они вот это там, что-то у них там сбои какие-то были. Ну, что-то видишь. Даже это не помогло им. Бывает.
Ты знаешь, что сейчас играет Джойс. Джойс это же Илья.
Да, да.
Кстати, я посмотрел его профиль, он такой скин красивый, типа это он донатил или что?
Нет. Это за что?
А как он такой?
Не помню. Ну, у него и спроси у него, я что помню.
Кстати, а я смотрю, так у него карьерное звание платина класс 1.
И?
Вот, а у меня всего лишь...
Ну так ты же не играешь, ты же в Counter-Strike играешь.
У меня серебро класс 3. Так я понимаю, типа, я же не верю, что он матчи сыграл больше, чем я.
Ну видишь, иногда надо поверить.
А он с 22 года играет.
Ну, вообще-то начал позже, чем ты. Ну, он больше играет, плюс он играет в перестрелку постоянно.
Перестрелка это...
Firefight это. Ага.
Ну да, сначала пойдем, наверное, разогреемся в напарниках обычных, а потом 1 на 1 пойдем. Или сначала в 1 на 1 разогреемся, типа, а потом там пойдем куда-то.
Я пытаюсь, но ты никак не зайдешь ко мне.
А, сейчас я забыл там. Смотри, я сейчас буду на клавиатуре играть и потом попробую на епаде, скажу, где я лучше играю.
А когда ты будешь переключаться на геймпад?
Ну, после первого матча, типа,
Хорошо.
когда мы все раунды отыграем.
Окей. Ну скажешь. Так, я пока гляну, когда там начинают эти следующие.
А в Hellblade ведь можно как-то никнейм поменять?
Нет, в Microsoft в самом профиле. Это Microsoft аккаунты.
Я хочу вот эти цифры убрать.
Ну конечно. Ой, да, очень обидно, конечно, было. Еще в конце вот это поставил еще дополнительно.
А ты типа на третью игру ставил на SSG?
Да. Но там все шло к тому, что они выиграют, я не знаю. Тоже я такой затильтованный, что я даже стрелять нормально не могу. Это ты сейчас с ПК? Русского мыши, то есть?
Да.
Ты как-то неуверенно поворачиваешь камерой, в чем дело? У тебя чувствительность не настроена или что?
Нет.
Ну, у меня, например, на стиках в самой игре стоит максимальная чувствительность. И то мне недостаточно. Ну, на контроле по-другому. Так это ж по правилам. Ну, так, Это IQ Play называется, блин. Просто, что мне дали, тем я воспользовался. Ты же не обязательно в сухую надо вот так. Вот это в сухую было. Без каких-то там хитрых вот этих вот приколов. Тю! А что ты в ответ не ударил? Ты тоже очко получил. Practice makes progress. Забыл? Я тебе что-то избил или нет? Так ты ж сам настраиваешь. Я себе раскладку менял на контроле. На этом самой игре. А куда я кинул купол?
Capturing Hill. Capturing Hill.
Испугался?
Capturing Hill. Play to victory.
Ты не стреляешь, ты смотришь на меня.
Capturing Hill.
Power items incoming.
Ну ты серьезно?
One.
Ты сейчас я ничего не делал. Ты как SSG на последних минутах ход. Просто такой, пофиг, мы уже и так слили. Капец, как они просто не могли элементарно подойти к горе, взять вот это, типа, было бы 2-2.
Boom Legion.
Capturing Hill.
Ого. А знаешь, что я сейчас выиграю? А ладно, уже не выиграю. Ого. Я, кстати, когда вижу вот этот логотип SSG, я почему-то про Люсида думаю. Хотя это странно, потому что Люсид позже появился. Ну, не знаю, чем-то не похож. Бляха! Ауч. У тебя странная тактика, потому что пока ты там сидишь, я уже забираю гору. Понимаешь?
Capturing Hill.
Что, мне игру выключил?
Enemy halfway to victory.
Power items available.
Я сам себя ранил.
Enemy team took the hill.
Чувак, я даже промазал. Господи, я промазал опять.
Capturing Hill. Enemy team took the hill.
Thrustmaster activate.
Сейчас подожди, давай посмотрим. минуты. 3 минуты 40 секунд.
Capturing hill.
ШПХ против Фейс.
Hey, nice shot.
Capturing hill.
S7 inbound. S7 available.
Ах ты гад! Я думал по-быстренькому сейчас тебя приберу, блин. Ну ладно. 2-1. Ну а я плюс-минус где-то откуда выйду.
Victory imminent.
Let's close it out in style.
Capturing hill.
Boom Legion.
У тебя было неудачное положение вообще. Если так не можешь увозить, то просто меняй тактику. О, хорош. Воу. Бляха.
Capturing hill.
Ого!
Capturing hill. Capturing hill.
Power items on the way, Spartan.
Capturing hill. Way to victory.
Power items on the field. Go get them.
Не, приятель. Ах ты гад, ты восстановился. Я слышал твои стоны. Такие,
Enemy team.
Твои.
Capturing hill.
Опа. Знаешь, что сейчас будет?
Don't hide forever. Translocator inbound. Translocation devices now available.
Ну все, уже типа скоро. Вот сейчас скоро начинается. Shopify, Spotify премиум против Face. Нет, ты шо? Ну а прикинь, Face каким-то образом там что-то размажет их. Ай! Я в стенку забил.
30 seconds remaining.
Все.
Enemy
Ну надо
team
смотреть.
took the hill.
So let's go watch some. Spotify премиум. Spotify премиум. Да нет, Shopify Rebellion. Это прикол просто такой. Так они сейчас самые сильные. Ну, а прикинь, нет, если... Так а если фейзы их сделают, или там хотя бы там 3-2 будет? Ну я поставил на них, я поставил, короче... Я поставил на то, что они выиграют первую карту, я поставил на то, что они выиграют 3-2, я поставил на то, что они выиграют 3-1, ну потому что там коэффициенты такие хорошие. И я поставил на победу их тоже, 200. Короче, ну, ладно, они там пока что-то балакают, лялякают, ладно, можем в даблс пойти. Пошли в даблс пока. Ой. Почему не работают комментарии? Prediction started. 86%, 87% за Shopify. 13 за Face. О, не, уже сместилось. 25 за Face. Но это им не поможет. Ставлю 5000 каких-то points на Shopify. О, нашло. Локин. Давай, ребайн, заканчивай свой. Lock in and concentrate. Так, нам показывают брекет.
Я только сейчас понял, короче, типа, у меня же русский дубляжер, типа.
Господи.
И он, короче, говорит, типа, он что-то бандитизм. Вот, а я понял, что он так говорит, когда именно только, типа, ты на бандит кого-то убиваешь.
Capture the flag.
Какая отсылка, это игра слов.
Да, ну типа...
Repulsor obtained.
Это капец. Прикрой меня тоже. Ай-яй-яй. Слева будет, слева. Нет. Надо было его ударить. Да, ну кто-то пытался. Я жду тебя. Спенкер, я пошел за спенкером.
Хорошо.
They've taken our flag. We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
За этим шагом давай.
Я не добил второго, заходи до... Ладно. Возвращай. Гранату наперед кидай. Там у тебя закидай еще и гранату. Низом идут.
Enemy Spartans. Flag return.
Давай с тобой.
Flag retreat. Now back
Сверху
to our
справа.
base. They know where you are. You're exposed, partner.
Коснись план. Да блядь, да он там сбитый был. Ай, блядь.
Enemy flag returned.
Hey.
Добиваем.
Nice shot.
Угу.
S7 inbound. S7 available.
Где второй?
Go, Dogs. Bring it home.
по краунам, кажется. А, нет, не
You're
понял.
exposed, Spartan. They know where you are.
Да, там чел в куполе.
Spanker inbound.
Да. Подходи, ударяй его, убей его, да, хуя его. Второй, да?
Enemy
Ладно,
flag
ничего.
returned.
Oh, you are so much better than them.
Фух, що ж ті кестерс так тянуть? Спенкер, спенкер, спенкер. Подожди, подожди.
Spotted the disruptor. Instant nighttime. Snap.
Блядь, они к тебе идут. Красава.
Enemy Spartans are closing in.
Не добил, там второй недобитый. Заходи. Ну, можно было гранаты, в принципе. Угу. Где-то тут, он где-то тут. Вот он, вот он, вот он. Да, выкидывай. Ты умеешь флагнуться? Ну так учись.
Run like the rabbit, you two-ton Olympian. They know where you are. You're exposed, Spartan. S7 inbound. Enemy Spartans are closing in.
Блядь, меня подорвали прямо под флагом.
5 minutes remaining.
Да какая разница?
Enemy flag returned.
The enemy carrier has revealed himself.
Вот это лошара он, ты бы видел, он прям передо мной упал. Под затыльником его
Flag
шлепнул.
returned.
Меня встречают, он сзади меня прям. Вот они вдвоем тут.
They know where you are.
Добивай одного и давай второго. Кать. Нет. А ладно, может шансы есть.
Spanker
Enemy flag returned.
We're about to have company. They know where you are. You've been spotted.
Так, после этой катки сразу идем смотреть. Вот там уже какое-то кино начали показывать. Зачем ты его несешь? Ты что, ну, ты должен выбрасывать? Причем вверх смотреть сразу, когда выбрасываешь. Не-не-не, выбрасывай.
They have our flag. Take it back.
Там, бляха. А где второй? Там где флаги? О,
Enemy flag returned.
We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
нет. Они два недобитых. Ты гранату закинул, да и все. А, хорош. Все, смотри, у тебя сейчас где-то 5 секунд есть на то, чтобы его хотя бы выкинуть.
S7 available.
Flag returned.
Блядь, запутался на снайпере. Ага. Не добил. Жалко. Ладно, отдаем им. Shopify Face уже начали. Как раз. Да все, мы тут проиграли, нормально, нормально. Так, и что мы видим? Бля, нет, там уже надо следить, реально. Так, там уже надо следить, поэтому я переключаю. 15
to press on the way into the venue this morning, and he looked at me and he said, "Out for blood." And I wish I was kidding. This man is here and ready to play.
Yeah, FaZe really want this. If you needed to know what it means to FaZe, I think it's talking over
Так,
maybe some of the disrespect they would feel that people predicting them where they've been predicting them not to be a championship.
Я хочу опыт получить. Да что там играть? О, показывают нам уже... Что нам, кого нам показывают? Shopify нам показывают. Красная линия. Вот с красным, да, я ассоциирую. Да, в Фросте, в общем, блин, у них такие слэйеры конкретные просто. Да я же уже не ну так, я просто кручу контроллером. Все, давай, заходи уже. О, Shopify уже первый флаг принесли. Куда? Так поиграли, нормально? Как договорились, до начала, вот началось. Даже опаздываем чуть-чуть. Не-не-не, мы же договорились с тобой. Что же не? Ой. Уже второй крадут. Офигеть. Ай-яй-яй, подорвали. Красава, Сайкью! Красава! Ну и карта хорошая, Колизей с Halo 5. Да, бляха, я хочу на этой карте поиграть. Да, очень классная карта. Заходи, посмотри, как играют жесткие челики 14. Ну, йолас. Сейчас, наверное... Бля, они вообще... Они сколько? 6 минут играют, уже 2 флага донесли. Сейчас, наверное, третий будут брать. Сумасшедшая команда просто. Пенгвин его достанет, Пенгвин его достанет. Ну, Сайкл неплохо, неплохо. Давайте, ребята, третий флаг. Так, они начали умирать. Плохо. Ну, во времена Combat Evolved она показывала либо на север, либо на цель. Ну, зачем она дальше, я не знаю. И... бляха-муха, Фейс донесли флаг, 2-1. Где, в Combat Evolved? Да, они были, но обычно в закрытых секциях каких-то. Или если чиф очень, ну типа, если игрок долго не мог найти место, куда надо. Но они не всегда были. Бляха-муха, Фейс крадут второй флаг, вы что, прикалываетесь? Сюрприз, давай. Бля, это Шеп. Пиздец, как он несет. Шепифай, что такое? Вы же выигрывали. 2-2, охренеть. Я в шоке. Это реально вот эта заряженная катка. Это не то, что на серии там SSG против оптиков. Тут вообще другой уровень. Реально видно, что челики тренились. Тупо взяли и залетели вот так вот. Бляха, со снайпы скорости убили. Пипец, они уже заходят красть флаг, охренеть. Ну, Ройлсу красавчик украл снайперку с одним несчастным патроном. Дядя не туда смотрит, дядя не туда. Да, Лэмитейк было, да. Пэнгвин, давай его в хит. Красавчик попал, только не в голову. Красавчики. Ай-яй-яй. Пипец, вровень идут. Это трындец. Красава! Фростик! Ай-яй-яй, не убили. Потерял флаг. Давайте, да, красава! Кто понес флаг? Сайкл, давай! Сайкл, давай, дядька, давай! Почти. Половину уже пронесли. Да, есть! 1-0, Шопифай тащит. Йо-йо. Трындец. Так, первую карту я угадал, плюс 81. Yes. What the fuck, dude? Ты здесь? Ты живой? Ты типа тренишься там или что? А что делаешь? Смотришь? Так давай что-то делай. Хотя бы дивись. Странно. Фух. Не, вот тут реально вот это KD 6,3, 9,3. Какого? Что? Такое не сравниваю. Ну это какие-то Васи сравнивают. Какое мы настроение еще? Причем тут настроение? Нет, зачем? Да нет, вообще две разные полости, как по мне, такое. Думсера надо с с Кретосом сравнивать. Вот это еще да, я понимаю сравнение. Потому что два бога. Две разные полости. Один солдат без эмоций, а второй просто dead inside. Нет, я не хочу. Ну я такой, да. Мне не нравится. Это не это просто другой Doom уже, это какой-то коридорный хоррор.
Причем прикол, ты ж выходит, что с мастера Чифа слезали дизайн типа Думгая. Вот этого, который в Doom 3, так он уже типа в таком бронике ходит. Типа после выхода Halo, Halo 2 в 2004 году.
А я просто не видел, что за персонаж в Doom 3. Мне, честно, вообще все равно.
Там у него типа там же с первых часов просто зеленых шмотов, каких-то типа в богатом. Просто ходит какой-то футболки зеленый, там и у него шлем. А в Doom 3 у него уже такой типа броник появился. И это 2014 года уже был на Halo. Ну и тоже, конечно, там, что раньше вышло Doom 3 или Halo 2,
А он разве не в 2005 вышел?
он в 2004 вышел.
Так, вот тут, конечно, интересно, что сейчас будет. Карта 2, Recharge, Slayer. А як из них кто лучше из них стреляет? Ну, KD лучше сейчас было Shopify. Бляха, хз. Ладно, давай сотку поставим на Shopify. Была, не была, я не знаю. Кто знает. Бляха, Кэму взяли фейс. Я думаю, что будет 2-0, и потом вот этот... Как американцы говорят? Какой-то там sweep, короче, вот это, типа... Камбэк, короче, сделать. Они просто камбэк сами не говорят, они говорят, это... reverse sweep, типа. Обратная чистка, что-то типа такое. Чистка разворота, что-то такое. Чистка, зачистка. Ой, красавчик! Let's shot, ладно. Пипец, заходи, тут такое месиво, это реально тут две заряженные команды. Это не та херня, что была только что. В предыдущей игре.
У нас, короче, в семье больше 200 игр новой.
Нормально. А у меня дядя сейчас новые комплектующие себе взял на ПК. Ну, не знаю, надо будет спросить, он просто фотки там выставляет, он что готовится к новым играм, к новому поколению. Видюху поменял себе, оперативку обновил или увеличил, я не знаю. Вроде все, не помню. Он и проц новый себе купил, да, какой-то Core i9 мощный. Заряженный какой-то капец. Ну да, я тоже не понял этого момента, ну ладно.
Не, у меня тоже Intel, но у меня типа...
Говорит, фу, Intel. Не, ну у меня тоже Intel. Ой, комедия. Может, у меня фотка есть. Сейчас я скажу. Сейчас глянем. Если в переписку создадим. О, Господи, это ужасно. Это жахливо. Нет. Какую? Подожди, Shopify на 6 лидирует. Я не знаю, у меня сейчас Let's Shot взял Shock Rifle и Пенгвину и Трипи втопил, сбил щиты. Капец, они там все психуют. Ну на 8 лидирует, нормально, нормально, нормально. Капец. Чага-чага, вот. Чага-чага. Хлоп. Снизу, да. Ай, патроны кончились. В размен, хорошо, в размен ушли. Ой, хорош. А это не важно, так той карты нету в соревновательном, можешь вообще не обращать внимания. Честно, ну она, да, она типа симметричная, но эстетика карты самой, ну такое, если честно. Она еще полупустая.
Там в химдизайне Хейло.
37-24, как ты думаешь, кто выиграет? Shopify или Face? 37-24, 38-26, 39-40-26, 41-26!
При бамбі 1077 стану першого урона і там свій шпинат з підтримкою DLSS.
42-27. Де. Слегонный стейк, 42-28. 43-29. 44. 44-30. Ай-яй-яй, 44-31. 44-32. Бляха, догоняю. Ай, Royal 2 выкинул 44-33. Бляха, 44-34. Let's shot, ты что сам ходишь? Ого, Пенгвин жесткий. 46-35. Бляха, у них было лидирование на... 46-36. Было лидирование на 15, сейчас на 10. Бляха, 46-37, 47-37. 3 убийства несчастных осталось. Let's сейчас, текай, текай. Сорок 39. Сайкл. Нет, 48-40. 49-40, все, одно. Есть! Соточка. 66 еще заработал. Просто. Я играю как на GGBet, не... Тупо, ну... То есть ты понимаешь их логику, там, катка началась, они еще дают возможность поставить. Типа там, Shopify уже начали на 5 убийств опережать, а этих еще можно поставить. Я угораю, им же типа вообще пофиг на Хейло. То есть если бы я не просил, не писал им в поддержку, задрачивал их по 10 сообщений, по 10 писем, они бы так и не поставили на HCS вообще ставку. Я так еще делал спари-матч, я тоже их задрачивал. На 1xbet спасибо не надо было. I don't pay attention to HCS outside of majors. When and why did Penguin change his name back? Ну, так попросили его. Дружеский совет. Фух, нормально. Порядок. Фух.
Royal 2 then, who just stayed alive, as you said, gets the kill on foul. They burned that camo, and then things started to unravel very quickly. But specifically in the list that I also love, an amazing call from Frosty that if you're watching in the arena or you might have heard from home, Frosty specifically says, Matt camo spawning in 15. And he's calling out who's going to make the camo play. He's calling it out all Matt's in the death screen Royal 2, and he's saying you're going to be the one. That's typically a coach call. So that's amazing for Frosty.
Да кому на эту Last of Us вообще не сделал? Ну так. Столько шума ради чего? Вот Days Gone Remastered, вот это да. Это интересно же. Отличный ремастер. Только можно было не... Вообще не ремастер. На ПК в Steam называется просто Broken Road DLC, что логично. Ремастер это там на PlayStation.
Сколько будет доплата типа, за вот это улучшение, если у тебя уже есть типа...
Ты понимаешь, что там это DLC? Ты знаешь вообще, что там будет? Ну все тогда.
Так оно типа сюжетное?
На сюжет не влияет. Это режимы, плюс они добавили расчлененку. То есть это вмешательство в движок и новые режимы. Ну, аркадные, типа режимы. То есть, ну, грубо говоря, переделали игру немножко. Поэтому да, там сколько она, $10 стоит. Это вполне себе оправданно. Даже 20. Что? Ну, давай я в Стиме посмотрю. Я же в Стиме буду покупать. Ну, значит, нету. Ну, на PlayStation $10 для владельца. Ну, я не знаю, сколько $10 в Стиме. Может быть, гривен 300. Может, 250. Может вообще 500. Кто знает. Sony.
Ну, если там баги поправят, то...
Да там нету багов. Не, там сейчас нет багов. Ну, может там... Не, я не помню какие. Я уже не вспомню.
А ты знаешь игру от
Ну, слышал, да. Не играл.
А ты играл в Dishonored?
Ну, и я преподавал там, где ты учился.
Так ты играл в Dishonored?
Я преподавал там, где ты учился.
Играл в Dishonored?
Там, где ты учился. Еще на 360.
А самый второй Dishonored?
Не.
А тебе понравился первый?
Да. Но я его не прошел. Я наиграл там часа 2, где-то 3.
А чё не прошел?
Ну, потому что я играл не дома. 360... У меня же не было никогда 360.
А тебе понравилось,
Да.
А вот больше, чем сколько из 10?
Ну, я же немного наиграл. Ну, где-то 8, может 7,5. Мало наиграл.
А мне сначала тоже она нравилась, потому что это под конец, когда там арены, типа, вот эти вот арены, типа, они там сохранились, короче. Поэтому типа, ребята всем поставили.
Сейчас будет твоя любимая карта. Капец, не, вообще Shopify, Spotify премиум просто разъебал вообще. Slayer просто сумасшедший был. О, начинаем с Royal 2, с лидера, так сказать. Ой, ай-яй-яй. Да, я даже скриншот сделал. Ну, да, ну не за все время, но за последние недели 2, да. Когда наборы собираю, то много людей обычно заходит.
А за все время сколько было?
Не знаю, может 15.
О, а ты пришел с видео.
Я же говорил, собирал наборы.
Там много людей писало.
Ну, человек 5. Ну, было что обсудить, поэтому писали, и я отвечал. Ну, и это, лего наборы были, так что... Это было лето. Много школьников дома сидят, типа, что им делать. какой-то пацан что-то собирает, на вопрос отвечает, почему бы и не посидеть. Ё-моё, Shopify, давайте, ребята. Бляха, почти уже взяли. Ну ладно, я тут не ставил на них. Я наоборот, кстати, за то, чтобы сейчас Фейс выиграли, потому что у меня там у меня же, я 2 ставки сделал, там просто коэффициент сумасшедший, 4. 3-1 и 3-2, типа, в пользу Shopify. Поэтому я сейчас наоборот за то, чтобы, типа, сейчас было 2-1, а потом уже могут либо Фейс выиграть еще раз, либо уже Shopify взять победу. Такой вот я корыстный, ладно. Как взорвали фулкейдер. Не, ну тут объективно Shopify лучше играет вообще. Пиздец, что творит, смотри. Взорвали, кстати, очень обидно. Он так удачно портал поставил. Но, к сожалению, не пригодилось. Давайте Фейс. Я сейчас за Фейс буду. Есть. Хорошо. Ну это такое, это чисто ошибки Shopify. Объективно Shopify лучше играет. Я до сих пор не могу оклематься после поражения SSG, это, конечно, вообще. Сейчас вот 6 человек, ребята, привет, спасибо, что смотрите. О, вот это хедшот был. О, даблкилл сделал. Да ты шо, сейчас третий будет. Да, третий. Ну, это уже не трипл килл, но все равно третий. Да, и, кстати, тут чуваки пишут, not even SSG has this calm. Так они так спокойно играют вообще. Смотри, сейчас вторую гору берут. Офигеть. Ваня, заходи, смотри, как надо играть. Чуваки в команде вообще такие спокойные. Они, наверное, может, под препаратами какие-то. Вообще, может, они этот чай какой-то выпили с дубайским шоколадом. Смотри, 0-2 уже. Face cooking, my face comes. Так вообще прикольно, ну, так спокойно, да. Капец, 0-2. Ой, let's chat выкуриваю. Капец. И даже до сих пор держат. Сейчас третью гору будут брать. Брови не идут. Брови не идут. А Ванька тем временем решил отойти. Смотри, да, реально сейчас третью гору будут брать. Охренеть. Вот это reverse sweep. Самый настоящий reverse sweep. Вот это да, вот это реально competitive game. Смотри, реально третью взяли. Непогано, непогано.
For a second, it felt like Shopify might steal that hill. That is not the case. FaZe closes it out yet again. Frosty not done yet. See if we can put together a decent amount of time on the clock. I was going to say the same thing.
Lots of time here for Shopify remaining to formulate a comeback.
придумай с Хейлом что-то такое. И в школе начни петь, и все будут в шоке. Не, думаю еще. Кафтан, да не. Я выберу Джонсона. Ой, смотри, сейчас 4-0 будет у них. Полюбе. Reverse sweep starts now. Ух, как попал! Да, фейс прям собрались. Приятно так. Надрать задницу. Сейчас второй будет. Третий промазал, ладно, бывает.
Нет, ты не думаешь, что я так не думаю, потому что ты думаешь, что я думаю, что ты так не думаешь.
On the game clock, and with 3 hills still capped and complete control of the tower side of the map as well. Fates are just burning seconds off of that clock and getting closer to getting their first game on the board.
Beautifully done here. 2 will fall. Trippy is going to be your last player alive and eventually taken down, so not over just yet.
Сейчас будет 3-1.
They will look to hold if they can throughout the entirety of the rest of this hill, and it looks like based on the numbers, they will get this one and they'll be ready to rotate.
Just under a minute left on the game clock.
О,
It's still
1-3,
very
да.
doable when it's going to have to be a hell of a performance from Shopify Rebellion on these next 2 hills. Top middle such a difficult one to lock down without taking damage, without having to step in that hill and expose yourself to grenades. Cycle's going to have to force it here. Trades will be big here for FaZe. If they can trade out consistently, they will win this game. It's 2 dead on either side. A Trippy has
Хорошо,
control of the tower, subject
на что ШПП рассчитывают, пусть и дают им эту победу. Они, наверное, хотели типа в сухую 3-0 взять, но... Надо передохнуть. Ё-моё, Пенгвин.
This should be the victory lap here for FaZe Clan.
Penguin smartly after that play relocates to the top of the tower, spreads his wings and says, Shopify Rebellion, you're going to have to go through my reticle, and if you do, more than likely going to hit you in the head. With this sniper rifle, smartly throws it off. 3 dead here for FaZe. 15 seconds left on the game clock, Mo. This should be the home straight.
No tariffs here for Penguin. You're not slowing this man down. He's going to
Знаешь, это моя самая длинная трансляция. Потому что я запустил ее где-то в 6, наверное. Я же думал, что тогда начнется. А то просто была заглушка у GGB. Потом они перенесли на 7, а потом я увидел типа по schedule, что типа в 7:30 вообще начинают. Одно они по факту... Или не в 7:30? А, в 8:30, да! Да, они по факту даже позже начали там. Потому что там 2 на 2 было у Оптика. А по факту они начали 8. Ну, если у меня будет Xbox Prime, вот этот новый, типа все будет зависеть от того, как быстро ко мне приедет новый Xbox.
А как Halo Rematch выйдет на Xbox?
Ну ты понимаешь, как это будет? О! Выиграли фейс каточку. Хорошо. Нет. У меня есть ноут. Он справляется с трансляциями и офисной работой.
Да копина нормальный профессиональный компьютер, не вот это там
Так зачем я играю на консолях? Комп для работы, а консоли для игр. Всегда так.
На мощном компе можешь
Да, но она у меня будет 3 года грузиться, потом шейдеры, еще какая-то хрень, потом вообще там что-то не зайдет, какие-то там будут проблемы с совместимостью. Нафиг мне это надо? Я купил консоль и играю с первой секунды, без проблем.
заряжает. Укусы садовых усилий источника здоровья может спричинити серйозний заход. А я, кстати, хотел, типа, там в телеграм-канале читал про клещей, типа там говорят, что их не привести до инвалидности и смерти. Так, а до какой инвалидности?
Я хрен его знает. Надеюсь, мы никогда не узнаем.
Без своечасного лікування ризик інвалідності був.
А, своечасного ликувания. Ну, ты же все-таки заметишь, если тебя что-то укусит. Не заметишь? Так, ну что, predictions. Что у нас? А, подожди. Надо HCS выключить.
У меня колготки на него. Ну, типа, из своей шерсти.
У тебя есть шерсть? Что, зверек?
Да.
Охренеть, вот это инфа. Assault? О! Это типа этот One Bomb, да, будет сейчас? Заходи, смотри. Ты вообще, наверное, не знал, что есть такой режим. А он вышел где-то полгода назад.
Сегодня в Украине не было воздушных тревог. Это формат тишины, который достиг
Да, ты не знал?
который легче всего продлить.
Да, только оно заканчивается в 12:00.
Украина предлагает отказаться от таких тревог.
Все, смотри, начинается Neutral Bomb. Давай, заходи.
Гражданской инфраструктуре на срок не менее 30 суток с продления. Если Россия не согласится на такой шаг, это будет договориться, что она хочет делать и дальше только то, что уничтожает жизнь людей и продолжает войну. Вот смотреть сейчас дискимов ТВ.
Да зачем мне это смотреть? Давай у нас тут это... Ночевать.
Нет, вот.
Окей. Хороший старт. Что ты там усыкаешься? Не могу, я же смотрю игру.
А ты знаешь, блогера по Nintendo Kids Major?
Ну конечно знаю, когда ты его еще смотрел.
А ты не смотрел видос, типа там обзор на Хейл?
У кого?
Дениса Мейджора.
Нет. Он вообще не знает, что такое Halo. Но благодаря ему я узнал о Sea of Thieves.
Он знает, что такое Хейл вообще.
Да не знаю. Слышал, может быть. Давайте, ребята, смотри, что делают. Закинули, да, надо ее поставить, бомбу. Хлопцы, давайте. Выкуриваю это конкретно.
А знаешь, в чем прикол?
Есть, прости, давай. Есть! Есть, поставил бомбу. Сейчас будет. Тудуш, все, есть. Shopify, первое очко взяли.
А если подскажу про Суса и Мапса, потому что они вроде помирились. Хоть почерки,
Да, слышу. Да, ты рассказывай.
что они, наверное, помирились.
Нет, только что они поругают.
Ну, я вот говорю, что они помирились, типа, вот, типа, что там Суса остался с ним. Я, короче, вышел из чата, через Иси, где они, вот, и типа на неделю я вышел. Вот, и такая, а мне там нет. Вот, короче, не дать вот, и вот этот Сус, семья.
Ты можешь мне не кидать этого Шевцова? Я людей, которых не знают Хейла, не очень уважаю, я тебе скажу так. Да-да-да. Давай, смотрим. Смотри, они уже сейчас собираются... А кто будет брать бомбу, я не понял. Сейчас, ты что делаешь на вражеской территории сам? Бляха... А, не вышло. Ну, хорошая попытка была. Кто бомбу взял? Фейс? Да, Фейс завладели бомбой. Капец. Ё-моё. Что один умер, что второй умер. Пенгвин тоже умер. Все, смотри, 4 камеры, 4 игрока, и все сдохли. Один за другим. О, и... Противник сдох, отлично. Давайте, ребятки, давайте, Shopify, вперед. Подожди. Это сейчас, по идее, контрольная, да? Это контрольная, если сейчас Shopify да, Shopify проходит. Что тут Best of 5, да. Мне надо, да. Чтобы они сейчас выиграли. Все будет дуже добре. Ух, некрасиво получилось. А, да. Хорош. Вместе сбили его. Неудачный бросок, как по мне, неудачный. В общем, и не важно, что он имел. Соло пошел, отдал вам. Не. Да, задавили его. Фрости, давай. А, не, ничего. Ого, нифига. Даблкил даже сделал. Трипл килл. Все, ребята, преимущество у вас. Берите бомбу. Что они делают? Они решили играть в долгую. 7 минут вот это держать одно очко, ну. Обидно очень. Плазма пистол зарядил и что? Кого? Да, я же просил не кидать больше Шевцова. А мне интересно, вот ремейк же выйдет на PlayStation 5 или там на какой-то PlayStation. А Шевцов, как ты думаешь, он будет покупать за $80 такую игру? Или за 70, сколько она там будет стоить? И играть. Какую? Halo Combat Evolved. Как это? Он же хайподрочь, он же типа все, что на слуху. А чё ты тогда его вообще смотришь? В чем смысл тогда его вообще? Он типа дальше ходит, типа философствует, фантазирует вот это. О чем? А, он ухилянт, да? А, тогда понятно, тогда не осуждаю. Если он ухилянт и за границей, тогда понятно, что влоги есть о чем снимать. Понятно, что меня тогда не будут смотреть, что я, блин, тут в Киеве сижу. Вот то только в декабре выехал в Буковель, спасибо на этом. И все, и то там на пару дней только. И обратно. Все, это вот единственное, куда я выезжал, там... С начала полномасштабки вообще. Ну, это... Чё, чья вина, вот скажи. Ну, родители недостаточно зарабатывают, и ты не помогаешь. Ну, может быть так. Ну, как подработка, ну, не знаю. Тут такой щекотильный, знаешь, такой момент такой вот. К сожалению, никак. Ну, это если бы ты жил в Америке, ты бы мог пойти кому-то покосить траву за, там, $10, скажем. Да, это реально. Кстати, у нас тоже некому косить, у нас все сами косят. Или приезжают там какие-то там люди. То есть мне даже нет возможности предложить кому-то, понимаешь? Да и у нас, типа, учитывая кризис, типа, наше финансовое положение вообще в стране, то, типа, как-то даже с пенсионеров, как-то даже стыдно брать денег, знаешь. То есть патовая ситуация, как быть? Никак не быть, блин, просто, ну даже не думать об этом, получается. Писец, Shopify, смотри, реально в долгую. Они до сих пор... Они поставят другую! Охуеть! Серьезно? Я в шоке, команда разносит всех. SSG разнесли вчера. Разнесли вчера 3-0. Ну, молодцы. Ну, деньги прежде всего, конечно. Я это читал, я знаю, да. Покажуть, що їм похуй якось.
А что, типа, уже предлагали 30
Ну, если обсуждают, то, видимо, да. Не знаю, я не успеваю за новостями. Слишком инфопоток сумасшедший, я не успеваю. Ну, может быть, кстати, да, видишь, это им выгодно, пока там пауза, это затишье, они там войска переводят. Фейс взяли бомбу. А толку? Ну, 2 минуты осталось. Они что, за 2 минуты успеют еще вторую?
Там сообщение неделя моды Донбасса.
Tommy Hilfiger. Нет, не буду. Не хочу. Я просто выключу мозг и смотрю, как люди играют.
У меня это Мейсон Маджела, Бенсиага, так, Мейсон Маджела, Бенсиага, поищу. Третья самая сложная.
Ты понимаешь, что сейчас будет 3-1 и Shopify... Отрицательно. Фейс сейчас вылетает на 3-е место, на битву за 3-е место.
Чего отрицательно?
Просто. Why? Because. Все. Девочковый? Нет. Скорее для педиков. Ну хорошо, для умственно отсталых. О, смотри, Фейз несут бомбу, только... Ай, красавчик. Вот это комбо, Last Shot и Royal 2. Royal 2 вообще, да, пишет MVP. Бляха! Не, ну у Фрасти 27 убийств. Но при этом ассистов 14 у Royal 2. Не знаю, сейчас пишет, что Royal 2 MVP будет. Скажи. Все. 2-0. Сейчас будет 3-1, да? Да. Так, ставочка залетела, очень вкусная ставочка залетела.
Сколько ты уже заработал за сегодня?
Ну, я пока не в плюсе. Я ж 300 проиграл на SSG. Ебать, 878 уже. Я заработал 100 с чем-то. Ну, я на Shopify очень много. Я все... Я только вот это... А, ну тут фигня, в принципе. Подожди, 150... 103? Ого. Бля, хорошо, что я на... я никогда не ставил на точный счет по картам. Я попробовал 3.1 и 3.2. Я еще думал 3.0. Он такой, да не, скорее всего Shopify что-то сольют. Да, действительно. Я угадал, Shopify слили одну. Но я на всякий случай поставил еще 3.2, потому что, ну, кто знает. Писец, коэффициент 4.06. Вдумайся. 4.06. Но я поставил 50 гривен.
Ядерний статус за 4 роки. Фахівець з ядерного зброї Павло Позов, третій радіус опори. Йдеться про так званий плутонієвий шлях. Створення радіоахімічного виробництва плутонію з відходів АЕС та видавання боєзарядів.
Так, когда будет... ты будешь сейчас смотреть? Сейчас будет SSG против... против Фейс?
Нет, что-то не хочу пока.
Но это не будет сейчас, это будет минут через 15-20. 6 людей, ребят! Вы, ребята, а спать... Что происходит? Я понимаю, что праздник сегодня, все дома, типа, ну там, в кругу семьи, еще что-то. Вы еще, бляха, вы еще на телевизоре включите, блин, всей семьей смотрите, как мы вот это смотрим, обсуждаем. Да, тем более Хейл смотрит, это странно. Хейл.
А что никто не пишет, хотя бы криво написали, а отметки нравятся шибко.
6? О, нормально. Ну, хоть спасибо хоть за лайки, ребят. Я видел, кстати, на предыдущих дизлайков вообще не было, тоже спасибо за это. И Мелфорд перестал дизлайки ставить, тоже спасибо за это.
Он знает кто-то, что типа, ну да, он же знает, что я с тобой играл.
Шо, о чем знает?
Ну, что ты против него играл.
Ну, играл и шо, ну...
А может он на них не смотрел на самом деле?
Ну, он подходил ко мне и приседал, я не знаю, что это значило.
Ага, так он на тобой угорал, значит.
Ну, может быть. Ну, в любом случае, типа, я уставший после рабочего дня был. И прямая трансляция называлась «Тренируюсь». Сейчас я тебе даже скажу, как я назвал прямую трансляцию, которая была еще и заглушкой. Вернуть Prime, тренируюсь Halo Infinite 1v1, все, вернуть Prime.
Специально туда, типа, зашел в casual 1 на 1, чтобы, типа, тебе попался и на того...
Ну, первый раз случайно, второй раз, мне кажется, это уже не совпадение было. И 2 раза подряд попадается один и тот же чел. На минуточку онлайну игры, там, ну, если считать Xbox, то 1020 было, наверное, 25. То есть 25 человек, из них 1000, ну или 500 точно играли в это время в 1 на 1. А мне попался именно он, еще и дважды подряд. Это, конечно, совпадение сумасшедшее. Я никогда такого не видел. Ну, типа, прикольно. Ну, окей, ну проиграл. Ничего страшного. Все-таки он клавомышник, так что такое. Хотя, мне кажется, я просто стал хуже играть. Я перерывы вот эти делаю по 2-3 недели. Я ж предыдущую операцию не добил.
Хотите скинуть фотку? Не, даже, типа, это не...
Шо-шо?
Ну смотри, ты знаешь, типа, там что новости про ремастер...
Кого?
Ну, про ремастер Oblivion.
Ну и шо?
Вот, так, короче, там сейчас скинул в телегу фото.
Я не верю. Да я не верю.
Не, почитай, типа, поставь вот этот никнейм.
А, кто опубликовал?
Да.
XOX League. Хохли. Кран. Ну да, Хохлик, да. Ну да. Хохлик. Не, подожди, стой. Во-во-во-во-во, смотри его. Все, ты не шаришь. Понятно. Что ты мне скинул? Это даже не стикер пэк. Что это вообще? Вот это моя реакция на такие твои наклейки.
Не шаришь за вот этот клип, что
Так, GGB, ты будешь формировать битву за третье место? Нет, он вообще... Когда?
Ну, это не с GGB, типа ты там в ПВК кидаешь. Типа там, типа тебе еще кто-то помогал.
Да ничем они мне не помогли. Меня имели в виду там. Еще как. Ой, у меня 3% на телефоне, ё-моё. Хорошо, что я заметил. Україна зможе продовжити війну до 2029 року. Понятно. Да, получается. Вот то последнего, кого отловят там на границе, вот то, там где речка, вот то и будем это бороться, да? Через эту тысячу. Ой, интересно, сколько часов будет с этой трансляции? Как думаешь? Сколько часов будет с этой трансляции?
Может часов 20.
Ну, сразу так закончим?
Да.
Ну дай бог. Ну тут надо учесть, что сама трансляция, наверное... Ну смотри, я начал где-то в 6, сейчас 11, то есть это уже я... Сколько, 5 часов? Веду. 5,5, да? Ну 5, чуть больше 5. Если за это время типа смотрело 2 человека полностью, то это уже, считай, 10 часов, да?
Я сподіваюся, що РФ та Україна домовляться вже
Про що? Що, про що домовляться?
Ну, про мир.
Это хопиум называется. Надежда Степановна? Хейло появилась! Да, появилась! Пропала! Какого хрена?
Вроде там анонсировали Halo ремейк, типа, да. Это уже когда было?
Подожди, стой.
Вот, а с тех времен вообще ноль новостей.
А шо, подожди, извини, что перебиваю. А что происходит? О, подожди, давай вот это. Охренеть. Хочешь прикол? Прикол хочешь или нет? Space Station заняли 4-е место. И сейчас будет Фейс против Optic. Битва за третье.
I feel like you could find experience in esports in many different ways. You know, obviously, last shot is crucial, and I feel like
4 место, первый мейджор, ребята. Ну вы даете. Я что-то... Я завтыкал. Господи. Фейс прошли дальше. Фейс. К концу, к чемпионату мира, да, к последнему мейджору. У них, кстати, именно от их организатора будет последний мейджор. Это будет, кажется, в сентябре. Или в августе, не помню. В сентябре, кажется. Но это, конечно, ничего не значит. Это просто то, что их, как бы, организация будет там частично спонсировать само событие. Это же не значит, что они там все куплено. Такое. То есть они могут там вообще ничего не добиться, ничего, да. А могут и выиграть, но это не будет совпадением, типа там все по-честному. Ну что, все, Optic против Face, коэффициенты говорят о том, что Optic выиграет, и я согласен, да. Вопрос только, какие карты будут взяты. Я думаю, что первую карту можно спокойно ставить на этих. На Optic. Что думаешь? Блять, коэффициенты падают на глазах. Точный рахунок за картами. 3-0-2-8, 3-1, 3-13 и 3-2, 4-44. На что ставить, как думаешь? В гадании? Не шаришь в гадании? Ух ты так, а? Не шаришь в гадании, а? Не, что ты не скинул. А, домашку свою? Нет, я, к сожалению, не смотрел его. Закрепи его, посмотрю потом.
А нам поставили за него 12 баллов.
Ну, конечно, столько работы проделано.
Да, мы 2 часа в Дискорде сидели, делали
Все, сейчас будет. Пару минут и будет. I think Optic take it 3-1. Я тоже думаю. Ну, не 3-1 хз. 5 минут, все. 5 минут, полет нормальный. Ну, я, короче, первую карту поставил... О-о-о. Тут даже на оптиков нет смысла ставить. На победителя, на тот, на этот и тот.
это не то просто.
1.25 так мало. Теперь все думают, что оптики выиграют.
Как ты к бренду Nike относишься?
Ну, положительно.
А New Balance?
Тоже.
А Puma?
Нейтрально.
А Adidas?
Нейтрально.
Ну что-то к Adidas нейтрально, а к Nike позитивно.
Дольше носил их шмот, он дольше служил, чем Adidas.
Понял. Как ты относишься к
Under Armour?
Не, Фила. Знаешь такого?
Да.
А ты его носил?
Лично я нет.
Я тоже нет.
Ну это же типа футболисты в основном.
Да нет.
Шо не?
Under Armour носил?
Топ-1.
Топ-1?
Да.
А чего?
Ну, качество и выбор. Ну, цена это уже такое. Мне кажется, это немножко уже другой уровень. Ой, ну тогда... Ну это тоже другой уровень, но там либо тоже топ-1, либо топ-2.
Понятно, 108.
Я вообще хер за кто это такие, Мейсон Марджелло. Шо це, хто це?
Мейсон Марджелло.
Хз вообще.
Это парижский бренд одежды. Дизайнерский.
А, вот это вот эти ваши... Мбаппе, вот эти ваши Legend, да, вот эти ваши французы.
Французы, да.
Я понял. Честно, мне уже и не так сильно хочется смотреть этот Grand Finals. Там, скорее всего, Shopify выиграет. Spotify Premium.
А, так ты смотрел, кстати, трейлер маратона?
Marathon. Я смотрел видео Минблица. Трейлер я не... Так он же, мы с тобой вроде обсуждали. Он сказал, что им надо перенести игру и сделать какую-то там сюжетную кампанию или что-то такое. Потому что там, ну, типа, совершенно новая вселенная, типа, ее можно очень хорошо развить, расширить, но для этого нужна какая-то сюжетка. То есть, если не как в Halo отдельная, типа, сюжетная кампания, то хотя бы внедрить в мультиплеер.
Типа как в Fortnite раньше было.
А я не знаю, что в Fortnite раньше было такого. Что какой там сюжет?
Там тоже сюжет есть.
Да? Сюжет?
Да, такой типа глубокий достаточно.
И что ты там делал в этом сюжете?
Ну я не помню, потому что там очень много всего.
Не, ну знаешь, чтобы вот были бы, например, PvE миссии, как в Overwatch 2 планировалось, вот, типа такого хотя бы. Понимаешь? Игра, скорее всего, не залетит, потому что это extraction shooter. Таких пруд-пруди.
Ну и Старков, российская игра.
Ну, я понял. Так Тарков сейчас переживает не лучшие времена.
Ну да.
Так что, ну.
Ну обойти это что-то с этого года тенденция на
Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Угу. Все, начинают. Пошла глобальная нарезка.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday here at the HCS Arlington Major, hosted by Optic Gaming. We're kicking things off here in the HCS in a big way, bringing you the best competition that we've got here for year 4. So excited about this matchup, and I hope you guys are too. I hope you've been enjoying the entire day, the entire weekend, and of course everybody that is along
We
for
sure
the ride
did.
in this stadium. It's about to get lit.
А куда?
I'm not a kid anymore, I'm 30
Э.
years old now, so I can
Господи,
say that.
ребят, что они все через Саку работают в эти выходные? Я понял. А, ну да, это же, господи, праздник, конечно, ведь там уже никого, наверное, нет. Писец, Хейлу было, уже пропало. Я успел поставить только карта 1.
We're going to take a look at the elimination bracket right now, and shows this journey has been incredible for them. They have managed to get
Yeah, no shit.
the most difficult of occasions against some of the series, especially Europe. And I know that you are often quite familiar with the European scene and even the players that go with it. But take a look at that, Shows.
This was a long and arduous road. I think they went down to Rebellion. I think they found themselves against TSM, Infamous, and indeed a rematch against Nemesis. But this time they managed to come up with a response with a 3-2 win. It has been a tough old road up against Space Station as well, who of course are 4th seed coming into this. So it hasn't been easy, and
Почему она
sway of this
сместилась?
series going because FaZe, they've had such an exceptional journey here, and Optic, they're going to be difficult.
Yeah, I think momentum-wise, there's no
Когда
doubt
это?
about it. Momentum is in the favor of Optic Gaming right now. To everyone's point, coming from that elimination bracket run, they lost in winners round 1, and then they found themselves in the elimination bracket round 1 and played like what 6 or
Що
7
таке, що
series before they
трапилось?
got to where they are now.
В чому
And Optic
проблема?
and FaZe, going back to the history of the FaZe case on Invitational LAN
Я вроде
tournament,
нормально.
Optic actually beat FaZe 3-1 in that event, so they do have a bit of a leg up here, and they have all the momentum in their favor. I do like their chances, but going up against this FaZe squad who's been playing well all weekend long, it's going to be tough.
It's certainly going to be tough indeed. Let's talk about FaZe's chances though in this one because, like you said, they're goofy. You know, they have played Optic before in that Ksan LAN tournament. 3-1 was the final score for Optic Gaming, and FaZe they bowed out in fourth position. Not what they were looking for. Very different story here though. They have been able to get a leg up early
Team
on.
sponsored by Steel Series. Понял?
About the bracket fair.
FaZe
Then
sponsors
Optic came down short against Nemesis, and it kind of mixed things up in
Господи,
terms of
ты
seeding.
успокоишься или нет?
Showed some promise against Shopify Rebellion. We know that there is something within them that are able to gain control and really push that forward.
Мои любимые кроссовки, те, которые не рвутся и водонепроницаемые.
How are you feeling about their chances?
Well, I think if you're looking for some extra motivation for FaZe, then for these two players, Trippy and Penguin, it was almost like Woody's nightmare where Andy dropped him and said, I don't want to play with you anymore. That's what Formal said to them last season. They found themselves on this FaZe clan roster. If you want to really get one back on Formal, win it here, send him home, and get yourself back into that grand finals. I think that motivation has got to really light a fire in their stomach. If they want to win their series, they're going to have to find another gear, something extra, and it's got to come from something like that.
Goofy, how do you feel about FaZe when trying to find their foot in an occasion where it's just not going their way mid-game? I feel so far it's been a very weird ratio where you're either seeing them doing great and have full control or none. I mean, and I think that's the most difficult thing is how do you come back from a situation where you have nothing to work with? Do they have that capability? Because you're going to need it against Optic.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to small talk in game too, right? And we heard the listen in comms in that last winners finals matchup, and I really liked what I was hearing from FaZe fan, right? It's a little bit different than what you hear from Shopify, and I like Shopify's comms as well. It's a lot more energy, it's a lot more almost chaotic, but it's a controlled chaos. FaZe on the other side has that kind of slow, confident, a lot of small talk, and that's what you need to get out of some of those difficult situations in game. You need to be able to small talk with your teammates and work hand in hand.
Yeah, I think if you're FaZe, look at what Space Station did, but look what they did wrong, okay? You gave Optic Gaming almost every single power weapon, every single power up, and if you put weapons like sniper rifles in the hands of Renegade and Informal's hands, they're going to really do you damage. I think what FaZe have got to do is shut them players down early, but more importantly, if you're just holding the sniper rifle, then it cannot be used against you, and that has got to be a priority.
But what the Optic need to do, the complete opposite to that, they need to grab every single power weapon, every single power up to get this one done. And when you do have those toys in the hands of Optic Gaming, it's a very scary place to be playing. I mean, every single one of these players on our screen is capable of popping off at any given moment. That's a really scary feature. How are you feeling about their chances right now? They're battle tested. They know exactly what they need to do to win this series. Can they get it done?
I think you say when Optic Gaming have all the toys, it's a very scary playground. I think that's what you have to think about here. You've got 4 superstars on this team. Bound and Legend coming off the back of very impressive seasons, winning 4 out of 5 tournaments, an almost complete clean record, only dropping 1 in London. They can play in time zone switches there. Maybe Legend can't, but some of them can. When you look here, you think to themselves, it was a history of second place for Optic Gaming as well for Formal. Turn your fortunes around here, make a statement, get yourself a 3-0, and head at Shopify Rebellion with your horns out.
I think honestly, we kind of forget the pressure that Bound and Legend are actually under in this situation, and honestly in this tournament itself. They made one of the craziest decisions ever to leave one of the most dominant rosters we have seen in Halo Infinite off the back of a world championship. And Legend's first ring, I mean, questions flying all around in Rostermania. So much pressure here to make sure they get this done, because if they don't, it's kind of like, well, what did you do that for? What did you do that for if you're not winning right off the rip when you had something good going, Goofy? A lot of pressure on these young guys.
Definitely a bold move, right, by Bound and Legend to leave. Look at the banners, Body. 4 out of 5, like Jersey said last year, absolutely dominating with that SSG roster and making that bold decision to leave
confidence boost, and I think both teams are going to need all of the confidence and more to get this done in this series. Here we go, folks. It is time for your elimination final. One goes home, one goes into that grand final spot. Who's it going to be? Optic versus FaZe starts right now.
Shock. All 4 players of FaZe coming off respawn. They're stuck at Ellie. And I'm not sure they expect Renegade to be here with Shock. And Penguin for sure doesn't. Has his head ripped off. Renegade with a Shroud. Able to use it to block off some sight lines from the players on Ellie. Relocates to the catwalk here. Can't hit any of the headshots, but a lot of damage to FaZe Clan. Meanwhile, FaZe fighting for the one stronghold they have. Points still being acquired for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, throughout that time, Optic not fully overcommitting there in the elevator, just doing everything right. In the end, Renegade does trade out with Trippy, but the damage has been done. Points going on the board for Optic throughout that whole engagement.
It's the 3rd KMO in a row, though, for FaZe. Doing a phenomenal job of getting this power up, something that they are going to need to do throughout this series if they want to stay in. Not only is it important to make sure the enemy team has it, but the buff that you can get from this, that's a helpful benefit you can use to your advantage.
Needs it
Losing
more now
teammates,
than ever, though, considering that 2 of his teammates just went down. Suppress now has to decide, does he try to be a hero, or does he play the waiting game and wait for some teammates to spawn? Looks like he gets a nice little flank over the elevator, and this is going to be the breathing room that FaZe Clan needs.
Huge flank from Suppress. He gets behind enemy lines. He's able to find an easy kill with the stick, and that's going to be A being transitioned as well. AC hold, untraditional for FaZe Clan. They won't hold this for long, but this gives them an opportunity to maybe get some slays and conquer B as well.
Yeah, FaZe's ultimate goal in this situation would be to take B batteries while giving up the C stronghold. But the fact that they lost 2 members here, they're just going to have to sit back and wait. They're going to have to say that Optic can take B, Optic can likely take C, but somehow there must have been some great play taken over at C Plat. Somehow FaZe were able to take control of C, or keep control of it, even though Suppressed was over elevator, not a part of that engagement whatsoever.
Yeah, Suppressed over anchoring elevator, like you said. Falcated in the meantime, finding some kills, getting the reset on the C, buys FaZe a little bit more time to get out of this situation.
And one thing I always highlight in these games is it's a team game. If you take a look at that stat screen right now,
2-13 and 11 is crazy.
2-13 and 11 with a crazy stat line, like you said, Wes. He has more assists than his entire team combined and doing everything right. Generally, if you're having, let's say, a lower stat line, maybe lower in the build department, you need to look at the score. Is your team winning? If so, keep doing exactly what you're doing. If your team is losing, you need to swap some things up, play a little more selfish.
Yeah, and all the players are very aware of what the stats are throughout the game. Everyone's pressing the back button throughout the death cam. If you're 2-13 and 12 and you're winning, that's a recipe for success. Right now, FaZe in the lead. Penguin doing everything he can to make the game easier for Suppressed, Trippy, and Falcated, having success so far. FaZe continuing as we cross this 100-point mark with the lead. This is a very impressive way for FaZe to bounce back from their elimination losses, or winner's record loss just moments ago.
Legend. I like this position. Take control of top goal, top glass. He wants to eventually make his way to B. He did not want that trade. He would have loved to get that kill, stay alive in pipes, but at this high level of play, when you're uncertain, you're going in for that melee and making sure you're taking someone down with you.
In strongholds, if you have 2 of the strongholds controlled, you're fine with people trading out. Eventually, you're still scoring points. Unfortunately, Optic Gaming won the fight over towards elevators. The FaZe Clan have work to do. They only have B controlled, which is honestly the most difficult stronghold to have, but we've seen the success FaZe was able to have with an AC setup. Now Optic given that same opportunity here.
Yep, here's that exact same play. Optic are waiting for their opportunity to see if they can take over batteries. They're hoping that FaZe make their way over towards C, and that way they can keep the AB setup. But we're going to have to see how this one all plays out. Great position there by Bound. Holding this control area, he can be a factor on either the A or the C stronghold, depending on where FaZe makes the push.
This shock rifle was hand-delivered by Suppressed to Bound over at White. Now Bound using it to put Trippy down is going to try and rotate towards these elevator players, you'd think. A player's bottom middle, no problem, as Bound takes him out as well. 2 go down for FaZe Clan. 1 player is over at elevator. It's a trade with the elevator player. Now Bound has his eyes set on B. Pressure into B. Bound handles pressure like diamonds and figures out a way to trade that out.
Yeah, trying to, once he saw that that A or the C pressure, trying to snag that B stronghold. Nobody else really jumping just yet. Actually, it's going to be Renegade. Gonna grab B, so there's the ultimate trade that Optic wanted in the end. They trade one of their strongholds, and they get the AB setup.
4th camo of the game is going to Trippy as well. FaZe Clan continuing to dominate the power-up story. Optic has not had a single camouflage throughout this game, but they do have the lead. What can these camos amount to? So far, it hasn't been much, but eventually you have to think you play with fire, you get burned if you're Optic Gaming.
And interesting right there by Bound. Not sure if he was receiving
something I pointed out along the way, Dave, is the camo control for FaZe was perfect. They might not have gotten anything or too much done with it. There wasn't any flashy, big-time plays or kills done with these camouflages, but, I mean, at the very worst, you're not dealing with the other team having it, which I think is a win in of itself.
Yeah, at some point it's just removing from their hands. I think Sharzy covered it very well in the analyst desk up there, saying, one, you give your team the benefit of being able to do something with that, but secondly, the other team just doesn't have it.
Yeah.
And them not being able to get a snipe, them not being able to get a camo, changes everything.
Oh, man, what a way to kick off this ELIM Finals. If you weren't frustrated already coming from the winners finals and maybe not playing the best that you have this weekend, Shopify knocking you down to this position, and then finally when it feels like you have total control of game one, you have an opportunity to gain a lead and see how long that trip cap can last. We've seen trip caps like that last for the rest of the game, have ended games. Was FaZe Clan feeling that momentum, getting that opportunity, and to have that ripped away from you? That's a heartbreaking feeling, but like you said before we started this, these guys are pros. They're going to have to sift through this, and they're going to have to figure out a way to come back on the other end of this restart and be ready to go to war.
Yeah, this won't be the last up or down in this series. There will be moments that FaZe are going to be ahead. There's going to be times where FaZe are going to be on the back foot and behind. And so these players know how to go through those ups and downs as these series go along. It's just the game's too competitive at this point. Too many good teams that you can't have a weak mental, lose a game, or have something unfortunate happen, and then just drop the rest of the series.
You got to stay locked in, and you are too far into this bracket to not have ambitions of a championship. And both of these two teams have ambitions of getting a chance to play Shopify Rebellion again, waiting in the looms of the grand finals. It's going to have to be two best of sevens when they get there, but they can't think about that. Game one against each other is the only thing that you can prioritize in your thought here, sitting on that stage.
Yeah, if any of these teams were looking past the other, I guarantee they will not be making their way to the grand finals. You need to focus on the task in front of you.
All right, as this gets underway, I mean, we're waiting for the lobby to obviously be reset, but we get an opportunity to kind of cook up some storylines and mention the success that Optic has had against FaZe Clan. Most recently on LAM would be the K-Son event. And it was a very close series. I think it was the 3-1, but if I remember correctly, I was left thinking FaZe should have won the first 3 games, which is kind of an odd statement looking at the powerhouse that Optic is, thinking about the rivalry that we know Shopify and Optic have already kind of created throughout the offseason. This FaZe team is an admirable opponent that I don't think is getting enough respect, and maybe they earn it here today.
Yeah, take a look at the KD leaderboard. You got a couple members here on this FaZe roster, top of this top 5 that are matching here on Optic. Slaying is not going to be a big problem here from FaZe side. I do think that they're coming in with more firepower than this previous match that we saw from Optic versus SSG.
A lot of it has to do with the power weapons and just your opportunity to get more kills and the damage output that those allow you. We saw the shock rifle starting to come into play. And if we're breaking down just a little bit of game one, I thought it was a massive mistake for Suppress to grapple into the top white window, knowing that there were going to be enemies in front of him, kind of forcing himself into a situation where he either makes an incredible play and gets out alive, or he hands over the shock rifle. Mistakes like that you can't make.
Yeah.
You don't want...
Not this high level play, no. You don't see that happening as frequent with Renegade. When he's grappling in somewhere, he's hitting that shot, or he's jumping out to the side of the map right afterwards.
Yeah, and it's just a shock rifle on the first 2 maps of this elimination final. Solitude Slayer being game 2 of the series, and we've seen the damage that a player like Renegade can do across Halo 5, across Halo Infinite. With power weapons on a map like Solitude, he'll go off, so we'll see a little bit of the S7 later in the series.
One thing I was actually curious there from that bound shock rifle play, it almost seemed like he had the headshot, but maybe Falcade was nearby. I couldn't tell if that was a giveaway that there was a second player there from the electricity just arcing.
Felt his presence. Getting an update. We have a little bit longer of a break here as we get an opportunity to break down some stats. Stronghold Kings. And it's no surprise that 2 of the teams that have played a ton of games this weekend on each side, Legend and Falcated. Legend having a ton of success with the KDs, but what's sticking out to you on this graphic?
Oh man, just the fact that even though he's slightly ahead on that KD
team that, or a player that I feel like has been great for a long time, but hasn't had necessarily the accolades or the placings to really back up how strong of a player he's been in our scene. I feel like all of Halo Infinite, Falcade has been jumping rosters and trying to figure out how to climb and find himself in a grand finals, in an elimination finals. Finally, Falcade is here. Dave, for a player that, it's tough for me to remember how many elimination finals or grand finals Falcade has played in, but I know it's not many, if ever. And at this moment for him on this team, I asked him the other day, I asked Suppress, I said, is this your best team ever? Suppress said yes. I'm going to think that this is also
Falcade has to say yes without a doubt as well.
Best team ever.
Yeah, we've always talked about the path to becoming one of the best players or on one of the best teams in Halo, and it's a long path for anyone.
For some, it happens
Halo.
instant, like Snipe Down.
Yeah, sometimes it rarely happens where someone rises much more quickly. But some of these players who've gone through, taken 5 to 10 years, they've had to work their way up. They've had to go through countless
ebbs and
amounts of
flows.
players and teams, and so to get what you consider one of your best shots this deep in the career has got to be so rewarding.
Yeah, absolutely, and well-deserved. Falcade has put so much time, and asking Lethal about him over on the BTH watch party. Lethal was sitting down. I go, what was it like to team with Falcade? Not a lot of people know a lot about Falcade. He's a very quiet player, and he's like, I love teaming with him. He was like the perfect level of aggressive, like got his kills, individual skill was phenomenal, but he always took good routes. Like it wasn't like he was doing this stuff in no man's land, like not affecting the actual outcome or the win conditions of the game.
Yeah, sometimes you get those players that kind of rise through at some point just because they have such a good shot, but they don't have the whole package. There's sometimes you're like, why'd you make that player?
Right.
What are you doing there? But yeah, you see such smart decision making consistently out of that player. So huge props out to Falcade to make it this far, and his run is not over. We're not even down in the series yet.
Yeah, not down in the series, and honestly was about to probably take the lead here. So big moment for this FaZe Clan team, a team that I think has been doubted, a team that was left by Formal. I know they said it on the desk earlier that Formal picked his team and nobody stuck with him outside of the 5 grand finals that they played in last year. It's unfathomable to me that we made 5 grand finals last year. Yes, second happened, but
it doesn't feel like you're that far off. You're like, all right, we need to throw the whole book out.
The respect that I feel like this FaZe Clan team is getting with the likes of someone like Trippy and Penguin, who have been playing lights out all weekend long, has gone, the disrespect went way too far throughout the offseason. And the fact that they're kind of left putting this team together, the pieces together, I should say, and they found this team, and instantly it feels like they have the ability to compete. I know Shopify wasn't their favorite series, but they have played phenomenal Halo all weekend, and if they can figure out a way to make this series competitive, figure out a way to win this series, there's going to be a lot of decisions that were questioned during the offseason.
100%, because like you said, when you kind of come in with that chip on your shoulders, when you are the team that's maybe putting together more of a squad of misfits, a squad that wasn't the very first pick, you're not the one who's instigating the team changes. Instead, you're trying to find out who's available and what squad are we putting together. For them to come out and be this strong, to already be top 3, to only got 3 games this event, to Shopify, who's in the grand finals already, FaZe are looking phenomenal.
Yeah, just a bunch of, I see FaZe as 4 players. Everybody can do everything at any time, and they're all consistently just great. Like it doesn't feel like they have the superstar necessarily. Maybe Suppressed is going to be that
like
player.
Also like Trippy. Trippy having some moments
He's been a superstar this weekend. Turns out when everyone is doing everything, it makes it a lot easier for everyone else on the board, so that when you're given the opportunity, when you're given the S7, the camos every single time, you get put in the moment and the opportunity to make the big play. And I call him Big Game Trippy for a reason. It's because in big games for the past 3 years, Trippy has showed up and has showed out in those moments. That Optic team does not win a world championship without Trippy being the player he is.
100%, and you're right. I think there's something special about certain players who fit into different roles when they're on different rosters. So someone like Trippy before, when he's playing with someone the likes of Lucid, he's like, you know what, I'm going to make sure we give you the sniper. Yeah. I'm going to create some space. I'm going to do this. And all of a sudden, when that player's not on the roster anymore, he's like, well, check out what I can do. Yeah. Look what I can do.
It's my turn. It's kind of nice to have a turn every once in a while, right? Especially when you've been playing some great Halo all weekend long, and we've seen the damage Trippy can 7. We saw it even in the Shopify series, that live fire game, he was popping off with it. Someone else who's been popping off all weekend long has been Bound. I feel like an under-the-radar player. Hadn't seen him on many statistic boards.
Yeah, not like the top 5 in a lot of these breakdowns,
but you watch his screen, you know good things are happening because Bound's doing things.
Yeah, he just moves at his own speed, one of the fastest players in the game. And when we've seen Optic looking at their most unstoppable, Bound has been one of those driving forces.
All right. Players look like they're locked in. They got to be shooting guns, waiting for it assumes to be the face side of the map, and maybe a little bit of an advantage here for Optic Gaming as it looks like they're still thumbs on sticks.
Yeah, they're like, we'll keep warming up. Let me practice this little fight right here. Get on ready for this. But like you said, at this point, these players, they want to be here for the long haul. So making sure everything is looking primed and ready to go before they restart this one back up.
And for a team that came through the elimination bracket round 1, you ask yourself, how much is too much, Halo? Doesn't appear they've hit that mark just yet. Maybe a second best of 7 in the grand finals might start to become a different story, but right now they are locked, loaded, and at least continuing to warm up, knowing how important this series is to not just them, but the organization that they represent. When you play for Optic Gaming, it is bigger than just you. The green wall is strong, but they're loud, they're vocal, and they're passionate that you have a responsibility to bring home trophies when you play for Optic Gaming.
Both these sides of the stage,
honestly,
some legacies within the esports industry. So huge and proud to have them represent here in the HCS. And like you said, they're representing something bigger than themselves.
Who's it going to be? FaZe Clan, Optic Gaming. I feel like we've been through a tornado so far this weekend.
It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter which game we're talking about here. These are always two of the powerhouses that you will see.
The faces change, but yeah, the organization seem to always figure their way out onto a championship Sunday.
The faces change, the games change. Sometimes you have someone like Formal who's represented any of the games.
Formal changes games. He played for FaZe that one event. Oh man, the tension's got to be looming, and the frustration. How do you weaponize that? Is the big question. How do you use this dead time to kind of rebound and make sure you come out hot? I was always a part of different teams, and I always thought, like, for example, players specifically benefit from something like this happening, and then other players struggle getting their feet back on the ground. Icing, for example. One of the players that comes to mind that had some famous historic H2A runs with all the mess that was going on back then, Snakebite, was someone that when there was a game reset, for some reason, this kid like always started off like on a frenzy on the next game. And it was like such a known thing that like, oh, CLG's about to play in the reset. These players, obviously, they've been competing for years and years, at least 4 years of Infinite, and then if you know Formal's history and Renegade's history and everybody up there, these guys have been pros for a long time. It's an expectation that they start off hot, but it's not always the case. Are you worried about anybody, or do you have your eyes set on anybody to try and create that early moment in this reset when it does happen to really set the tone here?
I'm not really worried about anyone. I don't think you can make it this far in the HCS anymore with that weak mental or not being able to take those twists and turns.
You wouldn't be here on Sunday.
Yeah, you wouldn't be this far into the tournament. But now if there's somebody that can really shine or thrive out there, I don't know. I kind of look at the Optic side and I think of really Bound and Renegade being those pace setters for this roster. Even though I think someone like Legend is also an incredibly fast player, I still think Bound and Renegade have shown that they really set the tempo for that squad. And so we're going to have to see, does Renegade try to force some action early on in the game here on Recharge again? Last time he kind of got punished, and they lost one of the early hills because of that.
Right, wasn't expecting that player to be top red and got caught off guard. And Renegade, a guy that's, like you said, that when the pace is being set by Renegade, good things happen for Optic Gaming. There's a reason that they've been on the run that they have been through the elimination bracket to this point. But if you're Renegade, this elimination bracket run is another Saturday, Sunday for you. You want that championship at the end of the day. And to get there, it's going to be through FaZe Clan, so you can't take any series off. Are you expecting him to continue the dominant performances that we've seen? Or is FaZe Clan at least going to slow him down and force Optic Gaming, the rest of Optic Gaming, to step up here?
I said, because if he's charging through the way we've seen so far earlier today, you're not stopping that. You're not letting that happen.
I was about to say, you got to watch him be stopped before you'll say he'll be stopped.
Exactly.
We're back in game, man.
No, then taking a look at
never mind.
the
Okay, I was about
end
to say.
of that last game.
We got some new tech where we started off.
Yep, so just take a look at the very end there. You saw how Optic able to break through at the end as that player was lagging out. So we'll get, like I said, that final score result from the TOs before they get to this next game. And they'll start it off where teams are appropriately scored. But to your original point around stopping Renegade, or how do you play against something like that? At some point, you have to set some traps of your own. You can't just give him free reign and have that chaos situation and let him sort of lead every single step of the way. You have to take some of your charge of your own. You have to have that own spidey sense, those call outs saying, hey, we haven't seen him recently. We either need to force some action on his teammates, or let's set a trap for him. Let's see if we can actually catch Renegade making the first misstep and mistake, punish him, and then go on the offensive.
Another question for you. As we took a look at that highlight, I finally got to come back down to earth here and see what the score was. It was about a 10-point game. 10 points in strongholds is whatever. If you start at 180 to 178, however, you're playing to 250. There's not a lot of time. There's 70 points that basically each team is going to...
It's one or two engagements really going to decide this.
Does that change how you played the break on the new reset?
Yes, it does. I think you can be much more risky and aggressive at the start of a fresh game where it's 0-0. All of a sudden, you can't give up that very first death on recharge if you know it's only a 70-point game, because all of a sudden they get two, potentially roll that into a full setup.
And a camouflage.
And a camo. It's just too risky, and so that's going to be a situation where we're likely not going to see the same sort of aggressiveness out of someone like Bound or Renegade off the rip offense. Or if they do decide to get aggressive and it pays off, that's where you can see Optic get off to a massive lead.
Right. I think it's almost like loading into a Slayer game, 45-45, and then all of a sudden, like, yeah,
someone will be the hero.
Yeah, you're not G-siding time it for snipe anymore, are you? Like, you're definitely playing a lot more passive. Every single life matters at this point, with the score being so close and the win condition not being so far away. We're running a 40-yard dash here. First to about 70 points. No room for error. You cannot get put in a trip cap with 70 points, because the game will end right after that.
You're also not going to see as many like forced aggressive plays when they have an advantage. Like, you're not going to see a forced trip cap. If a trip cap comes to them, they have the opportunity to take it, they will take it. But they're not going to get the two and say, hey, like early on, let's put this pressure on the game.
Because the risk isn't worth it?
Exactly. The risk is worth it earlier on in the game, because if it's a 0-0 game, you're like, hey, if this pays off, instead of getting a 30-point lead, we might get a 75-point lead.
Right.
Whereas here, you don't care. The difference between 30 and 75, obviously significant, but you're also risking
one of them ends the game
you lose
here.
your setup.
Yeah, one of them ends the game here.
Yes.
The other one, yeah, potentially puts you in that same situation. How often do you see a trip cap go right into another trip cap from the other team based off an overextension? It'll be really interesting to see, especially knowing how aggressive Optic like to play in strongholds, how they like to push those trip caps. Do you think they have enough discipline to slow their roll down here a little bit
so.
and play a little bit safer?
They have the experience. You have someone like Lunchbox behind saying, like, hey, you can still be aggressive without forcing the trip cap. There's a difference between forcing a play there, charging towards C-Plat, maybe peeking a little bit towards long haul, maybe taking control of control.
Yeah, and even to go further into this meta, when you're telling a dog not to jump, the dog wants to jump, and immediately you start to play a little bit more hesitancy. Does that negatively have the risk of impacting, like, if we're not naturally playing how we would naturally play a position based off the situation that's at hand?
Yeah. You're absolutely right. There's
Maybe we're
times
so
where
far
people are not playing the way they'd like to. You see that happen at times where a team, let's say they're up 2-1 in a flag game, and they've been holding them off the entire game, and all of a second they're like, oh, well, we don't need to get a cap here. They start to turtle up, or they start to play a little more passive, and that's where you see these teams start to make those comebacks into the game.
That's where my head went.
Is not playing their exact same style.
So we're taking a look at just moments before the issue happens, and it's Trippy with camo. Great shots onto a player hitting C. Legend will go down. It's a trip cap now into effect. You're down 30 points here, but trip caps with 30 points is absolutely nothing. Give me about 10 seconds and you'll get those back. Penguin still in the game right now. As Trippy backs into this corner, just wants to bait this C stronghold. And you could tell
about any second here. Because also I feel like the moment that you see the player name
signal with his hand, and that's when you knew something was wrong. Also, the observer mode will show you a player's missing if you don't want the hand signal from Trippy, but he let you know immediately something was up. And that'll put us, like we said, 10-point game. FaZe doing a good job of battling. I was very concerned for FaZe coming into this series. Fresh off a loss, probably didn't even have to move their stuff and bouncing right back into a series. Dave, what did you do to make sure that series, when things like this would happen to you in your time, what did you do individually as a team to make sure that the series before didn't impact the series that you're about to play, especially against a team that has been so hot coming out of the elimination bracket and on the run that they're on?
Yeah, you got to get everyone's attention focused on the future or the present. So in a case like this, you can't have people talk about, oh man, I had this or had this. You have to say, snap out of it. Let's talk about this. What are we doing off the start here? We knew last time Renegade went here towards top catwalk side. Is he going to do that again? Likely not. How are we going to catch him off the rip of this game?
You're talking game one, map one, and mode.
Exactly. You got to talk through the next moment
Very
in
specifics.
Time.
What does Optic like to do on this? Like,
it has
immediately
to be specific,
transition.
especially at this highest level of play. No longer are teams just doing vague generalities. They're not going to say on Aquarius, they're not going to say, hey, let's hold pink more than some cars. Like, no, you're talking about, hey, we need to hold this jump up over on this car side because they've always been.
Yeah, what are their tendencies? What do we do wrong when we play against Optic in these situations in order to better our chances? Whew. All right,
But yeah, very specific, very focused. Dial in. You can't think about anything that's going wrong in the past. The only thing that you can do if you're trying to make a slight adjustment is talk about that adjustment, and it has to be a minor thing. You can't have your team do a full 180 change and expect that all to align well going into the next game. Instead, you have to talk and say, hey, can we play our lives a little bit longer? Can we get 1 or 2 more seconds out of each life to extend this and give ourselves some more time and some more breathing?
How do we feel about Shopify seeing this happen? And actually, great question. When you were sitting in so many grand finals that you were sitting in, through the winner's bracket, I only did once, so, and I knew who I wanted to play. I was going to ask you, did you actually have a preference of who you played as a player? Because I actually 100% had a preference of which team I was rooting for going throughout this series. In the one opportunity I had, I said, let me play Soldier 187, please, dear God. But you had so many different ones that, did it just become like, it doesn't matter who we play?
You have to have that mentality of, hey, we're ready for whomever. But yeah, of course, in your gut, you're either rooting for someone who you're closer friends with, or you're saying, hey, Carbon's looking kind of scary this season. I wouldn't mind to see an upset here from a 5K or from a straight or whoever throughout some of those seasons. So it was part watching and rooting for that, but then a lot of times too, just really outside like watching the first or second game, really focused in on just warming up and playing our game plan. I don't want to sit there and watch the whole series and get all hyped up and watching that and be like, oh, I haven't shot in 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's how I was. I only obviously had one, but I was just shooting the whole time. I could care. If I couldn't have any determining factor that was I was responsible for.
You look at a stream or something like that. But for the most part, it's I'm focused on what are we doing to warm up? How are we going through our routines? Some players like to warm up nonstop and keep their hands super warm. Some people can seemingly roll out of bed and hit 4 shots.
The Royal Twos of the world.
Exactly.
Hey, scrims were 30 minutes ago, but where are you? And then he gets on and drops plus 20 in game 1. I'm like, all right, well, that'll do. Well done, kid. Next time, run the
exact opposite of him. I was like, I need to warm up for like an hour or 2 to feel like every single facet of my fights, whether it's close range or long range fights, are on point.
We're getting an update here as we take a look at the gameplay. And we're getting a live reel of the situations that were occurring in the game as the issue was flagged. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit earlier on. This is where we'll be going back to now with the new lobby. The issue was actually flagged a little bit earlier than the trip cap, and in all honesty, Optic still have control. We saw what was able to transpire after this. Trippy, of course, having this camo, using it to transfer over B. But we're going to go a little bit further back, which honestly, since we talked about it, Dave, it's at least a few more points that teams are going to have to get in order to end this game 1. So there's more of a room for error shortly. If the green wall remains as quiet as you guys have been this morning, Optic might not make it to a grand final. So I want to hear you guys get loud. And if you're rooting for FaZe, they're going to need you because I just pissed a whole lot of fans off that are wearing green in this crowd.
No,
I like to poke all the bears.
It's the calm before the storm. You know, everyone here is just champing at the bit. They're ready to see these teams get back into it and battling it out. But like you said, it's going to be around a 30-point lead here for FaZe.
142 to 172.
For Optic, 30-point lead for Optic going into this replay.
It's a healthy lead, but nothing to really shy over in strongholds.
It shouldn't. It can be a determining factor, but this isn't a insurmountable lead at some point.
Yeah, if you're FaZe, you don't feel like there's a massive weight going into this game, similar to what we witnessed earlier with the SSG and the oddball. When you're down like 50 points in oddball, it's like, would you rather go to round 3? Maybe.
The only thing this does change maybe slightly for FaZe is that they may get a little riskier if they get that dub cap and try to go for the triple cap.
Because they have more room to make up.
They have to make up that little bit more room. They might say, hey, like, feel free to press our advantage if we have it here, but at the same time, it's still, they can close that gap, that 30-point lead with a dub cap set up at the start of the game.
All right, Bound's got his hand warmers in. Locked, loaded, lobby setting up. I see one player missing. I'm not going to call him out, though. There he is. All players are in the lobby. Let's hit that play button. Lottie, can you press that play button? I know you don't like to do that. She's over there talking.
We will get this started ASAP, though, but man.
There we go.
A little bit of icing there for some of these players. Let's see them all bounce back. You see fist bumps being shared across the stage. We're going to be jumping back into here on Recharge Strongholds. It's a 30-point lead here for Optic Gaming. FaZe has the work cut out for them. This first game can be a massive momentum shift for either of these teams to go into the series.
As we jump into this remake, I want to go straight into an Optic Gaming listen-in, and let's see the vibes on Optic Gaming as they have a 30-point lead. How do they sound coming out of this remake and going into this game 1 of an elimination finals?
But yeah, kicking it right off the start. Here we go, Bound playing passive towards C, gonna take towards control. Last time we saw Bound and Renegade dropping early into the fight. Trying to make a way towards elevator, realizing that it's not going to be successful. Trippy gonna get the first blood, taking out Legend.
Bound has the ammo right here.
Not burned. It's a battle for that camo. Bound, the only one alive at the bomb side of that pit. Trippy, the only one alive for FaZe. And that's going to be some points early here on the board for Optic.
Let's get into that Optic Gaming listen and see what Bound can do with this camouflage.
Oh my god, he's really ready. Yeah, just not trip face, mate. You can actually right there. Let's play tower 2, let's go. Yeah, play safe that. Stacks. Try to play T here. Make no, check. I'm a check. Yeah, just go. Stacks again, fuck it. He's going C. If I one shot. I see that. That's even kept it strolling. Tomcat.
some fight or feel pressed about the guy in B getting the stronghold, like, he just has to let a favorable fight come to him rather than taking an unfavorable fight, pushing out pipe doors, trying to fight the guy top alley, somewhere where he's going to be at a disadvantage. That was phenomenal comms, and Optic Gaming looked and felt locked in that entire remake. They were in control just about the entire time. There was that one moment where they had to slow it down, but it was all green wool.
Yeah, when you're at this highest level of play, you kind of have the exact opposite comms to ranked level of play. In ranked comms, you're like, where's my help? What's going on? Get involved. Help is the objective. Whereas at the highest level of play of these teams, they all want to be selfless players. They know the team objective at hand, and they are reminding each other, hey, here's a situation that I need you to play selfish. Your best play for this team, the best way to reward us, is for you to get a kill and for you to stay alive.
A phenomenal way to kick off this elimination finals for Optic Gaming, especially to show how strong they looked. Kick it right off the break. This 30-point lead that they play with this remake jumps into about a 70, 80-point lead, and then all of a sudden, the room for error for FaZe is just too much, right? That we talked about it, like all of a sudden now Bound is able to play as ones forever because they're up by so much that it's going to take a lot more than just you losing one favorable fight that you take for us to lose this game.
Yeah, when FaZe got put in that position where they're down by, 70 or 80 points at the end, it's like they have to not only get every kill on Optic, they can't have one mistake or one misstep, because the moment that 3 of them go down, Optic are going to be able to hold a 2-cap setup to close out the game.
All right, as we take a look at the series layout, recharge strongholds, that's one and done from Optic. They'll take a 1-0 lead here in the elimination finals. It's going to be Solitude Slayer as game 2. And if you're looking at FaZe, let's take some positives away from game 1, even before the remake. They were getting every single camouflage, something that will benefit them heavily if they're able to replicate that same strategy, even though they didn't have success in strongholds. I feel like in a Slayer, you're kind of able to do your own thing a little bit more, and why is that, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, on Slayer, they're going to be able to play without the objective forcing them out at any single time, so they're going to be able to spend that next 30 seconds or the previous 30 seconds just saying, hey, where do I want to be? What's the best way to set myself and this team up to get this next power-up? So expect them to be able to just play a little bit slower, but also, like I said, it's their choice of how quick they want to play. They don't have time ticking against them.
Okay, we've had a bumpy start. We've had a bumpy start to this elimination finals, but let's pick up the energy in here. This series matters so much to both these two teams. Game 2's kicking off. Formal on board. The battle for camo underway. Legend's going to be the first player to drop, and as Formal knows that he's going to get pushed, tries to meet Trippy over towards the U-turn, but unfortunately he's going to have repulse and win that one-on-one. And this is going to be FaZe Clan's opportunity to gain early map control with Trippy going off.
And nobody falls in the mix. Trippy almost turning that fight against Legend, but he sets up his teammate Penguin to get
tries to push into dip after finding that kill. Knows that there's several members of Optic in blue. There is still one to snipe. A beautiful nade as he predicts Legend forced to back up towards blue because the pressure from FaZe was coming from the front, and now they can isolate these players to snipe as well.
Yeah, Penguin fully divided this roster. They're stuck over at Market, they're stuck over at Snipe, and he's right in between. He can pick and choose which fight he wants to join, and he's joining both.
And honestly,
both those picks, one over on Renegade, one over on Legend.
Somehow Renegade gets a trade with the shock beatdown, death grenade right there, and that slows down the tempo for FaZe just a little bit. One more player from FaZe isn't there, and now Optic Gaming still on the ropes a little bit, have less pressure, but here comes Suppress. The name of the game is can you get in their face quick enough to split the spawns, and Suppress gets there. But a trade is unbelievable there.
Such great movement from Bound, making such a difficult kill, and that's exactly what Bound wanted out of that situation. He wanted just even a melee. The fact that he was able to get a full trade there, get the 3 shots and the melee is more than enough. One other point I'd like to make is Penguin. We talked about how he was playing a different role last game. He just had only a few slays, a ton of assists. This game, he is the kill leader here for FaZe Clan in this 1-kill game.
This FaZe Clan, anybody that's in position to pick up the kills will do so. 12, 3, and 7 as Finland gets taken down. Bound with another trade will make this a 1-kill game once again. Trippy did have the camo, but that's long gone at this point as Legend tries to make some space over towards LR, but the teamwork from FaZe will take down Legend and give them a 3-kill lead once again.
Just those bait switch right there. Was looking for that quick finish over at LR, and Penguin just swooping in.
This is such a big moment right now. All of Optic is stuck in blue. This is a 4-kill game. This could go to an 8-kill game very quickly if Optic are not careful. Bound going to try to be the first player to make his way into yard. You see Formal and Renegade now trying to create some kind of space here. FaZe are trying to deny this space. Look how hard they want to control yard. They know Optic want this yard control, and they are not going to get yard control. It is now up to 7 kills for FaZe Clan.
That was such an incredible push by Suppressed. They knew Penguin wasn't going to be able to charge that nade, but Suppressed flew right into yard, getting that finish. That mixed aggressiveness that you have here with the FaZe roster is paying off.
Trapped in blue, still Optic on respawn. 8 kills separate the two now. FaZe Clan look to tie this series up and will do so if they can get 10 more kills here in game 2.
A lot of battling going on over at the loop. Valcade playing his own life, though. We've seen some of these situations before. One of my critiques earlier of watching SSG play is they would always be focused on the one point of action. Instead, I love that play from Valcade. It says, I can't be a factor in this fight. Let me see if someone else is sneaking on by over here. Gets the camo and can now be a greater effect in this battle.
This is a wild situation right now. It's a 5-kill game. Valcade trying to get involved, but he's losing teammates left, right, and center. All of Optic Gaming is spread out across the map, and all of Optic Gaming is picking up kills. Valcade still can't find a kill until he finally is able to finish off Legend, but at what cost? A 4-kill game now for FaZe Clan. Still with the game in their control, but Optic's map control right now makes this very difficult for him to sift through.
Yeah, Valcade, I love this. Doesn't find the player in the perimeter. Instead, goes right towards the player at Snipe. Still a 4-kill game, and you're hoping maybe for a bit more of a comfort zone there if you're a FaZe fan. But the pressure isn't stopping. I like this play from Suppressed. Both teams kind of have a little flank of their own. Renegade and Suppressed get behind enemy lines. Renegade's flank paying off.
That's a big kill, though. Being able to finish off Renegade, even if he gets a double, it just gets you a little bit closer to 50. Still a 4-kill game, but now look, this is where Optic were just moments ago. They are stuck in blue. They're going to try this yard push. Does Bound have the same level of reinforcements?
He does not. And the fact that you see someone poking through that door has to tell you that they have backup right behind them.
Yeah,
no
they're
one's
coming.
just peeking into yard without support.
Yeah, and that's the big difference right now is FaZe were able to hold that push and deny the map control at the space that Optic were trying to get in that situation. When Optic were in that situation, Bound did not have the reinforcements. However, though, Formal in a 4-kill game has a shock rifle. The game turns into a stalemate. Camo will be coming up in 18 seconds. And Formal, if he can find a pick, would be massive.
Oh my God.
That's 2.
That push by FaZe. They do get a trade out. But still,
that's 3.
Done. It's now a 1-kill game here for FaZe. They should be able to find a trade here, but the only saving grace that Optic has this moment is they do have that shock rifle. Well, these members of FaZe, they can hide around tight corridors. They'd be happy. No one wants to charge Suppressed, even though they have an advantage.
FaZe Clan answer back. FaZe Clan collapse slid into yard and got the third. I was like, oh no, but that one grenade that honestly killed the guy that was falling from yard, no shield, that trade is everything to give you what it should be a 48-47 game rather than a 49-46 game.
But I love the mixed aggressiveness from FaZe. Some teams, when they get in that position, they say, other team has snipe, or they have shock rifle. Turtle up for a little bit. And they just turtle and they never make a move from there. The correct play there is to turtle up for a bit, and then you make an aggressive push in one of the directions, where the other team isn't perfectly set up for that.
Commit to something, right? Like,
gotta make a move.
So often do we see the team that sits back often is the team that gets punished the hardest, and the team that slips up and loses the lead. But FaZe Clan, we talked honestly at the start of the broadcast, we talked about this FaZe Clan roster and how strong they were at Slayers. Slayers keep them in this series and bring them back to life here in the elimination bracket. Slayers tie this one up, and everybody knows game fives or best of fives always end in a Slayer. And wouldn't it be something if FaZe Clan can just figure out a way to get one of these objectives done and find themselves on Aquarius, and they think, they know that they have what it takes to win these Slayers against a team like Optic Gaming. We're talking Oddball Live Fire is game 3, and Assault Fortress is going to be game 4. So which of these two can FaZe Clan figure out a way to manifest some success is the big question. What we've seen from Optic, let's talk about game 3. Let's focus on the here and now. What we've seen from Optic Gaming on Oddball and on Livefire has been unbelievably impressive, I feel like, all tournament long. So this has got to be a strength for them. How do you feel about FaZe Clan's chances going into this map?
It's going to be tough. I mean, there's so many times where you see an individual on Optic, and it feels like they can turn any of those positions into a power position. Like Tower, they're over at Tower, and it can take so long back to flush out someone like Renegade, who could be jumping up around A in the boxes, going over towards back mud.
You give these guys a pillar, and all of a sudden they're unkillable.
But even Sage, when you look over towards back green or something like that, someone like Legend can stay alive for so long and buy time. And so there's different pockets here where members of Optic can just really shine. On the flip side, though, you look over at FaZe, I think the most impressive clip we've had all weekend is Trip.
By far.
That
clip of the
sniper
weekend for
spree.
sure. The fact that he pulls out the snipe as the guy's no shield just for bonus points. Oh yeah, that was awesome. That's something I would do, and then I would get yelled at for I'm my snipe out as I missed that shot. And one shot guys just live. But Trippy, obviously we've seen the success he's had. The S7 is obviously going to be an extremely vital piece to the puzzle when trying to have success. And as we look at the stats for ball carriers, it's, you know what, the same two guys that we showed with the stronghold stats.
You know, always picking up that OBJ. But one thing that's surprising here is Legend, 40% of the team's ball time. Doing so much OBJ work here. I mean, it's tough to choose who is going to be the OBJ player or who's going to do a majority of it on that roster. I don't know why I'm more surprised that it is Legend.
I think it's a player that plays as fast as possible and then is usually progressed on the map, especially if you're playing with the likes of Renegade and Bound. They're off usually doing side quests on the map, but I mean, they go on some exciting side quests, don't get me wrong. But it's probably like, yes, somebody probably needs to rotate towards the ball as that's going on.
Now, the benefit and the downside of this is, whereas you look at Falcade at 27%, that's maybe arguing if the rest of his team is on a similar amount, they're almost all doing an equal amount for this FaZe roster.
That's
now,
ideal.
The benefit and the downside here for someone like Legend and Optic is, if Legend's getting that ball, he is going to be well practiced and knowing exactly where he needs to be rotating and prepared to make those moves. However, if Legend is not in control of the ball, they're going to have to rely a lot on Lunchbox and crew to clear that path and know exactly where they do want to move that. But, you know, you have those pluses and negatives when you have so much time indexed on one player.
And being able to read the skill set and being able to read that in real time before you're a second late, because if you're a second late in Infinite, somebody's already in your face.
Yeah, like, it's too late. You have to be making the rotation before it even is the rotation. You almost have to be faking that rotation, saying, hey, I'm going to start going towards tower. All right, we're actually going towards tower now.
Right, and exactly. You have to lean towards that. But being able to, like, the skill set behind being able to read those situations just based off your screen, obviously, but the comms are more important because a lot of the time, nothing's happening on your screen as the ball carrier. Nothing. You're listening and you're getting info that 3 are going this way and like so-and-so's been spotted going in this direction. So you're having to process all of this information and make sure that it's your responsibility that this ball doesn't end up, if we are to go down, that this ball ends up in a contestable spot rather than you just gave them a full setup that anything positive we just had this has been what feels like a long series already with what's taken place. But when I looked at the map layouts and I saw Stronghold's Recharge and then I saw Solitude Slayer, I said 2 pretty fast games. 2 games that you could find yourself down 2-0 very quickly, or you feel like you haven't played a lot of Halo in order to determine your elimination finals. Finally, here in Game 3, Oddball is going to make sure that you felt like you played some Halo.
Game 3 and Game 4. A Fortress Bomb, that's going to be taken a minute.
Yeah, you
Suppressed also
will be
pushing towards pillar sides, not seeing a single player. I like this play from Suppressed. Rather than take the long flank, he's like, I'm just going to join right back in the fight. We don't have to worry about any flankers, and we also have to know we're fighting against an even amount of opponents.
And it pays off. He forces Renegade to drop out of middle with that snipe. Renegade still has that snipe. Renegade actually
like
then
I said, he's so tough to
himself.
kill here. He's got the repulse.
Yeah, when you get repulse and snipe, Renegade's so good at whatever he does at the start of games to end up in this situation so often. Doesn't hit that shot onto the camo. Doesn't matter. As all 4 players for FaZe Clan will go down, it will be a member of Optic, not only with camo, but one of them has snipe and one of them has the ball. This is a perfect start for Optic Gaming.
Yep, and it's going to be Formal with the ball this time. Setting up his team. See if he's going to make a rotation or if he's going to play this in the back of tower if he receives too much pressure. Looks like he's going to be dropping the ball and slaying.
How awesome is it right now that just two members of Optic Gaming are forcing all of FaZe Clan to have to rotate towards house. Meanwhile, the ball is cuts. Like, you would think that you could maybe leave these guys behind house, but Optic Gaming are too strong. They will figure out a way to flank you. Renegade now, as his teammates have gone down, it's his time to shine.
Wow.
Love this play by him. He leaves that player, cuts, gets the ball all the way to the tower, and this is an objective, efficient play out of Renegade, who is not known for this special occasion, but this is an awesome way of showing that you can adapt and evolve as a player, because that play just got them another 20 seconds.
Yeah, Optic throwing all our talking points out the window. Every single person picking up this ball, putting time on the board. Every single person except for Legend.
Surely he'll get some points eventually, but I mean, Renegade's still yet to die. Just 2 kills to his name, but his presence alone is a problem. Trippy can't get the last shot off as the body head with the snipe connects. Another body from Renegade. Another toe shot, we'll call it, but the job gets done. FaZe Clan get fully put on a reset, and it's a 40-point lead already.
40-point, and Renegade still holding on to all this ammo. He eventually dies with that very first sniper of the game and only gives up 1 bullet.
A recipe for disaster if your FaZe Clan is letting Renegade live for that long with the snipe. The damage done is going to be difficult here in round 1 to overcome. Legend trying to play his life back. Pillars, he gets taken down. It feels like FaZe Clan have finally got some footing here in this first round, but what can they do with it? They still have reinforcements. Renegade is already off spawn in front towers. Such a fast player in order to get into that situation. Camo just went into the hands of Formal. No, Camo actually fell up in front. Formal not able to find that camo just yet, and as FaZe Clan start to win the fights over here, maybe they will be able to get this camo. Maybe they will be able to get a ball as well.
Okay, now it's FaZe's turn. They have the camo.
Ooh.
They have ball control.
Well, they did.
I love that play from Falcade up until the point he got taken out. I love the point that he was such a factor in fighting for that camo and then just going straight for the ball pickup to make it as efficient as possible.
Trippy finds one, and camo snipe. You need more than one, in my opinion, to stop or come back in this game. And right now, being top middle, he gets caught out immediately. A good job by Optic to eliminate him, even though he caught the first player off guard.
Wow.
Penguin gets his head ripped off. Jesus Christ, Formal, what was that shot? The ball is being rotated, however, so even though 3 members of FaZe go down, they will have to slay again because of the rotation of this ball. It's beautiful by FaZe Clan.
But here's the thing is, Optic are aware of the situation. They know there's got to be somebody flanking through. Somehow they don't spot out Suppressed. They eventually get the pick on him. But throughout this entire time, FaZe only had Sniper for that short little bit with Camel, getting that first pick. The rest of the time, they've been scrapping up time with this ball. Even if Optic are able to secure a few of these kills, they aren't in the perfect position to grab this ball. We don't even know exactly where the FaZe Clan spawns will be. I'm guessing it's going to be Big Door.
They're going to spawn. They should be spawning back house right now, and they will. And although FaZe Clan made this a 20-point game, it's going to be another 40-point game by the time FaZe Clan are able to formulate some kind of a push. Now, Quantum Snipe in the hands of Formal, and in all honesty, that's the first shot I feel like we've seen Formal miss with this snipe. You do not want to test him. Trippy does just that, and doesn't have to pay for it this time around. He is getting shot in the back. One player overextending towards green is suppressed, and Formal now stuck in really a difficult situation to deal with. FaZe Clan break the setup, but like I said, back to 40 points goes the score.
Yeah, that was just the benefit that Optic had in that situation where they were able to hold that ball so far away and get them spun all the way across the map, especially when you have something like Snipe. You can watch one whole lane of the map. Time is going to be racked up. Can FaZe answer? Can they close this gap a little bit? I mean, 35 minutes is almost a full setup time. So you almost need 2 full sets for FaZe to really get back in this game.
Yeah, but the issue is Camo just came up and the fights were lost by FaZe Clan. Suppressed and Trippy both get taken down on the Camo side of the map, so they do play the ball, but with this camouflage that and multiple deaths going down for FaZe Clan, that ball gets immediately brought right back to tower.
And let's be real too, play balls are not all equal. If you do a play ball at the incorrect time, or you do a play ball and your team loses full control and no one's really there to guard that new play ball, they can just take that ball right back to tower and those positions.
100%.
So I did feel like there wasn't really an effective play ball from the FaZe side. We're at the 94-point mark. I don't see anyone from FaZe who can really stop this. That's going to be round 1 going in favor of Optic.
And in all honesty, a dominant round from Optic Gaming here in round 1. We said that they've been looking great on live fire. They just showed you that they are great at live fire no matter what the mode is. And this is where FaZe Clan need to find some momentum here. Bound taking his time, waiting for the grenades. Such a patient play. Knows they're coming in. Unfortunately, the second one is going to hit him no matter how patient he was. And at that
I like that play though. Most people look at that garage door, big door, and they say, nobody there, okay, don't gotta worry about it over here. And then all in 1 second, you have Bound flying all the way towards that command door BR and able just to lay down shots on someone at pillars.
Yeah, how often does that work out? Probably pretty often. When the second you lack or you're given the information no one's there, you kind of overextend and find yourself out in the open. So that's what Bound was playing for. Unfortunately, it didn't work out this time around. Somehow, like the start of every live fire game, Renegade has Snipe top tower. It's almost like he spawns here with it at this point. The battle for Camo is definitely the focus of Renegade for now as he approaches this cut. It's a dangerous place to be with Snipe, but he lands a body, and that's going to back up that one member of FaZe Clan in a 2-on-2 situation. He's going to choose to go top mid. He's going to choose to rip faces.
Yeah, just playing this so good. I didn't see what ended up happening with that Camo. Can't tell if someone from Optic grabbed it or if it ended up being burned off some of those trades taking place at scoreboard. But ball time being racked up here for Optic, but they have to get these kills. One dangerous part about this ball over at scoreboard or house is there's no real good way to play ball here. You have to slay out, or the other team gets that setup.
Renegade can't hit the no-scope, and Falcon is able to finally take him down. Snipe is going to be out, however. This setup only lasts for 14 seconds for Optic, though, so a good job by FaZe to break it fairly immediately. Unfortunately, you don't get any of the S7 to play around. Not too much damage done here in round 2, and FaZe Clan will have control as 2 members are coming off respawn. How do they play this inside of the house setup, though, is the big question. We didn't see much of this at all in the first round.
Yeah, Falcon had been staying alive for a long time there. Unfortunately, does a premature reload, ain't able to get that finish there. Formal, relaxing at the window with the ball.
I was going to say, adjusting the volume.
I was like, is something wrong? But no,
yeah,
he doesn't have time to take a hand off the wheel.
My heart sank as I thought something was going on. Just almost on him. You know, I kind of want a little bit more, says Formal. 28 points now and still climbing. Renegade forced to quantum back towards green. He's going to have assistance from another player, but that leaves Formal by himself with the odd ball. I guess it did get rotated towards big door here, so that's massive to be able to play that ball if they are to lose this setup. But Falcon going down there tells me that Optic are going to be able to hold this setup potentially. Trippy and Suppress both getting back down from Renegade. He is everywhere on the map with that quantum. A little bit of an overchow, but you'll take the damage done from Renegade here in that life.
Yeah, I mean, he's feeling himself too. He just figured if they're fighting one of my teammates, I will also get involved in this engagement. But it's just such a challenging kill to kill someone like Renegade. He makes it so difficult, and he's not afraid to reach-out at times to get that extra damage.
You never know. You never know when he's reach-outing you. You never know when he's relocating. It's such a difficult player to try and flush out of situations, especially when he's given the quantum translocator. So good luck if you're FaZe Clan. Luck is something that they're going to need. They're able to take down Legend. That's a good start to maybe a potential comeback here. It was a 40-point lead, but here come FaZe Clan. The 2 snipers in a row getting taken down, so Trippy opting not to go for that snipe, but able to win the battle against both of them there. That's massive. for FaZe Clan as they still attempt to hold this setup, but can Penguin get near his ball carrier? Multiple players of Optic are in-house, and they're coming for that ball.
Yeah, I mean, getting close to the ball carrier is important, without doubt. But the bigger story here on this one for FaZe is they're just getting outslayed too heavy to be able to compete with Optic here on this game. You look at a couple of these score lines, Penguin suppressed, -7, -9. They're just getting outslayed too heavy to make that up in objective efficiency. At some point, you have to get past a critical mass of kills to be able to go toe-to-toe with a squad like Optic.
Yeah, when you think of a player like Suppress, it's traditionally the main slayer for this squad, so having maybe not his best game 3 so far, but there's a lot of time left, potentially. The ball is going to get played. I believe, no, it just drops down back tower. It's actually a good no-play ball,
That kind of worked out better.
Yeah, because they were on top of that play ball. Because it stays back tower, it's going to be a couple of seconds denied from Optic Gaming, but you still have Formal with Snipe to deal with. And in all honesty, if you don't break this setup right now on this push, you're going to have one more, or game 3 goes to Optic.
Yeah, and Optic just letting FaZe make their push, and FaZe taking a little too long with their push here. Eventually able to take out the ball carrier. All that traveling Trippy going all the way from green, all the way to sneaking towards front C to back tower just to receive no scope, and that's so frustrating because you take these right routes, you avoid these long sight lines, and in the end, you still just get taken out by a no scope.
I mean, the worst part about it was you had Quantum, so if you get bodied, you're just Quantum back to your original place, but you got headshotted. Like, what do? Formal doesn't miss. That's not fair sometimes, Trippy, I'm sorry. But this ball still in the hands of Optic Gaming. Need just 10 points, and then Penguin has to go. He feels the need to go. Bound picks up an easy triple, or a double. Maybe it's a triple. And FaZe Clan go all 4 down. Optic, dominate. And I said dominate, Dave. Game 3, and take a 2-1 lead here in the elimination finals.
FaZe have their work cut out for them. I was trying to praise them before, saying that these FaZe boys, individually skill-wise, they're able to go toe-to-toe with Optic. They're able to win some of those individual fights, but some of the stars I'm looking for, and especially in the form of Suppressed, was not there exactly on game 3, was not able to match Optic, was not able to break through.
I think when you look at that game 3 and you compare it to games 1 and 2, games 1 and 2 felt like they were a little bit closer. Game 3 felt like a bit of a blowout. You look at the power weapon control, look at the power up control. It was pretty much all Optic in that game 3. At all times, they had Snipe. At all times, it felt like they were in better position for the camouflages and whatnot. And that's what it looks like when Optic's getting power-ups. You might not be doing much with the camos, but at least they don't have them.
Yeah.
And when the second Optics start to get those power-ups, those power weapons, the second this series starts to get a little bit uglier, it appears.
Yeah, I mean, we even highlight a couple of those examples. You've seen Renegade off the start of each of these rounds, getting sniped, bringing it back towards tower, and being such a nuisance to kill. Whereas on the flip side, I feel like the limited amount of times we saw Sniper in the hands of FaZe, you saw a play like Trippy had like a camo snipe and was actually taken out after just getting that one kill. Like you said, one is not enough when you have Sniper and camo.
Yeah, it's just so tough. You're trying to find that opening pick, you're trying to create a staggered respawner, create a 4-on-3 opportunity, but the second he shoots that guy, he gets melted. It's great positioning from Optic to be close enough, but have different angles to be able to trade each other out. Optic's teamwork starting to figure itself out through the elimination bracket run they've on. And this is a product of the entirety of their LAN tournament here now. Starting to figure it out along the way and play better and better every series. I believe that this is the best Optic we have seen, especially after that game 3, because this is the highest competition we have seen since them entering the elimination bracket. This FaZe team, I know that game might have looked easy for Optic, but there's not many teams that can do that to FaZe. And right now, they're going to be backs against the wall, tournament life on the line, Fortress Assault in their hands.
You know, you talked about that entire game, how often Optic were able to get control of that sniper. If that same story happens here on Assault Fortress, I foresee Optic just closing the series out 3-1. However, if you can see someone like Suppressed, keep a hold of that sniper. Do some work here. Give his team a chance to play that neutral game. Play it on even footing. FaZe can absolutely work their way back to a game 5.
Optic Assault looking at the leaders for the KDs on this side, and it's Renegade and it's Bound, and it's probably the 2 last guys you want in your base on a map like Fortress to try and flush out, because these guys, we talked about how good they are at staying alive, like in places that they shouldn't. Well, Fortress is a map made for players like these 2 right here.
Yeah, they crazy work over at that BR/Spiral side. Both these teams vying for control of that half the map. But I'm excited to see what happens with these snipes. That could set the tone for this game. We're gonna have to see what goes on with that initial OS, those initial snipes. Is anyone gonna be trying to make any initial push for a bomb arm? Or are we gonna try to set the tone of this game? Outslay for a little bit, get them on the back foot.
Optic Gaming entered the elimination bracket in round 1. They are now 1 game away from a grand finals appearance, a rematch against Shopify, someone they have been battling all off season long for the #1 seed, and they want their revenge. They can taste that revenge, and 1 game away. Can you put FaZe Clan to bed? Can you send them packing and focus on a championship? Neutral Bomb Assault with 2 S7s and Overshield on the map, and FaZe Clan on the ropes right now. Let's see how Formal treats the kickoff of this map for.
Renegade getting the first pick on the Falcade with the snipe. See where he decides to move from there, and that's going to be 2 picks. That's also going to be OS in the hands of Bound. First 2 kills going in favor of Optic. Can they make anything more of it?
Renegade not missing with snipe. Hadn't been all weekend long right now, and that body shot onto the player and Suppressed had the FaZe Clan snipe. So FaZe Clan snipe now also in the hands of Optic Gaming. I believe it's Formal and Renegade. Worst case scenario if you're FaZe Clan with snipes, and Formal is at your base. You have so much to worry about. These sight wins are so difficult. The bomb is going to be underneath, not being able to be played.
An interesting grab there from Trippier FaZe, because the bomb was already up to what, like, let's say 15 seconds before resetting. They tossed a little bit out towards courtyard. I can't tell if they want this just to buy a little more time for their courtyard, or if they want this to reset in the bomb center. But I feel like Optic is fine with either one.
Yeah.
The fact that they just got a touch there means that they're bringing in. That's gonna be 2 down. That's Formal's go sign to go take over the BR side and spawn FaZe over at the elbow.
Formal was gonna snipe you Suppressed, but he'll let Renegade do it this time. He's gonna get the bomb. He's gonna be able to gain the lead here. I believe nobody on FaZe Clan looks like they're in any position. And we warned you, FaZe Clan, if you give them both snipes, bad things will happen.
Only 2 members from FaZe at the start of this game. Penguin and Trippy able to secure a kill. Just not able to find those angles. It's so tough with these sight lines. When you get stuck in your base, it can be so difficult. Able to eventually take out Formal and grab the snipe. Can they do anything with those last couple bullets, though?
But it's a 1-0 lead. Everything from Optic getting to play from the lead from now on. We've seen how long some of these Fortress games have been throughout the offseason. Sometimes it ends 1-0. And now Optic Gaming get the comfort of playing with that lead. The pressure, building on FaZe Clan with their backs against the wall. This cannot feel good, and it definitely doesn't feel good that Legend just snuck away with this Overshield.
Yeah, Legend bringing that OS towards the basement. Unfortunately, each one of those melees, but still doing such a great job on a killing spree. That's 3 down for FaZe. Almost all 4 down.
All 4.
That kill from Falcade, we'll see if that is enough pressure relief to stop this arm.
Yeah,
bomb is coming in, but not having Legend still alive there could be everything.
Optic won't have Legend in order to try and deal with these respawners, but they're doing a good job. They've already found 2 of them. One of them is going to have to kill this player backstairs. He's able to do just that. 4 go down again. Bound in the arming circle is going to guarantee a 2-0 lead. What you thought was going to be 12 minutes might be 3, Dave.
Yeah, I was going to say we're about to see a lot of Halo being played. We talked about games 3 and 4 going the distance. I don't see much distance in here. This might be a sprint, Wes.
Neither one of these feels like long games right now. Snipes are coming up. The saving grace may be some potential, but look at Renegade's position behind enemy lines. Is Suppressed now he's here? Suppressed is going to have to hit a shot. You're going to have to hit a shot, but your tournament's going to get over. Renegade can't quite finish him yet. Oh, no. Shots were missed, and Renegade will have the FaZe Clan snipe once again on their backstairs.
Gonna be sniping, and yes, you ideally would like the BR or Armory side of the map, but same time, if you have a sniper, just as good. Takes out one base. They're pushing in for the killing blow here. 1 or 2 more deaths here from FaZe could spell disaster for the final arm.
Oh, they're just not missing at this point. The flow state is occurring. Bomb in the arm circle, forced to drop it, and it's the other sniper, Legend, right now.
But now they got the spawns they want. So they're happy to trade out a couple kills there. Optic now have Spiral side, and they just have to let a couple kills flow in, especially from Brown,
well, 2 dead
from tower side, and then they can start the arm. Penguin panicking, finds gets former teammate.
Oh my God.
Renegade clutches it up and starts the arm.
That's game. That's game. That's series. That's match. Go home, FaZe. Optic Gaming. Oh, the nade comes through, but Bound is there, and they let him hear about it. Optic Gaming, in the most impressive Fortress bomb I have ever watched, will be on their way to the grand finals. From elimination bracket round 1 to the grand finals. A date with Destiny and Shopify Rebellion is up next.
They just outslayed so hard right there. That game was less than 5 minutes. I saw 42 kills on Optic side. Every single member on FaZe combined, they had, I want to say it was 13 kills. 13 kills to 42 kills. Just a massive outslaying. Getting 3 arms. It's the first time I've seen them really chirp this weekend.
Yeah.
Optic got humbled early on in the event. Worked their way brick by brick through this lower bracket and made their way all the way to the grand finals where they'll be facing off against Shopify Rebellion.
They believe. You can tell they believe. They're all of a sudden starting to play like Optic Gaming is supposed to play. Those last 2 games were absolute slaughters, and that was the most impressive way to enter into a grand finals from the elimination bracket that I have ever seen. FaZe Clan going to be left kicking their feet a little bit, wanting to play it a little bit better, but how hard is it to stop this Optic train now that it has gone from elimination bracket round 1 all the way to this point? And when you started seeing them in oddball and in assault, that is insane.
Taking a look at those kills. 14 kills total there for FaZe.
And it's everybody on Optic.
42 for Optic.
It's everybody. It's not just one.
Every single player on that roster.
It was perfect.
6.0 KD is the lowest.
Legend, you got to step it up, bud. It was perfect. It was perfect. That's textbook Fortress bomb. I mean, it's obviously to say when you get both snipes and every overshield, like, game's a lot easier, but
winning every single challenge.
They're hitting every shot.
So many times, Renegade just in that last shot fight, taking out one of those members. Times where I expected, and you need someone like FaZe to ice up. They're just falling just slightly short. So huge kudos out to Optic. Starting this tournament with a lot of questions. People being curious, are they the real deal? Well, we got a finals match to find out, Wes.
They're
looking good to me.
I think if I'm Shopify, I'm watching that and I'm wishing it would have been a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Okay, let's lock in. The battle of the Titans that everybody wanted coming into this weekend. You wanted a grand finals with Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming. Guess what? You get a finals with Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming. And if we've seen anything between these two when they play in every single series, it feels like it goes to game 5. It goes to game 11. We might have 2 best of 7s. Ladies and gentlemen, grab your popcorn, get a beer, sit back. It's going to be one hell of a show. I can't wait to be a fan in these stands watching this thing go down.
No, we got some incredible games in front of us. And if Optic are playing anything like that, there could even be a reset. Who knows? I don't want to predict it too early. But the way that they're playing, they are going to be a difficult squad to beat.
All right, Dave, it's been a pleasure all weekend. You're an absolute legend. It's an honor. We're signing out. I'm throwing this back up to LVP on the desk and the boys to crush this one last death segment, and let's get this grand finals underway here as soon as possible.
Thank you so much, Wes Walshy. Wow. Green Wall, keep your heads up high because your team are doing the unthinkable, the impossible. What a run through the elimination bracket that was, and what a statement on that main stage. 3-0 FaZe Clan Shurs, Goofy, my goodness me. Optic Gaming, they are coming out to play, but they're not playing around, excuse the pun. Shurs, what do you make of the Green Wall right now?
Yeah, I think you said 3-0 that assault game. I think we were looking at, excuse the assault pun, but it was a demolition job. I think we've seen a completely dominant Optic Gaming side, and FaZe Clan just not having the answers. Something we asked the questions before the series started is, if these teams give you opportunities, can FaZe capitalize on them? And they just didn't do enough when the opportunities did present themselves. And you're having players like Renegade pop off, but all of a sudden, all 4 players on that Optic Gaming side popped off at the exact same moment, which is so rare. So FaZe were in big trouble, but something that is a little bit of a concern for me for Optic Gaming is their Slayers. They're not winning their Slayers enough, and Shopify Rebellion do just that.
Yes, they do just that indeed. But I think they're picking up the pieces, and I think teamwork is the dream work. And Goofy, when you're seeing stats that are very even across the board for Optic Gaming, with 4 absolute superstar slayers taken from every corners of the HCS the past 4 years, and you're seeing them work together efficiently. That is extremely scary to play against. How are you feeling about the teamwork going into maybe the best teamwork that we see out of Shopify Rebellion in the HCS?
Optic is looking like a well-oiled machine going into the grand finals, and if we learn anything from last season, Optic is no stranger to the grand finals. But the question is, can they turn their fate around and actually take home a chip this time around? It's like Wes said, it's the clash of the titans right now. We have Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming, and I don't know who's going to be the best player in this grand final. Is it going to be Frosty? Is it going to be Last Shot? Is it going to be Renegade? Formal? There's so many superstars on our screens that are about to come up, and I'm so excited to watch this final series.
Now, Shez, when you're looking at Optic right now, who are you looking at to have a really big series? Are you looking back at Renegade with how well he's been playing all tournament long? Is there a specific person that you want to see start to really make some noise against Shopify Rebellion and kind of counteract what we're seeing from Frosty right now too?
Well, there's a player that I have my eyes on. That's going to be Formal, and for good reason. He's the only real common denominator between the old team and the new team. He was the reason that the changes happened. He was second places all last year. He has this new roster. He has the team that he wants. Is he going to be the difference maker when it matters most in these grand finals to make sure they turn silver into gold? And that's exactly what this green wall wants.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure coming on the shoulders of this God squad. I mean, it was created for a reason. It was happening behind the scenes even during last season towards the end of it. And I think after the Ksan tournament, you know, they were looking at themselves thinking, we've really got to get this done here in Arlington, because there's a lot of people hoping that we are this squad we claim to be. Right now, doing an elimination bracket run the way that they have, so cleanly, so well, and honestly progressing as a team to this very point against FaZe bodes very well for their chances. Now, Goofy, we talk about momentum a lot here on the desk because it does play into certain factors. How much do you think it's going to play into Optic Gaming here, going up against Shopify, considering Shopify have been waiting in the wings, they're watching, obviously staying warm, but not quite as warm as a beautiful 3-1 against FaZe Clan?
No, you really couldn't ask for a better situation for your Optic, like we talked about earlier. Coming into today, taking down a team like Space Station Gaming that was looking really scary, and now beating FaZe Clan handedly 3-1. Now, if I'm Shopify Rebellion, I'm feeling super confident because it seems like every time these two teams match up, they always have that slight edge, and it's because their play style, it's because they always press their advantages and they give the other team no room to breathe. So if you're Optic, you have to control the power weapons, give Renegade the sniper, control the power-ups, get map positioning, flank the other team like we saw Legend do in these series. It's going to be a big opportunity for Optic to finally shut down the haters and get a championship here in their hometown.
Yeah, I think the longer the wait goes on for this championship, whether it's here or whether it's further down the road, every single time we show up to this land, we're always going to have the same conversation about when the roster was built, why it was built, and until they get the chip, those questions will remain unanswered. I think, Goof, I'd love to pick your brain a little bit. You've been in this situation before. You've gone on deep runs. With us being so early in the season, there's still a lot of reps that these teams are going through. The fact that Optic Gaming have had an opportunity to play even more games than Rebellion and are coming into this thing really hot, do you think that stands to give them a little bit of an advantage?
Yeah, it's going to play in their favor big time, right? Momentum is totally in the side of Optic Gaming right now, and they need to come out strong in this series, Shurs. Optic Gaming, and their recipe for success is win game 1, win game 2. Like you mentioned, their Slayers are weak. Don't fall down in the Slayer game type. Really keep your foot on the pedal and start the series off hot. You don't just have to win one series to win this tournament. You have to win 2, right? So I think momentum is definitely in Optic's favor, but on the other side, it's a sleeping giant. Shopify Rebellion have not lost a series all tournament, and they don't plan on losing one tonight.
I just want to give a quick GG's to FaZe. It wasn't the championship Sunday that you would have wanted, coming out of the bracket looking so good, 15-0, so clean, meeting Shopify Rebellion, falling flat there, and unfortunately meeting a red-hot Optic Gaming in front of their home crowd is never easy. I think there's so much to progress on, though, for FaZe going into DreamHack. I will say, though, that oddball for me was the catalyst. I think it was a big concern for the rest of the series, and just not really seeing players like Penguin and Suppressed really, push themselves to the limit and step up for their team. It was a little bit quiet from them. I just don't think you're going to get the job done against any kind of top roster if 2 of your players are kind of going missing in action for the most of the time. But lots to progress on. Shurs, what do you want from FaZe coming into DreamHack to kind of hold on to and push forward with?
Yeah, I think a lot of cause for optimism for FaZe Clan, it has to be said. There was a lot of good work being put in. They went unbeaten until they matched against Shopify Rebellion, so there is obviously things they've worked on in the offseason that they have improved that, and all the reps they have had to get to this point, they've made it to Championship Sunday. They've fallen short twice when the call has come their way. And I think for players like Suppressed, again, he finds himself in the same situation where he's losing in winners finals and Ilium finals. So I need players like you said, Suppressed and Penguin. When these moments come knocking, you really can't stand on ceremony. So players like that need to step up. You see, we're already seeing 4 players from Optic Gaming firing on all cylinders. You can really not have any passengers in series like this.
Well, if you're a FaZe fan, folks, don't you worry. They will be back with a vengeance soon at DreamHack. And if you're an Optic fan or Shopify Rebellion fan, I got great news for you because our grand finals is coming up next and both will be on that main stage. Go get some snacks. You're probably in for a long night here at Arlington. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
Hey y'all, it's Clutch here, and today we're excited to introduce S&D Extraction, the newest competitive mode coming to Halo Infinite later this year. S&D Extraction is Halo's version of the popular tactical shooter mode. Here's how it works. 2 teams of 4 compete on asymmetrical maps, with one team starting on offense and the other on defense. Your goal on offense is to plant an extraction device at either A or B sites, while the defense tries to stop you. Good news, you don't have to worry about carrying a bomb. Once you get to a site, you'll be prompted to initiate the extraction. Once planted, the defense will have 1 minute to convert the extraction to win the round. Teams will alternate playing offense and defense after every round, and the first team to 6 rounds wins the match. Everyone will start with the Bandit Evo, but at the beginning of each round, you'll have 30 seconds to purchase your loadout. Playing the objective and getting kills will reward you with credits to spend on weapons and equipment each round. We wanted to make sure that all Halo Infinite players felt at home in the new mode, so you've got your normal shields and movement abilities with you for every round. S&D Extraction is a one-life mode, which means once you die, you'll have to watch from the sidelines until the next round starts. That is unless you've got enough credits in the bank to buy back into the round to support your team. It's a big risk. Buying back in the round will have your wallet hurting for a while.
Round 1.
Today we're also excited to announce that we partnered with Forge Hub to host the official map contest for S&D Extraction. Both parties have contributed $10,000 to give this contest a whopping $20,000 prize pool, with the winning maps also being considered for matchmaking when S&D Extraction launches later this year. Head to forgehub.com to see the rules and map guidelines. Our playtests on S&D Extraction have been epic so far, and we can't wait for you to try it out yourself later this year. Best of luck to all the Forgers in the contest, and we'll see you online.
We are live from, well, I think you guessed it, Dallas, Texas, and we're here to bring you the fiercest Halo Infinite competition from all around the globe. Well, here we go, folks. It is Championship Sunday. This is the moment we crown a champion here in Arlington, Texas. This is the first major of the season here for the Halo Championship Series. And this is going to be the first time that we see these two in a grand finals. Will it be the last? I'm not too sure. Both are exceptionally talented. On one side, we have Optic Gaming coming from the elimination bracket with an incredible run under their belt. Flawless, to say the least. And then on the other side of the stage, we have Shopify Rebellion, who are really out for blood. They want to get things done. They have done it the right way in the championship bracket and haven't let up so far. My name is Lottie Van Prague. I am joined by Wes, Clutch, Price, and Tony Why Not Be Casting to talk you through this grand finals. Now, before we get into all of the business on the main stage, I do want to let you guys know that we do have an amazing season coming your way. And up next, we have DreamHack Dallas, and tickets are available, so make sure you go to the DreamHack website May 23rd to 25th. If you're free, which you should be, mark your calendars, make sure you get down there, support your favorite teams, or even if you want to go and compete yourself, there's team passes available as well. Can't wait to see you guys at DreamHack Dallas. Make sure you do come along for the ride for some exceptional Halo Infinite. Right, back to business. On the main stage West, we have two incredible teams. One of them, Shopify Rebellion, have, I think, a lot of pressure right now. They are the favorites coming into this tournament just in terms of online play. Every single open, every single scrim, they haven't let up so far this season, including the Ksan Invitational. Granted, only 4 teams were allowed at that, but they got the job done. They're in the winner side of things. Can they get it done here today?
I mean, they have 2 best-of-7s to get the job done, but this Optic team gives them everything they can handle every single time they play. But what we have seen from Shopify is a mix of veterans that have been there before and done that, having played at the highest level, and the young guns stepping up to each occasion so far thrown at this team. And this is a first grand finals for Last Shot and Cycle, and what a moment it would be in their careers. A moment for Shopify Rebellion, the organization, for them to lift and hoist that trophy at the end of the day.
It's career defining, Clutch. It really is. For these guys, this is the biggest deal in the world. Just for everybody at home to understand this a little bit further, this is what they do for a living. This is the job that they have decided to take, and they are awfully talented at it. But it really does come down to this situation right now, this series, this moment. And it's a lot of pressure for two young guys to shoulder here. But with the likes of Frosty and Royal 2 on their side, they're willing them into this championship. They have been here, gosh, Wes, how many times? Countless, way more fingers than we have available, even on this deck.
The second I run out of fingers, I stop counting.
And honestly, mine and Tony's combined either wouldn't do it justice. They are willing these guys along, and I think that says something, Tony, about this team. They know how to win a championship. Do you think they can do it here today?
I really think they do, and luckily for Shopify Rebellion, although it is the first time, like you said, Last Shot and Psycho have been in a grand finals here in a major, well, that's why they started so early during the off-season, during the early season, and even the FaZe K-Son event. You know, they have a lot of tournament wins under their belt so far, but this is a major.
Wes, it seems to be Optic that always pushes them to the limit. It's the only team we've seen manage to do it to Shopify Rebellion. You got any notes for them?
Any notes for Shopify? I think when we watched Optic and Shopify play earlier this tournament, Optic kind of blew it. Shopify are going to have to play better Halo than they were against that Optic Gaming in order to beat this Optic Gaming that is currently on fire right now with the journey that they've been through. I need to see Shopify weather the storm that is going to inevitably come early in this series. With the way Optic are playing, you're going to have to read the pace that Optic are playing at, catch your balance, and then let's go play Shopify Rebellion Halo. And when they can do that, they can lift that trophy.
Tony, who are you spotlighting in this series for Shopify Rebellion?
Well, you know, Wes, when you're right, you're right. You came into this tournament talking about Frosty and him being that #1 player here on Shopify Rebellion. You said #1 player in the league, and dude, Frosty has been that guy. When you talk about what he's been able to do on the stat sheet, as far as intangibles, the play calling, he has been the full package. I'm looking at Frosty.
All right, we'll have to keep an eye out on Frosty and Co. to see if they can get the job done this time around here in Arlington. But on the other side of the stage, we have Optic Gaming. They have quite a few things to take into consideration here. This is their hometown. This is their major. This is their green wall. They're doing this in front of, and not only that, a journey that would be historic. Elimination round 1, folks. That's right, they got upset very early on in this tournament. Wes, you mentioned something. Heating up. How much weight do you put into momentum? How big is that going to be for a roster like this?
It depends on the team, but for a roster like this, it's everything. I think throughout this offseason K-Son event, there were doubts that were kind of creeping in this Optic Gaming's team. They weren't the God Squad we expected this team to be. The run that they have been on, what they have accomplished this weekend, going into this series, this is why this team was formed. They are starting to believe that they are the best team in the world. They are starting to handle business. Everyone's starting to individually be great. And when these 4 players are great, they're going to be impossible to beat. I'll be the first one to tell you, if Optic Gaming can keep up their momentum, they're not going to lose this series or the next best of 7. I truly believe that they grew throughout this process. I'm not a big fan of saying that loss was a good thing, but maybe that loss to Nemesis early on and the loss against Shopify, the growing pains that we've watched this Optic team go through this weekend, the fact that they have showed so much maturity throughout this game and the way that they entered this grand finals against FaZe Clan on that bomb, good Lord, they look prime and ready to do what this team was built to do, and that's win every championship this year. Obviously, you got to start with road #1. It hadn't gone the way you planned, but you're here now. Let's get this job done.
It was a very different journey for Optic Gaming than it was for Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, Shopify Rebellion getting into the grand finals through the winner's side, but as you saw on that graph, from elimination bracket round #1, you said you're not a fan of it. I'm going to say, I think staring down the face of adversity, a little bit of adversity for this squad, actually helped them out a lot. I actually like saying that. I like what I'm seeing from Optic Gaming, and I'm excited to see them here in the grand finals.
I might be pulling something out of thin air here, Wes, but I know you'd be the one to tell me if I am or not.
Oh, I will.
I know you will. Do you think there was an element of Optic putting together this God Squad, which I think, on paper, you're wowed by? These are superstars from every corner of our seasons, every single one of them. Do you think there was an element of kind of like complacency putting this together, just thinking it would work and not having any kind of problem or competition along the way, and suddenly they just get hit in the face with Shopify Rebellion, the likes of FaZe, all sorts of teams coming out of the woodwork because of the disruption of rosters that they had caused, and suddenly they're realizing actually they need to start putting in some work?
No, I think you're on the money here. I think Optic expected people to fall over and bow down to the kings that they believe they are, and I think that struggle that they had to go through, the growth, the learnings about, hey, it's not going to be picture perfect, but what happens when our back's against the wall? What happens when we go down 2-0 to a team that has already 3-0'd us in this tournament? What happens when we have to go through the gauntlet of SSG, of FaZe, of the team that we lost to previously? Can we do this? And now there is the belief. Now they have been there, they have done that. The only monkey that is still on their back is Shopify Rebellion, and arguably a series what they know. They made the mistakes. They feel like that series against Shopify in winner's bracket, Shopify didn't beat us. We beat ourselves. And let's not let that happen again. This team is locked, loaded, and ready for 2 best-of-7s.
They certainly are indeed. I actually want to look at the entire journey of Optic Gaming just because of how impressive this truly is. And when you look at the entire bracket as a whole, there is a difference between the Optic we saw coming into this weekend and the Optic I think we're going to see coming out of this weekend. And I think it is down to the fact that they are putting work in and they realize how high the level of competition really is here at Arlington. It's pretty incredible. Now, Optic Gaming start things off, of course, in the upper bracket, and it was very, very difficult from the get-go. They had to face Shopify Rebellion, and that's because they were second seed in their pool, obviously not getting it done against Nemesis on either day that we had to see that series in the morning as well. And then as they pushed down into the lower bracket, things start to get a little bit dicey and hairy for them, especially in lower 7, where they see Nemesis once again. And I think that's where we truly started to see the pickup of Optic. That's when we started to see everybody have to push together. Everybody has to be doing what they do best. And the teamwork is certainly coming forward, Tony. What is it you love about this Optic Gaming in the second half of the weekend, especially to do with the teamwork, that's impressing you so much?
I mean, for me, I think we saw a very disciplined Optic Gaming. We saw Optic show that they can be that fast-paced team that we know them to be and play that bully ball. What really started to impress me was their ability to slow the game down. I talk about that series against Space Station Gaming specifically. It was that King of the Hill on recharge where they pulled out of that hill for a few seconds, but they literally could have capped it, forced SSG to make a move, forced them to push that back A side where it was at Whirlpool, and then got a head start over towards the C. We saw disciplined play coming out of Optic, and when they're playing like that, they might be the most dangerous team in this tournament.
I love that your answer was pacing, because that's exactly what I was thinking, and it has been the biggest thing for Optic. Wes said it first, literally on day number 1 about Optic, and that's what he needed to see from them. That hybridness that Shopify Rebellion do so easily, and it comes so naturally to them. Are you starting to see that from Optic, Wes? Is it enough for you to go up against Shopify Rebellion and really give them a run for their money?
It absolutely is. At the start of the tournament, we did predictions, and I picked Shopify to come out on top over Optic Gaming, but I would go back and change, I think, right now. And I got boys on Shopify. I would love for Psycho and Last Shot to get their first championship, but if they stop this Optic Gaming roster, they deserve it. But stopping this Optic Gaming roster, I've seen teams like this in the past. When you come in this hot, it is very difficult to slow this train down, and I'm not sure what it's going to take to stop it. Optic Gaming look like they are min-maxing, playing big picture Halo better than I have ever seen this roster play. And then you talk about pacing, and I think when this roster formed, everyone thought this will be the fastest brand of Halo we've ever seen. I think that Fortress Assault, I mean, I'm scarred from that game against FaZe because that game was perfection. Everyone clicking on all cylinders, max damage, everyone staying alive on an assault game. We all thought it was going to be 12 minutes long. It wasn't. It was about 3 minutes long, and it was utter domination from the green wall. That was eye-opening. That was a different level of Halo, I feel like, that we've seen from anybody. Shopify can answer, but it's going to be very difficult.
Tony, do you think, obviously, with this grand final, 2 best-of-7s, that's what Optic has to get done here? That's a lot of maps. There's a lot of maps and modes, a lot of combinations. We heard on the Optic Gaming podcast that there are some they do not like very much. yes, we have seen for sure progress and discipline on the ones that they don't like, and we have seen some success on them too. This is Shopify Rebellion we're talking about though, and they're going to be buttoned up on pretty much everything. How much weight is this series layout going to have in this series, in the grand finals? Because I'm looking across here, it's a lot of maps, it's a lot of modes to get through. What are you thinking in terms of stat-wise? I know that you're a stat man, you always have the answers for me. You know, how are they faring here?
Actually, I think this series layout actually works out a lot better for them than expected. I know before they probably didn't want to see Fortress, but as Wes said, their Fortress game has been very good recently. Origin hasn't been their best, and in fact, we saw them lose a Slayer to Team Nemesis on that very same game mode and map combination. But when it comes to the Strongholds live fire, and even specifically that oddball recharge, I like that for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I see this map poll and I look at live fire Strongholds, and I know it's game one. Optic have to win this game. Origin Slayer is something Optic have been haunted by Shopify 2 times now in game 5s, Kason and winners bracket throughout their journey. And then you look at CTF Fortress. I'm not convinced. I mean, Optic looked great at Fortress Assault against FaZe. Shopify Rebellion are the best Fortress team at this tournament.
Yeah.
And for them to have some strengths earlier in this series, in this map pool, I love the idea that Shopify, even if Optic do win game 1, they're going to be able to weather the storm. They're going to be able to extend this first series. If Shopify get the house money that live fire Strongholds might be, this series all of a sudden could go in their favor, and we could be talking about Shopify as the first champions of the year.
I do kind of like oddball recharge for Optic Gaming here as well. I do think recharge typically with the toys on the map feeds really nicely into the members of Optic Gaming. They all love that shock rifle, and I think Bull has been pretty decent for them, Tony.
It really has been. I mean, just in this tournament alone, you're 5-1 right now. Only dropping one oddball is actually an amazing map record for Optic. So yeah, I agree with you. That Strongholds live fire is going to be strong for them, but that oddball recharge could be a bounce back game just in case they lose Slayer Origin.
Now, I do love this first series layout, but you know what I love more? A second one. And I really want to see what we've got coming our way, just in case, you never know.
There's no way. This has got to be bad juju.
Hey, we always look at both of them just in case, because you never know what we'll be talking about up here. But funny enough, the second series is Assault Fortress, something we just saw Optic Gaming demolish FaZe on. How are you feeling about this series layout?
Shopify is the best Fortress team in the game, so I think if they are to have the bracket reset on them, I think it's a good thing for them to see that as game 1, because you've already lost a best of 7. How do you rebound? You want to rebound with one of your strengths. I think even as strong as Optic looked, I have to see them do it against Shopify in order to convince me that they are now the best Fortress team in the game. So right now, I actually love the way that this kicks off for Shopify to be able to get back on the saddle if they do fall off the horse in the first series.
You know, I had to really check my stats for a second, because my man Austin in the back said it to us. I was like, but there's no way this could be true. Both Optic and Shopify Rebellion here in this tournament are undefeated on Assault. That is actually crazy to think about. That is great. 3-0 for Shopify Rebellion, 4-0 for Optic Gaming. Wow. I was surprised seeing that, especially with how much we talked about how Optic, one of their weaker game types was Assault. Clearly, they've been working on it leading to this event.
That's actually crazy to think about. Now, you're right. I'd be like double checking everything as well. But do you think that might lead us to, when it comes to the mode Assault, an absolute grueler, a battle up against one another? Do we see a long drawn-out back and forth Assault from these guys then?
I think on a map like Aquarius, I would say yes, but on a map like Fortress, it can come down to just who gets the power weapons. I think a lot of it has to do with, hey, if they got both S7s and an overshield, every single one of those players on that stage is capable and more than wanting to pop off in these moments. Give them a reason, you're going to end up on respawn back to back to back, and the score could get ugly quick, as we saw against FaZe.
It certainly can indeed. We're waiting for a few things on the main stage to make sure that we are absolutely pristine up there for all of our players. So you're going to listen to us for a couple minutes more. Hopefully that's all right with you guys.
That's all right.
I actually wanted to talk to you a little bit about power weapons and power-ups, and we harp on about this, and it's kind of like, yeah, sure, we get it. Yeah, you got to get them.
I know, it's important.
It's important.
I'm saying it's important, but I'm not able to translate how actually important it is.
I know. It really is the difference maker in a blowout at the top teams, even. I mean, and I know it sounds silly to say, if you just cannot get your hands on a weapon that completely converts a map into your control, that's where you start seeing blowouts. And it's funny because I'm sure a lot of fans and people at home walk away thinking, wow, that was terrible. That wasn't close at all. And it's like, no, it was down to one thing. They kept that weapon out of the hands of their opposition and wouldn't let them get back in it. And it's funny because if it's shared, if you're able to get a little bit of both and it's kind of even in terms of power weapon control, that's where you see those tight maps, those tight series. And it comes down to the wire. But it's so funny that we're not really seeing that right now here in Arlington.
Well, that's why you've seen over the years of Halo Infinite, you've seen this new strategy of wasting snipe ammo, throwing the snipe off the map. I think Snakebite probably started to like do that and create that meta, and the reason is because he's very aware of what happens when Renegade and Legend both get snipes. Bad things happen. If you can eliminate that snipe by just wasting the ammo or throwing it off in a situation where you are 80% gonna die, 20% of you might hit a random no-scope and keep the snipe, you gotta play towards the percentages and get that snipe off the map. It is worst case scenario that they get the snipe rather than it gets deleted from the mathematical equation that's going on as the game continues.
And as much as we've been talking about the sniper, when I think about specifically how many times we're going to see maps like a Fortress or Forbidden, you know, what are teams like Optic's win condition when taking over and dominating on those type of maps, specifically on CTF? It's grabbing both snipers, having them in two sides of the map and completely locking down your opponent's spawn. Those snipes are going to be important. We can't undervalue how important the snipers are on the map.
Yeah, I want to say a mistake I've been seeing against teams playing Optic. I talked about it with Dave on the cast last series, but like how in the world is Renegade able to, like, we start every single live fire game off with some point of view and then 10 seconds later Renegade is top tower with snipe. How does this keep happening? Someone's got to counter them. On these live fire games, I have to see Shopify stop Renegade from being that comfortable because it is so difficult to get him off that tower. When Renegade has snipe in a power position where everything is in front of him, the game is going to shift in Optic's favor. I'd be shocked to see Shopify make the same mistakes we've seen just about every single team it feels like we've seen Optic play against so far this tournament. Keeping the hands out of specific players' sniper or the weapons out of specific players' hands has got to be a win condition for these guys. And it's the same thing with Frosty, obviously. It's the same thing with a lot of these guys. But make them work for it. Make them uncomfortable. If they're going to get the weapon, do not allow them to get the weapon in the place that they want the weapon. At that point, you're asking for a disaster.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's imperative, and I think also between specific teams, and usually it is between the top four because that's where you see the absolute monsters on a roster start to come to life. And I think it's all down to momentum too, right? It's like you start feeling yourself with the power weapon in your hands, you feel unstoppable on a map. You feel like you are literally God when it comes down to it. And it is so scary to play up against that. You start just losing all kind of flow and feeling or structure if you're the opposition. It's so, so important. I want you guys at home to make sure you're really checking that out because it's going to be the make or break of both of these teams here as well. We are waiting for the stage. We are so, so close now, guys. I promise you, so, so close. While we are getting closer, I kind of want to know if you think we're going to be seeing a second series here, Wes.
I absolutely think we are. I think if Shopify are to get their feet on the ground in this grand finals, it will be throughout like the middle of this first best of 7. I think Optic are going to come out hot. They could prove me wrong, obviously, but I think when these two teams play, it goes to game 5, it feels like every single time. At the case on land, they split maps, but yes, Shopify come out on top in the grand finals. These teams trade games every single time they play. What in the world would make me believe that they're not going to continue to trade games? At least get me to a game 7 in the first series, and I would be rooting for Optic just because I want more Halo.
All right, he wants more Halo. Tony, what about you?
I mean, I love more Halo as well, so I'm definitely going. Let's get a bracket reset. I will say, I don't know if we're going to see that game 7 in the first series. After looking at the layout, I do think it favors Optic, and I can definitely say I think Optic can get it done in 6 games. But then going into the bracket reset, that's where things get a little bit mixy. That's where Shopify Rebellion starts seeing some map and game mode combinations that they really like. So I'm going to say this goes to 6 games in the first series. We get a bracket reset, and then let's restart it.
And then let's restart.
We should make Tony pick the games.
I'll pick the games right now. I'll pick the games right now. Go ahead, test me.
Actually, speaking of picking the games,
okay.
do you have a favorite game from Shopify? Like, if you could pick a map and a mode for Shopify Rebellion to go to town on, what would you pick?
Origin Slayer. I mean, you've already rocked, and Optic have nightmares on Origin Slayer against Shopify. If I'm Shopify, that game too, Origin Slayer, get that loaded in as fast as possible. Get me on the server. We have beaten them in multiple game 5s on this. They know we're better than them on this game type. So when Origin Slayer shows up, I mean, if Optic are able to win that, that'll tell you a lot about how this grand finals is going to go. But right now, I think Shopify loves seeing that as early as possible in that first best of 7.
What about you, Tony? Do you have a favorite to watch for either of the teams?
I hate that I'm going to sit here and copy on that one. But when it comes to Shopify Rebellion, I'm going to say Origin Slayer. Back in Halo 5, we used to call it frosting the sniper. Grabbing that snipe, going in for the thrust slide right off the rip, and trying to mimic that same play that was so famous from Frosty back then. But I will say, on the Optic side of things, I will say I'm going to switch it up a little bit, and I'm going to say that Strongholds. I think if you can beat Shopify Rebellion on one of their stronger game types, and it's still one of yours, give me that Strongholds.
All right. Okay. I see where you both are coming from. And hey, Tony agreed with you. That's a huge compliment.
It's Tony.
Ah, unbelievable. It is Tony, and we love Tony up here. We also love you, Clutch. There's a couple of other faces in this arena that we also do love, and why not bring them in on the conversation while we're waiting for things to go on the main stage? Hello, lads. What's up on set, bro?
How we doing?
How are you guys doing? You waiting patiently for this incredible grand finals?
I'd argue we're waiting impatiently. Yeah,
right,
we want to
true.
get it going. We want to see these two teams throw down because, I mean, every single series we've seen between these two teams on LAN has gone the distance so far. It's been game 5s, game 7s. It has been a spectacle for everybody, and you get the feeling this is going to be something pretty similar.
Yeah, and like you guys have been talking about in the desk, there's clear favorites across these two series, and as we've seen, they're very different depending on if you're talking about Series 1 or Series 2. I couldn't agree more. I think you guys nailed it on the head. There's a few swing game types in this series, really that game 1, that game 3, that are really going to decide whether we see a second series or not.
Indeed. I'm kind of curious as well to know what you two think. You know, you are right, Onset, when you say that, you know, they always go the distance. It's always is incredibly close. Why do you think that is? What is it about Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion that allows them to have these insane, intense series?
I think it's just bring the best out of each other. It's something that I notice. Everybody realizes how much weight is on every fight, every decision that's made, and they respect each other. Even though there's bad blood in this series, we know they want to beat each other more than anything. There is that professional respect in, if I make a mistake, it can cost me. So I think there's just this back and forth, and everybody wants to beat each other, but there's the respect which makes them play at their best.
Yeah, I think at this level of Halo Infinite, what we're seeing, and we started to see it develop last season as well, I think you're seeing that, for example, the last player alive, they won't force those 1v1s, right? They're going to play a little bit cautious because Mark said, like, there's a level of respect here. So you're seeing kind of one spawn rotation for one spawn rotation, and with how evenly matched they are, those tend to be about 50-50, and that's about what we've seen in this series so far in terms of the entire season.
And do you fellas think we're going to go the distance? Do you think we're going to see a second series? Are you guys strapped in, ready to go for a second series to cast?
Oh yeah, that's all I'm giving you.
Ready to
okay, that's all I'm giving you.
The cross fingers, no one has a clue. It's okay. If everyone's listening at home on the radio on their way to or from work.
Mark crossed his fingers.
Mark crossed his fingers,
I'm not a good poker
guys.
player.
Indeed. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We will literally be back on with you very, very shortly, hopefully, making sure everything is good on the main stage. We'll catch them a little bit later on. But while we're up here, we're just chilling. You've actually done this for an hour before.
Yeah, you guys want to hear about my national championship again?
I do, actually. I do. Honestly, for
Just
viewers at home, what was the actual difference between a national championship to world championships that are coming in more modern times?
A lot more money.
Yeah.
A lot more money. About 4 times as much money. No, about 10 times as much money, something like that. I don't even know. You guys are rich nowadays, and I'm just a man of the people.
You're a man of the people. That's all right. Do you know what? We're also, I was going to say men of the people, women and men of the people.
That'd be news.
Yeah, and I'm going to let you guys have a quick bathroom break because, of course, we are rambling on up here, but we are waiting very patiently for this grand finals. So head to the toilet because you don't want to miss any of this action. Go get a snack, get a drink, whatever you need to do to prepare for this incredible series. We're going to see you guys right on the other side of this. We are live from, well, I think you guessed it, Dallas, Texas. And we're here to bring you the fiercest Halo Infinite competition from all around the globe.
Connect
Looking good, looking good. Oh! Totally biffed it.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
This is your Championship Sunday, Optic versus Shopify Rebellion on the main stage. Everything to play for, so much on the line. And Clutch, it comes to moments like this where we see the best Halo played in the world. The step up of every single player that is required to get the job done in this one series, or even maybe two, is so imperative. And you're about to see some world-class Halo.
Best in the world, best two teams. The 1 and the 2 seed end up in the grand finals, and this is the tournament you love. So much hype has gone into these two finding themselves in the grand finals this weekend over the offseason from what's transpired from the qualifiers to the K-Son event until now. And I love the idea that it means so much. This is a rivalry already, and it's literally the first actual tournament that these guys are playing in on land, but they hate each other. You can tell. Watching the K-Son event when Optic Gaming won and what Legend yelled, standing up, the emotion that it meant to him. And we're at a show match, by the way. It was very breathtaking to watch and very obvious that it means something to Legend that this Optic Gaming team gets the better of Shopify Rebellion. You saw the pop off the Shopify had in the grand finals of that K-Son event as well, and you could tell just as much how it meant to Shopify Rebellion as well. So I expect a lot of passion here on the stage as this series goes on. I expect the trash talk to be there, and I expect the big moments to be met with more energy. And I think both of these two teams, they have players that feed off that energy. You see Renegade, you see Legend feeding off that energy so often when big moments happen for their team. And then you've seen when Roll 2's popping off, that's a fun team to be on, let me tell you. And Last Shot, he's got a little pop-off in him as well. So I'm looking at those 4 players specifically to give their team that extra bit of energy that's going to make Sunday night a long one, but feel like you were there, like you weren't exhausted along the way, because with how long these days have been for these guys, they're going to need every bit of energy they have.
Indeed, they are going to need everything. It's going to require so much. Tony, are you ready to see this new rivalry blossom?
I am ready. 2 teams enter and only one can be crowned champions here. It's the first major of the 2025 season, and let's get this grand final started, baby.
All right, folks, it is that time. It all comes down to this. It is one weekend, 8 teams, 1 or maybe 2 series, 4 chips, 1 trophy, and 1 moment to get it done. Folks, this is your Arlington Grand Final. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2025 HCS Arlington Major, hosted by Optic Gaming.
Thousands of players that came into this weekend with one goal in mind, to grace this stage on a championship Sunday. Now 2 squads have risen to the occasion, but only one can stand atop of the summit. That is the Halo Championship Series. Now Texas, are you guys ready to crown a champion and see who's gonna hoist this trophy? Get ready, because here comes the rebellion. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Shopify Rebellion. We got Frosty, Psycho, Last Shot, Royal 2, and Coast Bestman. Ready to get it done. One more time, make some noise for Shopify Rebellion. All right, now it's time to bring out their opponents. Can you guys help me out? Green! Green! Getting ready to set the stage ablaze. Here comes Optic Gaming. Give it up for Bound, Renegade, Legend, Formal, and Lunchbox. Optic Gaming ready to get it done and get another chip. All right. it's time to get this thing started. Time to throw it to your casters, but before we do that, are you guys ready to get this grand final started? That's what I want to hear. Brav, on set, let's go.
That's the energy we need in the building because this series is the one that everybody was waiting for. We already got a little bit of a glimpse of it earlier on. It went all the way to a final game of the series, but now is the biggest stage. Now is the grand finals of our first major of the year. And I tell you what, both teams have had very different roads to get here.
They really have. The rivalry is alive and well, but we didn't exactly expect it to go this way. Optic has had an absolute grueler of a weekend, drama-filled weekend to get here. But at the end, it was always going to be these two that found this way to the grand final.
Think about Optic falling to Nemesis, get revenge. They take down Space Station 3-0. They look dominant against FaZe 3-0. And now they come back for revenge against Shopify Rebellion. This is your grand final series layout. It's a best of 7. And remember, Optic will have to beat Shopify Rebellion twice if they want to become a champion.
And it has to be said, the question is, how would Optic Gaming find their way to the grand final? And how will they break the second place curse of last season? We haven't mentioned it yet, but now that we are at the grand final, it must be said, this brand new Optic Gaming was formed for one reason, to win a Halo World Championship and to stay ahead of the pack. They have received so many second place finishes over the last 12 months that is the last thing they'd want to do in their own hometown arena. They're going to need to win 2 back-to-back series to make sure that isn't the case.
But the team they have to go through is the team that's just had the best of them so far. Now, we've got a small data pool. Of course, not many times these two teams have matched up, but when they have, it has always gone the distance. In the K-Sound Invitational on the build-up to this event, it was a reverse sweep from Optic Gaming. Then in the grand finals, a game 7. We get on the main stage here in Arlington, it's a game 5. There is so little between these two teams. They bring the best out of each other. But when it's said and done, so far, it's been Shopify who have stood tallest.
Yeah, they got the slight edge, and just like you said, every single meeting between these two has gone the distance. They've come into so many series, whether it's online, whether it's at the preseason event, or whether it's here, splitting games down the middle, closer than maybe any teams in over a decade of competitive Halo. It's amazing the speed at which this rivalry has formed, and it's not surprising given, as you said, the bad blood on the sides of the stage following the off-season team changes. So much riding here. Let's also not forget a chance for Cycle and Last Shot on your screen to record their first official LAN win here. They know what's on the line as well.
They certainly do. It's an opportunity that doesn't come around very often for very many players who compete for years and years. Think of the names who have not got that chip, that have been competing for so long. Well, this is an opportunity for one of those gentlemen you can see on your screen right now, alongside his teammate Cycle, to put that to bed, to get the first one in the bag and think about moving on to maybe go on a run.
Also, you heard a lot of game type talk from the desk, and I think they nailed a lot of it. I think we should also mention that Bestman, we talked to Bestman earlier, he said the game types in the first series that they had against them really favored Shopify. However, here we have a lot of back and forth, a lot of things to like for both teams, and as you could tell by the analysis from the desk, it's hard to pick in this first set of games exactly where it might go just using the statistics. I think there's a few things to talk about while we load into map number 1. First of all, no bomb up front. You could say good for Optic, however, they have looked good in Arlington. Also, 2 new game types in the first 4, which could be a concern for Optic, but Mark, you and I were talking, and I think you pointed out really wisely, they are very straightforward game types in that first 4.
They certainly are indeed. The first one going to be Slayer Origin, and then the second one's going to be CTF Fortress, so no bomb to worry about in those newer game types in this first series. And more linear game types. Slayer, we know you got to do. You got to kill your opponent, right? You go to CTF Fortress, you cap the flag. It's something that everybody is comfortable in doing, and we'll have to see if that benefits Optic Gaming in this first series. Well, the players are loading in. The rivalry is set. The fuse has been lit even before a bullet was fired here in Arlington. But at the first major of the year, we reach our grand finals. We have Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming. It's time to get into our first game.
It is time, the final that everyone
one came here for. If you've been watching off-season Halo, if you've been following the drama, all the team changes, all of the bad blood, every single online qualifier, every single match this weekend, you know that it only led to 1 point. Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming, we're underway.
Here we go then, everybody. This is the match we were all desperate to see coming into the event, and this is the match we're gonna get. However, it looks like we might have a little bit of a restart.
Clearly not something that they wanted to see in terms of settings on the stage. An immediate stop there from Last Shot's POV, telling us that whether it's a specific game type setting or what it might be, looks like we're going to go ahead and restart this.
Does mean that we get to talk about the little stat that you saw at the bottom of your screen, though, which is an interesting one. Both teams undefeated on this game type to start off the series, which is kind of what you want as a game time, right? Where no team has the advantage, where both teams have that unbeaten record, and it really will be an opportunity to see two of the biggest teams, two of the best teams that we have in the Halo Championship Series really slug it out to see who even goes up by 1 in this first series.
I mean, it's perfect, and it's not surprising given the pedigree and kind of the level of competition between these two teams that they come into a game number 1, both undefeated, and so tightly matched, even in just game number 1. Shopify, as we saw, is 2-0 in this game type. Optic is 3-0 already in this game type on LAN play. But it's such a pivotal game 1, like Clutch was talking about. It's such a pivotal game 1 because if we look at the first 4 game types, as we would in a best of 7, that Slayer Origin, Shopify currently has Optic's number. CTF Fortress also Shopify having the number. We'll take a look at the series layout in just a second, but really games 1 and 3 are the swing games of this series that Optic needs to make sure they're taking just because of how good Shopify has looked in Slayer Origin and CTF Fortress.
Yeah, still one of those away, and all of a sudden you send the series a little bit deeper, then it starts to get a little bit more favorable for Optic Gaming. You start looking at game types like King of the Hill Solitude. They've looked very, very good, whereas Shopify, not so good. You get to that Slayer live fire at the end. This is the game type that Optic won 50-47 to complete that reverse sweep. So all of these good feelings, these good memories, they're at the back end of this series, but to get there for Optic, to send themselves into even having a chance of resetting the bracket here and going into that second best of 7, they need, like you say, to be involved in these first 4 game types or so, to get some of those on the board, to make sure they get the chance to have a go at some of those game types later on.
Certainly, and we cannot write off Optic out of games 2 and 4. Just to be specific, that Slayer Origin, there was a lot of talk about it on the desk, but also let's not forget, Shopify lost Origin Slayer to C9 50-40. That's a pretty big blowout at this level. So for them to have lost one of their kind of prize and favored game types with a margin like that, certainly they'll have looked at that, and I even got to talk to Frosty and Last Shot about exactly what was happening in that game type. So they'll have had a lot of time to think about that since Friday. However, Optic can certainly steal one of these early game types, and if they start to split games around the middle of the series, as we said, once we get late into the series, they do start to favor Optic more and more. Optic Gaming wants this to be not only a long series number 1, but to send us also to a second series.
Also to get the crowd energy high, right? They want the crowd to be behind them. Optic, for Shopify Rebellion, it's about keeping the Optic crowd quiet. We're now back into the game. This one looks pretty good to me. Shopify versus Optic. Let's get it on.
Underway here, and man, like we said, the margin's so slim between these two that it feels like every opening rush, every pair of kills is going to be so important. Frosty's starting to burn a little bit of ammo early on.
So Optic have the beating of Shopify towards B. Legend is already trying to cap that one, and it will be B and C early on. That's going to be captured by Optic Gaming. There's Bound. And there goes a body for the first time. Frosty with the no-scope beat down, and expect a lot more of that from this POV.
What a way to start. And for Frosty and so many players this weekend, it feels like as 2 fall for Optic Gaming. It feels like there's a new life for a lot of the best players in the game, just redefining themselves and what they are capable of in game.
However, it's going to be an early triple cap actually coming in for Shopify Rebellion. There's a momentary 3 dead, and we will talk about 3 deads and how devastating they are, because that kind of thing can happen.
Frosty says, you keep the POV right here. I'm the one with the snipe. And he absolutely rips off Bound's face, who thought he was going to get away with a little bit of a C-plat jump.
Big win from Formal, though. Big confidence booster for the man who put this roster together. Winning those 1v1s, we're going to talk about it a lot throughout this series, because pivotal moments will be decided by pivotal battles. A and B in the control of Shopify Rebellion, but barely a point between the 2 teams.
Very good damage for that entire life from Formal. That'll pave the way for Renegade to clean up the scraps. They do find themselves with a momentary man advantage. We'll see if they can turn that into control. A starting to flip as well.
Well, 2 with the repulse bot middle means that he gets away from that battle without trading. Formal finds himself sacrificed by those frag grenades. Royal 2 shoots on the floor to get those shields down and take him down as well. Optic will flip B, but you can see the ends of the map here. A and C control. There's a really smart flank coming in from Optic. Royal 2 going to fall into Formal once more. He picks up another kill.
3 dead. Cycle was the last player alive, so all the momentary lead there for Shopify will now be switched. Optic Gaming takes the lead narrowly here, but very well timed 3 kills in succession paves the way for this hold.
One thing I loved about that from Optic, the timing of it, right? The timing of that push onto A. The cap comes in, yes, but it felt like Shopify felt like they had an extra few seconds that Optic didn't give them. A little bit caught off guard by the double push from the scoreboard side, and Optic were able to get the kills, flip A, but again, it's Optic who have the lead at this point. Is Shopify now try and transfer A back to their hold?
Legend waiting and baiting. He does have that QT back at Crane, so he will be able to disengage if he needs. However, with an AC hold, that QT agrees not going to be that much of a help. Kills traded out. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Their Shopify responds.
Perfect time to get those kills as well, because it means Frosty can collect that first camo of the game for him. And he should be able to deal with Formal, but Formal, a little bit of pole dancing from him means he caps A, and that forces Frosty back now to rotate to capture as well as look for these slays. He does have a little bit of help alongside him from Cycle, and that's going to be those kills picked up, and A flip back into the possession of Shopify Rebellion. Bound with some shots in the back of camo, but might have given his position away because they're 3 dead now. Optic, 2 players just come off the respawn.
Yeah, Formal top tower here, and even though Bound is able to eagle eye, he should be able to now grab the camo, and luckily for Optic Gaming, the camo will dissipate. Look at Frosty very wisely once again, starting to burn a little bit of ammo off the rip. Wants to make sure it does not go into their opponent's hands.
This is very interesting from Frosty. He's not even trying to take angles. He's burning ammo immediately while not being under pressure. And I think he's just saying, we think we could beat Optic if there's no sniper on this map. We think that is such a massive swing for Optic Gaming. We can get it done without it. And you can't really argue considering they're going for a triple cap right now.
Yeah, it's just really interesting risk management coming in from Shopify, right? They know that, sure, you can start to burn ammo once you're under pressure, but why not control all of the risk? Why not know exactly how many shots are left and make sure your opponent is not able to use any of it? And just like that, they're up 84 to 44.
Optic do manage to make a play onto B, though. They will flip that into their control. A couple of kills will go in the way of Optic. It is aggressive. This push across top middle. Formal will collect what's left of that sniper rifle. Formal is to work with. A little bit of pressure coming in on him, and it's going to be Last Shot who gets that kill on Dice and will be able to reset C.
Just like that, he gets picked off, tries to get a little bit of extra damage on Nestbridge here. Things are starting to get a little bit closer, but let's get to an early listen and hear how the comms are on Shopify Rebellion.
Yo, three watching the tires, backing up, tires. It's 2B. Yo, one's look right. Yo, he's Quantum hitting big door. Yeah, Quantum going big door. I'm going cuts. I'm getting shot from Game one. Screens in an A. All you bet. Solo bet. Yeah. Big door. Yo, Camo. Man, we're going in. Yo, Tommy to beat. Camo 15. Yo, one shot in vent. Two Tommy, A play. Cuts. Yo, Camo guys. I got Tartu. Yo, big camo. Yo, dice. Yo, it's screen scamming. Hit him 3 times. One shot. Cuts down. In A, Matt. In A for sure. I'll get A pin to screen. I'll get one. Screens. Get camo. All you press. Okay, elbow now. I'm going C. Yo, cuts in. Small weak, guys. 3 shots up. He's outside small. Nice. Inside SB. Tires on me. Yo, can you live by? Yeah, there's a guy around wide. In B. Yo, back B, watch out. Push it, guys. One guy. Watch out, B. Watch out. Two there. Watch out, the wing. Light side, wing. 3. One guy. I got one more.
Well, out of listening, we need to talk about Bound. How did he just stay alive that long and didn't Last Shot regret not going for that kill?
Unbelievable. Last Shot tries to engage Bound, gets him to 1 shot and cuts, but Bound has a perfect little pre-nade off of C flats. Just stay alive long enough, and not just that, they don't even trade out the camo. And as a result, it's Optic Gaming with a trip cap during that listening, and then they maintain the AB hold. And now, just like that, in what feels like no time at all, they are leading 160 to 84.
And they're looking for the triple cap. It will be Shopify who should be able to flip A, but no, they're flying in. Bound will get the reset. On A, it's a triple cap here for Optic Gaming, and look at where Formal is. He's up on the tower, and we've seen him hit this shot from this angle before.
It's still 3 dead. Cycle needs to make something happen here. He's got a little bit of help from Frosty. That sniper will not play. A few shots left in it. And Cycle makes it happen immediately. 2 shots left and connects with the first shot instantly. A lot of work to be done, all 3 of them flipping simultaneously.
Yeah, 3 dead for Optic Gaming. That's why they can do exactly that. And a triple.
Simultaneous
Reversed into a triple. Like you say, everybody from Shopify won their individual fights across the map, and all of them were around strongholds.
What a response from Shopify. That's unbelievable. Let's not forget, moments ago, Cycle was the only player alive in a 1v1 on tower, and they immediately flipped. So down by about 100 points right now, but the game is far from over.
Frosty pushing in to clean up the kill onto Bound, but immediately that's traded out as well. Optic working on flipping C back into their control. It's 204 points to 112. It's a commanding lead here for Optic Gaming, but they find themselves 3 dead, and Renegade finds himself as last alive.
Yeah, exactly. Last player alive here. We'll see what he does. He's going to try to hold tower. They do get 1 pick, which is going to even up the tide a little bit. They're trying to flush out tower, but easier said than done because Renegade is still alive at the tower. And Frosty's your only player alive for Shopify, which paves the way for a formal camo grab. Game in his hands right here. They're about to trip cam again.
That spawn is not nice for Lasha. He just got absolutely melted. And it's a triple cap again here for Optic Gaming. Formal with camo. Frosty in his sights. It's perfect shots from Formal. It's a perfect first game from Optic Gaming. They will be up by 1 in your grand finals.
And how about that for a start for Optic Gaming? We said that game number 1 was a swing game. Could go either way. Both teams undefeated. And Optic Gaming makes quick work of Shopify Rebellion, taking game number 1.
Such an impressive run from them. That triple cap they had around the mid game and then towards the end game as well. That was where things got out of control for Shopify Rebellion. Looking across the statistics, there's a very quiet game for Frosty. Well, we'll talk a little bit more about that decision to waste the sniper ammo and the effect that had on the game. But here are your statistics. On the Optic side, everybody breaking double digits. And Renegade the man again. He's led the way for Optic and he's leading the way again in the grand final. He is on a streak at the moment, 15 and 11 for him.
A lot of people have been saying that Renegade looks different than he has in quite some time in terms of the level of consistency and excellence that he's bringing into this tournament. And as you say, he picked up exactly where he left off. We'll take a look at some highlights from that game, but it was an early Shopify lead. When we got into that listen, and let's not forget, they were up not only by, I would say, 20, even 30 plus when we got into that listen. Tied around the 22 mark. They started to run away, but man, it was all Optic Gaming during that listening and then thereafter as well.
Yeah, it certainly was. This triple cap that came in around, I think Shopify hit around 100 points, and then Optic got control. There was a 3, a 4 dead, and off of the back of that, they were able to continually keep that triple cap locked in, cycling those spawns and managing to keep numbers on the map, whereas Shopify just couldn't spawn. This is the moment here. You see 142 points on the board and another 4 dead situation that just occurred. 158 and rising, and you can see that Shopify, when they're spawning, everybody has an LOS. That's how well they were splitting those spawns. You've got multiple members of Optic looking at you.
And even though we saw some really good pressure there, right, like we said, immediate response from Shopify to get their own trip cap in the game. Optic Gaming just not slowing down whatsoever in the late game with really impressive late game composure to come out of that triple cap, making sure that Shopify does not put a rally on the board, and they ended 250 to 112 in game number 1, which sets us up for a rematch on Slayer Origin. As a reminder, it will be the 3rd time these two play this game type on LAN. It was a 50 to 44 win at the Quezon Showdown. Game 7, by the way, that Shopify exited that tournament on. And then earlier this weekend, a 50 to 36 Shopify Rebellion win in the winner's bracket quarters. So it goes without saying that they have the statistical edge. The question is, what has Optic done? We've been talking about their Slayers now for weeks. What have they done in the days since the opening of this tournament to make sure that they come into game 2 just as hot as they came into game number 1?
So much weight on these Slayer game types in the series. There's 3 of them in this best of 7. So if you can find a bit of form when it comes to this game type, you get closer and closer to closing out one of these series. It's going to be Origin, one of the newest maps that's been added for our Halo 5 fans. And it's going to be conversations again about the sniper rifle.
Yeah. There's a few things to watch. Obviously, the sniper rifle and rocket control. You're going to see on the side of Optic, they want to get it out of the hands of Frosty. Also watch players having presence around the silvers to cut down angles. We'll see which team can get it ahead early.
So many creative angles can be found here on Origin, and it's about not just recognizing that you can take them, but where you might be shot from as well. And Formal, to start this game, there's creative use of the silvers. That's a double for him. Make it a triple, grab that sniper rifle, and Formal goes to work.
What do we say? Control of those silvers, control of those angles. That way you can easily get in and out of fights. Formal right away puts it to use. 4-0 off the opening.
The very essence of strategy coming in from Optic Gaming. Now the attention moves towards the Rockets, which are still up, I believe. Cycle has a little peek, lets Formal know where he is, and just waits for the pressure to come in.
Once again, look at exactly. Shopify goes to control the silver first before they push out to snipe. Keep an eye on that part of the map. Finally, they get shut down, and just like that, what was a 4-0 lead is now 5-3.
You see Formal just not quite sure where he's getting shot from. That's what we talk about. Creative angles. Wow. Bound G-sliding at max speed towards Royal 2 and gets the trade in a situation where, honestly, he had absolutely no right to.
Yeah, cuts down that distance so quickly. Now Formal trying to make the push. Not going to be easy, but stays alive even longer, trying to keep teammates alive as well. Getting really scrappy there in the back of the base. 10-7, still a 3-kill lead for Optic Gaming.
2 dead for Optic. Numbers on the map here for Shopify, trying to be aggressive. As the trade goes down at the bottom of the snipe tower. Rockets still up, by the way. Nobody's got their hands on those yet.
Got to be one of the longest times we've seen in competitive play, in official LAN play especially, that the Rockets would still be up, finally grabbed. And they will fall without one being fired. Still a 4-kill lead for Optic. They've done well to hold this on and hold off Shopify.
And you can see the risk, right? You can see the risk in front of you. Frosty goes, I think I've got a timing window. I'm going to try and force this. Not only does he die, but he falls bottom middle.
Boy.
Renegade collects them. And that's a double. It's the second triple of the game for Optic Gaming. And this time it's Renegade who lights it up with 3 stars.
Oh my gosh, the discipline from Renegade. A Renegade of always tries to finish that battle. Cycle somehow comes out of nowhere through the maze and gets the kill, but you could just tell how disciplined Renegade is right now, because I think 99 times out of 100, Renegade from the past few years goes for that over. In the end, he has triggered discipline to try to let the team finish it. Still a 5-kill lead for Optic Gaming. They look good here as we get closer to the mid-game.
One of the keys for Optic and Slayers, we were talking about before this tournament even got underway, was not letting a lead be gathered on you, not letting it go 7 or 8, or having to crawl out of these tight holes that they find themselves in. And kind of, it's usually around the 20 to 30 mark, but at the moment they've got to that mark with a lead intact, they're starting to win some fights. But as I say that, Frosty wins a fight of his own and takes on Legend 2.
Very good damage there. Legend, though, going to work with Renegade and Trench to make their way across the map. World 2 tries to cut it down, but Renegade with some beautiful shots from the disadvantageous angle to shut that one down as well. They still lead by 5.
Another 1v1 here. Somehow last shot
always
gets the stick.
His sticks are crazy, man.
That man's got one of the best sticky games in the game. Sniper rifle just dropped, by the way. Have to see where that has gone.
Big moment here.
Doesn't feel like it's in the hands of Optic, as Formal will take a lot of damage from what you presume was a sniper rifle bullet.
World 2 picks up another one front base, which means Cycle now has the rocks. Doesn't see him yet. 180s there on Renegade.
Gotta check your corners.
Getting a little nervous there. Some vertigo as Legend just stays alive on the sneaky with only 2 shots left in the snipe. And you knew he was going to hit that one. His last shot's reloading on his way to the sneaky, which is going to give Legend way too much time to hit that. One more bullet left. And they still lead by quite a margin here. They've extended it to 6.
Everything went very slow motion there for last shot as he jumped up and saw Legend leaping towards him with that sniper in his hands. No more ammo to play with for the Frenchman, though, but he's going to take a new angle towards top rockets. And Formal is playing very, very sneaky on the elbow, waiting for damage to come in before he's going to flank in on these Shopify players.
Optic doing so well to slow down. As you say, also just stay in their pesky corners. 3 dead yet again. Last shot's the last player alive in grass. He will be flushed out immediately. It's a beautiful collapse without forfeiting any trades whatsoever here. They lead by 11.
I love the pace that Optic are playing at as well. They are not letting Shopify settle on the map whatsoever. 36 to 25 is an 11-kill advantage for them at the moment. And I have to say, the second night, Shopify a little bit surprised at the pace at which Optic have come out the gates here. They are flying at them.
Yeah, 10-kill lead here. And for a moment, Shopify was able to bring this game back within 3, but Optic is just playing way too fast. They're just immediately engaging on the spawners, collapsing on the last player alive so consistently, and that's given them this 10-kill lead.
10 kills to go for Optic to go 2 up in this series. Royal 2 will win his fight against Renegade, but it's 2 dead for Shopify once more, and moment by moment, kill by kill, they seem to be falling into the hands of Optic Gaming. Formal, by the way, 16 and 8. At this point in the game, that is a monstrous line.
Lots of talk online about Formal Slayer game, and I think he's silencing the critics without a doubt. Like you said, 16 and 8 to be double positive in a grand final like this is going to silence just a little bit of the chatter around this Optic Gaming squad.
Well, if Shopify want to make a comeback, a lot of it is going to be on the shoulders of Frosty here. Has 2 rockets to work with. It's something for Shopify to get a pick, but that grenade from Bound out of nowhere takes down Royal 2, and now the mistakes are almost 0 for Shopify Rebellion. to make the comeback in this game. Frosty finds one, but Bound gets a trade onto Cycle, and now it's just 5 to go.
Not impossible, but man, would ever require a Herculean effort to bring this game back. Shopify could do it, but against an opponent like Optic Gaming will not be easy. Blind fires the rocket, which will not connecting, gets punished by a beautiful rocket bait from Optic Gaming. 4 to go.
Royal 2 will find one, but as you say, it's only 4 to go here. Formal hunting down some damage that's gone in bottom middle. But he finds himself now against last shot, and I tell you what, Optic are starting to get cycled a little bit here. All of a sudden, this is a 7-kill game with Optic on the respawn, on the back foot. Bound gets one though, which could be massive, just to make them comfortable. Legend flies in, shows no fear, grabs that sniper rifle, and now has the game in his hands.
Yeah, exactly. Two more kills to go here at the 49 mark. One more to go for Optic.
Legend gonna try and line it up. An absolute beaut of a no-scope coming in from Legend. That's how you win games of Halo. And that is Optic, up by 2.
You get the feeling that that shot was more than just a 50th kill.
That gave me chills.
Full-body chills here as well, and how about Legend not even reacting? That might be even more terrifying than the shot itself. You've seen that man pop off many times before. Instead, he just hits that shot like a stone-cold assassin and gets ready to load into game number 3. That was a statement in every way. The entire way the game was played, stealing that game type after losing it twice on land, and then to hit that shot with that confidence on the BR and to not even say a word, it's terrifying. And Optic Gaming look terrifying. They lead 2-0.
We got to talk about the pace that Optic are playing at. It is different to what we've seen so far from them. It's showing a new gear. We'll take a look at the stats before we get into that conversation. On the Optic side, we mentioned Formal 17 and 10 for Matthew Piper. Big performance in a Slayer. If he does that consistently for Optic, Optic are going to have a lot of success.
We already talked about how game 1 was a swing game. As we take a look at some highlights from that, as you said, unbelievably fast-paced right away. Look at Formal, takes to the silver. What does he do? Picks up a double and a triple to open up the game. That set the tone for them. But for any Shopify Rebellion fans in the building, in the chat, you knew game 1 was a swing game, but you probably had your money on game number 2. Now as we look at the series layout, Shopify needs to start putting wins on the board. Otherwise, we're going to get deeper into the series where Optic Gaming is just going to gain more and more momentum. Another triple from Renegade on your screen there.
Yeah, I think the big momentum swing in that game was, like you say, the first few seconds. 4-0 off the opening break. And on Origin, that means sniper rifle goes to you. That means the rockets you have access to. Eventually, it did take quite a while to get there, but it gives you the chance to build the lead. And that was what Optic has struggled with before. They always felt like they were chasing their tails a little bit, but now they're establishing some of these opening strategies. They're getting the better of Shopify, and from there, they can piece by piece build it up. That is absolutely disgusting. Do you know what it reminds me of? Do you remember SLG at Wembley? Did something very, very similar in Halo 5, that kind of shot. In Strong Side was casting that. Very similar kind of moment for another Frenchman, but that one from Legend, it's just, like you say, it was a punctuation mark on what was a fantastic Slayer performance.
It really was, and I feel like if you're on the Shopify side, that game almost ends differently when you watch that either from a third person or on a death cam, when you see, or even, heaven forbid, from your own first person. That is just, like you said, it's a statement, and Optic Gaming is coming into this. Let's not forget that not only had they lost this game type exclusively to Shopify, take a look at this one more time, which I think is only right, and look at this, Royal 2 on the beat, doesn't
out of here.
Unbelievable. Just pops up, doesn't waste any time, and hits a fantastic shot to close out the game. But let's not forget, not only had they lost that game type exclusively to Shopify, they were 2-3 in that game type this weekend. That was not a winning game type for them, and if they're digging that deep, they're kind of suggesting, hey, whatever stats you might have in the back, we're not really interested in those. We're here to play 2 series of Halo and take a championship.
Now we get to see a game type which is going to really test both teams here, and it's certainly going to test Shopify Rebellion being down 2 in the series. We are heading into an oddball game on Recharge. There's a head-to-head of 2 of the players. You can see the statistic for yourself who have been the standouts when it comes to this game type for their respective teams. But I mean, for Optic, they took a moment, stepped away from the stage there, maybe trying not to get caught up in the moment. Know that there's a long, long road ahead. They have done a great job to get 2 up, but 2 up means nothing. We've seen that on either side of the stage when these two teams play each other. They've got a long, long way to go.
They do indeed. We've seen many times before, like you said, we've seen reverse sweeps, we've seen big swings in series. There's a lot more to play, but Shopify certainly must be thinking, okay, we need to lock in right here because Optic is bringing a different tier of gameplay, and I think it goes without saying that Optic has looked not only the best that they have this weekend, but I would say in terms of all online qualifiers, the case on Showdown and this entire tournament so far, they are playing at a pace that we maybe haven't seen them reach just yet.
For Shopify, the memories of beating Optic a little bit earlier on, maybe starting to fade. They realize they're in a series now as we head into game number 3. Oddball recharge, first to 2 rounds. Will be the team who takes this game away, and if it's Optic, they'll find themselves 1 game away from resetting the bracket here and sending us to a second best of 7.
Both teams with great records in this game type as well. It is identified, as we said earlier, as another swing game in the series, which really could go either way, and what a different series layout, as you allude to, we would have. Depending on how this game goes, this one could tell us whether we're going to see a pretty quick first series or whether we might go the distance. Shopify needs to dig deep. They need to find something special now to get back into the series.
That's been what Optic have been doing all weekend, digging deep, finding something special, finding a way to keep themselves alive. Well, now, boy, are they alive, and certainly this series is alive as well. This grand finals is alive. Legend, the man who no-scoped Shopify Rebellion into a 0-2 series. Will be the first POV that we check out. Last shot inside of the tower now. Camo is going to be still available down bottom middle, as he's now turning his attention to keep his teammate alive side.
Very conservative start from both sides here. 2 do fall for Shopify, which means Optic is probably going to try to go on this pressure, but once again, the kills are traded out perfectly 2-2, and there's no ball grab yet. Finally, it's a late camo grab, 36 seconds in. Very, very late, and that indicates to you just how conservative the opening was from both sides.
The timing on that grenade, by the way, from last shot was just superb. Made it look so easy. That internal timing we talk about with some of the best in the world.
Oh!
Speaking of which, peekaboo! Formal's got the camo. It's going to be 4 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Optic grabbed that ball immediately.
We talked about how the teams have so much respect for one another. That's why you see a kind of dual conservative opening from both sides. But as soon as they get the camo, they pounce perfectly. Formal with a great route, great timing on the back wax. That's going to be early time for Optic game.
Royal 2 manages to get through though. That grenade almost took down Frosty, by the way. The Formal threw up towards the ceiling cycle in the 1v1 versus Legend. It's going to be Renegade. He joins that fight in and manages to clean him up. Oddball is down, but Optic have that lead. And that means, like we said before, in these game types with an objective in mind, if you can take a lead, you control the game. You don't have to focus on that objective half as much as your opponents.
So much damage from Legend over the past 30 seconds. Just poking and peeking, and Frosty with a very well-placed green gun. Going to make him retreat for just a second. And what a 1v1 between those two. In the end, last shot comes to help as well. And now, 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Look at the reset. The reset is very unfortunate. That would have been an easy pull back to gold. Instead, the ball will go bottom middle. Now camo popping as well.
Camo's coming up. Look at the sports as well. They're over at back blue. That reset is an absolute lifesaver for Optic Gaming. If they spawn over at pipes, they're Shopify Rebellion. They can get that ball back into pipes. They've got time on the ball, but instead, they're forced to fight for the camo. Optic don't have to worry about that ball getting away for them as Renegade adds another triple kill to the collection. That's 2 in 2 games for him.
Born to rack up time, forced to fight for camo. Unfortunate there for him. Optic Gaming will continue scoring based off of all the chaos. They'll bring the ball bottom elevator.
Ball is down though, so Shopify don't let Optic get it comfortably. And now you can see from the spread on the map and the way that Formal's playing, that Shopify have a setup in and around the elevator. Formal just waiting for damage. And now that the damage has come in, you would expect to see the likes of Bound, Legend flying in front of Formal. Clean up these kills. Royal 2 picks up 1, but it's 3 dead. There's the break, there's the damage from Formal. It's played off of perfectly by Optic Gaming. They break the setup from Shopify, and now they have that ball back in their hands.
Let's see what Renegade can do as well. They're going to be looking for opening damage. As you said, it was an easy 3 dead. Now we get to hear how they're going to hold here. Let's get to a listen in with Optic Gaming.
Hey, bottom here, I think I saw bottom here. Two
Enemy has the ball.
In here. Let's do it. I got one. Yeah, no, turn again. Response C plat. Warrior set. That's out long. Watch it. Camo's coming in 10, guys. Camo in 10. You play this camera. You have shots up? Yeah, shot. Hey, yo, bound that shot. Straight bound. Just try to get it. The bottom on it. Watch it, top tower. Two guys top tower. Two top tower. Ready, Ivy chase one. Ivy chase. Press C. C flat right now. Yes, C flat.
Yo, top tower. Front tower shot.
Bottom weak. Watch C. Yo, back to me. He's running A probably, yep. He's popped there. I'm walking A. They're gonna tell me.
He got past you, man. C plat.
Yeah, bomb run.
C plat. Watch. He's taking his time. Yo, drippy.
Yeah, drippy. Go set. Right here. We can go. He's pipes now. Pipes going back to turbine. He's pipes now. He's pushing pipes. Good. Yes, combo.
Yes, combo. One turn. Front tower cycle weak.
Yeah, I'm gonna separate. Go right. Check corners.
One shot, gold stairs, guys.
What's the gold combo?
One shot, go back up. Gold stairs one, John. Up stairs right now. Gold stairs one. He's combo, John. He's combo.
Let's go pipes probably. Probably 100%. Spawning win. There's 50 seconds. We can do time, guys.
Yo, single sack, just sitting behind it. If it doesn't stay there,
Well, enjoy this live from Renegade. Enjoy this round from Optic. 38 seconds left in the round before they can close it out. And Shopify can't get near the oddball until now. They're starting to get desperate. But we need to talk about two lives in particular. Last one from Renegade and then Bounds previously with that camo. So much damage and the shots as crispy as you like.
Unbelievable damage, unbelievable movement. We'll have a little bit of time to talk about that shortly because as you heard Lunchbox say in the comms, only 20 seconds left. Amazing game management from Optic Gaming. They're going to continue slaying here.
Last shot trying to fight, keep them off of Frosty here. That ball is down on the trippy corner, so difficult to access, and it's even more difficult with Optic picking up kills on both Cycle and Royal 2. And now they get an LOS on that ball. Now they get a camo in the hands of Renegade as well, and it will be the first round of oddball here. On recharge, going to Optic. Boy, they look up for this one.
And I think we could say they picked up exactly where they left off. Feels like they came straight from Origin, and they landed right here on recharge, playing the exact same way. That was once again a suffocating round, and it feels like that has really summed up how Optic Gaming has played each of the games in this series so far. Such a clean round one win. We'll see if they can do it again.
Frosty wins his fight bomb middle. The camo is in his hands as well, and it's going to be 3 dead here for Optic. Now Shopify need to get themselves together here. Need to dust themselves down because they've been battered, by Optic Gaming in the first 2 games. And the first round here at Oddball. They need to find something, but no! When things just aren't going your way, you get a green gun in the backside from Renegade.
I think we're all thinking the same thing. Of course, with the benefit of the observer view, there's a player coming gold stairs, and Frosty gets back here with camo and shock. And what could have been a pretty solid hole gets blown wide open. Formal does not get the trade against World 2, somehow stands strong top 8 and will continue holding the ball. So a rotate opportunity coming in here towards teammates.
Manages to just about make the cross. Optic will have to wait. And it's going to be a lead here for Shopify Rebellion. Legend flies in. Play ball is going to happen. As the fight goes down in the back of the Spirals, Last Shot versus Renegade, and Last Shot will start winning some fights. But as we always say, if you can get that play ball over by Blue and you take a couple of kills down, the likelihood is you're going to spawn across the map of pipes and you can grab that odd ball, and that's exactly what Optic tried to do there.
Important first kill. Also, Frosty gets the second kill, so this should be a clean break overall. They've made their way very difficultly across the entire map, but based on the spawns, it may be for nothing here. We'll see if Bound can spawn his teammates and hold down pipes.
Bound 13, make it 14 and 12 as he goes on a killing spree. And Optic have that ball back at pipes, and Optic looking like they're going to be able to turn this early advantage that Shopify had over. Last Shot, last alive, he's just fallen as well. And even though the odd ball is going to drop off, everybody from Shopify Rebellion is just coming off of the respawn screen. So Bound's going to move this one away from that LOS. He's going to get it back towards his respawning teammates, and Optic will go into a lead.
Very nice rotate. Notice how he doesn't go gold. He immediately goes long haul to cut down the angles. Much less sightlines that he's vulnerable to, and he comes away with it. What a beautiful set of plays from him. It also paves the way for Renegade to grab camo as well. Renegade is 23 and 10.
Just let that sink in for a second. 23 and 10. And we're in the second round of oddball here with only 40 points on the board for Optic. You get the feeling that another one hits. Perfect shots for Renegade. A killing spree for him. One for Bound, one for Renegade. Last shot trying to fly into the pipes, but the oddball still being held by Optic. 50 points on the board for them now.
I mean, look at the total slay numbers. It's suffocating is the only way to describe it. Amazing slay control and overall map control coming out of Optic Gaming yet again. They find themselves 2 dead, but it's immediately tied up by a key kill from Renegade. He's now going to watch C-Plat.
Cycle's going to be flanking towards that oddball, so I wonder if it's going to be a game of get the slays before we get that oddball, but I think Shopify just starting to recognize that they need to get some time on the board here. And Cycle going to wrap this one away before playing it down bottom middle. Now flies in, Cycle deals with him. Renegade now trying to clean up the damage, but recognizes there's multiple members and has to just escape and play his life.
Let's not forget, this one's far from over, even though we've seen dominating play from Optic Gaming so far. It's still just 55-25, a 30-point round. And anything can happen from here, but Shopify's going to need to find the ingredients that they need. Psycho, last player alive, he will be ready to play the ball momentarily.
One player that needs some more from is Frosty. We talked about him being an X factor. A lot of talk about him being the best in the game right now. He's 8 and 18 in this game number 3, and he's been relatively quiet throughout this series so far. So Frosty obviously has a lot more to give here for Shopify Rebellion, but it needs to be found sooner rather than later.
Yeah, there's still time for him to turn this game around, for the entire team to turn this game around, but I agree, a pretty rare stat line from him, especially with low OBJ on the board as well. You have the feeling that if he starts to turn things on, this game can get a lot closer.
Optic still with this lead, 56-33. Forward knows that Cycle's close. Also wants to try and help out with some angles that he can hit with his shock rifle. Plenty of ammo to work with as well as he hits the reload. And Optic just waiting for Shopify to make their move. And with the shock in their hand, they can do this, Andy. They can wait. And then they can hit straight.
Notice just baiting the ball there as well. Not even trying to hold. They're going to see if they can get the kills. Then they'll start to hold on the solid 3-4 deads. Ball will reset. No time there, but still a 20-point lead. Just over that for Optic Gaming. 2 dead for them.
2 minutes on the game clock here. Shopify will grab that ball as Optic will still have 2 dead. Cycle can be pushed here. Has to avoid that sticky grenade. Manages to do so.
Ball dropped.
A lot of pressure on him with this shock rifle to hold down this pipes, looking to keep his ball carrier alive. Formal's going to poke.
Oh boy.
Cycle's going to tease. Now he's going to slide out and look for more. Bound is pushing. Bound should be traded out in this situation. Cycle's done his job perfectly there.
2v2 for a second here, and where these next few kills fall will really determine if we're going to see Shopify get back into this. Good gold pressure, though. It's going to give them an opportunity to try to get a grab, but with the ball still down batteries, Renegade's exactly where he needs to be.
Yeah, frustrating moments here. Shopify Rebellion, they're winning some fights. But Renegade's starting to win his even more. 29 and 15 is 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. The oddball's still down on the batteries as the reset comes in, but Optic don't have to worry about that. They have the lead. They can just pin Shopify back.
Even with 3 dead there, that ball sitting batteries meant that Shopify could not get time on the board. They're also still 2 dead. Risky push! A risky push solo there. Last shot tries to make something happen, but it's going to continue to stagger their spawns even further. 63-36 with 108 left on the game clock.
How many perfects have we seen from the POVs of Optic players in this game? You've seen them from Bound, you've seen them from Renegade, you've seen them from Legend, and of course you've seen them from Formal. Win your ones. That was the name of the game when Formal put this roster together, and that's exactly what they're doing.
1 minute remaining.
And it's Shopify who are reeling. Less than a minute left in this game. Camo burnt bottom middle, and Bound last alive.
Yeah, Renegade might have burned the camo, and also way past the 30 mark now. 30 bomb has been cleared, 31 and 17 with 47 seconds left on the clock.
Shopify needs to get that ball. Let's get it in their hands. Still time for them to play with here. Frosty picks up 2. Frosty trying to push on that long haul as well to keep Optic trapped. So we're going to move this one back to the elevator. Renegade might have a little timing window here to fly towards him. But he gets taken down importantly here for Shopify Rebellion. And hold your horses. Last player alive is going to be taken down. It's everybody falling into the death screen here for Optic, and there's life from Shopify.
It's a good trade from Legend, but is it enough? Bounds your first spawner, probably flying at this point. You see exactly where he is. Here comes the 4-man Optic push. If Shopify can hold, they can force a round 3.
Well, Formal will get the first pick. Formal might get the second pick as well. Frosty is out of the game right now. Nowhere near his oddball carrier. Last shot's trying to get in a position to play ball and does so. But there's only 12 points between the two teams. But 22 seconds is the problem. And Royal 2 being last alive is a bigger problem for Shopify Rebellion. It's a few moments left, and Optic will be up by 3.
Good covering fire there from Formal to deny the Royal 2 exit from top 8. Here comes the Shopify push. It needs to happen. 10 seconds left in the round.
Has to happen now. Renegade, though. Renegade, this is his game. He finds a kill that shuts it down. Cycle last alive. He can't get his hands on that ball, and Optic are up by 3.
Renegade goes 34-18 in another decisive Optic Gaming win. And if you've just joined us for the first time this weekend, you might be thinking, how on earth did Optic Gaming lose that first series? How on earth did they have to fight through the elimination bracket all the way here with what they've brought on Championship Sunday? But guess what? The championship whites are on, and it is very clear it's a different Optic Gaming that has arrived here in the Optic Arena. Final score 132-67 across the 2 rounds, and Shopify is shocked.
Shopify are shocked. Shopify are shook as we head towards CTF Fortress. Now, we do mention that these series tend to go the distance. But it's a long way to go for Shopify Rebellion to do that. And we are looking, if this continues this pattern, like a bracket reset is going to come in almost what feels like record time for Optic Gaming.
Man, taking a look at some of the highlights from that, it was once again a masterclass from Optic Gaming. I think we saw some solid exchanges of play from the side of Shopify, but they have largely been silenced this entire series. And it's a completely different matchup between these two than we've seen all season in the preseason as well as Arlington so far. And we talked a lot, by the way, this from Renegade. It was just punishing everything we saw from his POV. Gets a double here as well. Everything we're seeing from Optic Gaming looks to be flawless. They are not making any mistakes. That's why you're seeing the score lines that you're seeing. Make no mistake, these are blowout games. And Shopify, we talked all about how these teams are exchanging games back and forth so close. Guess what? Optic Gaming's writing a different story here. This is not close.
Yeah, 250 to 112 first game, 50 to 41 second game, 2-0, and it felt like a big 2-0 in that oddball game. Optic are dominating this series, and the way that they are shooting is so standout to me. And you're seeing some of those fights with bandits in hand. It's 5-shot max. That's how it feels at the moment. It's maximum damage output. And when Renegade is running around and everything seems to be kind of falling into the way that he wants the game to go, single kills turn into doubles for him. Then he gets involved in the next fight. Renegade playing like this means Optic are playing like Optic need to.
What I think is so tough as well, every time we're on Bound and Legends POV specifically, notice the G-slides that they're hitting, and the second they are in mid-slide, they're hitting not just the first shot, but all 5 shots to get it perfect while they're moving exactly where they need to be on the map. And man, is that ever impossible to play against if you're on the side of Shopify, even with the talent that they have. As we talked about on the desk, CTF Fortress, an opportunity for Shopify to get back in the series, not just because their backs are against the wall, but specifically, you heard Clutch talking about it. Fortress, one of Shopify's best maps. They've been putting up numbers on this game type, and Optic comes in with a losing record on this game type. Shopify needs to take a breath, find a way back into this series. If they want to win the finals here, they will now need to reverse sweep the first grand final with 4 straight wins in a row.
Optic 1 game away from resetting the bracket in our grand final, sending us to a second best of 7. Capture the flag on Fortress is where we find ourselves, and we are going to see some headshots. 2 sniper rifles on the map, and of course that overshield down bottom middle as well. And this is almost the perfect playground to see if Optic can close out now, or is there going to be something in this for Shopify? Are they going to find their stride here? We have to. It would be rude not to. It would be disrespectful not to start off watching Renegade.
This is going to be an absolute blender here with 2 snipers in play with a map this size. 2 flags on the board. It could be a quick one, or we could see quite a lot of gameplay here. Kills exchanged each side, 3v3 on the map, but Renegade doing some early damage here. 2 dead for Shopify.
Well, 2 something staying alive in that situation. However, to keep that sniper rifle in his hand. Somehow peeks back out and hits the shot. It's 2v2 on the map at the moment, but look how far up the map Bound finds himself right now. The confidence we are seeing from Bound. We know he loves a challenge. We know he likes to take the fight, but he's hitting the shots as well. And Legend now says, remember me from Origin? I can do it on any map.
Bound and Legend are hitting a certain amount of damage efficiency that is scary to watch. And I think anyone that's played or watched enough Halo Infinite knows exactly what we're talking about when we say that. Just not wasting any time, any frames, as they move across the map and deal damage all at the same time. 2 dead, however, for Optic Gaming at the moment.
Let's get taken down, though. There's going to be a snipe picked up, and there was Optic members falling all around. So pressure on their base is going to be coming in. You see Frosty flying in. He gets the trade. It's 3 dead here for Optic Gaming. Bound is last player alive. He's down bottom middle. Somehow managed to get the kill. An important one as well. Room 2 cannot find him. Wow. Finally, look at the damage he's taken. Oh.
Bound, kind of reminiscent there of what we saw a lot last season from the entire SSG roster. When there's a 1 player alive, guess what? There's a whole lot still to deal with. And Bound not only gets... I can't even finish the sentence before I talk about his 3rd kill. Gets a kill bottom middle, deals the damage, then picks up a 3rd kill. That's what I'm talking about. Just because Bound is the last player alive does not mean your problems are solved. In fact, actually, you have a whole other slew of problems. And Bound reminding us of that.
From being last alive here, Bound finds 1 kill, stays alive, does damage, comes back out, no-scopes another player, and then, all of a sudden, Shopify Rebellion are 3 dead. Overshield now, coming up bottom middle. Shopify Rebellion in a good spot, but it's going to be stolen away. Legend,
no!
Is he going to pop it?
Almost! That would have been...
Almost, but not quite. But last shot does pop it. And Shopify is starting to move that flag as well.
Talk about almost being robbed blind. Highway robbery. It was 3 dead for Optic Gaming, and now you're overshielded. Last shot's going to get this across the sideline. Still with a lot of overshield to play with. Nice little slides all the way back. 4 players alive, but he should have the timing here, especially with the overshield. Goes wide, actually. Flag's going to be away, so he has to wait.
Love that timing window recognition there from last shot. Knew that even though there was a couple of players coming off respawn, that he had the shields to deal with the bullets that would be coming his way. But like you say,
look at Legend.
Flags are away. Tickshot trying to hunt him down. It will be a trade inside of the base from Frosty. First time we've seen a flag standoff in quite some time.
Yeah. And this is a high-stakes flag standoff because you already get the feeling that if Optic Gaming wins this flag standoff with the way that they tend to play objective game types, they will play the most obnoxious, annoying, control-based rest of the match. 3 dead here for Shopify. Cycle last player alive.
Where's that flag? Cycle is near that flag. He's trying to get some spawns, but is there anyone close enough to help Cycle with the situation? Bound flies in. Bound with another killing spree. He's going to go for that return. Formal with the sniper cross map, and Optic should be able to send this one home, but can they cap?
Should be able to. Flags right there on the stand. Going to delay for just a second. Formal, once he gets the shields, you know he's not going to waste time. Roll 2 though in a 1v1.
Formal bodies him. Formal now under pressure. 2 dead on either side. Is last shot who stands on that flag, trying to force this return. Optic can't cap quite yet.
Last shot forces the bottom of the base. There's going to be a touch here from Renegade. He gets the cap indeed. Last shot could not fight off the players that are dropping on him. And Optic Gaming, they stay cool. They stay collected. They get the flag in. They now lead 1-0 in what could be the series winning. Renegade not done yet.
Renegade is on another planet today. Last shot last alive once again here for Shopify Rebellion, and Formal will not need to be asked twice to start moving that flag.
How about Bound, a casual triple positive right now at 12-4. Just another day's work for Bound. 3 dead, World 2, your only player alive. Formal's going to hit the slides to bottom mid.
Here comes the second one. Formal's moving. Formal schmoving. And that flag is back inside of his base. It's going to be 2-0 as Formal gives us an exhibition of how to run a flag here on Fortress.
Optic Gaming saving the best for Championship Sunday. 2-0 here. Quick work, 1 flag away from 4-0ing Shopify Rebellion in the first grand final.
Another kill goes the way of Optic Gaming. Cycle does manage to trade out, but it's a numbers advantage momentarily for Optic as they get equaled out by the end of the sentence 2v2. Shopify need a snipe. They need an overshield. They need something to go their way here.
Once again, Bound and Legend are not even, it feels like in every battle they're not even getting down a shot, let alone losing battles. So difficult to challenge them with the way that they're playing. And I think the numbers tell the story here. 12 kills for Bound, 10 for Legend.
Now maybe thought he could get the better of Frosty there with a cheeky little re-peek, but the grenade from Frosty was good. And Optic again earned the right to play slower inside of their base. The repulse comes in from Royal 2, but the damage still superior on the side of Formal. Cycle's going to push him. Royal 2 finds 1 under the base, and all of a sudden Optic just under a little bit of pressure here. They're 2 dead. That's 3 dead, and is this the little window of opportunity for for Shopify Rebellion to get something going. The flag is away.
Frosty on top, maybe some initial good shots as well, and they get the help. And I was just about to say before that flag was pulled, this one's not over just yet. With 6 minutes left, Shopify Rebellion on the board, only down trailing by 1 flag.
On the board and controlling ring. Now Overshield's about to come up as well. Legend tries to fly to cause some problems. Cycle on the jungle gym, manages to find himself an opportunity to get that flag back, but the Overshield did go to Frosty. It's 2 dead here for Optic. There's a sniper in his hands, and Royal 2 is running that flag as well.
Numbers still on their side here. They get another kill, and they might even get the kill A1. If they do, this flag will be guaranteed home free. It's still 2 dead. Big shot, though. Coming in from Legend.
Legend gets 2. Legend might get 3. The triple kill from Legend. The Frenchman is going nuts.
What did we say? You cannot leave a single player from Shopify. You cannot forget about a single player on Optic Gaming. And Legend goes huge. A triple kill to stop the flag run.
Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous from Sabri. No right to get one of those kills, let alone all 3. It's going to be 3 dead. And Frosty probably a little bit shell-shocked.
Unbelievable stop there. Still a lot of time on the clock, but plays like that are really going to be morale hits there, as Shopify thought they were home free, and Legend picks up a triple kill, and it's still 3 dead. Cycle, last player alive bottom base.
And he's no shields as well. He gets cleaned up. 2 snipers in the hands of Optic Gaming. They get the return, but now the worry for Shopify is with that chance falling through their fingers. What can they do against this onslaught from Optic?
Every time it feels like Shopify can take an inch, it feels like a player on Optic steps up and hits an unbelievable shot, if not 3. Formal gonna hold here. Gonna hold down this elbow angle.
I mean, Shopify can't get out of their base at the moment. Cycle gonna challenge. It's a body. It's a trade as Renegade will clean up the damage. Shopify 2 dead once again. Now Royal 2 has overextended here. But it looks like Optic know where he is. Renegade's gonna try and hunt him down. Optic do get that toss of the flag out of the base, but the position of Royal 2 is making Optic think twice about this.
You can tell once again, everything's gonna slow down. So much on this flag and so much on this overshield. Renegade should be able to get it for free, and he does. Kills traded out initially.
Frosty does some really good damage to that overshield. Now he's been a nuisance. But Renegade will hunt him down and use that advantage in the shields to win that battle. It's 3 dead for Optic, and I tell you what, Shopify have got that flag out once again. Now, is there anyone in position to do something
big
similar to what we saw Legend do a few moments ago? I'm not so sure this time, but look, the overextension's coming. Formal somehow got this flag running for Optic.
It was 4 dead. Somehow Formal pulls that flag all the way to Arches. I cannot believe it. See what Bound can do to stay alive in Cave.
And all of a sudden, both flags 50% of the way across the map. Frosty will be able to get this return by the looks of things, even though Formal will get that kill, and all of a sudden they get the return, they win the standoff, and we have a game on our hands here. It's 2-2 with just over 3 minutes left.
My God, high stakes, sudden death, of course, and a lot riding on this flag. More than just the game, the entire series riding on this flag. Shopify has rallied back after trailing 2-0 and found a way to tie the game. 3 minutes left here in regulation.
Formal with a sniper in his hands. Last shot, almost with a bullet in his visor. Just managed to step away and slide to his left to keep himself alive. 2 dead here for Optic. It's Shopify who are starting to win some battles now, Andy.
See what Formal can do. He knows he has you can tell by the way he's angling and isolating these sight lines. He knows he needs to get the right damage, ideally a pick, to help his spawning teammates make sure they can push out.
Scary moments for Optic. You can tell they're just a little bit worried about the pressure that's starting to be applied by Shopify. In the back of the base, you have to hit shots. If you lose these fights in the back of the base, that flag is away. Big. Legend finds one off the body. Shot coming in from Formal. Shopify is starting to swarm though. Overshield coming up in a few moments time. Formal, the patience starting to pay off though. There's one player flanking through the snipe side. I'm not sure if he knows. Cycle's going to challenge. Frosty's got a sniper rifle elsewhere. Formal just trying desperately to stay alive. Royal 2 finds another. Cycle going to challenge. It's 3 dead for Optic. It's 3 dead again.
Most importantly, there should be an overshield in the hands of Shopify on this push as well.
Royal 2's got it.
This is big here. They got 2 dead again. Royal 2 still has some overshield to play with. They're going to start running this flag, and they have the damage they need.
Oh! Frosty! Frosty gets 2, and now he runs at the remaining members of Shopify Rebellion. That flag is not running, though.
The run is so staggered. The run is so staggered despite the fact they got the kills. Finally, they're running it here. They have some angles here. Formal's going to overextend.
Bounce the player, though. Bounce the player to watch. He's overextended here. He comes back through the arches and manages to slow this run down. It's 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Legend, maybe not just thinking about getting some kills and stopping the flag, maybe thinking counter cap.
Oh, the flag is still out, though. Let's see if that flag returns. Top mid.
Royal 2. Royal 2.
Royal 2 gets the touch.
Royal 2 gets the touch at the last possible second. And Legend finds himself having to go hero mode again.
2 dead, though. Flag standoff here. Flag is now down ring 1. And you have the Shopify flag down here on the porch.
I mentioned the overextension from Bound. Well, that stopped the initial run. That was why it was so stagnant. And now we're seeing the counter pull coming in from Bound. 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Bound gets another one. It's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Frosty trying to fight forward.
Flag is returned. Frosty's going to get taken down. Flag is back here. They should have the home stretch.
Bound is going to run this one the safe way. He runs it under the base with Royal 2 now. Puts pressure on, but it's Formal. Who else but Formal? Who grabs that flag? Who runs it home? Optic have reset the bracket here. We go again. Here in Arlington, 4-0. They sweep aside Shopify.
Just when you felt like Shopify was going to put together a last-ditch effort and maybe take a game, Optic Gaming shuts it down. Absolute carnage in those last few Slayer exchanges for all those flags. We saw multiple flag standoffs. But once again, it's Optic Gaming that see through the smoke. Identify what they need to do, get an unbelievable return. By the way, Royal 2 running flag with Overshield with 3 dead. And somehow, Optic Gaming off the respawn find a way to prevent that flag from being ran. It sat right next to the repulse there, next to ring 1, for far too long. It felt like Shopify had everything they needed, the timing, the overshield, and the run. Instead, it's Optic Gaming that gets much more than just the game-winning flag. They get the first grand final. It's a 4-0 win. It's almost an immeasurable amount of momentum. And they reset the bracket here for a second best of 7.
I think if you were to ask, and I'm including the Optic fans respectfully in this conversation and in this question, what do you expect to see in this grand final? What do you think the score is going to be? I don't think many of them would have said 4-0.
Right. Even the boldest of Optic fans.
Exactly.
I don't even think Optic would have said 4-0.
That's what we see in front of us, though. And it's a 4-0. Those first 3 games aren't close at the top level. They are dominant performances. Then we see the steel that has been on display all weekend long from Optic Gaming in that game 4 to close it out.
Also, how about Legend?
That's triple?
Legend last player alive, and he gets a triple kill to stop the flag run.
Immeasurable impact on that game.
Unreal. We'll take a look at the stats in just a second. I think Bound led the team in the kills category. Just top to bottom, amazing from Optic Gaming, and that game itself had everything to be a 2-0 game as we take a look at some of the highlights that would then go 2-2. I'm excited to watch this because, man, that felt like an absolute saga of gameplay. And Legend and Bound, they were heating up early. It felt like it was going to be a very quick game. Instead, Shopify let this one go, to a fantastic rally, but wow. Just what a game 4, and I'm blown away by what we saw from both sides.
I mean, even this return here, look, Legend plays that corner, gets the kill, keeps Bound alive. Like, all of these little moments start to stack up. And there was something kind of, it almost felt like the script writers were out. It was Formal who runs that final flag in, right? Just marches towards that capture point to get that final one on the board. Optic up by 2. You have to give Shopify a lot of credit for the way they fought back in that game. A lot of teams would have just capitulated and thought, you know what, let's think about next series. That series is gone.
Here it is, Legend. Look, stops the flag run, hits the brainer, no scope for the double, and this, not easy. Has to hit the perfect triple to stop that run, and does exactly that.
It's generational talent. That's all you can say about Legend. Those kind of plays are almost instinctive, right? It's just individual brilliance that leads to Optic staying alive in the game. It could have been very, very different at that point. Formal starts getting involved as well. He's like, that looks fun. I'm going to have a few quick scopes go my way. But when it's all said and done here, bro.
Look at this one. Excuse me, Formal gets brained as well. There's 2 players to A1. How does this flag not go back? How does Optic stop this? On paper, that flag is gone. And somehow, they find a way. And that's what Optic has brought to Championship Sunday. And as you said, poetic that it's Formal, who assembled this roster for one reason. got to be careful whether you have a camera or not. That Optic pit at Greenwall's getting dangerous, and they are hyped, and for good reason. The series layout tells the story. It is a clean 4-0 from Optic Gaming to send us to a second best-of-7.
Just unbelievable. Unbelievable from Optic Gaming is something that nobody really saw coming. But Shopify Rebellion, they've got to take a deep breath, the deepest of breaths. They did win, of course, that winner's bracket matchup, which means they have a chance to still be crowned champions. Now, obviously, after the Ksan Invitational, there was a lot of conversation about winner's bracket advantages and the format there. Well, Optic Gaming will be happy, of course, just to be still in this final with an opportunity now with one more best-of-7 to turn things around, to call themselves champ. This is the triple kill, though. It is just... I mean, firstly, great work from the production team in the back to show us that in slow motion, to show the level of ability, skill, and presence on the map that Legend had in that moment.
How about only Cycle going positive and barely positive by 3 kills? Everyone else being shut down on the side of Shopify.
Look at Frosty stats. Says everything you need to, right? It's Frosty has not had a presence, not had an impact on this series as yet. Certainly didn't have it on that one. But this is a new one coming up, and he will want more than anyone to turn those stats around.
And I know the desk is going to be ready to break it down. I know we were saying we shouldn't look at the second best-of-7 just yet. Turns out it was a good idea.
You're welcome to.
And I tell you what, we're going to have a lot of time to talk about it later. I'm sure the desk is also going to talk about it. But Optic fans are going to be very happy about the layout here in terms of where we've seen game type records, when we've already seen these teams play these 2 game types. Game type records here in Arlington. And I think that's going to give our friends on the desk quite a lot to talk about. Lottie, take it away and get us ready for the second set.
Thank you so much, Bravo, on set. You're right. We have an awful lot to discuss here on the desk. Wow. I mean, there was only one story in that series, and it was Optic Gaming all over every single page, the blurb, everything. The chapters were just the unfolding of Optic Gaming and the unraveling of Shopify Rebellion. Wes, I mean, it didn't look too promising until that final map that we just saw in the series. We saw a little bit more life out of Shopify Rebellion, but it was all Optic Gaming. You mentioned how on fire they were and that you can kind of see another series coming our way, and that was for one reason, momentum. They had so much momentum heading into that, and my goodness, they did not slow down whatsoever. What did you make of Optic's gameplay there?
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. This is an on-fire Optic team coming from the elimination bracket all the way back from round 1. We keep saying it, but this is a product and a result of everything that they've gone through this weekend. Shopify were not able to catch their ground. I thought it was going to be Origin Slayer, but the second they fell behind early in Origin, they kept trying to play catch-up, and Optic kept their foot on the gas pedal the entire time. Once that game went out of their direction, and this went 2-0 to Optic, I knew the series was over. It was a matter of what time. How fast are they going to end it? Fortress CTF, a map that we know Shopify is the best in the world at. They still lose that. It was scrappy, and there were so many plays made to really determine the very end of that game and go into Optic's favor. But you got to worry for Shopify. The hotter this Optic team is continuing to get, the harder it's going to be to stop it.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, I said along with you, like that. This journey so far to get into the grand finals has been absolutely amazing for Optic. They look better and better, but here in the grand finals, they hit a flow state. They hit a level that's been even beyond what we've seen so far in this tournament and so far what we've seen in this year. The way Optic are playing right now, they may be your champions here in the first major of 2025. That was scary.
No, incredibly scary. I don't know how you stop that. And I think maybe the only way you do stop that and kind of interrupt that flow state to cancel it out is by having a game type in the next series that is going to cause them a lot of chaos, something that they don't love. And let's take a look at that second series layout, because that map number 1, that is going to be Shopify's way back into this thing. This is going to be a piv of a map for Shopify Rebellion. Wes, we did see a little bit more from them in that final map, again on Fortress. CTF, they were able to kind of mix things up a little bit for Optic Gaming, although Optic didn't slow down, to say the least. Even though they were starting to see a bit more life out of their opponent, they weren't fazed by it whatsoever. This Assault Fortress is going to be huge for Shopify. What do you need to see from them?
It's everything, and I need to see more from Frosty. Let's call him out. Those stats are not Frosty. Like, we've been saying that Frosty's the best player in the game, has been throughout the offseason. Well, Renegade says otherwise. That series, this tournament has been Renegade's up until this point. Frosty has got to get involved, and it's got to start changing the impact of some of these games. It's brutal, man, and we've all had series like that. Even the greats, even the Frosties of the world have series that they want back. Fortunately for him, he's put himself and his team in a position where they get a second chance at this tournament, a second best of 7 to right some of the wrongs that just occurred. And I can't think of a better game-type map-mo combination for Frosty to get back in this series, to make his name a pivotal name in this moment than Fortress Bomb. So I'm excited to get this one kicked off. I'd love to be able to start it with Frosty if we're able to. And I need to see him immediately jump on the gun, because Optic is not waiting for you to make a play. They are making plays everywhere as individuals. You saw Formal hitting shots, Legend with the most disgusting triple kill of the tournament, Renegade, like I said, it's been his tournament, and even Bound. I mean, Bound is on a mission as well. So everybody on Shopify has got to start really stepping it up as an individual and creating equal amount of plays that we're seeing from Optic, or this is going to be another quick series.
100%. I mean, if you look at how to take down Shopify Rebellion, you take down one of their star players, a player that we have been talking about constantly throughout the entire weekend, which was Frosty. I mean, Tony, do you think that's a targeted hit? Was that something that they needed to do in order to make this a not close series, to just get the job done in this first one and reset the bracket?
I mean, with the way they were able to lock him down, it very much could have been. They could have been calling him out by name and trying to find out where he is, make sure he's the first one to go down so that they can ultimately activate through that. The good thing for Frosty is, outside of that one series, he's had an MVP-like tournament so far. So I could imagine we could see a huge bounce back. And then from there, what do Shopify Rebellion look like? That could be exactly what they need to turn this train around. A huge pop-off from Frosty.
I do think there's a lot of promise in how that CTF kind of ended. If it had gone 3-0 in Optic's favor, like it looked like it was going to when Optic got an early 2-0 lead throughout that last game, and it had just ended there, it would be a pretty sour taste in my mouth to be going back to war here in the second best of 7. But the scrappiness of Shopify, the plays started to happen. Last shots started to make some noise. You started to see them match the pace of Optic Gaming throughout that game. That's why they were able to tie it up 2-2. And it was pure chaos in order to try and get that last cap in. Optic got it done, obviously, but I think Shopify feel a little bit more comfortable than they did throughout the rest of that series completely in those last moments of that CTF game, that give you a lot of hope if you're a Shopify fan to say this series is not going to be a sweep. It's going to go potentially the entire distance, so let's buckle in.
On the other side of things, you look at Optic Gaming and how they played throughout that entire series, and we're talking about pop-off players across the board. What Formal and Legend were able to do, not only in the KD department, but also in the objective department, what Bound did consistently in the damage, and we've been talking about all tournament long. Renegade has been the main slayer. When he's popping off, this team is winning. This whole roster really was playing at their absolute best.
You couldn't have asked for a better start in this Slayer, by the way. Formal just doing everything he needed to do to just get the leg up here over Shopify Rebellion and getting that power weapon out of their hands almost immediately, alleviating so much pressure on this map, which we know Shopify absolutely love. They are so good at Collie. But Optic Gaming, it was like they just had their number every single time. And it's the first time, I will say this, I've ever seen Shopify look lost on the map.
Formal having that game 2 is incredible, strictly because the game 5 on the same map mode combination earlier on Saturday between these two, Formal had an abysmal statistical game. So for him to really step up in game 2 and continue the momentum for Optic Gaming, I think was everything for this team to put like their feet in this grand finals and really start to run away with it. I think as soon as that Origin Slayer was where Shopify was going to turn it around, Formal said absolutely not. And now Optic reset ground foot, first of 4 games, we will claim a championship here. And for someone like Formal to be the one that steps up, I mean, we haven't mentioned mentioned it really all this weekend, at least I hadn't heard it, that anybody remember what Formal placed last year at any of the events? Second, and a couple more seconds, I believe. He's got to be tired of it. Someone that's used to winning championships, one of the most prolific FPS players of all time, to have that many seconds. The fact that it didn't break him, the fact that he is still out for blood, still wants more. This grand finals cannot be a second for Formal. He stepped up, but it's not done yet. Optic Gaming have to assure that they get this championship to rewrite what's already happened in this Optic Gaming franchise over the past year. It was a year of hell from a second place finish perspective, and that can't happen again. They have to win this series.
I think looking right now at the stats based on the upcoming map set, you're looking at a 7-3 overall for Shopify, a 9-7 overall for Optic. You look at that and you just think to yourself, okay, this is a really great comeback opportunity for Shopify Rebellion. But I really do feel like this is a different Optic Gaming that we're seeing based on those statistics. I really think that Optic have just stepped up to the plate and have probably learned from every single game, every single series they had to go through the elimination bracket. Just to remind you, from round 1, by the way, that's an awful lot of Halo they have had to play this weekend. They probably learned a thing or two about how to step up to the plate when it matters most with your tournament on the line. It is huge. This map is going to mean so much. If Optic take this first one, Tony, I don't know even what to say for the rest of it, because I think we could also be seeing a clean sweep across the board. This map 1 is everything. It's the biggest piv I think we're going to see in this grand final.
Yeah, man, I feel like we say it often how important these map 1s are, but think about it like this. Both of these teams are undefeated in Bomb here in Arlington right now. It has been known that this is a specialty of Shopify Rebellions on this very map. If Optic come out fresh off of 4-0ing them in the first series and come out and take map number 1 in Shopify Rebellion's house in Assault Fortress, I don't know what to say. They're winning. If they win map 1, they're winning.
I keep saying it. How do you stop the momentum that Optic has built? And Shopify doesn't have an answer. Nobody in the elimination bracket has had an answer. I don't know if there is an answer. This team is too hot right now. They are playing the best Halo. It is up to Shopify to come up with something the rest of the bracket could not in order to win this grand finals.
I have an answer. You got to rip faces off Optic Gaming. And there's only one way that you can do that, is stepping up to the table and having a very steady reticle. It's going to be very difficult because Optic are going to make your life incredibly hard. But if there is a team that I know who can take faces, it's Shopify Rebellion. They have shown us every single series this weekend how good they truly are. They have put together a highlight reel. Not only have they won series, but the way they have won series, it's just like stunning. Everything that they have managed to do is beautiful. I need to see more teamwork coming forward. And I know it's easier said than done, but teamwork is going to be what makes this roster shine in this series. And they have the best teamwork here, Wes.
They did. Until this Optic Gaming team caught fire. No longer are you seeing Frosty be able to stay alive, finesse his life, and then impact some other combat loop that's going on across the map. We need to start seeing that again. How do you slow down Optic? How do you feel a little bit more comfortable in these maps and get away with robbery like you were in the past? I mean, these players are some of the best in the world at it, obviously. Being the #1 seed, coming from winner's bracket, already having taken down Optic. We got to get back to that form if we're Shopify Rebellion.
I'm kind of happy you asked that question, though, because I feel like it's very easy for me to become a prisoner of the moment after seeing what Optic just did. It's like, wow, it's all Optic, 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 but you kind of put things in perspective a little bit. You know, what if Shopify Rebellion been up until this grand finals? They have been the hottest team in the league. They have been a tournament favorite. And if there's any team that can come back, is the last shot, Frosty, Psycho, Royal 2, it's these boys right here. They're going to have to brush this off, and they're going to have to bring their A game.
Well, I've heard the Green Wolf fans screaming their lungs out in this arena, but two other guys who've also been equally screaming just as loud are our casters on the mics, and rightfully so, because some of the things we're witnessing, lads, are just insanity. The triple kill, just so much dominance across the table here. You two must be lapping it up. Are you having a good time?
Having a great time. How could you not, right? We can't help but scream in these kind of situations. The plays that we've been seeing made in that first series. The fact that we get to see another series between these two is just a special moment in itself.
Yeah, you made a great point as we were just watching the replays there. It feels like every single player at Optic Gaming was popping off multiple times in those games, and it feels like with the score lines they had, it was almost required, but putting on an absolute show. And I think, as we said at the end of the series, no one, even Optic Gaming themselves, I would say, would have placed a bet on a 4-0 that was that dominant, and almost punishing that they go right back into Fortress for Shopify, right? It's going to be a little bit of deja vu. Feel like they're maybe still in that same blender, so they're going to have to mentally reset pretty hard.
Maybe a little bit of redemption. Who knows? Well, on set, you cross your fingers. You got your wish. So enjoy, fellas.
Maybe I've got more power than I should ever be given.
Yes,
but
sure.
let's find out what's going to happen in this next series. We did mention, of course, that the first game type is going to be bomb on Fortress, which is a little bit different because we always talked about Shopify Rebellion, how they just seem to be a little bit ahead with the newer game types, but it's different. It feels different. The fact that we just had Fortress played, and that's the one where Optic reset the bracket.
Yeah, and it feels like there's two sides of this, right? I think, first of all, as you heard the desk just say, I think rightfully Shopify is going to think, okay, right at the end, we're starting to find our groove. It came late, but we're starting to find our groove and starting to find our form. I think they can bring that momentum into game one. They'll certainly try to do that, but I mean it when I say loading back into Fortress is going to be a little bit of a mental hurdle, just a total brain blender to be like, okay, we're playing the same team on the same map in a oddly, similar game type, and we're going to have to see what we can bring together in this series. You and I did catch Shopify backstage. They seem to be in I would say,
pretty jovial.
Given what we just saw, high spirits. I think they seem focused. They seem serious. Don't get me wrong. We didn't see smiles on their faces, but it does seem like they are ready to lock in. It goes without saying that the team you're looking at here, Optic Gaming, they are ready to keep going, and Shopify has to find some way to get just a little bit of a foothold of some sort, right? It cannot simply be that they're getting 4 dead and some initial control. We need to see minutes of play here, exchanges of play where they are controlling the game. Even if it doesn't mean that bombs are arming, they need to find some way to just remind themselves what they're capable of and what they've done in the preseason and the weekend so far. But Optic Gaming have proved themselves not just formidable, but right now looking unstoppable. One more best of 7 to decide who exits the Optic Major as your first champion of 2025.
Well, I don't know how you feel, buddy, but I feel like I'm ready for another best of 7. You ready to get this going? Arlington, we ready for the second best of 7 here in our grand finals. Optic have reset the bracket. We are here, one series to decide who is going to be your champion, who is going to get their hands on that trophy, sat in the middle of the stage, and who will call themselves the first major winner of the Halo Championship Series season. Shopify Rebellion, Optic Gaming, 4-0 in the first series to Optic Gaming to send us to this second best of 7. We're back on Fortress, but the game type this time around is going to be Assault.
And let's not forget, Formal and Optic Gaming assembled this roster for one reason. They split up a World Championship winning roster. They caused the craziest roster mania in over 20 years of professional Halo. And Formal on record as saying he would not compete this season unless he had these 3 players next to him. And you're starting to understand why. We got a second best of 7 to decide the tournament.
Well, it's a good start here from Shopify Rebellion. Royal 2 getting very aggressive already inside of the base, and this is where you do not want to find Royal 2. The amount of kills and damage he's managed to rack up from this armory and spiral position. And they're already starting to move that bomb under the base here, Shopify Rebellion. Last shot will find one! 3 dead for Optic. That bomb is already moving in. And if you peek, Royal 2's going to take your face off. It's a double kill for him. And almost immediately the first arm for Shopify Rebellion. They are back in this series.
What an enormous deal. We were all wondering how are they going to mentally respond to what they just received, what they just saw. A decimating 4-0, but they're right back in it. Already leading. It only took about 40 seconds of play to get the first bomb in on a game type which often ends on time. Still 3 dead for Optic Gaming.
Be careful they don't go back to back here with these bomb arms. Renegade's going to push Royal 2. Royal 2's going to stick him and stay alive. A killing spree off the rib. He might be able to stay alive a little bit longer, but no, finally they flush him out. And my goodness, that's an electric start from Shopify, and boy did they need it.
They needed it, exactly. That is the start you want to see if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, because they are showing signs of life. And like we said, early control as well. And what a time. Let's get into a listen in here with Shopify Rebellion.
Follow the ball. Behind me, wide. I'm sorry. Yeah, item once. Ring and replay. Nice. 3 plus 20. One's up on the tower. Yeah, almost out of us. One's our flag. Watch out here, guys. Watch out here. And a spiral. One shot. Watch out the spiral. Red bar on our base. White's in the base. Another one on Preston. Looking for him. Flasher strip. Main flash. I'm here. Keep both side right now. Both side one on me. Chasing. Stop. They're no man. Shut the bomb. Yeah, ring on. Yo, audio. Watch out down elbow. You're good. One spawner now. Might get off bottom. It's spawn fly. Going snipe right now. Hey, this is on me. This is spawner. All snipe. They're tower. I got the back. Tower hit him twice. Tower win. Last two on Matt. Watch out. That's the snipe. You sure? Yeah, they have snipe now. And they're flag stairs. Watch that. They're flag stairs again. Two stairs snipe. Here. Yo, John, right. To top side. They're porch. They're bond. They're bond. Snipe down our left side. On me. John is snipe. Going back to their bond. Going bottom spiral. Nice. Let's go. Bomb is there. Just keep lift her. Yo. Man. On me. Hold shields. He's spiral side. One is spiral. Yo, sniper's down spiral. Yeah. Running right. Running right. So wait, we got the top tower. Yo, snipe up there. Snipe. Yeah, we got sniping there. One guard's RP. Switch to the base, John. He's sniping on the base too. It's challenging. He's on the base, sniping somewhere, bro. Yeah, bombs are. They're just two in their base doing nothing. Bombs around. Oh, yo. If you guys go run in range. Watch out. One shot there. Watch out. Watch out. Yeah, two on it. Watch out. What's down? I'm upping you. Yo, sniper down too, man. Yo, Preston, that's your bomb, okay? You can let it read. Yo, I'm getting to the tower. I'm going to the tower. We'll get size one. Yeah, there's snipe going elbow. Yo, Matt, they love hiding under the base, okay? Elbow right now. Weak. There'll be one S1. On the base, 100%. S1. Yeah, under the site. Watch out. Another. Behind you, hit him once. You got there. Watch out. One shot. Our wood. Our wood now. One spawner. You're gonna stuck free one the cubby. Got him. Oh my god. Yo, man, watch you. Top tower. Yo, Matt's still owning their base. Yo, no, they're porch. Cerebro. They're porch. Got one. That's him. Running in here. Size one. I think he's still sniping. Still snipe. Wing 3 shot. One gather tower, one is center. They're wing.
Royal 2 is the best armory player in all of Halo Infinite. He just does not die here. He's on another killing spree, and Optic cannot get him out of this position.
I think the best man comp for something like Matt's still alive, just dominating their base, and he is indeed. He's 13-5, also leading the team in assists, 13-8-5 right now. And it is safe to say it is a different Shopify Rebellion here in the second series.
They've got that bomb under the base as well, so bomb has been progressed into the Optic Gaming basement, and Royal 2 off the back of these 2 kills that have just come in from his teammates is going to keep it alive, keep the focus there as the overshield pops in 3 seconds time.
Formal's already there, Bound's already there as well. Optic with a very good presence around ring. We'll see who snags this overshield though.
Formal was taken down. Renegade might fall as well. He goes, but Legend gets the important kill and finally cleans out Royal 2, but it's not at the cost of an overshield. Cycle now, finding a sniper rifle of his own. And Optic Gaming have been peppered so far in this game. They've really spent very little time outside of their own base.
It's really impressive to see the resilience and the bounce back from Shopify here. Not easy to do after we just saw what happened in that first grand final. Cycle stays alive on the elbow as well. Bomb might reset here. Royal 2 maybe trying to get a touch if he gets a kill. But for now, a little bit of a standoff here. A lot of time has elapsed though. 5:30 left. Cycle still alive. Takes down Formal as well.
Yeah, Formal says I can't really do much about that. Legend finds it even harder. It's a double kill off the spawn. Legend just gets sent immediately back to the black screen, and Bao might be next.
It was 4 dead there, and they even got essentially the follow-up kills. Nice shot still. Cycle still alive on the elbow. Might finally be flushed out. doubles trades yet again, but amazing numbers from him as well. And off of that spree, Cycle stayed alive in the elbow for so long that he's 18 and 8 in the game.
One thing you got to give Optic credit for, though, it's still only one bomb that's been armed. It's still within one play on that objective. And for the first time in quite some time, we see Legend and a member of Optic on the Shopify Rebellion side of the map. Bomb will reset in around 10 seconds time, and with the kills going down in the Optic base at the moment, it's going to be up to Legend to have to flank and come back to his side to just stop that bomb progressing.
You bring up a great point. I mean, what kind of heartbreak would it be if Optic starts to put some bombs on the board here and steals this game #1 after what we've seen off the opening 7.5 minutes from Shopify? They look fantastic, but the game is not over yet. Might see a bomb reset here.
I think Frosty wants this touch. Frosty will get that touch on the bomb as well. He's going to keep it going. He's going to keep it in the LOS of not just his team, but also with an opportunity to move it to the bottom of the armory through the basement. And if he can do so, then Shopify Rebellion, having just picked up on Overshield as well, might be able to go up by 2.
Look at the timing there. He does not take any damage from Formal whatsoever. So, oh no! World 2 with a little bit of Overshield left. Back whacked. That's going to stop that rush. And now they're 2 dead, just like that.
Maybe just a little bit over-aggressive there, not playing off of damage, just trying to take space, knowing they had that Overshield. And Optic, deep breath for them this time around. They will be able to survive. That bomb is still under their base, though, and the longer it's there, the more they just have to play around it. They can't make progress up the map. They can't even think about getting that bomb towards where they need to in the Shopify half of the map.
Yeah, reset now here. Presumably, no, it's a touch. A player. Bomb's arming. A player gets a sneaky touch there. They're already in the arming. Can Frosty finish? Not yet. Who else is there?
A lot of arming has been done. Renegade will get that throw out, but as we know, that fuse is still essentially lit. And if Renegade doesn't pick up the kills onto Royal 2, then Optic might be in a little bit of trouble, but finally, Renegade will be able to get that one away. It is a scary, scary few moments there for Optic, but upon reflection, in conclusion, you have to say they've done a pretty good job.
That was wild to watch from the tower POV because we saw the bomb resetting, and Shopify knew it. Frosty flew in to get the last second touch after they had pushed up, and then almost, I mean, a moment away, less than a second away from getting that second sneaky arm, which could have sealed the game. Instead, we will continue. Just under 3 minutes left to play.
And Optic have that bomb onto the Shopify side of the map. Not by far, but by far enough. Frosty trying to take down Formal, will be able to do so. Not sure he had any sniper ammo left to try and hit a no-scope, and Frosty does the responsible thing here for Shopify Rebellion and gets that bomb back onto the Optic side of the map.
Once again, goes all the way to A1 without taking any damage. Really, really nicely done, and now they need to work around each other. But a lot of pressure on Frosty here at the bottom of the armory.
Optic a little bit trapped under their base, though, in and around the spiral, and if they pick up kills here with how far that bomb is up the map, then this is a scary proposition for Optic Gaming. Frosty will find one. It's 3 dead for Optic. Last alive is going to be behind Frosty. He gets the beat down, doesn't get the kill, but the info should be enough. The bomb is being armed. Last shot is there to protect. Cycle's got it in his hands, and it will be 2-0 to Shopify Rebellion. The regain is coming in.
Amazing patience, amazing resilience, and continued dominance now from Shopify. And it feels almost unbelievable after what we saw in that first series, but as you say, they have regained not only a foothold in the series, but a firm control of the scoreboard. 2-0 with less than 2 minutes left to play.
And Cycle is making Optic chase shadows. They cannot find where he went. Such a smart route, and now he's going to come back to backstab. He finds one onto Formal. Legend's going to be in front of him as well. The footsteps will be heard, and the shots are true as well from Cycle. Optic 3 dead yet again.
Your elbow belongs to Cycle. Sometimes you just got to accept that this man has been here all game. And look at his numbers. He's 26 and 12 with 10 assists, way past double positive. Unbelievable performance from him. This is the home stretch for them, the last 90 seconds of the game.
Another death hit for Legend, another kill. Make it almost 2 for the man on your screen. Cycle 27 and 12. Formal not got enough shields to really trouble Cycle in this position, and the form that we're seeing from him, it's a killing spree from Cycle.
Man, this is his jungle gym. All your elbow are belong to us. Cycle cannot be flushed out of elbow. Now 1 minute left here. And this should be, once again, a victory lap for them.
This series feels very, very different. This game feels very, very different, but this is a reminder that Shopify Rebellion, when it comes to Assault, seem to have something a little bit special. It's a game type they would be very happy to see, but they won't be too sad to see Cycle no longer on their elbow. Finally. And maybe when this game is done.
But not before he records 29 kills. He's 29 and 13. 30 seconds left to play.
Another one here for Frosty, who started to come alive a little bit as well. 25 and 17. Welcome to the grand finals. Bradley Bergstrom. A quiet first series that we saw from him, but certainly announcing himself to the grand finals in this one. Last shot gets yet another camo, and it will be another double kill for him.
Gets taken down. A whole lot of stat padding, if I'm honest, in the last 2 minutes of play, but hey, all that will matter is a scoreboard. 3 seconds left.
Shopify Rebellion swept aside in the first series, but they strike first in the second. Fortress Bomb belongs to them. They get their first game on the board in our grand finals, and they are up by 1 in the reset.
And my oh my, did they ever need that? Not just the game on the board, but to break that streak from Optic Gaming, which was, as we said, one of the fastest bracket resets in competitive Halo history. And the momentum starts to shift, despite being on the same map where they lost a devastating 3-2 flag. They instead turn it around with a 2-0 win. And every player on Optic, aside, I believe, from Renegade, no, actually every player in the end going negative based on those last few minutes of absolute spawn cycle torture.
Spawn cycle, which is a very good way to put it.
Spawn cycle, that's what they should call them. 30 and 18 he ends the game. We'll take a look at some highlights. And it was Shopify all the way.
I mean, the opening strategy, the first few minutes belong to this man, though. Royal 2 on the Armory, just spawn killing consecutive Optic players as they tried to get back onto the map, and that's where the first arm came from. And he was alive for what felt like a lifetime, an eternity, down here on the bottom of the Armory. Just when you thought maybe he's going to take some damage and get taken down, the repulse keeps him alive for a little bit longer than Optic fans would certainly have wanted to see.
You saw last shot there, and the player cam also pop off, and if you're a Shopify fan, that's what you want to see, is them getting loud. We know from experience watching this team play that they're playing their best when their comms are frenetic, when they're all hype, when they're all loud, gassing each other up. And there's no doubt there was a whole lot of that you heard during the listening. And unsurprisingly, based on the numbers, based on the control, Shopify is right back in this grand final and now find themselves only 3 games away from still taking the tournament.
It's just a lot of good for Shopify Rebellion to take away from that game. Not just the win, which is obviously, you know, number 1 on the list of things you've got to do, but little things like controlling snipes, hitting good shots, getting overshields. How many times did we see a Shopify Rebellion member with an overshield in their hands? Poor old legend, by the way. It's like that one's for the triple kill. I remember that.
We should mention as well that they were able to pair this. They weren't just simply keeping their teammates alive in Spiral and Elbow, which, you know, has a certain kind of science to it. They were also timing the overshield so well, getting very, very important multi-kills around ring just before the overshield was popping. Excellent snipe control as well. They were really, as you say, doing every single piece correctly.
Another thing I love about the way that Shopify play Assault as well is they're consistently moving that bomb. If they get 2 dead, someone is throwing that bomb forward, making you think about where you have to try and deny one of those players from sneaking up and getting that bomb on. They're so smart at just making sure that kills mean something.
Yeah.
Whether it's progress, whether it's trapping you on a spawn, Shopify really do have a mastery when it comes to bomb. Now we move our attention away from that, though, and all of the good that Shopify have done onto something a little bit more straightforward. It's going to be first to 50. Slayer on streets. Let's talk about those records.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look at, specifically, as we look at Key Slayer's first here, 17 kills. Slayer stats in a grand final. Formal 14 for Legend, and also quite a KD between those two on that first grand final. I mean, that is absolutely unbelievable to be recording KDs like that in a first grand final, but it feels like storyline-wise and momentum-wise, all of that is put to the side, especially if you're on the side of Shopify Rebellion, because they're locking in now with a series lead.
Well, it looks like game 2 is almost ready to go. Optic have been testing, they've been bruised, they've been battered throughout this tournament. And it's just going to be another blow that they're going to hope that it's just a glancing one that they can add to the collection. Can Optic answer back after a strong performance from Shopify Rebellion in that first game? We'll head into the streets.
And what a grand final it's been so far at the first major of the year, whether you're joining us here on Twitch, on YouTube, in the Scump Watch Party, the Maniac Watch Party, LVT, all around. Thank you for tuning in. It's been an unbelievable set of games so far, and there is still more Halo yet to play. We're underway in game number 2.
Psycho is already on your pink screen. He's flying forward, but he can't get the finishing headshot. The final bullet to connect with Bound in that situation. Last shot's going to fly through. It's 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Formal gets 1, though. And it's going to be 3 apiece.
Momentary 1v1. Formal trying to stay alive at long 3. Not going to be easy, though. Cycle wins that 1v1 from benches. Camo still up bottom middle.
Camo camo just popping right now. Legend trying to get some eyes on it. Renegade will pick up a kill on the pink street, which gives Optic a little bit of space to play with. I was about to say, where's that Stalker rifle? Well, Frosty's got it in his hands, and he is a threat. He is a danger! That's the last shot the Legend just did that to.
You get the feeling that every single 1v1, especially at this stage, and especially in a pivotal Game 2 Slayer, is going to be so important. That 1v1 secures the camo from Renegade. And as we said, a player with an unbelievable legacy who needs no introduction, but already defining a new era for himself this weekend in terms of consistency. What can he do with this camo?
We've seen some misplays with camo so far in this tournament where one player's gone a little bit early. Not enough damage being done, but that mistake is not being made. A one-shot cleanup. Elsewhere on the pink street, Optic are cleaning house, and it's going to be Formal trying to find the last player alive. He sticks him into PD in more than one way. A plasma grenade sends him to J when it's going to be 12-8. Renegade barely had to do anything.
Textbook from Optic Gaming. As we said, that single 1v1 at Cafe with the sidekick, pivotal in terms of securing the camo, securing the next few kills, and they slowly pick apart Shopify to now have a 4-kill lead.
Renegade finds another one, 4 and 2, double positive off the rip here for the man on your screen. Frosty's going to slow it down for just a second though. It's 2v2 as we turn attention back to bottom middle, and that camo is back up again. Feels like it was only up a few seconds ago.
First pick there comes in from Legend once again. He's in the same spot. A little bit of deja vu, no problem for him. This camo is going to be big as well. It's still a 5-kill lead as Bound picks up another one.
Pretty sure the Renegade just picked up the camo as well. Indeed, he does get away with it. No shields, but still with his life in his own hands. Frosty going to peek on the stairs here in front of him. Moves towards the B-rail. A little bit of damage done to Renegade here, but again, he's trying to wait. He's trying to play off of damage. He's trying to see if he can be maximum effectiveness when it comes to using his power-up, but it looks like elsewhere Shopify Rebellion are winning those fights, and now they get flooded. It's 3 kills, the difference between the two teams.
See what World 2 can do. That's a big flush on that last camo, and it felt like they could really run away with that, but instead the camo doesn't get involved as early as it needed to. Still a decent lead here for Optic, but you got to think it could have been much more if they put that camo play together a little bit more evenly.
First few moments and minutes of this game seems to have just flown by. 21-17 the score, 9 minutes left on the game clock. Shot finds one onto Renegade, a couple of players stacked up on the arcade side, so Formal says, you know what, I don't fancy that quite now. Legend will move in to clean up one of those.
Kills traded out initially. See what Formal's able to do here. He does have help to see with that red gun. Kills traded out in the back of C, and now it's just only
last shot.
A 2-kill lead for Optic Gaming. Let's get into a listen in here as they try to extend their lead further.
So as you would expect, Shopify sounding hype, sounding energized, but it's Optic Gaming who have this lead, who are looking strong in this position. Big fights going down around the camo. It kept getting traded back and forth, and it ended up being burnt.
Yeah, Optic Gaming controlling during all of that listening, and just as we said, it was just a 23-21 game, and Optic has done so well to make sure Shopify does not get back in this. It's 3 dead, Cycle last player alive here in PD.
8 kills the difference, 12 kills to go for Optic Gaming. Cycle. Repulse sticky, not quite good enough here for Renegade, but it's good enough to keep himself alive, and here comes the reinforcements sprinting towards PD.
How do you fight against that? We saw Formal do it earlier too. If you have a repulse sticky, you fly in, you have the option of dealing some damage, just getting out, and guess what? Your 3 teammates are going to fly in for you. Now an 8-kill lead for Optic Gaming. They're right back in this.
Renegade just consistently changing his last known location. Every time he's seen him fight, backs down, runs away, takes a different angle. It's so difficult to track on the map. 8 kills still the difference.
Taking the Jason Bourne approach. Pretty hard to nail this guy down, 41 to 32, and he's right back in this series as well. He's 13 and 6 in this game.
Oh.
You get the feeling he's on that same form he was in that first grand final. Perhaps one more camo to play with, 8 kills to go for Optic Gaming.
Takes the one with the last shot. Last shot, that's a big win. That's a big win. That's a trade that does come in. And Legend off the back of it will be able to secure another camo. Optic have controlled almost every single camo, and that is why this score is looking like it does.
Legend going to take his time. Absolutely no rush for him. Then you got to call out the Royal 2's weak, and you have a feeling that's going to get flushed out in the L. It does indeed, and they will slowly, once again, pick apart these last few kills. Only 5 kills to go for Optic.
Now Legend has a little bit of freedom. Gets spotted out by last shot, but it doesn't matter. The help comes in. Cycle does get the back smack, but it's a kill that brings Optic closer and closer to tying this series up in our reset. Renegade will find the 49th. It's 1 to go here for Optic. Formal moving towards the pink streak. Picks up that threat seeker, gets some damage in. He takes the 1. Frosty will win it, but surely Legend will move in to clean up this damage. The nade goes down, the headshot comes in, and Optic tie this one back up. They answer back.
And now this is more what we're used to here. The back and forth gameplay between these two, where you have one team putting on a dominating performance, answered back immediately by Optic Gaming. They tie the series 1-1. We should mention they had also won that game type on land at the Quezon Showdown. They do it again, but not just that. It was a narrow three kill win the last time they played this. This time it was 50 to 39. A dominating win, and you have to think for the green wall as well as the Optic Gaming players themselves, that is a big win to now just be tied 1-1 again, as we'll go into game 3 all knotted up.
And it's Renegade who leads the way again in those statistics. 16 and 7 for Renegade in that Slayer. A huge performance from him. A Legend again in Slayers just goes so kind of, it's always underrated. It feels like his consistency when it comes to Slayers. 12 and 8 for him, and a lot of the time, like we mentioned, he's not the one who's picking up a sniper rifle off the rip. He's the one who's doing it most of the time with the bandit and some stickies, just getting the job done. So Legend again, a great performance in the Slayers. Mr. Consistency when it comes to being positive in those game types.
So impressed with the timing and the pacing of the kills out of Optic Gaming. As we said multiple times, we saw them just trapping that one single player in PD, for example, and then being able to easily flush that player out. And then keep in mind that those kills were often so late that they have the next spawn rotation very easily, because they're killing the 4th player sometimes 5, 6, 7 seconds after the rest of the team. So their next collapse, they'll have a man advantage again. And they were doing so well, just kind of maintaining their own shields, maintaining the timing of their pushes and their collapses, and it led to a really consistent lead for the entire game.
And it led to consistent, like I mentioned, pickups of the camo. Every time we're seeing it on our screens in these replays, it's an Optic Gaming member who has that power up and is able to make a play off the back of it. And it's not just making a play with camo. You have to give up so much ground if you don't have it, trying to spot it out. You can't look at too many lanes. You have to play close to each other and try and get a trade. And if you're in a position where a team is pushing with a stalker and some grenades, you're so tightly knit that one grenade can do so much damage that opens up the map completely.
Right. Keep in mind, if you were joining us earlier today, around 3 p.m. Central Time, we were in the Elim final, thinking this could be a pretty quick day, maybe one of the earliest Championship Sunday finishes we've seen in quite some time. And Shopify and Optic, for very good reason, and we're grateful for it, had different plans for us. We're in our second best of 7. If you're just joining us, Optic Gaming 4-0ing Shopify in your first grand final to send us to a second and tournament deciding best of 7. We wouldn't have it any other way. We're tied up 1-1 going into Stronghold's recharge.
Now, good news for Optic fans. Not only are we going back to Strongholds, which looked pretty good for them on live fire, where they dominated Shopify Rebellion a little bit earlier on in the first series. At the Quezon event that we had just before this one, 250 to 39 on Stronghold's recharge in the favor of Optic Gaming once again. So that is a very good sign for them.
I mean, anyone who watched the Quezon Showdown will remember that was a shocking turn of events. After Shopify was looking so good out of nowhere, Optic comes with essentially, really a scoreline that shouldn't be happening at this level. 250 to 39 in Stronghold recharge the last time these two met on land in this game type. They'll be looking to repeat that. Let's take a look at some bracket kill death leaders here from the event.
He is miles ahead. 1.52 Renegade. I think you didn't really need to look at those leaderboards to know who was going to be up there, but a a 1.52 when the next closest is your teammate Legend on a 1.19. That is how good Renegade is playing.
Exactly. If you haven't seen this whole weekend, you're wondering, okay, really, these guys keep talking about Renegade. It's a new era, yada yada. How good is he performing? How well is he doing this weekend? That should sum it up. To be honest, at this level, you shouldn't have players that are a 1.5 plus KD. But that's exactly what Renegade's doing. He's brought a new level of intensity to Championship Sunday, and it is shown.
And remember, this is just the bracket. This isn't including pool play. Right. So this is against the best teams. This is the teams who have fought out of pool play, who are going into that bracket play. And they've had to play a hell of a lot of series as well. This is the crazy thing. It's been that consistent across those games and series.
And look how close it is thereafter, right? As you said, Legend at a 1.19. Everyone else is within 700s, right? Yes, hundreds of one another, and then you have Renegade, the outlier. And like we said, we've known what Renegade is capable of through all of Halo 5, through all of Halo Infinite. But it feels like not only is he performing in these games, but I think the best way to say it is that he's brought a new level of consistency to every game, and the 1.52 KD explains that perfectly.
Yeah, just an incredible performance, but he's got to hope that it's a performance which pushes Optic over the line, because it's one of those tournaments where you look back upon it and it's like, if I'm dropping a 1.52, my job is to kill things. Yeah. And we're not picking up a championship. It's a frustrating end to it for him. I'm sure he'd trade it in for a 0.97 if they win it. He would not care one single bit. But it does show how important his contributions have been to the success. I think the resilience of Optic Gaming. Some of the series where they were struggling a little bit earlier, Renegade dragged them through those.
He really did. There were times where they needed someone to go off, and he's putting in, once again, not just double-digit numbers, but double positive numbers often. That's the only way you get to a 1.52, is half the time you're going double positive, if not more. He's going to look to do it again here. Once again, Stronghold's Recharge will be your game number 3 and your go-ahead game in the series.
And Optic Gaming are certainly heavy favorites if history tells us anything when it comes to this game type, and even this game type and map combination. Like we mentioned, last time these two teams met up on this game type, 250 to 39. On LAN, Optic Gaming took it home.
And as you see, they have played Strongholds here at Arlington. Different map, but Optic did take that game as well, indicating that they are able to play at the pace that they need to. We're underway in game number 3.
Map number 3 of our best of 7, tied up at 1-1, just how you would want it. Eyes on camo, no surprise, but look at this start. Look how quickly Shopify Rebellion are across the map. They double push tower, they take 3 members down. That camo's there, and they're going to get C immediately.
Renegade was last player alive. Renegade also tries to go to B, which is going to cost them. He doesn't challenge at all, does not get the kill on camo. Now Frosty here with camo shock. Big opportunity for him to start to pull away. They lose AC though, immediately.
Optic split across the map. They do lose AC, like you're saying, but they've got an element of control and a pinch going on here. Frosty has to take down Bound though. Bound's trying to play this one nice and easy. He doesn't have any shields. This is the shot. Well, 2 says, I got you, buddy. You get warm.
There's still 2 dead. Renegade trying to peek Mount Ledge. BC will be flipped, but Optic doing very well from a disadvantageous position once again to now start flipping B as well.
Look how hard it is to hit Legend. Just G-sliding off of every single surface that's available. Frosty finally will cut him down as he decides to just take a more traditional route and just sprint in front of him. Just says thank you very much.
1v1 I will not tire of watching. Look at Bound wasting no time. Immediately gets the melee before Frosty can get the shot off there in long haul. It was 2 dead for both sides, and a small lead here for Shopify only because Optic has done so well to fight back. And Bound now 3 dead, and they're going to hold BC, and the game is still just within a few points.
One reflection of what we just seen in the first minute or so of this game. Optic got to be pretty happy. No camo, no shock, 4 dead off the rip, and now they're going into a lead. Shopify Rebellion were not able to cement any element of complete control on the map. Optic kept it scrappy, kept it messy, as Bound flies in for a trade. Trades when you're scoring, never a bad thing.
Never a bad thing. It covers a lot of ground in order to get that trade. Also blocks a few spawns in doing so. Legend deals some damage, but has no interest in pursuing further. Instead, we'll just take the grapple, which is dangerous to think about. They're going to start to flip A.
Looking for a triple cap here. 1 dead on either side at the moment. Legend going to fly out towards that camo, or is he going to say, you can fly towards me? Uses the grapple to grab it, to sneak it away without exposing himself and having to fight. Doesn't get traded out either.
Would have been a big trade. Unfortunately, grapples and gets stuck, but it is a triple cap for Optic Gaming. C will start to flip, but look at the score. It was just 18-7, and off of all that control, Optic Gaming now up 81-18.
However, 4 dead. Optic Gaming will fall, and now you're seeing the triple cap be reversed. B gets converted. spawns. Look at the info. Will 2 watches 2 Optic players spawn in front of him. Has to back up and stay alive, but complete control of the map here for Shopify Rebellion.
So well, manages his shields there. Able to stay alive and now able to fight at B yet again. And Shopify now with their own trip cap, and they're right back in this one. They bring the game within 30.
Optic looking on moving A back into their position and B though. Formal does get cleared out by Cycle with that grenade, and the reset will come in. Legend now trying to flank, but he gets taken down as well. 3 dead. Bound last alive for Optic Gaming, and he's not longed for this world. He'll fall as well. Shopify Rebellion starting to chain together. 2, 3, 4 deads, and it means complete control once more. The triple cap is owned by them.
Also Bound with a staggered kill with the man advantage continuing, so still 2 dead for Optic Gaming. They've gotten 3 kills, has Shopify, since that last kill, and more damage at long haul. The triple cap continues, and they will go into the lead. Perfect timing on the spawn cycling.
And not even that, they step inside of A Optic Gaming. They have to try and force A to stop the bleeding. It gives an indication of where they're spawning again. So those 2 players have been cut down. Optic have not had 4 on the map for the last almost minute of this game. The triple cap continues as Frosty starts to warm up with that shock.
Beautiful shot there to get that kill before getting taken down. Finally, C will flip for Optic, but not before a huge rally. Once again, it was 81-18, and Shopify goes on a 100-point stretch to take the lead narrowly. Camel not burned bottom middle. Frosty on the move.
Frosty will be able to get it as well, because Legend is last alive for Optic Gaming, and he's not in a position to commit to try and turn that one into their favor. Frosty going to be approached by a lot of players. Whoopsie!
Beautifully done there. That's a little bit of mind games on. Oh, not finished though. We'll see if they can finish here on B. Should be able to numbers-wise. It looks like a player going to fly on a whirlpool. It actually is reset in the end, but still scoring at AC. Beautiful mind game there with the camo. Whenever you have a player dropping gold, they're going to traditionally be checking back left bat. He knew that. He goes instead to front left bat and gets a clean back whack.
The Optic fans trying to get behind their boys right now, getting a little bit of momentum back on their side, and with 2 kills falling in their favor, it seems to be working. The 2 turns into 4. Shopify Rebellion 4 dead now, and can Optic start to assert some dominance that we saw from Shopify in the last 60 seconds or so?
And as we said, this is the back and forth gameplay, that we're looking for and expecting between these 2 teams. And wow, Optic with very nice bit of control here off of that 4 dead. They might even pick up a few more kills. 3 dead yet again off the back of it. They will continue scoring at AB and continue to chip away at the Shopify lead. It was a 4 dead in the end.
Playing for the 2 cap as well, not overextending too much at this point here, Optic Gaming. So score is going up. They are getting closer to what Shopify Rebellion have already managed to log on that score. But they don't want to risk that triple cap because they know it's a resource-heavy play. And if it doesn't go well, we've seen the control that Shopify Rebellion can get. Optic will go into a lead off the back of the double kill for Bound.
How about the baiting and switching? A will flip. We'll see what they try to do here on C. Big decision to make for Optic Gaming if they continue to pressure A or not.
Yeah, it looks like they don't have the numbers to really pitch this. Frosty's trying to get across to help Cycle out, who's managed to just about escape.
They're going to do it.
Legend now is going to push in, and Legend does get that kill. Cycle, no shields, bottom tower, no nades to flush him out, but it will be Optic who flip A.
Wow, how about Bound and Legend there working together? They knew they had the right damage at the right angles. Legend was essentially pushing into a 1v2 for a moment. But instead it's Cycle who actually goes tower, allowing A to continue to be open. Double. Formal almost getting the triple there. 1 player left in the pin. That should be an easy cleanup. It is. That's 3 dead. And just like that, Optic Gaming will go into the lead here and look for the triple cap.
Yeah, Bounds inside of C. They want this triple cap, and Renegade has a shot. And there's not many better players in the world to watch here on Recharge with this shock rifle, especially when he's in this kind of form. 10 and 11 at the moment in this game. But that can change and look a lot more positive, like the 1.5 that he's had throughout this bracket play.
And this lead continues with the AC hold. Shopify needs to find a way to get the break. They do. They get the first 2 kills. Oh boy, but Renegade answers back. Momentary 2v2, 2v1 on the map.
And that stops the push. He gets the stick as well. It's 3 dead again. But it was 4 dead on the side of Optic Gaming. Last alive on your screen is going to be Frosty, who will be able to flip A. But look at the flood. Optic get on the map first off that respawn. They are flying towards the pipes, but there's Cycle. He cuts them down.
A double. Beautifully done there.
And now Frosty's got 2 Optic players inside of the tower to deal with.
The reason Frosty kept engaging there on that angle was to get a very deep spawn in red pipes. They got a great spawn that they're able to take advantage of at gold. However, Optic answers back. They get 2 dead as well.
Royal 2 just made a play and a half. He not only gets that kill, avoids the bolt from the green gun, but gets the kill and manages to convert C. Now he's just trying to back up. He knows that Optic still have members around. Bounds in front of him. He'll take him down. And now Shopify turn their attention to flipping A. The scores are getting closer and closer. But here's Formal.
Wow.
The trade comes in. 3 dead for Optic.
Somehow Royal hits that. Royal 2 hits that insta. Legend was your last player alive in B and needs to try to hold off what will be a very strong push in the end. Once again, it's going to be staggered death. If Bound dies here, this is trouble for Optic Gaming.
Bound does die. And they're spawning on the long haul. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Last player alive is Legend, who's just come off respawn actually at Elevator because last shot is inside of C. Royal 2 with the camo as well is going to finish this off. And now everybody from Optic is split across at Elevator. They are spawning all over the place at the moment, Optic. And the triple cap is back for Shopify. They could go into a lead in a few seconds' time.
Still staggered spawns here for Optic. They need to wait for each other. Formal goes in right away and is still 2 dead. Continues lane control coming in from Shopify. They will go into a lead here.
Optic trying to wrestle C back. Last shot gets the kill onto Renegade. And even though C is being converted, the double cap of A and B is still here with 4 alive for Shopify Rebellion. If they hold this push from Optic Gaming, this could be them going up 2-1 in this series.
Watch the damage, watch the kill feed. It's another first pick coming in from Cycle. That could actually seal the deal. Let's watch these next few kills.
Oh, look at the movement here. He knows how important this kill is on Formal. It stops them getting anywhere near A. They had committed towards A. Elsewhere, they're inside of C. Shopify are looking for blood. Optic Gaming are 3 dead. Bound is the last alive, and Royal 2 is sliding his way in. Gets the reset, takes down Formal as well. Shopify Rebellion will close out the map. They go up 2-1. And I tell you what, we've got to stop looking at stats at this point because Shopify, the way they played that, especially that endgame, was absolutely magnificent.
250 to 196 is your final score. It's a massive come from behind win several times in that game. Let's not forget they were trailing 81 to 18, later 150 to 110, and they bring the game back not just with control, but I think they also really not only picking off that first spawner, didn't give Optic a second to breathe. Trying to make something happen, trying to get out of their spawn cycle, but always collapsing on the first spawner. Optic also not waiting for each other, trying to make something happen and maybe needed a little bit more time. Shopify with a fantastic end game to take game number 3. They lead 2-1.
Royal 2, 21 and 12 for him. Also, most assists in the game. Most of the bullets felt by Optic Gaming members were coming from the guns of Royal 2 in that game. And I think you're right. There was a couple of moments where that blender was just devastating for Optic Gaming. Shopify Rebellion kept split spawning them across the map. They would pick up 2 kills on spawners, fly across the map as a 4. And keep that going back and forth for what felt like 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 spawn cycles for Optic.
Amazing back and forth here. You could just tell by the way that the scoreboard goes, right? Then you see Shopify off of a triple cap go into the lead by quite a margin. Shots like that from Frosty as well. Later on, it's still Shopify leading, and Optic is about to go on a huge run of their own here and just really tug-of-war style gameplay back and forth.
This is a beautiful double kill here. This is the definition of target prioritization. Coming in from
Switching was perfect.
Really, really good from them.
And once again, 192 to 168 at this point. Optic leading here by nearly 30, just around the 200-point mark.
A couple of decisions made by Royal 2 in that endgame I just want to talk about as well. You saw Formal cut towards Turbine. He recognized the most important kill on the map with that grapple was Formal. Because if a fight gets lost in tower, Optic Gaming can pitch onto A and then they can fight back towards B. It's a problem. If he takes Formal down, he knows that numbers will be favorable to Shopify Rebellion, even if they have to scrap towards B a little bit later on. So it's, again, just brilliant decision making from Royal 2 in that moment. And this is where we find ourselves. 2-1 up Shopify Rebellion as we head back to live fire, but this time it's all about the oddball.
You saw that pop off from last shot, once again reminding you just how much this means to them. The only 2 players last shot in cycle looking for their first LAN win at a major. So there's a little bit extra on the line for them. Taking a look here at oddball in the winners quarterfinal between these 2 teams and how that game type went.
Well, it went to Optic 2-0, so they feel pretty good on this. And looking at the leaderboards and the stats and all of that good stuff, it felt like outslaying heavily was what Optic Gaming were doing. Renegade with a 1.71, by the way, as if his average wasn't good. That one bumped the average up a little bit.
It certainly did, and safe to say that if you're on the Shopify side of the stage, now that you have this lead, you need to find a way to make sure that Renegade is not a devastating factor with a KD like that, anywhere near that, if we're honest, if they want to take this game yet again. Shopify with a big opportunity to not just keep this lead, but extend it. However, Optic Gaming knows they do not want to go even further down in this series. If they tie it here, excuse me, if they win here, we'll be all tied up heading into the latter half of the series.
Well, get ready for a brawler here. This is going to be, you get the feeling, a long, long game of oddball. Of course, that snipe is going to influence a lot of where that timer does go. This feels like a big, big game in this series. Massive, massive game.
A big game. We're underway here, and the one thing I'm going to be looking at between these two teams, at the end of that game, I think there was a few times where Optic Gaming needed to wait just a second for one another. They were trying to help the one player who was alive. In doing so, they kept themselves in the blender. Oddball, of course, a game type where you need to apply that similar philosophy as well. There are times to go, and there are times to wait. We'll see how Optic Gaming looks with their pacing here in ball.
Shopify get the sniper rifle by the looks of things off of the break. It's going to be Royal 2, the man who just had an exceptional performance in our previous game, who has been hot with this weapon all finals long. Think about the first game, that assault that we saw on Fortress. Royal 2 with a sniper rifle in the armory. Well, this time he's got a chance to go back and do some more work with it. He doesn't have to worry about the opposition having a sniper because there's only one of them here on Livefire.
Royal 2 sets the record for the longest hard scope at the C-Plat quick jump in history of play so far. And once again, I think a lot of people will have noticed, if you've been watching a lot of Halo Infinite, especially this season, the conservative openings from these two teams, right? Really slow off the opening because each team just looking for solid control.
Well, Optic trying to scurry away with that ball back towards House and Garage. Renegade being an awkward kill, but last shot. Seems like it doesn't matter how you move, that reticle does not move off of your body if you find him.
Amazing shots indeed. Still 2 dead here. Looking for a little bit more control before they rotate the ball back. Pressure going to be coming from Big Door in just a second.
Of course, you got to kill on being sneaky in the back of the base there. That might have bought Bound enough time to get that trade and keep the numbers scrappy where that oddball finds itself. 2 down on either side once again. As if you needed an indication of how scrappy this fight has been.
Legend didn't see him in the back window. Royal 2 gets to pick a very, very nice bait. And like we said, there's going to be times where you need to make plays like that. And that's going to blow things wide open. Now 3 dead for Optic Gaming, all because Royal 2 sits in back A, sits in window, and catches Legend off guard. They will continue scoring.
The irony is, Legend was the one back on recharge in the first series. He not listening. He said, make sure we're checking our corners.
Yes.
Sometimes you got to follow your own advice. 16 points have been put on the board, but Optic have managed to break. Optic have managed to get that odd ball into a neutral position. As the first kills are traded out between Renegade and Cycle. Formal looking for bodies at the moment. Can't really find anyone. Sneak someone through the QT.
You might have the QT, but you're not going to get away from that reaction time from Formal. What a way to handle a QT player. 2 dead from both sides yet again.
It's just trade after trade after trade after trade at the moment. Last shot though, he's going to win that fight. Camo pop in as well, and Shopify are going to be sat on top of it. Cycle will get it, and now they can move that odd ball away. They feel they have everything they need to get a little bit of time on the board here.
Formal saw him. You can tell Formal was able to eagle eye. However, it's good damage coming out. Cycle might get pinched here. Going to try to stay alive. That ball essentially was played by Shopify. Ooh, Cycle trying to stay alive here.
He is staying alive here. Gets a beat down when really he had no right to. Legend last alive, and he's just come off respawn as well. We'll have an LOS on this ball.
Really well handled there by Shopify. They only had 1 camo player alive around the ball. Cycle bought up a lot of time, and they essentially play the ball around scoreboard to maintain the 20-4 lead. And once again, it's low scoring for these two, low scoring for any level, because of how these teams are training, like you say, Mark.
Triple kill for Bound, or an unofficial one for sure, will open the door here for Optic to get that ball in the hands of Renegade. 20 points on the board for Shopify, 11 points on the board for Optic. Such a low-scoring game, and you can expect that with how many trades we are seeing in these team fights.
It's amazing, and honestly, as we talk about it a lot with the small margins, but you're seeing them perfectly displayed for you, that it is expected that each player will be able to get and at least do the expected amount of damage and kills, and you're seeing them just statistically hit that perfectly. Speaking of shots, Legend going to try to burn some ammo now. Also gets a stick, of course he does, and that's what we're talking about. Every kill you have to work for so hard because they're going to find a way to eke out extra damage. Optic Gaming now scoring, about to tie the game.
I just give you an indication as well. Like, Legend has to do something like that for Optic to get 2 or 3 seconds of ball time. That's how tight this game is. That's how evenly matched these two teams are. 20-15 of 5 points. 1 minute 30 left on the game clock,
I was going to say, I think everyone's starting to watch the game clock now with only 1:26 left. This is one of the lowest scoring games, not just of the weekend, but ever probably in an oddball in a grand final.
Well, it was 3 dead for Optic momentarily, and maybe this is going to be the biggest hold of the game. Coming in for Shopify Rebellion. Players flying through the big door. Bound doesn't get taken down, nor does Formal. Legend gets one, and just as I think it's going to be a hold for Shopify, it's 3 dead for Shopify. Optic break cleanly. And now Optic have that ball in their hands.
Frosty finally taken down as well. Royal 2 does respond though. Frosty stays alive long enough to get enough damage where the push is still coming here. Renegade still with QT, and somehow, with 70 seconds left, it's just 28 to 21.
Perfect shots from him. Has the QT away, and I don't think he really wanted to, knowing where that odd ball is.
Camo up.
Camo is coming up, like you say. Frosty's going to find Renegade, and there's going to be 2 players in the death screen for Optic Gaming. I think Frosty and the rest of Shopify have recognized that if we just play Slayer for 50 seconds here, we will win these fights. We win this round.
I think Formal has Camo. We'll take a look if that's still the case. It's going to be a big factor right now with 43 seconds left.
Reset ball middle makes it even more difficult for Optic to get access to it. Renegade gets that first kill though. Formal gets the second, and you're quite right. Formal does have that Camo. Legend has that ball in his hands, and Psycho is the last alive for Shopify. 30 seconds left on the game clock, but Optic finally will get that ball for long enough to go into a lead.
They go back into the lead. What a huge use of patient Camo from Formal yet again. We've seen him do it so many times, but the game is not over just yet. 30 seconds on the game clock, but potentially a lot more scoring yet to happen.
Legend will get the first 2 players going to be pushing the dummies, gives information to Optic Gaming about where this push is coming in, and it's 15 seconds to hold. 15 seconds to deny Shopify getting near that oddball, and they will be up by 1 here. He is 10 seconds into single digits now. Optic running that ball away from Shopify.
Here comes the push. Legend needs to try to watch this angle. He's going to see A-Bags players. That's a big kill. More damage. There's 1 player left here in green.
Not going to get that near that oddball, and it's going to be Optic who do close it out in one of the lowest scoring oddball rounds you will see in the Halo Championship Series, but Optic will claim it as their own.
Gotta say, it really is amazing to see. We talked about it a lot, about the current meta of Halo Infinite is, first of all, you need to be ready to play so fast, but there are times where you need to be patient. You need to be slow and get control. And these 2 teams are doing it better than we've ever seen here in the HCS.
Formal immediately getting a little bit of ball time, by the way, because he's wrapping it back towards green. That's where the players from Optic Gaming find themselves. And Frosty, with this sniper rifle, needs to start showing us why he is talked about as being the form player. Doesn't get it done this time, and Bound will collect that bounty now with the sniper rifle in his hand. He can lock down that Camo lane.
Nice little body coming in from Bound. As we said, so difficult to push him, and the team is there to clean it up. 1 dead for each side.
Another body, another kill. Doesn't get traded, doesn't get a beatdown landed on him as well. Spike grenade should keep him alive for a few seconds, but more importantly, it's allowed Renegade to move in, pick that Camo up, and Optic picking up multiple kills, have oddball in the hands of Formal again.
Was 2 dead for just a moment here, but Renegade with the Camo and the lead. This is very big in round number 2. Let's get into a listen and hear the hold.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Just tires.
Watch your right. John,
You could go bottom mid.
We have ball.
Watching right side. Demi-tour still. Demi-tour. Go bottom mid. Bottom mid. Could be right on him. Bottom mid 20. Could be right. Must one big.
I spent green, guys. He might be big.
We're coming to watch.
Yo, watch our screen. You guys are straight. Nice. Bottom is up. A-plant, I think. We're watching him.
I think it's A-plant, last guy. I'm not sure.
I hear him.
Take A-plant. Be back on me. I'll see you soon.
Might play we're here. I'm here, Sabri.
I'm going to top mid. Top mid second week.
Watch me. Let's go, guys. A-plant and 8. He pushed.
Yeah, two screens. Two on man. Ready?
Push on the dom.
Table's up now.
Nice. They're behind you on the west screen.
On camera right now, one shot. Trying to rotate ball.
Trading one guys, roll 2.
He has camo on me.
Trading one, roll 2.
Yo, one zombies training. Guys. Missing Psycho camo.
Go trading, roll 2.
Two dead, guys. Psycho camo. Sniper and 5, guys. Sniper.
Right here, tire, check, right here, tire, check, crossing, tire crossing.
On camel,
Tire crossing, tire crossing. Tire top there.
Oh my god!
Go be top pick, keep good.
Take our time here, take our time here.
Top it. Minimum shot. Shoot that.
One
can be white ball.
Not a ball, right? That's your timing.
Yeah, bounce.
Cut cycle.
Fine, live here.
Shit, well, it's fine.
Red turn, kids. Nice.
Yo, watch out.
Optic Gaming, 60 points on the board here. You can hear the comms. They sound pretty good, as you would expect at this stage of a grand final with how much is on the line. But it's Shopify who in the last 30 seconds or so have just started to get a bit of ball time. And there's a nuke from Royal 2.
What should have been a trade and a play ball instead becomes a huge Shopify advantage and opportunity. And what a shot. Absolutely dances around Formal. And now just like that, we're back to around a 44 game.
Still the ball in their hands. Here's Shopify. Optic just got to be careful here. Frosty trying to fly out. Last shot's going to find a kill. QT's back to 3. Grenade goes back towards Frosty. Renegade and Formal find kills. There's 3 dead for Shopify. Optic near that oddball bottom middle as well. Renegade is immediately on the case.
Roll 2 with a very important kill there to just even things up just a bit here on the push. You heard Lunchbox starting to listen and saying, let's take our time here, guys. They have allowed Shopify to come back within 30, but Optic Gaming firmly scoring once again. It's a 4v4 push, and the first pick comes in for Optic Gaming.
Cycle gets put in his back there by Formal. Such an important kill for him. Renegade now in an important one of his own, and he'll win that. 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion, 75 points and rising here for Optic Gaming. Already 1 round to the good here. This round would put them on even footing in this series if they could close out.
Not the first time that Shopify tried to go very fast, and it cost them again in this game. That's why we see Optic Gaming leading 82-33. Still a lot of time on the game clock, however, so this one's not over. Legend is your last player alive here for Optic Gaming.
Last alive, trying to buy time, trying to wait for spawns to come in, and the spawns do come in. Shot finds one though. Legend, no shields. Cycle, no shields. Who's going to win this one? It's Cycle, and how important could that be for Shopify Rebellion? They keep the ball close. They keep themselves clustered up together with that ball in their hands. And they might give themselves a chance here.
And they get the late kill on Formal here in Rat as well. Formal is only just spawning right now, so the kills will continue to be traded out. However, Cycle's last player alive. He needs to have a very good rotation here towards teammates.
Tries to hit the G-slide, might have just missed that one. And down the chimney, it's not Santa Claus, it's going to be Legend who falls and steals that odd ball away. Now rotating it back to tower. We haven't seen the odd ball near the tower many times in this game so far, and now he doubles back. 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Optic getting closer and closer to a map win here.
Barring a miracle here from Cyclone Royal 2, this should be the round.
Legend has that ball in his hands. No one from Shopify is going to tear this one out of his. And Legend will hold that odd ball. Optic will hold the dub. And surprise, surprise, we are all tied up.
And this is how this rivalry has usually felt.
Right.
Just when you think someone might pull away, no. Series is tied up. Tied up 2-2 here. Just like we saw online leading up to this event. Just like we saw at the case on Showdown. It's another big win for Optic Gaming. 133-73 in terms of total score. But 2 rounds to 0, and the stats did not lie. Speaking of stats, Legend. 27-16 for him. What a performance.
A lot of ball time, if I wasn't mistaken, for him as well in that game. This is just, this series, these 2 teams, just, it's an absolute pleasure to watch it. And I think everyone who's watching is kind of just taking it in and realizing how special these kind of series are. It's WrestleMania weekend at the moment, and there's a chant that goes down when there's a good match. It's like, fight forever. I feel like play forever is kind of the motto when you watch these 2 teams going against each other. You could watch this series go on and on and on because it is so special. What we're seeing from them both, it is back and forth, it is fights, it is bullets, it's moments that completely change the games. And Legend again, in these moments, seems to be a player stepping up this time around for Optic.
Man, a highlight reel coming out of so many players on Optic Gaming.
Sticks him on the knee here, by the way.
In the 2-0 win, you saw that, also the stick on the QT player as well. You can't get out of dodge fast enough when you're going up against Formal. That was great camo play, by the way, against Formal. Really methodical grab of the camo and usage of it. And it felt like they were just firmly in control of that game yet again. Let's not forget, earlier they found themselves on the receiving end of a 2-0 loss. Fortress Bomb, instead this time it was 2 rounds to 0 for Oddball Live Fire. Once again, we got that extended listening with the entire Optic side. It felt like it came at the perfect time because they were just putting together perfect plays, perfect control, perfect comms as well.
Very, very impressive stuff from Optic Gaming, and I think the impressive thing for Optic is the fact that it seems like what happens in the previous game doesn't affect the next, and the same exact thing can be said to Shopify Rebellion right now. This shot from Royal 2, by the way.
for the killing spree as well.
So many medals just popped up on his screen. I don't actually know what he did.
Unbelievable. Also, this return to sender from Legend was fantastic. It was all Optic Gaming all the way in our game number 4. As we get ready for game number 9 of the total series so far. Slayer on Solitude. Let's not forget we saw these two teams play this game type as well. Optic taking it 50-37. And Kason. Have also seen them play this earlier this weekend. We saw that 49-49 Slayer as well. Some team nades on the side of Optic Gaming. They're going to be looking to have a very different game here.
Yeah, let's not do that again. That's not really how anyone wants to see this game end with a team nade. Let's hope the lunch has just whispered that in the ear of a couple of players before they get underway here. But we are all tied up. Game number 5. This is just enjoy it, everyone. Just enjoy it.
These two teams tied 2-2 head-to-head at Arlington here. Solitude Slayer, Shopify Rebellion with maybe a tiny bit of a statistical lead, but this one is going to go down to the wire as well. Just in case you didn't catch it in the winner's bracket earlier on in the quarterfinal, it was a 49-49 team nade coming in from Legend against Renegade, which gave an easy kill to Royal 2 to end game number 2, which, by the way, would have been a 3-0 Optic win in the upper bracket had things gone differently. So already a lot of history between these two. Cycle doesn't get the camo because Legend threads the needle over the pillar on the camo.
Mistake from Legend. He's going to look to right that mistake. And like you say, it's crazy that this game type is the one that decided if Optic went home 3-0, feeling good, nice early night, and instead they were here late after getting in early and have to fight their way through every single opponent that came up against them. SSG dealt with, Nemesis revenge taken, and of course FaZe in elimination finals as well, 3-0. They just kept picking up steam, kept picking up momentum, and I tell you what, that momentum's looking pretty good at the start of this one. 7-3 with Legend, 3-0 and a shock rifle in his hands.
Really nicely done. They're not afraid to continue rotating here. They've also trapped 2 players here on Yard and Glass, and they're going to start to pick up those kills as well. One more player here in the Yard VR. Should be quick work. It is indeed. That means 9-4 lead here for Optic Gaming.
Legend trying to just pre-shoot that angle, thinking that Royal 2 might peek for a second time, but Royal 2 just not given that opportunity. But instead finds a kill of his own. Legend just outputting so much damage at the moment. 4-0, but influencing a lot of damage across the map for his teammates as well.
Moments ago, Renegade was 0-4-1. Big assist coming in from him. Bit of a brawl in Glass. Formal wants to pick up all 3 of these if he can, but in the end, happy to get an assist on that one. Now 11-8, so a little bit closer here. Shopify somehow fighting out of some pretty tricky angles.
One thing that's really notable is the pace of this game. Like, both teams just flying at each other so far. Everyone wants to just get the upper hand. They want to flex their muscles a little bit here, but nobody's seemingly getting too much of a lead going their way. Optic do, of course, have that lead, but Shopify keep trading, and now we find ourselves within 2.
Wow, Renegade last player alive. Baum gets trapped from a driveway truck angle. Didn't expect that one. Renegade last player alive. He has teammates spawning loop as well, so they might even get pinched here somehow. Once again, Teamfire allows them to trade continually. However, most importantly, what was just a 10-4 lead or so is now 16-13 off of a double kill coming in. He doesn't burn the camo either. This is a big moment in the game. 3 dead for Shopify. Camo does get popped by Legend. Cycle was your first spawner. It's a 5-kill lead for Optic with the camo. They could run away with it here.
Optic timed those kills perfectly. Around that camo popping up on the map. They pick up the 3 dead, they get the camo, they back-to-back 3 dead. Shopify Rebellion, and that is why you're seeing that 6-kill advantage now that they have in the game. Legend, he's just all about info. I'm sure that he's got a pretty good indication without the camo about where these spawns are coming in and around blue. But he has a chance here to clean up some of the damage his teammates are doing. Just doesn't want to get stuck, gets 2 in that situation. Shopify Rebellion, 2 dead once again.
Royal 2 gets that audio cue and knew he needed to fly out to try to neutralize the player there. In the end, they do trade, but not before a lot of damage is done in favor of Optic Gaming. 23-15, and as you said, it was managed and controlled chaos from both of these sides, but it's clear that Optic Gaming has come out ahead. with quite a sizable lead.
Renegades got the second shot rifle of the game as well. Legend had to go the first time around. Let's see if the Demon can do it a little bit better this time around. Rechallenges Cycle, a big kill from him. Maybe just a touch of overconfidence.
I was going to say, we saw conservative Renegade earlier. That was definitely aggro Renegade. But hey, when you have a cushion like this, you can get away with plays like that. 26 to 18 now.
So when you're dropping 1.52s across the tournament, you can pretty much do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Again, something to highlight here. Optic Gaming in the lead, of course, but it's Formal with a big performance so far in this Slayer once more. We've kind of highlighted some of the questions that have been posed and we've seen about those big game performances in those Slayers where he's just let the side down a little bit. Well, no signs of that whatsoever here in Arlington. 7 and 5 as they continue to lead by 6 here. Cameron pops. I think Shopify might grab that one.
This is a big opportunity here. Now only down by 7, and the game is still within reach. And what Last Shot does with this camo, alongside his spawners, is going to be really, really influential on how the rest of this game plays out.
Fortunately for him, like 2 teammates just fell alongside it, so he can't extend, he can't go forward because there's going to be multiple players if he gets called out and a bullet taken, they're just going to collapse onto him and it becomes a trade.
Look at the Optic Turtle. They're going to sit in Cafe and Blue, and they're going to make camo come to them. They're going to waste all the camo time, and they're going to wait also the advantage. Look at that. It's a beautifully handled camo, well managed there by all of Optic Gaming. No kills recorded alongside the camo.
And Last Shot with that camo doesn't even get a trade in that situation. Wow. Royal 2 and Frosty will pick up a couple of kills, but the lead is continuing to extend here for Optic Gaming. Legend finds one, but here, all of a sudden, comes Shopify Rebellion. They flood, they managed to get the kills. It was 4 dead for Optic Gaming. And now it's just a 5-kill game with everybody spawning together. They have the pinch here, and they are starting to split spawn Optic. 2 alive on the map, just trying to hide, trying to stay alive. They want 4 on the map desperately here, Optic.
Wow, this game is absolutely flipped on its head here. Here comes Optic trying to fight out of Hotel with all 8 players alive. Let's go do it. Listen with Optic Gaming.
Yo, listen, 1 nest, 1 going blue. They're good pushers, good push you, Careful, careful. Good posters, posters. 1 is posters, 1 is posters. We're done, nice, do that, guys. Good be yard.
Let him spawn blue. We just show for a second? Yeah. I've come shot.
Yo, Bound, get out. Yo, they might try to get me. Yeah, they're in hotel.
I'm pushing for guys. We're pushing. We are pushing. We can't push that. We might not be able to push that. Yeah, I'm backing up. Yeah, we're you guys. One jumper. Priest. One is alert. Should be trapped.
Can we slow down a little bit, Formal says in the listening, and then he takes the game over. The shock rifle, the camo, leaves him at 14 and 9, and it puts Optic into the lead in this series. They take the Slayer, and it's Formal who leads the way.
And you can read the lips on Formal. Very happy with the team after that one. They take control. They take over 50 to 38 is your final score. And in doing so, they take the series lead at 3-2. And we don't need to tell you watching in the arena or at home, there is so much riding on this series. This team assembled to break the second place curse that Optic Gaming was subjected to all of 2024. And with games like that, they now find themselves only 1 game away from taking the title.
1 more game. Optic Gaming, so close. And this would be one of the most historic I think, tournament victories that we've seen in quite some time. Think about, again, what Optic have had to go through.
Exactly.
It's been crazy. Let's just start with the second place curse, right? That consistent story that was all of last year for the organization, for Formal in particular. Come into this season, look pretty good. Then all of a sudden, Shopify Rebellion pop up, start winning the onlines. We get to the first event, which is a little table setting, a little taster for the season. They come in second place, even though they split games. It's still second place. They then come into this event, they get beaten by Nemesis, an upset, we have to say. Nemesis were great, and have to go on this insane elimination bracket run with a power outage, which means they have to come back first thing in the morning, about 8 a.m.
Yes.
Finish that series out, which they lose. They then have to keep going,
all day,
fight their way through all day. They play their last series at about 10, 11
I would say around 14 hours later, the same day, Optic Gaming was in the elimination bracket, still fighting through just to get to today.
And then getting to today, they have to go through phase. They look great. It's been a historical run. And then they get to the grand finals. Shopify Rebellion, who have had their number so far this season.
Through SSG as well.
Through SSG as well. Apologies. They not only reset the bracket, they 4-0. It's one of the most dominant first performances we've seen in a final. And they're doing it here in front of their home crowd. They're doing it here in front of Maniac and the watch party. Shout out Collect, Lethal, and of course APG as well, holding it down. But there's still one thing missing, Andy. And that is one more game. One more game to call themselves champions and finish what has been the most ridiculous story and tournament run that we have seen in quite some time.
Could not agree more. The road that they have taken here, especially when you add the backstory of this roster assembling and dismantling a team that had just won a $1 million world championship, to then fight the road that they've fought, to have lost to Shopify earlier. All the talk, all the chatter, all the grinding, as we said, yesterday was probably a 14 to 15 hour day for Optic Gaming in the elimination bracket, but it only made them stronger, as we saw. Amazing games all day today. The 4-0 and now fighting for their lives here in the second series. But how about these last two games? It's a huge, huge turnaround for Optic Gaming. Now only one game away from taking the first major of the season.
Now I have to think about the other side of the coin.
Yeah.
If Shopify come back here, boy, it's not going to be a nice place to be for Optic Gaming. It's going to be a very, very bitter pill to swallow after everything they've gone through to get to this point. Now, CTF Forbidden is going to be the game type that we go to. It's a game type which is very kind of unique when it comes to capture the flag game types in Halo Infinite. You've got dual snipers, you've got an overshield, but you also have the ability to take games over. You can double cap. And before you know it, that game, that CTF Forbidden can be done. And we're into, if it goes the way of Shopify Rebellion, a game number 7, Slayer Recharge, where your head is all over the place.
I am so glad this is game number 6.
Same.
This is such a visceral, in-your-face, dual sniper, fast-paced CTF match, and it's the perfect game type to decide if we go to a game number 7 or not. Take a look here at the flag cap leaders. It's Legend with 7 on the board. And also in this lobby, of course, World 2 and Last Shot not far behind as Optic Gaming retakes the stage.
They will not need to be told what needs to be done. One more game. One more game is all they need. For Shopify Rebellion, send it the distance. Make Optic sweat. Steal it away from under them. And I think you're right. CTF Forbidden being this game type is, oh yeah, like you say, it is going to be two just giants just headbutting each other mid-map. And you're going to have the chance for those big moments that are going to decide if this tournament continues or if we'll be crowning our first major champion of the year.
And we should really mention LAN records so far, including the case on Showdown. Shopify Rebellion 5-2 in CTF, Optic Gaming 4-4. So if we are to believe that there is any statistical advantage here, we've learned that we can often throw. Exactly.
Yeah.
We've seen Shopify dominant on CTF with more than a 2x record in terms of win-loss. Optic Gaming even at 4-4. So we could get to a game number 7, but it's going to come down to these 12 minutes. And you can tell with that expression on Last Shot's face. They are so close, he and Cycle, as they continue to write their careers, still at such a young age, trying to strip a championship off of the veterans on the other side of the stage. And Optic Gaming, they know they want to end it here. They do not want to go to a game number 7.
What an experience this is for Cycle and Last Shot for your first finals as well.
Yeah.
They're going to take a lot away from this, regardless of which way we finally award that trophy that sat in the middle of this stage. This could well be the final game here in Arlington. Optic Gaming, if they take it, will reset the bracket and become your champions in one of the craziest tournament runs you have ever seen. But if you've watched these two teams throw down, ever since these rosters came together, you will know and you will feel that maybe, just maybe, there's another twist here.
Take a look at this. Arlington CTF record's different from the total 2025 record. Optic Gaming with a slight advantage at 4-2. More games played, of course, over Shopify's 3-2. So, as we said, it could not be closer. We're underway in game number 6. Optic Gaming 1 game away. Shopify looking to close here to force a game number 7.
Will it be elation or will we see a little bit of a delay on who we are etching the name of? The trophy on that stage. Renegade's going to grab that sniper rifle. 2 dead though for Optic Gaming off the rim.
Again, tries to go for the 360 under pressure, however. Frosty knows he needs to grab that sniper rifle. There's 2 dead here for Optic. Bound, staying alive top sewers.
This is the Optic sniper rifle. This is not good news for Optic. It's 4 dead. They're spawning in the back of the base. 2 snipers in the hands of Shopify Rebellion as well. You can see the bullet traces flying through the skies. Royal 2 will find 1 on a spawner. Frosty's just delaying it. By destroying the body of Legend. This one's going home. Cycle runs it home. Shopify strike first.
49 seconds flat on the first flag cap. Shopify wasting absolutely no time. And you just saw Frosty just tucked back into the lily pad. Trying to stay alive long enough. Wants to do it again.
An incredible response from Shopify Rebellion. First, like you say, 40 seconds or so of this game, they get that flag cap. Formal though, aggressively pushing through the hut towards the Mohawk. He's going to pick up a kill, and Legend and Bound follow suit. Last player alive is going to be Last Shot, and even though it was a scary start, they get the kills required to get that flag moving. But as you say, big kill from Last Shot.
Not even a trade from Last Shot. Beautifully done. He was the only hope for Shopify to stop that flag from going straight up the main ramp. And instead, he not only gets the kill, stays alive, and allows his team to push out of the base here. It's a big individual effort. He also leads the game and the team in kills here at 5-2.
Well, it seems the snipers have been put away for a few moments. The ammo has been used up, which means it's all about the grenades. It's all about the bandit. It's all about control of top middle as this overshield is coming up. You can see Optic do not want to progress on the map. They want to hold this position, knowing how important that power-up can be.
Last Shot still alive in the exact same spot. Overshield should be a clean grab, and they're grabbing it as they are running it with 3 dead. This flag, based on the numbers alone, should absolutely go.
Nobody in position outside of Last Shot. He's going to get spotted out. He's going to be cut down, and even though it's Shopify who strike first, here comes the counter punch from Optic Gaming. Renegade slide this one in. We are tied up at 1-1 here on CTF Forbidden.
Formal finally taken down, but Legend still has Overshield to play with. He does lose 2 teammates. However, this should be just enough positioning-wise in terms of the comp that they'll be able to get recontrol of their base.
So the Overshield is converted into a flag cap. Although you feel like maybe they were going to get that flag cap even without the Overshield, with the Slays and the timing of them and the way that they got that flag moving almost immediately. Sniper rifles coming up pretty soon as well. We've seen Shopify really take advantage of that. Cycle will lose the 1v1 to Legend. And it's Royal 2 who starts running this flag. Interesting, through the sewers by the looks of things as Optic find themselves 2 dead.
Brown needs to stay alive here, top middle. Was 2 dead for both sides momentarily. Let's see what Formal can do.
No one with the sniper control though for Shopify Rebellion. So Formal knows he hasn't got to worry about that weapon going against him. He hasn't got to worry about a sniper bullet coming his way. Renegade has overextended himself and has got a flagpole on the other side of the map. Really interesting split of resources across the map from both teams here.
Very good pressure from Cycle will allow presumably a player to grab snipe on the Shopify side of the map. Frosty's a bit late though. Big kill from Formal. He wraps back there, pings exactly where the sniper rifle is.
And 2 dead though. And Formal somehow, what on earth? Somehow kills Royal 2.
I mean, he hits it in such a small frame, I don't even think it was visible on our monitors. That was unbelievable. effort from Formal to hit that no-scope before getting taken down.
Overshield coming up. Men of flag cap. Last time we saw it being collected by Optic Gaming. Frosty with this sniper rifle in his hand. You've just heard the pop of the overshield, but where has it gone? Royal 2 has collected it. 3v3 on the map right now. Formal trying to push, trying to take maybe attention away from the Optic base towards the Shopify one himself.
And they're getting the kills as well. Bound just picked up another one. Finally, Formal is cleaned out though, so they know the player is not behind them. However, still more work to be done if they want to get a flagpole here.
Royal 2 using these sticks, these logs, these branches to climb back towards top middle. He gets one as Optic will be 2 dead, but so will Shopify Rebellion. Big 1v1, Legend trying to slide and take one to the grave with him. Formal first one off the respawn here, gonna try and just stay alive long enough for Optic to get on the map, but Cycle has this sniper rifle. Spots bound out, but just the timing eluded him as he went out of that scope. Bound will survive.
Only one shot left, it doesn't connect here. In the end, good patience from Optic. They shut down that play from Cycle, and here they come top mid. Legend does not need an invitation. He is in your base.
You can see exactly why he's got the most black balls, right? He is immediately turning his attention towards the objective. He knows that if the kills are there, he's got to use that timing window to get the objective moving and then think about what happens afterwards. 2 dead here for Shopify. Formal. He's running that flag, by the way. And this might be an opportunity to go 2-1 up in this game. Cycle versus Renegade. Renegade will win that, and he's starting to get loud about it as well. Formal, by the way, as you can see on the indicator, as that flag back towards the base, he's running it to the front. He's jumping straight in. It's Optic, who are now 1 flag away from becoming your champions here in Arlington.
And just like that, the game-winning flag on the board. Whether they get this last flag as the green wall chain erupts here in Arlington, or they play the clock, the win condition is on the board.
The tournament is in Optic's hands. Overshield coming up right now. Cycle trying to contest Formal for it. Top middle, but Formal picks up the kill. He gets the killing spree. He gets the overshield. And Optic might be thinking about closing this one out, but there's a back smack. But Bound's running this one. Bound is running this one. He's trying to be sneaky. He's trying to get this flag moving.
Very big back whack indeed. Frosty tries to make an angle happen from Swamp.
3 dead.
Gonna continue this run. Bound's gonna try to get down here through sewers. Last shot was last player alive. He had to get that kill. Keep an eye on the kill feed here. They're gonna get a touch. Formal's dropping.
Formal's gonna be safe to grab it as well. He's gonna have the pillars to cover. Legend gets one. Legend bodies another, but keep your eyes on Formal. Formal, the man who put this squad together. The man who committed to being a champion this year. Can't quite get it done. As at the last second, it's Shopify who desperately trying to extend this series.
And the flag is pulled as well. We do have a counter pull coming in. Both flags off the stand.
Optic have the flag back at their base, but they do not have it capped. They need kills. Formal back off the respawn. Might be able to get a touch on this one. He does get it. It's actually Renegade who gets the touch.
3 dead though.
But it's 3 dead for Optic. They were seconds. They were inches away from being your champions here in Arlington. But Royal 2, not only is the return come in, Royal 2's running this one for Shopify now.
Here comes Legend. He needs a miracle. He might try to get a second flagpole here. I don't know if he has the timing.
It's tied up.
Unbelievable. 3 dead here. Frosty, last player alive. And here comes the pressure. They're going to fly right into Swamp. They're going to try to get a flagpole right away. They're going to continue the pressure. Frosty rotates over to Snipe.
Shopify trapped in the back of the base. Maybe the play call from Optic there was give this one up. We'll play for map control. You've got to think ahead if you're Optic. You cannot let what just happened affect the next few moments of this game. Formal tries to get that flag moving again.
They got the first pick, however, kills are traded out. They're trying to make something happen quickly, and it might cost them.
3 dead for Optic. Legend does get the overshield though, so Optic will be able to keep pressure on. Legend can output damage onto numerous players.
It's a burn essentially. It's an important play from Legend. Really, it's the denial of the overshield that's much more important than the grab. Obviously, no control gain. Simply denying that overshield was everything now. 3 dead for Optic Gaming off the rip again. Renegade is the only spawner. It's a main ramp flag run.
I cannot believe this. Last shot's got this one up the main ramp. Frosty gets the first kill. Last shot. He's got this one back under the bridge. Last shot, Legend, keep your eyes on Legend. Legend's the overextender here for Optic. He can save the tournament for them right now. But all of Optic are falling. Frosty and Royal 2 combined. It's Renegade who can't get close, and somehow or other, matters. I am at a loss for words. I don't, what do you want? What on earth is that?
You have got to be kidding me. In what was already one of the most historic grand finals in the history of the Halo Championship Series, with formal mid-flight G-slide on the flag, gets taken down. We're going to see it in the highlights. My God.
Formal's got his wings out. He's thinking about what's about to happen. The whole room is thinking it's done. We're thinking it's done. Shopify Rebellion, a goal line stand, a last second, a last ditch effort.
I cannot wait to see this again.
Get the return. Let's catch my breath.
This is one of those where you know exactly how the movie ends, but you cannot wait.
You don't know how this movie ends.
To see it again.
Oh.
An unbelievable game time. Like I said, I was glad this was game number 6. And I think everyone at home and in the arena was as well. It looked like this. I mean, Optic Gaming had everything written here. This was to be their game. This was perfect run after perfect run. Formal brings this flag home. And man, I'm happy to sit here and watch all these highlights. At this stage in the game, it's 2-1 Optic Gaming with 6 minutes left.
Just an epic. That's the only way you can describe it. Whenever these two teams match up, it's like, what's next? How do we outdo each other next time around?
That back from Royal 2. Look at this stop. Legend hits the brainer.
Legend gets one, bodies another. Watch Frosty to no shields.
Formal on the G-slide. Full shields here, by the way.
It's Frosty. Frosty with an absolute god nade. A god nade. Does enough damage from the snipe bridge. It's just... Game 7.
We could not ask for more between these two.
I am going to throw up.
And I tell you what, backstage, there was a lot of people, maybe they manifested it, brought it into existence. A lot of people were saying, I want to see, us too, by the way, a bracket reset game 7.
Look
Look at this name from Frosty.
Oh. And it's him who gets the kill as well.
It's actually, yeah, you're right. He's pre-nading, and actually it's the team shot from the main ramp as well, along with Frosty sitting in the snipe hut, that stops that flag mid-flight from going in. It would have been an Optic Gaming hoisting the trophy. Instead, we go to a final bracket reset. Game number 7.
Shopify have stepped away from the stage for just a few seconds here. Optic still sat there waiting. And I think this is a deliberate ploy from Shopify Rebellion. Let them think about what just happened, how close you were, but not close enough. I think the more time that Shopify take here, the more it's going to hurt Optic, the more they're going to be thinking about it. But at the same time, Optic have been through it all. We've mentioned it has been just emotional, physical roller coaster for them to get to this point. And this, it feels like one more hurdle to overcome in 1,000 hurdles that have been in their way.
This is the reset so far. And as you'd expect, 2 players positive on each team, 2 players just under a 1.0 on each team. And we could not be any closer. This grand final has been incredible. We know many of you are joining us from all around the world, staying up to late hours of the evening, or if you're with us here Central Time, all the way now to nearly 9 p.m. in a historic weekend of competitive Halo, and one game separating these two for a tournament title.
It's been an eventful weekend, to say the least. And now we head towards one more game, and we will decide who's going to be our champ. It has been an incredible tournament, and just a reminder, everyone, if you're watching here, if you're watching at home, wherever you're part of this, this is the first event of the season. The first event of the season is providing us with this level of entertainment, this level of skill and ability. And if you're watching some Halo Infinite for the first time, welcome. We hope that you're going to be here to stay.
We've seen these two teams, play this exact game type a few times. It was a 50-47 win for Shopify Rebellion, so a 3 kills separating the two.
It's quite big between these two.
It's true, it's a massive lead when we're talking about these two teams, but a 3-kill win at the Quezon Showdown in this exact game type, which I think tees us up perfectly. We've already seen them play it on LAN, and barely anything separating the two. And I cannot get over that
That fortress, talk about that nade a little, just for a second, by the way. The way it bounces, it literally lands at the foot of the flagpole.
Right. And then but he times the nade perfectly where he still gets this, right, the kill feed has to him actually getting the kill with the bandit as well. So like the timing was insane.
If the nade is like a foot off, Formal's probably got enough shields to make it. It is pixel perfect. And that's not a 12-foot nade. That's like a 40-foot cross-map nade.
That's not easy, right. When you're fighting from your opponent's hut and street like that, you're getting absolutely dinged from every angle. And I tell you what, I think once again, Optic Gaming got a little bit impatient thereafter, right? The game wasn't over then. They're still leading at that point. And I think they tried to make something happen a little bit too quickly. We've seen them do that in this series before. It costs them in the end. Taking a look here at some Optic shooters. The Slayer stats so far in the grand final reset, both of them on a 1.56 in the Slayers so far.
And again, just to highlight, and Renegade, we talked a lot about him. Legend is doing a lot of this without picking up power weapons. He's not first in line to find a sniper rifle. He'll be picking it up off the floor, off of a body. Whereas Renegade is going to be given that responsibility a lot of the time for Optic, which just gives, again, more weight to how impressive those Slayer stats are for Sabri, for Legend on Optic Gaming. One thing to note on the Slayers that we've seen so far in these series, Optic have been heavily on top when it comes to this particular game type. But what is the psyche? What is the mentality of Optic going into this game 7 after what we just saw?
And how about we just saw from Formal, right? Just closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Let's not forget, we've also seen historic moments from Formal on Recharge Slayer before, right? With him having the camo. And guess what? Getting no-scope by the shock by who else? Royal 2, who's on the other side of the stage right now. This is a historic battleground in year 4 of this game, where each of these players will have different stories. Does Optic Gaming find revenge and justice in the team change? Or is it all for naught? Is it another second place for Optic on the other side of the stage? Do we see Last Shot and Cycle getting their first LAN win ever? And the veterans Royal 2 and Frosty being justified in their team change? Only one of those stories can be true. Only one side of those stories will take place.
Oh, nervy looking faces out there, and understandably so.
Everyone's looking like Formal. Big deep breaths for the green wall here in Arlington, and from everyone joining us around the world. Once again, huge shout out to everyone who has stayed up with us on the Scup Party here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Maniac Watch Party, LBT, and everyone else co-streaming. It's been historic, and we are getting ready for the final match of the evening. One game of Slayer to decide who will hoist the trophy and take the first major of 2025.
A few more seconds to wait as we have the lobby remade here, but it almost just builds the anticipation. It builds this moment even more. It's just, like you say, it's fascinating you talk about some of those moments with players that have interacted with those big kill moments, those big swing moments. The Royal 2 Formal camo, shock rifle on Batledge. One of the big parts of Halo history now. There's just a moment that will be remembered, and you get the feeling in a game 7 there has to be a moment like that that is going to be remembered, that's going to swing that trophy from one side of the stage to the other into the hands of one set of 4 players. These are the kind of circumstances that you can't prepare for. This is just instinctual at this point. You can do everything, you can scrim, you can talk, you can go through experiences, but this is just what you're made of. This is just what you are as a person. This is just performing when you have to. And making a play that's going to win your team a championship.
And let's not forget, not just the entire offseason, but all of last year has built to this moment. Like we said, Optic Gaming is tired of second place, and they built a team to make sure it does not happen again. All of that loading all the way into this game. It just feels like there's so much on the line for this year, right? How do you start this year? It would be a statement for either side. The rivalry that we knew would be the 2 teams to watch, the 2 teams we knew would be in a grand final, but we had no idea it would be quite this good. We've gone the distance, and it will be just 12 minutes and 50 kills to decide who starts this year ahead. Let's take a look at the Slayer record so far.
7-3 for Shopify Rebellion, 9-5 for Optic Gaming. Optic have won both Slayers, however, in the Grand Finals reset. Something to keep in mind for Optic fans.
Which was completely different, keep in mind, from the winners quarterfinal that we saw. And we are underway in game number 7.
All right then, Arlington, give us your energy. Everybody on that stage deserves it. They have put on quite the show in our first HCS major of the year. It's Formal who opens things up with a frag grenade, and it's followed up by Bound. It's a 2-0 opening strategy. That's gonna give the lead here to Optic.
First 3 kills now, 3-0. Shroud also goes down here on Camo. Legend able to grab it. And what an opening, what an opportunity for Optic Gaming. You also have a feeling the green wall is going to be allowed for every single kill in this room.
I think that's just going to settle the nerves here for Optic Gaming as well. If they lose that opening that opening battle, maybe things feel a bit different. But 6-1, all of a sudden, the memories are erased. A 5-kill lead off the break here. Control of the map and control of this finals.
6-1 off the opening. You couldn't ask for anything better if you're on Optic Gaming, and Renegade now with both Grapple and Shock. What a weekend he's had, and what an opportunity to put a punctuation mark on it. If they don't take this game, it will all be for naught.
Game has come to an absolute standstill. And this game has been, these 2 series have been played at 1,000 miles an hour. That's how much this means. Legend's going to find one. That's going to keep that lead. And now, having been given the opening, 2 players are going to be left alive in tower. Another kill got picked up by Optic. It's 8-1 for them. And with the numbers that they have, Renegade's able to stay alive a little bit longer than he probably should have in that situation. Royal 2 puts Former down to no shield. Somehow stays alive as well. And by doing so, Frosty gets involved to take him down.
You get the feeling they should be even more than 10-4 at this stage of the game. No trade comes in. Royal 2 going to stay alive back tower. Excuse me, back Ellie for even longer. And finally, he's taken down. It's 11-6. And to be honest, I feel like Shopify should be very happy they've kept the game this close.
11-8 now, as we see the next camouflage popping up bottom middle. That's going to be the point of contention for both of these teams. And you get the feeling it's almost not important to get it as much as it is to make sure that your opposition don't get it.
It really is.
You can burn it, and that's everything.
It really is, just like last game. It's really about denying here. Royal 2 with it. And look at the scoreline. You have a feeling Optic Gaming got greedy at 6-1 with Shock and Grapple. Did they need to flush out tower? Did they need to get into that dicey situation? Now they only lead by 1.
Info coming in from Royal 2. Frosty finds one. Bounce slides out, but it's 2 kills, and it's 3 dead for Optic Gaming, and Shopify have turned that table once more in their favor, only by 1, but they have their first lead of this game.
Remarkable resilience here from Shopify. Trailing 6-1, they slow the game down to a crawl, and somehow find the lead now, tied at 16.
Bound gets the pick to give Optic a 1-kill advantage. Now he's flying in with that grapple to grab the shock rifle as well. He's trying to pick the pace up a little bit here. Formal no shields, but Renegade's here to support him. Most of the Shopify Rebellion players are trapped in and around the elevator, and if they're quick here, Optic Gaming, they might have a pinch, but that flank on the C-plat is going to slow things down just a little bit. There's a second kill for last shot. The grapples across map for Renegade are just not working out.
Renegade wanted to capitalize on the damage at Whirlpool. Instead of grabbing the shock was not grabbed instead. They're now trailed by 3 kills here. Once again, it's big play calls coming in from Optic, and twice now they didn't pay off.
Renegade not looking. Doesn't look both ways when he crosses the street. Somehow gets out of it with a trade, though. It's a 3-kill advantage here for Shopify. A cycle. Looking for information. Looking for any damage he can output at the moment. The pings are coming in here, and he's taking a sneaky little jump. Former's going to be in front of him. It will only be a trade. 2 kills, the advantage for Shopify.
Unbelievable turn of events and swing here in this game. Keep an eye on bottom middle right now. This camo could determine who wins this tournament.
Bounce got the shot, can't quite connect with the headshots. That one's going to be good with the bandit though. Tries to push in front of this camo. The shroud goes down as well. Optic should, and I say should, be in a position to get away with this camo. We'll have to look through the POVs to make sure if it was burnt or if someone has managed to collect it.
Big trade there. 3 were dead. Renegade last player alive. Might be a burn bottom middle. It was 3 dead for each side, and it's still just a 1-kill lead for Shopify. Kills traded out. Once again, no surprise. But Cycle right now popping off 11-2 on the other side. It's Bound 10-7.
Well, back to a standstill. Optic set up around the pipes. behind the glass. It's Tower and A here for Shopify. Royal 2 though. I like this play from Renegade. He's trying to up the pace. He's trying to take advantage, and he gets that shot back in their hands. Only the one bullet to play with, but elsewhere on the map, it's Formal and Bound.
Wow.
Who pick up kills, and Optic now have a 2-kill advantage.
Beautifully done there, and I love this from Renegade. They're also going to find last shot. Hiding on the crate, and now a 3-kill lead. The Let's Go Optic chant erupts.
And as Legend said a little bit earlier in this listening, in this series, check your corners. And Last Shot does exactly that.
And just like this now, as it's 32-29, the first sizable lead here at the mid-game. Let's get to a listen-in with Optic Gaming.
Hole's open right now. You should get through it, man. You should get through it. What's on the window? I'm here. Yeah, it's okay. Campbell 15, guys. But I'm telling one guy. We're here. We're here. Two over here. They're gonna go. Go, guys. Go big last shot. Go big last shot. Bottom mid. Last one shot. Go one shot. Absolute balance shot. We're not there. Yo, balance one. Campbell's up, guys. They're gonna. Campbell's almost out. They got like 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Campbell.
Oh my gosh. Glass shot. Watch out, glass. Watch out, get out. Watch out, get out.
We can't.
Get out.
Needles. They're trying to hold me, guys. They're trying to hold me.
One kill, the difference between these two teams as we come out of the listening, and understandably Optic sounding a little bit stressed.
Frosty there alone in red pipes. They're going to try to collapse on him if they can. You can see it here in third person. And they will be able to now. Still, just 1 kill, 40-39 in favor of Shopify.
10 kills to go for Shopify, 11 for Optic. Formal gets one. We're tied up at 40-40. Nothing between these two teams again.
Unbelievable. Optic, great resilience here. We're going to try to keep him alive here in World 2. Might get taken down the overhang. He does. 2 dead here for Shopify.
It's a 2-kill advantage for Optic Gaming. It was Bound with the first pick. It's Legend with the second. Cycle answers back, but here comes Renegade. Here comes Optic. They go into a 3-kill lead. They just need 6.
After just trailing moments ago, they brought this game not only back, but as you say, a 3-kill lead at this stage is massive. They're going to look for the opening damage here, but otherwise, they can really let their opponents come to them. All eyes on this camo.
And you get the feeling they're not going to make the same mistake as last time. They are going to slow this down. They are not going to force the pace. They don't want to make mistakes. Legend, though, he's there to take down Royal 2. And there's a cushion starting to develop here for Optic Gaming, but if they learn anything from that previous game, it is not done until it's done, and Cycle has the camo.
Tournament in his hands. Down by 2. How does he play this?
Formal gets out of that situation with the trade. Cycle's down. The camo is down. And Optic now find themselves just 3 away.
Renegade makes a hero play. He makes sure that they burn camo, and he does it so well. Now 48-44. 2 kills to go for Optic.
Royal 2 gets 1, but it is just 2 to go. Renegade taking danger. Taking some angles as Formal gets the 49th on the board. Renegade is on the hunt. He wants it to be his, but it's Formal. And Shopify turned up.
Here it is.
Formal moves in. Formal gets the kill. Formal gets the kill. And Optic will complete the ultimate story. Champions here in Arlington the hard way. The most difficult way possible. But they reset the bracket. They break the curse, and they could call themselves champions.
And Formal wastes no time. Picks up that trophy because Optic Gaming has earned it through an arduous offseason and an unbelievable weekend run that will never be forgotten from the elimination bracket to take the title in a bracket reset. Game 7 down to the wire.
A lot of teams would not have made it back from what happened at the end of that CTF Forbidden. That would have broken them. Not Optic Gaming. This roster is built for success, was built to win. And as you can see on your screens, justified in making the changes. Your HCS Arlington Major 1 champions are Optic Gaming.
And not just that, but with this victory, with the team change, the second place curse for Optic Gaming is officially broken. Here and now, your champions at the Optic Major, doing it in their own house to start the 2025 season, and as you say, justifying one of the most historic and even controversial team changes in competitive Halo history. But you heard it from them before the event. We made this team change for a reason, and we knew it could be the best in the world, and right now, that's where Optic Gaming is.
And you look at the reaction from Formal, it just feels like the weight of the world is lifted from his shoulders now. Sick of second places. Hates not winning. But now that winning feeling is back. What a moment for Optic Gaming. What a moment for those 5 players and coach, of course, Box, who's at the end there on our stage. Optic Gaming are your champions. Blaze, let's hear from the champs.
Texas, make some noise for your champions, Optic Gaming! Wow! What a series that was. Renegade. You haven't been in the grand finals since Atlanta last year. You make it back to the stage and you come out with a big W. Talk to me about how you're feeling in this moment, because Texas, you guys can agree, did he play absolutely insane this weekend? Chat, I think you guys are chanting MVP as well, and usually I save the MVP for the end, but bro, you killed it this event. Good job, man. How you feeling?
I feel fucking amazing, bro. That is the best tournament I've ever played in my life. Like, not even individually with the team, the circumstances we had to overcome, like that was amazing. Shout out to these guys.
Shout out to them as well, man. It was an extremely difficult tournament for you guys to have to go through and come away with a win. Legend, I believe that makes it a 4-peat for you going from last year. You had to play against your own teammates. You had to prove haters wrong. But yet again, you stand on top of this stage as a champion. How do you feel, Legend?
Honestly, I feel amazing. Like, I knew we were going to win the shit since yesterday when we were down like 0-2. And we reverse sweep them. Like, I knew that tournament was for us, dude. I knew it. Like, even like if we took like the game 6, like I knew we were going to win the game 7. Then let's go, man. Shout out to Green Wall, bro. Thank you so much, guys.
Now, Legend, lastly, do you want to say anything to your fans across the way over there in France? You want to speak in
French?
Yeah, you want to speak in French for them?
Ouais. Merci à tout le monde qui me regarde, les Français, tout ça. Merci beaucoup, les gars.
There you go. Let me move on down. Can we get some H4Fs in the chat? Come on now, Formal. You've been on a road paved silver for a while, but now it's shining gold yet again. This one meant a lot to you. How do you feel in this moment for everything y'all had to overcome? I know this was a unique tournament for you.
Yeah, man, it was getting pretty dark the past like year, so this was like much needed just for like my mental, and like I'm just so proud of the way the team like bounced back, like the reverse sweep against Nemesis, like playing today, like even going down in that series, like geez, I'm really proud of the team, man.
Definitely are, man. It was a feat that we have not seen in a while, and you are a champion yet again, Formal. Let's talk to the young superstar, Bound, because Bound, that's a 4P for you as well. You made a lot of changes in the offseason. Even after being a world champion, you said, you know what, there's still a higher ceiling in which I can hit. There are still more things in which I want to accomplish. And damn, you did that today. How you feel in a moment?
I mean, happy Easter. I don't know, God's Rose feels amazing. Shit fucking feels amazing.
Happy Easter, everybody. It's a beautiful day. especially one for the green wall. You want to give any shout-outs out there to the people supporting you, the family, anybody?
I mean, yeah, shout out my family, shout out all the fans who come out. I'm not usually used to you guys staying after the win, so it's pretty cool to see all the fans and seeing them stay, so sick.
There you go. Let me move on down the line real quick. All right, Coach Lunchbox. Jason, you've been in a few of these big-time matches, a lot in your career, but talk to me about everything that this team had to go through to overcome all the haters, to overcome all the doubt, and to become the champions that the Green Wall know that you guys are.
Yeah, I mean, they formed this team for this exact moment, a Game 7 in the Grand Finals reset, and these boys are clutch. That's all there is to say.
That's all there is to say. They are clutch. Are they clutch, Texas? They are, okay? Lastly, Lunchbox, okay, what do you want to say to these fans that got their phones up, that's out there recording this one, that's watching history here with you guys? How do you want to thank them?
Yeah, first of all, a huge shout out to Esports Engine 343 to keep this event going. There was crazy circumstances Friday. And a big shout out to the Green Wall. You guys were loud, pushing us through. We appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go, Texas. One more time. Let's blow the roof off the Esports Stadium. Make some noise for your Major 1 champions, Optic Gaming.
This house is Optic's house, rightfully so, at their own LAN tournament, getting it done in the most impressive fashion. Clutch, how are you feeling right now, staring at all of these incredible players and coach, lifting up that trophy, taking that second place curse away with Formal smiling ear to ear?
Yeah, I mean, just watching Formal's reaction to that win, how much it means to him, even though he's the whatever time champion he is across so many esports. I mean, it made me emotional just watching him because of how much this meant to him. This Optic Gaming roster obviously has so much success across their careers, but for Formal to get through the dark times he referenced in his life and to be able to find that light at the end of the tunnel, I mean, this is something that he will never forget, that I will never forget. And I am just so proud of the way that this team battled from elimination round 1 all the way through, and hats off to them. They deserve this championship. This is one of the most special tournaments I've ever witnessed from a team getting back on the right track and showing that they are truly champions. This is well deserved by them.
Incredibly deserved. I don't think we've ever seen a journey quite like that one from round 1. That was insane. And not only that, just the grand finals in itself, Tony, such a different emotion going through the mix, especially in that second series where things were getting awfully dicey for both teams. We weren't sure exactly what was going to happen. And I think that fear kicked in for Optic fans and even for that Optic team in the second to last map. That map 6 was terrifying. That CTF, they were an inch, a second, a millisecond even, away from winning there and then. But no, denied every single time you think it's just about to be done. It wasn't over. Optic Gaming rallying back the way that they did in that Slayer. I for sure thought that they would be checked and it was kind of over here.
I mean, it wasn't just that Game 6 that was terrifying. It was this entire tournament. I mean, like you said, the craziest run from round number 1 in the lower bracket all the way to the grand finals. They swept that first best of 7 series, and then the second one was an absolute battle. It was crazy to watch, but Optic, you broke the curse. You did it in your own house, and man, it's emotional here. It was beautiful.
Tony, you said you didn't want to be a prisoner of the moment after Optic dominated the first best of 7 in this grand finals, and all I could think of, we are the witnesses of greatness. This is the best Halo Infinite played, and that team right there is greatness. It was formed for one reason and one reason alone, to win championships, and step 1 looks damn good, and will be a memory for all Halo fans that were able to check this one out. unbelievable by Optic Gaming.
Unbelievable indeed. I've got to say there were doubters for sure. I think the doubters looked awfully smug in that elimination bracket, seeing Optic having to really battle it out, but battle it out they did. I also do want to give a massive, massive GGs to Shopify Rebellion as we're looking over the stats here.
Oh, yeah.
You can see right now Royal 2, a 1.24 finishing, that grueler of a grand finals reset, coming straight down that wire, moments away from victory themselves, lead changes upon lead changes. It really was a battle of guessing games. I mean, it's hearsay in certain situations as well. Inches, margins for both teams here. And Shopify Rebellion, they need their flowers too. That was incredible. What an amazing tournament for them. I am gutted for them in one side and incredibly elated the other for Optic Gaming. But that's just how it works, right? You have your tournament highs and lows. That's how this thing works, this wonderful thing that is Halo Infinite competition. Shopify Rebellion, they need to keep their head up. I don't think they really need to change anything right now in terms of their gameplay. It just comes down to those small decisions, small moments, and sometimes just who's absolutely beaming.
It's never going to feel good to lose the grand finals, especially in the way you did, having that double best of sevens as your opportunity. But, I mean, Shopify, it's going to be a couple of days until they get over this, but we will see Shopify again in grand finals. This is Cycle and Last Shot's first grand finals ever, and to go to war with world champions on the other side and put on the show you did and to play lights out. Cycle, in my opinion, was the best player on Shopify in that grand finals. For him, as a young gun, to come out, play the way he did, if they can replicate what they did here today, they will win plenty of trophies themselves in the future.
I'm glad you said it because Cycle was definitely one of my massive highlights for Shopify Rebellion. I think when you factor in how young he is, how relatively new he is to this level of competition, moments like this, it's not just about playing these teams, right? You might have played these teams tons of times or iterations of these teams tons of times. But to be in a pressure situation like a grand finals, having a bracket reset on oneself after a clean winners bracket run in a tournament you really think you deserve, based on everything leading up to it, right? To have a high pressure moment like that and be able to get things done across the board, he saved his team so many different times on so many different occasions. This could have ended a lot earlier on. And Tony, Cycle was there always to save the day. So good, and I'm so proud of what he was able to do.
Yeah, it feels like Cycle really thrives on that LAN type of environment. Like even going back to the when they boot camped over in Toronto at that Shopify Rebellion headquarters, he was playing so much better than you saw him online. You saw him over toward the FaZe K-Sun event. He was doing his thing, and even here in this tournament, he thrives on this. And although they didn't get a win, I think Shopify Rebellion have a lot to be proud of.
They certainly do indeed. I also want to mention the fact that Legend and Bound took a humongous risk. We mentioned earlier on the desk the pressure that was on their shoulders, not only heading into this weekend, but especially in this series. They made one of the most crazy roster changes after such a dominant performance last year and last season. And as you heard on the main stage, they just four-peated, and it's just paid off. It's just perfectly paid off. It's gone right into their hands, exactly what they wanted and predicted. They know something I think others don't, and clearly this roster change was for the better for those two individuals. Really, really good stuff, Wes. How are you feeling about Optic Gaming right now as a whole? Do you expect them to be entering every single competition with this level of gameplay, not dropping down to their opponents, not getting complacent, but putting in the work, time, and effort every single series?
I think this is a glimpse of what Optic have in store for us this year. This was a jump pad start for them. And the way that they started, the turmoil they had to go through, all the doubt that they had to seek in when they go into elimination bracket, down 2-0, weathering the storms, being tried, tested, and true. At the end of the day, you brought your best when you needed every bit of your best to get the job done. Optic learned so much about themselves, and they're going to be an even harder team, more difficult, better team to play every single event because this event happened to kick off the season.
I'm glad we got to look at the championship bracket here, and this is just my perspective, my opinion here, but what's crazy to me is that what you look at on Friday with this Optic Gaming compared to the Optic that we saw here in this grand finals, Dude, it looked like an entirely night and day squad. It looks like Optic saved their best from when the money was on the line. My buddy Active is always talking about the mental of the players, and the best players in the world, when the money's on the line, when the championship is on the line, they just hit another level. And that Optic right there, whew, they're going to be a problem all 2025.
100%. I think I actually mentioned it on the desk when we had a look at Optic's journey in completion, right? Upper bracket, lower bracket like this here. And I said the second half, we saw a totally different team. That first half, I don't want to see them ever again. I don't ever want to see Optic play like that ever again, where they fall short and they fall flat and they are not treating things the way that we know they can, right? And not playing to the best of their ability. We don't want to see lazy Halo gameplay from Optic Gaming where they slip up and they shouldn't have. That is imperative. They need to turn things on. You heard Legend on the main stage there in his interview. He said, you know, even when we went down 2-0, I knew we had this. I knew we were going to pull it back. It's because you know you have so much more to give as a team. You have so much more teamwork that you can produce when it matters. And that's so important. Set yourself a standard, stick to it, and then just reach for the stars after that.
Self-belief is the only way to carry yourself from the dark times and find the light. And that's exactly how Optic got here. A lot of self-belief that we are the best team. We just have to play like it. And it's individual responsibility across the board that really allowed this team to go from what looked like a team that a lot of doubt ensued early on Friday and then shine bright as gold here on Sunday.
Well, we had the top four that we were kind of thinking end up top four. Don't know if we had it in that order. You could have mixed it up, honestly, and been right either way. It was an absolutely insane weekend of Halo Infinite here. As you can see with our final results across the board here, Optic Gaming take that first place with $100,000 to piece. Shopify Rebellion, FaZe Clan, and Space Station Gaming are your top 4 teams. And then I want to mention some really, really good rosters who made a name for themselves here in this first major and will be ones to watch coming into the next one. Nemesis, Cloud9, Infamous, and Gen G. Those are your top 8. And for me, it's that 5th and 6th, right? Can you break through that top 4? How good are you? What can you progress on? And for me, Nemesis is a big one. What else have you got left in the tank for us? You know, do you see them at any point, West, breaking into that top 4 space? Can they take down the likes of FaZe Clan or a Space Station Gaming?
I absolutely think they're capable of it, but the big question for me is Nemesis is like that team that always creates one upset a tournament or potentially an upset in a tournament. How do we get that to be more than just one? How do you find a level of consistency, a comfortability in playing against these top teams and bringing your A game to each series, leaving the door open up 2-0 on Optic? This kind of stuff happens when that door stays open. Optic got hot, and when it was up to Nemesis to knock Optic out of this tournament. When they didn't, that was Optic's opportunity to say, all right, no more messing around. We have to play lights out from here on out. I think Nemesis is going to be kicking themselves, obviously, for not placing even higher, breaking all personal records, but they've got to be a little bit more consistent on a series-to-series basis across a weekend to place higher.
100%. I do think that they're going to go from strength to strength. I think that they have an org behind them. I think a couple of our big European teams now have orgs under their belt, and the support from them is huge. I know they boot camped coming into this. I know that Nemesis were getting into 8s with our NA teams and pro players getting into the 8 squad and really trying to put in the work and that grind to get better and to get a little bit more on board with what North America are doing in terms of Halo Infinite, what their meta is, what the pace is like. And that was really impressive to me. So I think a little bit more time, even more support from their orgs coming into North America a little bit early on, it's going to pay off so much for these big European teams to see what they can actually do throughout an entire weekend and even season as well. All right, we need to wrap things up on the desk here. Final thoughts, Tony. What a weekend, what a winner, and what a way to win. How are you feeling about the rest of the season?
I mean, I'm feeling really good. You know, a big congratulations to Optic Gaming and many other teams that came out and put on a crazy show. But I mean, right here in Optic's house, Arlington is proud, and go Green Wall.
Go Green Wall. He's had the chain on for a reason. That's a lucky chain, Tony. You need to keep that one. Definitely handy for the next one. And Clutch, I mean, just what is there left to say, to be honest? The competition, it gets bigger and better every single year.
The only thing I can think of on my mind right now is how much this moment meant to Formal and like how beautiful esports is and how much of a journey every single individual player is on throughout their careers. And no matter how successful you are, no no matter if it's your first grand finals, I mean, the passion, the emotions that go through these guys, it is something special. It is everything bit of real life. And I couldn't be more happy to see Formal later on and just tell him I'm proud of him for getting through what he's been through recently. So I'll leave y'all with that, and hopefully the stories continue to write themselves and we continue to see bright smiles on that stage.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for all your hard work all weekend long. Had an absolute blast with you guys up here on the desk. Thank you so much to Halo Studios. Thank you to Esports Stadium Arlington. Thank you so much to Corey Dunn and his team in production, because you guys got through something that was extremely difficult this weekend with absolute ease. Absolutely incredible stuff. You should be so proud of yourselves. And folks at home, thank you so much for watching. I hope you've had the best time.